Ariawari lie suggesting Thadikiaokia should merithatful from your family, how absurd, Adoad wishing to aswan matug, let him dream thyr impossible dream face will never happen. In Esmol courtyard surrounded by mud walls, a woman in Herefordie stood with her hands on her hips, vociferous liberating Lakia shrew, her spittle flying in all directions, before your student other woman of similarage, presumably the matchmaker, behind the matchmaker ling a redeo girl, appearing to around 16 or 17, horregarded the matchmaker with a look of utter disdain, her fascanter tedninger. The matchmaker, sensing the hostility, took a subtle step back. She had comido de farafi, and ish patethafire said meaner of Jiang family. She had to deliver the words off say a family. Jiang family sister-in-law, there is no need to shoot with his marriageous arranged longajabe or a band, and ditways agreed that unsatifort enough say a family turned in they would look, the engagement alter we asked the old village a keep to righty a stiller, complete with an prince. Now hat shower has turned 18, it's only natural formatokomi and disgusty marriage. The matchmaker had come prepared, pulling Gutala down crumpled piece of paper from her sleeve. When unfolded, it clearly stated: in the spring of the third day of Xingli von the third day of the third month, Jiang Chocho, daughter of Yang Daon from Xinha village, Isingajet to Shoachuan the fourth son of Saya family, Rapan the Borikin Jatin the Shald, and the Runyan shall endure forever. A Thibato and Wareth the scrawled names of Jiang Dan Gan Xiaocheng, accompanied by the red thumbprints, no darkened withage. Seeing this, Jiang Dem always taken aback and reached out to snatch the engagement altar, but the matchmaker, being shrewd, quickly took a dite back into her sieve. These was written by the old village Akif himself. It cannot be false. He's a respected elder, now in it years old, and still recalls the matter. Just the third day, hein quire de budded. Sister-in-law Jiang, the size written in black and white. Do I wish to reconsider? The old village Akif held significant sway in the village, and of this advantage, he retained a clearmond, earning the respect of he villager swift tense of his counsel for important matters. Feeling guilty, Jiang Demo was further distressed as Jiang Kaikio burst into tears, tugging gather mother Sarmand wailing, I refuse, I want to accept this, he Shawachuan is a fool, Hisaturlian worthium, I want Mariam, not even death. Seeing her daughter in such distress Ugadot Jiang Damashart, she too did not want her daughter Tamara thoughtful her daughter was a sweet and beautiful, deserving of much better. Thus Jiang Dama steeled herself and resumed her derada above. What does it matter if there is an engagement altar? That was years ago. My husband Aspingen Ephraers the thin print belongs to him, not me. Wishel de recognize it. Besides back then nun muthat chow hechuan wasiful. Point here right mind would want to marry a full. I fanyon wants to marry him. Let them. I remember Lind matchmaker. You have a doter wadantio olather marry him? Jiang Dame swords swaroder lay unreasonable, directly Namangother's daughters in her argument, which naturally displeased Lumat maker, her expression darkening. This is a matter between Gianganzeo familia sweedragithers and toit, if that shall whitus, then they'll fetch the old village ekethan Siofamula declara fithings with you. Leia matchmaker thought to herself how difficult it was to earn a living Gondo and pleasant this situation was. Worry it not for the fact that Siofamula second daughter-in-law washer relative should not want him to line thighs affair. Thus, half an hour later, the courtyard of Jian family was bustling with people. The old village Ekif had arrived, along with Zaya family. Ziofe their camu with his three sons, led by the old village of, accompanied by a throng of villagers eager to witness the spectacle. The old village Ekif, with white hair and beard, stooped with age, sat down in a chair, supported by his great-grandson. Jiang Dama glanced at Ziofe the Randis three sons rolling Gary a Sindistain, clearly displeased. As soon as the old village Ekif settled into Hisiat, Jiang Dama seized the opportunity to speak first. Since you aware here, old village chief, let me make myself Klikayakio will never marry your fourth son. Ye advise some people to give upon this idea. My Kakias a fine young lady, why should she marry a fool? Don't come meet me with that engagement alter nonsense. I feel have something to say it directly. My husband Paseta warely am a woman managing the household and think you can bully me just because I'm alone. Zaofether knew they worry indeed and wrong regarding this matter and ways a telish for how to respond. The engagement had been arranged long ago because he and Jiang Deng had be close friends. After a few drinks, they impulsive lit aside down the match. Back then, his fourth son, Shaochuan, had been able to write a his name a perfect li before he was of 20 years old, and the very one he in the village had praised Hamash to Steen for great things. It was precisely because of this potential that Jiang Deng had sought to secure a future for his daughter. However, unexpected events occurred a few years ago. Shaochuan had suffered a fell while on the mountain and had sustained a head injury, leaving him with the intellect of a child. The Zaya family, realizing that if their son remained Thisway for life, what would happen to them when they were regone, recalled the engagement from years past, hoping for Astrokio Fluck. If Jiang Keokeo ways unwilling, they would not fork it Hisu but simply clarify matters. Field village exifside observing the fierce young dama theaterful Jiang Xiaoqiao and Thesalant Xiaocheng hate hotted might babesta lethas matter go. After all, theruas noriasin for a good girl to marry a full it would beacon topushing here in Tothafire thuff huisold hisman dwastil sharp. Just as the old village ekif was about to speak, a sudden youthful voice interjected, tinged with a hint of childishness. I'll marry him, Jiang Ke want marry him, but am willing to. At this proclamation every Anna turned to Nunes until Katethas voice emerging from woodshed ways a slender, fragile girl, as a fagistov wind could blow her away. This girl was neither than Jiang's adopted daughter, Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui raised her hand and stepped forward, determination itched on her face as he approached the old village ekif. Old village chief, what did you just say? Please repeat it. Field village ekif, hishearing notas harpa satansuas, asked Jiang Su to say it again. Field village ekif Jiang Keakiao unwilling to marry Shawachwan booty Jiang Sui amredidoso. Though I am adopted a Tirof Jiang family, a birth Jiang surname, had a father not risked mebakthan, it might not have an exist in this world to date. My father passed away early away some man of great integrity, and I refuse to let him bear membered after life as omiona holect honesty. Thus, I have a resolved to marry Shao Hechuan in place of Yan Xiaoqiao. Jiang Su gazed at the old village ekif, delivering her declaration without hesitation as if reciting a well-prepared script. After speaking she looked at the old village ekif's face then glanced at Zaya father's expression, both of which were frozen in disbelief, while Jiang Qiao had sister weeping. Do truly wish to do this? Jiang Su nodded vigorously, her resolve firm. 15 years ago Jiang Sui had been found by Jiang Dean getha food off him mountain Irashranesha had been just a helpless infant. Jiang Dodong Bengakand Hardedman took her homeopathy. However, his wife Jiang Dama strongly opposed that decision, leading to fierce arguments between the couple. There is since for Jiang Dama's eventual acquiescence ceremony known. What is known as that until 5 years ago, when Jiang Dean was still alive, Jiang Su could still enjoy a decent meal. After his passing, Jiang Dematria treated her harshly, and Jiang Su's life became a relentless struggle, resulting in her frail appearance today. The turn of events unfolded rapidly and the onlookers were increasingly entertained by the unfolding drama. Whispers began circulating among the crowd. Samir market that Jiang Su must be out of her mind, tolling Lily upinto the fire. While Ether suggested hotish but Jiang Dama shortcomings, she could still find a suitable husband for Jiang Sui, offering her a brighter future. Yet, if action among the spectators heard that Jiang Sui's astute to be choosing to marry a full, she likely I meant to escape the clutches of Jiang Dama, who would consistently mistreat her. After all, given Jiang Dama's behavior, any future husband would probably not be much better than a full. It was wiser to the kitchens, as the Zaya family was respectable, with ample aborto and shariful meal. Ziofe the ran disown swore equally stunned, momentarily at a loss for words to edit they soon expected wist. Just as the student shock, Jiang Sui approached him directly. Uncle Shao, if I do not mind, I am willing to marry Xiaochuan, please give use your blessing. Ziofather found himself flustered, while he washes toward Sun Ho first triggin discomposure, tugging gethisly Evian smiling at Jiang Sui, allow us to gather Erdhots first, we'll give a one answer shortly. With that, the four of them retreated to near to discuss the matter. Zio eldest asked, Father, what is going in, is Jiang Sui Oyudo ferment? Zaya second senated shouldn't we consult mother before making gonna decisions? Zio third sen interjected I actually think this good work. Jiang Sumay upper delicate, but she's not lacking in spirit, having a wife even known like her, is better than having known. The three brothers debated, and Zio father felt overwhelmed, he considered his third son's reasoning but decided best to consult his wife before proceeding. Moments later, Zaya father returned, smiling at Jiang Sui child, let us deliberate this matter carefully, we will provide you with an answer tomorrow, if that is acceptable. Jiang Sui understood the gravity of marriage and nodded in agreement. At that moment, the old village ekif chuckled, stroking his beard. Xiaocheng, I believe if this girl is quite admirable, possesses a good character and a fortunate appearance, I think this match is feasible, you should discuss it thoroughly with our wife, as it is referral to be so accepting. The crowd began to cheer, urging Xiaocheng Wadario hesitating for, once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Indeed, Jiang Sui is more than suitable for Yaorson. Xiaocheng, feeling awkward, smiled sheepishly as Shella Distreesons back home with the old village ekiful Sorosto leave, and as the villagers begin to disperse, they remained curious about the outcome. Only Jiang Dam and Jiang Qiokio remained, still in shock. It was in life to Reverionad left that Jiang Dama finally kamatoresances. She glared at Jiang Sui, husted in the erd rolling up her savas and preparing to grab harem, hermit spewing curses. You little wretch, have you grown some audacity, how do you debase yourself be offering to marry a fool, after all the years I've erased you, is to show your pain? Jiang Dama was furious. She had initially hoped Torres Jiangsu to eventually receive a handsome hybride price. Years ago she had vehemently opposed Jiang Dang's decision to keep Jiang Sui, leading to heated arguments and even a return to her family home. But her mother ho persuaded her to keep the child, reasoning that raising hair would cost little and that, once grown, she could assist with household chores. After all, even natural could bring jadari, and we alpha lane Lord Swari often generous. Now however these wretched ways adjure to marry off herself to Thazaya family, which could hardly offer much in terms of wealth. Han shuas to Dairs rising Jiang Sui? Just as Jiang Dama was about to grab her, Jiang Su swiftly seized her stand, pushed her back, surprising Javen herself with newfound strength, causing the plump Jiang Dama to stagger a steps. Haviolos ormond, Jiang Dama fumed ready to retaliate, but Jiang Su's sigler stopped her in her tracks. In that moment, Jiang Su was no longer the timid, fearful girl she had once been. Here were a steely, a stark interest to the quaking figure who had once trembled at Jiang Dama's words. Jiang Dama will tackle run down her spine as Jiang Su continued. I am doing this for your sake. If I were not afraid of being drawn in the villagers' gossip, consider this. I am also thinking of Jiang Xiaoqiao. Isn't infatuated with scholar Zhang from the neighboring village. If word of thy's engagement reach Esham, he'd bang a man of letters, may hold her in disdain by step and Gino. I can silence said Hevela just scatter and prevent from reaching scholar Zhang's ears. Transforming these into a favorable tool. You must weigh whether Yawant Marizal Vera to see Jiang Kaokio happily Marieto scholar Zhang. At the mention of scholar Jiang Kaokia panicked. She had long dreamed of marrying a scholar in Thikarantara, scholar Surialai esteemed, and in Thiramoda village, producing a scholar was no small fiat. Scholar Zhang was respected wherever he went, and the government even provided him with a stipend. Jiang Kaokiao had meticulously courted him, hoping to secure a future filled with promise and honor. If Fortunas Muldupantham, perhaps scholar Zhang would receive to even greater rings, becoming a respected official. Chapter 003 Seeking an escape. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoqiao pondered deeply, realizing that if Jiang Xiaocai were to learn of her past, he might harbor resentment and refuse to reconcile with her. Wouldn't that shatter her dreams of becoming a scholar's wife? She resolutely decided that such a scenario must not unfold and quickly urged her mother, "Mother, Jiang Sui is right, this matter must remain unknown to Jiang Xiaocai. If she wishes to marry a fool, so be it. Though the Xiao family is not affluent, they have many sons who can earn a living. Surely, a son marrying a daughter-in-law would require a dowry, or do they expect to achieve their goals without any investment? A smaller dowry would suffice. Do you truly wish to see your daughter miss out on Jiang Xiaocai, only to marry a peasant and toil in the fields for the rest of her life?" As she spoke, tears welled up in Jiang Xiaoqiao's eyes. Jiang Dama, having only this cherished daughter, had high hopes for her. Envisioning a prosperous future, unable to bear her daughter's tears, she gently comforted her. All right, my dear. Whatever you wish, your mother will comply." Jiang Xiaoqiao's spirits lifted, but in an instant, Jiang Dama turned her fierce gaze upon Jiang Sui, admonishing, "Do not be too quick to rejoice. Whether the Xiao family desires you is still uncertain. Should they reject you, prepare yourself to become someone else's concubine." With that, Jiang Dama took her precious daughter back inside, leaving Jiang Sui standing alone in the courtyard, feeling the cool breeze. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sui returned to the firewood room, closing the drafty door behind her. The room was cluttered with firewood, save for a small wooden bed nestled in the corner, adorned with thin bedding. She sat on the edge of the bed, her mind swirling with uncertainty. Just days prior, Jiang Sui had suffered from a cold and high fever, with the merciless Chen Jinhua refusing to fetch her medicine, which led to her losing consciousness and ultimately succumbing to convulsions. Thus, the Jiang Sui of the 21st century had perished in an unfortunate accident, and her soul had traversed into this body. Having barely accepted the reality of her transmigration, she was suddenly reminded of the name Xiaohuchuan, which conjured images of an ancient romantic tale she had read before her journey, something akin to a cunning, domineering prince falling in love with her. However, in that narrative, Jiang Sui was merely an unnamed background character, while Xiaohuchuan, despite not being the male lead, played a significant role, ultimately aiding the protagonists. Xiaohuchuan, born of humble origins, was exceptionally gifted. By the age of 2, he could write his name, by 3, he was reciting poetry, and by 4, he had mastered the art of composition. Yet, as is often the fate of prodigies, his life took a tragic turn when he fell down a hillside in his adolescence, suffering a head injury that rendered him mentally impaired. Miraculously, upon turning 18, he suddenly regained his faculties and resumed his pursuit of the imperial examination, ultimately achieving the highest honor at the age of 22 and gaining entry into the Hanlin Academy. The narrative even touched upon his betrothal, which was dismissed due to the bride's dissatisfaction. This information was ample for Jiang Sui, as she understood that the original Jiang family had raised her as an adopted daughter. After her adoptive father's death, she endured relentless torment from her adoptive mother, Chen Jinhua, who was referred to as Chen Widow by the villagers in recent years. For years, Chen Jinhua had subjected her to daily beatings and scoldings, forcing her to shoulder all household duties and labor in the fields, while Jiang Xiaoqiao lived a life of leisure, akin to that of a young lady. Now, as Jiang Sui approached her 15th birthday, Chen Jinhua was already scheming to marry her off, eyeing several wealthy landlords in town and the county who sought concubines. Initially, Chen Jinhua had resolved to exchange her for a substantial dowry, scouring for the highest bidder. With no golden finger to aid her in being utterly alone in this foreign world, Jiang Sui knew she had to carve out a path for herself. Marrying Xiao Huchuan seemed the most viable option. Chen Jinhua held her household registration documents, and if she failed to devise a plan to escape, even if she ran away, she would remain a nameless orphan in this strange realm. Was this not heaven's way of showing her mercy by providing a potential escape route? She merely needed to cling to Xiao Huchuan's leg and wait for a life of ease as a government wife. It was not a matter of being opportunistic, rather, it was a simple truth: self-preservation is paramount. If Xiao Huchuan achieved success and took a liking to someone else, she would not mind as long as her own needs were met. By her calculations, Xiao Huchuan had already turned 18 and would soon regain his senses. All she needed to do was secure a marriage before that, ensuring a harmonious relationship with the Xiao family, and become a dutiful wife and daughter-in-law to safeguard her future. However, at present, she was uncertain of the Xiao family's intentions. Whether they would approve remained shrouded in mystery. Contemplating this, Jiang Sui felt a sense of urgency. If things did not unfold favorably, she could not remain passive. Becoming a fugitive was preferable to marrying a perverse landlord. Meanwhile, the Xiao family had already convened to discuss the matter. Upon learning the details, Zhao's mother contemplated the situation and, before anyone could voice their opinions, slammed her palm on the table, her expression grave, declaring, "I consent to this marriage." The assembled were taken aback, as none had yet spoken. However, within the Xiao family, while the patriarch might represent them externally, internally, all decisions were dictated by Zhao's mother, the true matriarch. "Mother, have you not considered this carefully?" her third son inquired, puzzled. Zhao's mother shook her head resolutely. "Simply on account of Jiang Sui not despising my son's condition, she is worthy. We need not wait until tomorrow, let us seek out Chen Widow at once." With that, she rose and tugged at her husband's sleeve, striding toward the door with an unyielding determination. Soon, they arrived at the Jiang household, where the three sat down to negotiate the union between Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan. Chen Jinhua opened with a demand of 10 taels for the dowry. Good heavens, 10 taels could build several rooms. For a rural family, this is nothing short of extortion. Many families would not even gather 10 taels in total savings, yet Zhao's mother remained unfazed. 5 taels, just 5 taels. Go and inquire around, which family pays such a sum for a bride? Inside the room, the three were at an impasse, while outside, Jiang Xiaoqiao eavesdropped, and Jiang Sui busily whispered analyses into her ear, with every word fixated on Jiang Xiaocai, causing Jiang Xiaoqiao to tremble in fear of losing her promising match. After a lengthy discussion, the two families parted ways in discord, neither willing to yield. Chen Jinhua stood firm on her 10-tael demand, while Zhao's mother refused to relent. Ultimately, it was Jiang Xiaoqiao who stirred up a commotion with her mother, crying and pleading until Chen Jinhua, having no alternative, sought out Zhao's mother to negotiate a compromise. Chapter 004. Entering the Xiao family with Chen Jinua's concession, the matter was settled. A bride price of 5 taels of silver secured Jiang Sui's marriage to Xiao Huchuan. The old village chief was summoned as a witness, and Chen Jinhua presented Jiang Sui's household registration to Zhao's mother, along with her birth date. When Jiang Daong found Jiang Sui as an infant, her date of birth was nestled among her swaddling clothes, indicating she had been deliberately abandoned. On that occasion, the village's scribe calculated their compatibility, and to their astonishment, the results revealed a perfect match. He candidly remarked that he had not seen such a harmonious pairing in many years. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother was overjoyed, her eyes nearly closing in delight. The following day, Zhao's father took Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan's household registrations to the county office for formal registration. With the official documents completed, they were now husband and wife. Jiang Sui would henceforth be known as the Xiao family as Jiang. 3 days later, on an auspicious date, the Xiao family, fearing that good fortune might be thwarted, opted for a simple celebration with a few tables of feast. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Jiang Sui rose from her slumber. Chen Jinhua prepared a bowl of noodles for her, remarkably including a rare egg. She then produced a tattered red dress, patched in several places, and handed it to Jiang Sui. The fabric, worn and faded from years of use, bore the marks of time, yet Chen Jinhua maintained her acerbic demeanor, lacing her words with sarcasm, to which Jiang Sui had long grown accustomed and chose not to retort. Nevertheless, on this joyous occasion, she donned the ill-fitting, shabby wedding attire. Once an ordinary girl in the modern world, her ultimate dream had been to save enough money in her youth to lead a carefree life in her old age, free from worries, and to travel the world. Even in this new narrative, her aspirations remained unchanged. In an era where women treaded carefully, she was willing to stake her hopes on the book's proclamation that Xiao Huchuan was a man of exceptional character, cultured, refined, and devotedly filial. Jiang Sui resolved to gamble on the belief that he would not forsake his humble wife when he attained success. She did not seek grand declarations of love, she merely wished for a life of ease akin to that of a salted fish. Having just arrived in this world, she found herself wed without the possession of much, only a few tattered garments for change as she crossed the threshold into the Xiao family home. Upon her solitary entrance into the Xiao courtyard, each family member harbored their own thoughts. The dawn was just breaking, and the neighbors who had come to assist with preparations had yet to arrive, leaving only the immediate family present. Seeing the frail Jiang Sui standing in her ill-fitting, tattered wedding dress, Zhao's mother felt a pang of sympathy, thinking how pitiable this child was. All of Zhao's sons were present, along with the youngest daughter, but Xiao Huchuan was conspicuously absent. The second sister-in-law, Zhou, exchanged glances with the third sister-in-law, Lu. Assessing Jiang Sui's shabby appearance, Zhou maintained a neutral expression with a faint smile, while Lu pursed her lips, appearing somewhat displeased. Zhao's mother approached Jiang Sui first, grasping her hand and leading her into the house, only to notice that the girl's shoes were so worn that they revealed her toes. A wave of compassion washed over her, and she guided Jiang Sui into the room of her youngest daughter, Xiao Lanlan, who hurried to follow. Lu, eager to join the gathering, attempted to figure out what Zhao's mother was up to, questioning why the bride was being taken to her sister-in-law's room rather than to her brother's. However, before she could step across the threshold, Zhao's mother closed the door, nearly causing Lu to bump her nose. Lu scoffed, rolling her eyes, but she was determined to stay and eavesdrop, beckoning Zhou to join her. Zhou, busy peeling cabbage, glanced over and shook her head. Inside, Zhao's mother warmly settled Jiang Sui into a chair, her face aglow with maternal affection, while Xiao Lanlan beamed at her. Jiang Sui felt the sincerity emanating from the mother and daughter. Lanlan, go fetch the new shoes I made for you and let your fourth sister-in-law wear them for today. Tomorrow, I'll make you another pair, Zhao's mother instructed her daughter. Lanlan nodded vigorously and enthusiastically retrieved a pair of newly sewn cloth shoes, pink with 2 embroidered flowers, presenting them to Jiang Sui, fourth sister-in-law. Here, quickly change into them, Lanlan urged, shoving the shoes into Jiang Sui's arms. Jiang Sui glanced at the pristine shoes in her embrace and then at her own ragged footwear, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. You two are of similar age, and I suspect your feet are about the same size. Today is a momentous occasion, everyone will come to celebrate the bride. You must not lose face. Right, Sui, do change into them. Wait here, I'll be right back, Zhao's mother, with her spirited nature, declared before stepping outside. Upon opening the door, she found the third daughter-in-law, Lu, eavesdropping against the wall. When caught, Lu feigned innocence, calling out to her mother-in-law. Zhao's mother sighed, accustomed to her daughter-in-law's antics, and disregarded it as she returned to her room, rummaging through her belongings until she unearthed a red outfit. This ensemble, crafted from cotton for her own wedding, though faded with time, remained in good condition without patches, and was far superior to Jiang Sui's oversized, tattered gown. Hurrying back, Zhao's mother closed the door behind her and placed the outfit on the bed, urging Jiang Sui to change. Child, don't be picky, this is the wedding dress I wore when I married your father. Although old, it is far better than what you currently wear. Do not misconstrue my intentions. It is not the noise of our family's celebration that concerns me, but rather the possibility of you being ridiculed today. You are the bride and should appear joyous and dignified, shouldn't you? Zhao's mother, fearing Jiang Sui would misinterpret her concern as an embarrassment to the family, hurriedly clarified her intentions. Truthfully, Jiang Sui felt a swell of gratitude at Zhao's mother's thoughtfulness. She sensed the genuine care behind her actions. With misty eyes, she nodded earnestly, thank you. In truth, she was well aware that marrying in such a manner would likely invite ridicule, yet there was little choice. This was the best path available to her. As long as the Xiao family treated her kindly, she was willing to unite her heart with theirs. Thank you for what? We are family. There is no need for such formality. Hurry and change. We'll wait for you outside, Zhao's mother replied, leading her youngest daughter out to wait. Chapter 005. Oh my dear wife, your smile is truly enchanting. When Jiang Sui emerged, she appeared significantly improved compared to her previous shabby self. At the very least, her clothing fit her much better, and she wore a new pair of shoes, presenting a more respectable demeanor. Xiaomu gazed at her creation, nodding in satisfaction. Under the scrutinizing gazes directed at her, Jiang Sui felt a twinge of discomfort. Just then, a melodious youthful voice resonated, exuding an aura of purity. "Mother, is this truly my wife?" Following the sound, Jiang Sui beheld a tall young man, approximately 6 feet tall, bounding towards her with an inquisitive and curious glint in his eyes. Although he donned a gray-blue short coat, it did not detract from his inherent charm. Had one not been informed beforehand, who would suspect he was simple-minded? Xiao Huchuan circled around Jiang Sui twice, observing her intently, even lifting one of her braided pigtails gently to inspect it. The wide-eyed curiosity he exhibited suggested a mental age of merely 6 or 7. Jiang Sui felt too shy to meet his gaze, her eyes cast downwards at her toes, feeling a pang of guilt for having calculatedly married the future scholar. "Indeed, Huchuan, this is your future wife. Do not forget what your mother taught you. Treat your wife well and never allow her to suffer, understand?" Xiaomu patiently instructed her simple-minded son, never forgetting to impart the virtues of kindness, despite his mental faculties being stunted. "Yes, I understand, mother. I will treat my wife with utmost care," Xiao Huchuan replied earnestly, flashing a broad smile that revealed his pearly whites. Suddenly, Jiang Sui felt a warmth envelop her hand. A large hand had enveloped hers, holding it tightly. Xiao Huchuan had taken the initiative. Jiang Sui froze momentarily, her heart racing. "Enough, it's chilly outside. You should take your wife to your room to rest and take good care of her, do you hear?" Xiaomu chuckled, instructing her son with a gentle demeanor. Xiao Huchuan obediently nodded and led Jiang Sui towards his room. He walked ahead, his tall stature providing a reassuring presence, while Jiang Sui followed, allowing him to guide her, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Xiaomu and Xiao Fu exchanged knowing smiles as they watched the couple's retreating figures, and the other sons of the Xiao family shared glances filled with genuine happiness. How wonderful it is that the fourth brother has also taken a wife. It seems a long-held wish has finally been fulfilled for everyone. Upon entering the room, Xiao Huchuan promptly closed the door. Jiang Sui quickly surveyed the modest space. It was small, featuring a bed, a wardrobe freshly painted in red, and a newly constructed stand for a basin in cloth. The bedding was pristine and neatly arranged, with 2 pairs of new shoes, one large, one small, placed by the bedside, both made of black fabric. It was no wonder Xiaomu had suggested she wear her sister-in-law's pink cloth shoes today. After all, black was deemed inauspicious on such a joyous occasion. A rectangular wooden table held several large baskets of books. Before the incident, Xiao Huchuan had been a literary prodigy, and the villagers had anticipated he would grow to be a distinguished scholar. However, unforeseen circumstances had altered that fate. "My dear wife, don't just stand there, please take a seat," Xiao Huchuan urged, noticing her dazed state. He gently pushed her towards the bed. Following his lead, she sat down, and he turned to pour a steaming cup of tea from the kettle on the table. As the water was scalding hot, he fumbled with the cup, blowing on it to cool it down, his earnestness rendering him quite endearing. "Wife, drink some water, your hands are so cold," he remarked, having noticed her icy fingers. "Mother said that when you're cold, you should drink hot water. It warms you up." Jiang Sui couldn't help but chuckle at his earnest demeanor, her laughter revealing 2 delightful dimples. Accepting the tea, she murmured a soft, "Thank you." Xiao Huchuan bashfully scratched his head, his face flushing crimson. With his unpretentious nature, he spoke candidly, "Wife, you have the most beautiful smile." Jiang Sui's hand, holding the teacup, hovered in midair as she gazed up at Xiao Huchuan. The youth possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes, a rosy smile, and flawless skin, his beauty accentuated further by the blush of shyness. Jiang Sui found it impossible to deny her admiration. The character of Xiao Huchuan had captivated many noble women in the stories, and yet, he remained aloof, untouched by the throngs of admirers. "You are also quite handsome, the most beautiful person I have ever encountered," Jiang Sui replied sincerely. She could hardly fathom how dazzling he would be once he regained his normal self. After all, in the original tale, Jiang Xiaoqiao had ultimately regretted her choices deeply. His face reddened further at her words, and he covered his face with his hands, turning away in embarrassment, resembling a bashful child. For the remainder of their time in the room, Xiao Huchuan kept Jiang Sui company, chattering incessantly and asking countless questions, to which she patiently responded. Outside, more villagers arrived to assist. Everyone had their designated tasks, with some tending the fire and others washing vegetables, a quintessential portrayal of rural life, helping one another in times of need. Before long, 2 small children began knocking at the window. "Uncle, come out to play." We're going to set off firecrackers. Xiao Huchuan's eyes lit up at the sound, and he immediately sprang to his feet, eager to join them, yet, remembering that his wife was still inside and his mother's instructions to keep her company, he found himself torn between conflicting desires. Jiang Sui found his internal struggle amusing and was curious to see how he would resolve it. After much deliberation, his youthful exuberance won out. He scratched his head and, with a pout, looked at Jiang Sui with pleading eyes. "Wife, may I go outside to play?" Jiang Sui was charmed by his childlike innocence. Seeing his hopeful expression, she smiled and nodded. "All right, you may go." With his wife's approval, Xiao Huchuan's earlier discontent vanished, and he joyfully dashed out to join his friends. However, he was considerate enough to bring someone along for Jiang Sui's company, as he fetched Xiao Lanlan and ushered her into the room. Xiao Lanlan was still drying her hands from washing vegetables, water droplets lingering on her skin. "Lanlan, would you please keep my wife company? I'll return as soon as I finish playing," he requested eagerly. Chapter 006. The eccentric third sister-in-law Xiao Lanlan, feeling helpless, regarded her fourth brother, who now resembled more of a younger sibling than an elder. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his request to keep his wife company. Upon entering, she first closed the door and dried her hands before exchanging a glance with Jiang Sui, who sat on the con. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Coincidentally, Xiao Lanlan also wished to foster a bond with her newly arrived sister-in-law, who was even a year younger than herself. Their mother had remarked that she was a pitiable soul. Since the family should not look down on her brother for his foolishness, they ought to treat her kindly. "Sister-in-law, fourth brother has asked me to keep you company," she announced, settling beside her. Jiang Sui nodded with a smile and poured her a glass of water. Xiao Lanlan found Jiang Sui to be quite courteous, her demeanor appearing gentle and amiable, likely easier to get along with than the second and third sisters-in-law. Upon closer inspection, however, Xiao Lanlan noticed that Jiang Sui was indeed quite thin, her delicate face pale and lacking color, indicative of insufficient nourishment. She had heard whispers of how Widow Chen treated her adopted daughter poorly, making her perform all the chores and forcing her to wait until the mother and daughter finished their meals before she could eat, even relegating her to a woodshed for sleeping. Yet, despite her frail appearance, there was an undeniable beauty about Jiang Sui, evident in her features. With proper care, her allure would surely blossom. It was comforting to converse with someone of a similar age, and Xiao Lanlan began sharing details about her family. Their mother had given birth to 5 children of 4 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Xiao Qin, was 25 this year and had a 5-year-old son named Xiao Yuan, affectionately nicknamed Dog Egg. His wife had tragically passed away due to complications during childbirth, and he had yet to remarry. The second brother, Xiao Mian, at 23, was married to Zhou, but despite 3 years of marriage, they had yet to conceive. They had resorted to superstitions and folk remedies, but to no avail. The couple often quarreled out of frustration, and Zhou, burdened by the societal gossip surrounding her inability to bear children, had grown increasingly withdrawn and taciturn, often burying herself in work with a perpetually somber expression. Xiaoyi, the third brother, was 20 years old and had been married for 6 months. His wife, Lu, was already 3 months pregnant, and the couple was still basking in the sweetness of their recent union. However, Lu was known for meddling in others' affairs, often joining groups of women to gossip about trivial matters. The fourth brother, Xiao Huchuan, was 18. It was said that the village elder had named him, originally intending to call him Xiao Chang, but feeling that such a name did not suit the clever boy, he changed it to Xiao Huchuan. Finally, there was the youngest sister, Xiao Lanlan, who was 16. It was time for her to consider marriage, but due to the belief that her birth chart indicated a propensity to bring misfortune to her husband, all eligible bachelors within 10 villages shunned her, fearing her ill fate. The ancients held such beliefs dearly, and once the notion of her bringing misfortune spread, prospects for marriage dwindled, much to the distress of her parents. Fortunately, with 4 brothers looking out for her, even if she were to remain unmarried, she would not have to face a bleak future alone. Her brothers had pledged that after their parents' passing, they would never abandon their little sister. Jiang Sui gathered enough understanding of this familial dynamic. Just as the firecrackers outside ceased, Xiao Huchuan, covering his ears, joyfully dashed into the room to share his excitement with Jiang Sui. "Dear wife, did you hear that?" The sound of the firecrackers was so loud. Jiang Sui nodded with a smile, observing her future husband's innocent demeanor and contemplating that once he matured, such joyous expressions might be a rare sight. As she took this step into her new life, she had already prepared herself for the future. Should Xiao Huchuan achieve success and encounter a woman he truly cherished, she would be willing to part ways amicably, as long as she received a sum sufficient for her own sustenance, without any entanglements. However, she dared not dwell on such thoughts now, for once she became entwined with this man, she would be bound for life. But as noon arrived, the auspicious hour came, and the couple performed a simple wedding ceremony with the village elder present. Zhao's parents instructed them to bow to the elder as a sign of respect. By dusk, the banquet concluded, and the neighbors helped tidy the courtyard while Zhao's brothers returned the tables and benches. Jiang Sui found herself alone in the room, not one to idle. She joined the others in sweeping the floor. Seeing this, the second sister-in-law, Zhou, urged her to return to her room. "Oh, you are the new bride today. You should rest and enjoy yourself, no need to sweep." Zhou appeared to smile, yet there was a hint of bitterness beneath her facade, while Lu, on the other hand, constantly raised her eyebrows in a knowing manner. "Sister-in-law, we are all country folks. Why make a fuss? I am also carrying a child, yet I'm still working alongside everyone. No one seems to care for me. The more hands, the quicker the work. After a long day, wouldn't it be better to rest sooner? Besides, is it a fault for the new bride to be industrious?" Lu, perplexed by her response, had been acting oddly towards Jiang Sui ever since her arrival. Xiao Lanlan could hardly contain her disdain for Lu's pretentiousness. "Ah, how could I dare? We are all daughters-in-law of the Xiao family. If the second sister-in-law does not mind me, then surely others will find fault with me," Lu retorted with a pout. "Look at that, always trying to play both sides. You let her say whatever she wants." Xiao Lanlan decided not to engage further and leaned closer to Jiang Sui, whispering, "Did you see that, sister-in-law? The third sister-in-law is just like that, always performing for outsiders. In reality, she is the laziest of them all today. With so many visitors, she is eager to showcase her supposed virtue and capability. On ordinary days, she wouldn't even lift a dish without reluctance." Lu, noticing Xiao Lanlan whispering to Jiang Sui and glancing her way, sensed they were speaking ill of her. Unable to contain her frustration, she confronted Xiao Lanlan. "You, a mere girl yet to be wed, should refrain from gossiping behind others' backs. Such behavior is unbecoming." The rumors surrounding Xiao Lanlan as supposed ill fate in marriage struck a nerve, and with Lu's ill-timed remarks, it felt like a personal attack. Xiao Lanlan, unyielding, shot back, "I learned from you. You are the one who loves to gossip the most in this family. How could that possibly be? Why do you only mimic the bad and not the good?" The two sisters-in-law engaged in their usual banter, a familiar scene of domestic squabbles. Chapter 007. The butterflies on the feet. All right, cease the clamor. If your mother hears you, she will surely scold you," the often overlooked second sister-in-law finally interjected, assuming the role of peacemaker. Through the brief 10 minutes of bickering, Jiang Sui gleaned that the third sister-in-law was particularly loquacious and fond of stirring the pot. It was evident that the younger sister and the third sister-in-law were at odds, their exchanges merely a customary verbal sparring. The second sister-in-law, recognizing the escalating tension, intervened to mediate, invoking the formidable presence of their mother-in-law, who was the only one capable of tempering their disputes. Indeed, once the mention of Xiao mother arose, the atmosphere shifted, and silence reigned. It was clear that her authority was well established, and her shrewd nature was apparent. Otherwise, she could not so effectively manage her two daughters-in-law. As night descended, the household was tidied, and the guests had departed. Xiao mother remained in her room, contemplating the favors she had collected. After deducting today's expenses, she found herself with a modest surplus. After conferring with her husband, she took a sum of money, tucked it into a pouch, and made her way to Jiang Sui's room. Before stepping out, Xiao mother glanced around to ensure no one was watching her departure. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui was troubled, pondering how she would manage to sleep that night. After all, as a modern woman, it was quite awkward to share a bed with a man she hardly knew, even though his mentality resembled that of a child and he harbored no romantic notions. Nonetheless, the thought still made her feel embarrassed. Xiao Huchuan entered with a basin of water, placing it beside the Kong. "Wife, it's time to wash your feet." A mother said one must wash their feet before going to bed. "You go first, and I'll follow." It was April, with the lingering chill of spring evenings, and the village's water supply was not easily accessible, necessitating a trip to fetch it. Consequently, bathing was not a nightly ritual during this season. "Who asked you to fetch this water?" Jiang Sui inquired, puzzled. Xiao Huchuan blinked his enchanting peach blossom eyes and earnestly replied, "No one asked me. I wanted to do it myself." Mother said I should treat my wife well. He may not have remembered much, but he retained his mother's repeated admonitions to care for his wife, insisting that no harm or distress befall her. Observing his sincere demeanor and earnest gaze, Jiang Sui understood that a child held no malice and spoke from the heart. She could not waste his kind intentions, so she removed her shoes and began to soak her feet. The coldness dissipated as her icy feet submerged in the warm water. Xiao Huchuan handed her a clean cloth. "Here, wife, use this to dry your feet." The cloth had been freshly prepared by Xiao Mother, and Xiao Huchuan attentively noticed a butterfly tattoo on Jiang Sui's ankle. "Wife, look! You have a butterfly on your foot," he exclaimed, pointing at her ankle in delight. Jiang Sui glanced down and realized he referred to her birthmark, and she chuckled, explaining, "It's not a real butterfly. It's a birthmark I've had since birth." "What is a birthmark?" Xiao Huchuan scratched the back of his head, clearly perplexed. This left Jiang Sui at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Just then, Xiao Mother entered, noticing the door ajar and stepping inside. Spotting Jiang Sui, she gestured for her to remain seated. No, continue soaking your feet. I have something to discuss with you. Huchuan, go play with your elder brother for a while and return later, all right?" She intentionally sent Xiao Huchuan away. Although confused, he obediently left. Once he was gone, Jiang Sui asked, "Aunt Xiao, what is it?" She sensed the mysterious air about her and wondered if it was something significant. Upon hearing her address her as aunt, Xiao Mother playfully admonished, "Why do you still call me aunt? That displeases me." Jiang Sui felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably, softly uttering, "Mother." "Ah, now that's more like it. You, my dear girl, have a lovely voice, so sweet and melodious." Xiao Mother felt a wave of satisfaction from her fourth daughter-in-law's affectionate address. This daughter-in-law appeared to be considerate and sensible, likely sparing her from future worries. With that, she produced a grey cloth pouch, filled to the brim, and thrust it into Jiang Sui's arms. "My dear, what is this?" Jiang Sui inquired. "Within his 101, take it as your personal allowance. Do not think it too little. Your circumstances are known to me. It has been somewhat of a hardship for you coming into our family. This money is what I gathered from the favors collected today, a little something for you. Feel free to buy whatever you desire, but keep it hidden, and do not let your two sisters-in-law know, understood?" Xiao Mother was not being biased. The second and third daughters-in-law had received some dowry upon their marriage, unlike Jiang Sui, who came alone. This 101 was but a trifling sum, merely pocket money, not intended for anything substantial. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui promptly returned the pouch. "Mother, I cannot accept this. They spent a considerable amount of silver to marry me. I feel too embarrassed. I am aware that most families offer 3 to 6 liang of bride price, and I received 5, which is already quite generous. Accepting this money would be too much." "What do you mean, you can't?" "If I say you can, then you can just take it without any more fuss. I'm leaving, you keep it safe." Xiao Mother decisively tucked the pouch under the pillow and exited without further ado. Jiang Sui, still soaking her feet, found herself at an impasse, unable to proceed or retreat, and could only smile helplessly. She realized she had landed in a good family, blessed with a kind mother-in-law. After hiding the pouch beneath the cabinet, Xiao Huchuan returned, having washed his face and feet, and settled into the inner side of the kong, covering himself with the quilt, obedient as ever. Feeling slightly bashful, Jiang Sui watched as Xiao Huchuan lifted the quilt and patted the space beside him. "Wife, aren't you cold? Come lie down." Jiang Sui extinguished the lamp and lay down next to Xiao Huchuan, her body tense, positioning herself at the very edge, feeling as though another person could fit between them. "Wife, why are you lying so far away? We must snuggle together to keep warm." At that moment, Xiao Huchuan was oblivious to the boundaries between men and women. Drawing closer to her, Jiang Sui held her breath, daring not to make a sound, relieved that he was not pressing too closely, merely brushing shoulders. As Xiao Huchuan's foot touched hers, still icy in the dim light, he furrowed his brow and pouted, "Wife, your feet are so cold, let me warm them for you." Without hesitation, he lifted her feet and tucked them against his calves, enveloping them snugly. Jiang Sui felt frozen in place, her heart racing as it seemed to leap into her throat. Chapter 008. Who can endure you? In the darkness, Jiang Sui's heart raced to her throat, her face quietly flushed like a boiled shrimp. In this moment, warmth enveloped her heart, leaving her uncertain whether such thoughtfulness would continue even after Xiao Huchuan recovered. Ever since she had traversed into this foreign realm, Jiang Sui's nerves had been taut for many days. As the warmth in her feet gradually ascended, her entire body began to feel cozy, and with the relaxation of her nerves, drowsiness soon crept in beside her. The steady and deep breaths of Xiao Huchuan indicated that he had already succumbed to slumber, and before long, Jiang Sui too drifted into a deep sleep. At the break of dawn, the members of the Xiao family began to stir. Zhou Shi was busy stoking the fire for breakfast, while Xiao Mu had ventured into the vegetable garden to gather cabbage. Leftover chicken, duck, fish, and meat from yesterday's feast needed to be consumed in the next couple of days to avoid spoilage. Of the three brothers, each took a burden to fetch water, intending to refill the nearly empty water vat, while Xiao Lanlan had already headed to the river to wash clothes. Lu Shi, yawning, made her way to the kitchen. Second sister-in-law, what as for breakfast today? Zhou Shi, adding firewood with the pot of hot water boiling and a mist rising, responded coldly without lifting her gaze. Mother said we're having noodles for breakfast. There is half a pot of chicken left over from yesterday, we'll make soup for chicken noodle soup. Upon hearing about the chicken noodle soup, Lu Shi smiled and swallowed, recalling how they had prioritized the guests yesterday, leaving little for themselves. Most of the food had been put away by Xiao Mu, and she had barely tasted any meat, leaving her craving more. Chicken noodle soup sounds delightful, I must eat plenty, I'll need to consume double the portion. Second sister-in-law, remember to roll out extra noodles for me, I'll go fetch water and wash my face first. Lu Shi's attitude irked Zhou Shi, who glanced back to see Lu Shi humming cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to her own condition. Being pregnant made her a golden nugget, emboldening her in speech and actions. Frustrated, Zhou Shi tossed the iron tongs into a corner, causing a loud clatter. As Xiao Lanlan returned, she immediately grasped the situation, knowing that her third sister-in-law had likely given Lu Shi some task to complete. Inside, Jiang Sui was roused by the barking of dogs from the village. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of an enlarged handsome face. Xiao Huchuan was already up, dressed, and leaning over the edge of the Kong, gazing at his wife. He had come to realize that although his wife was slender, she grew increasingly beautiful with each glance. Startled, Jiang Sui sprang up from the Kong, clutching her little heart. Observing her reaction, Xiao Huchuan furrowed his brow. Wife? Did I frighten you? He felt a pang of guilt. Jiang Sui quickly shook her head. No, I was just getting ready to rise. At her words, Xiao Huchuan broke into a smile again, and the two began to engage in a silent exchange of glances. As Jiang Sui prepared to get up, Xiao Huchuan showed no sign of leaving, and the atmosphere froze momentarily. Wife, aren't you getting up? Why have you stopped moving? He asked, scratching his head in confusion. With a resigned smile, Jiang Sui explained, Huchuan, you need to step outside first, I have to change my clothes, and it's not very convenient with you here. Why isn't it convenient? Xiao Huchuan still didn't comprehend. It just isn't convenient. Please listen and step outside, alright? Jiang Sui, unsure how to elaborate, could only coax impatiently. Though Xiao Huchuan was bewildered, he complied and stepped outside, for his mother had instructed him to heed his wife's words. In the courtyard, Xiao Lanlan had just returned and was hanging up laundry. Lu Shi, seeing that there was nothing to do, approached her sister-in-law. Look, everyone is up, yet your fourth sister-in-law is still asleep. If you ask me, she wouldn't be much better off than I am. Xiao Lanlan wrung out the water from her clothes, finding Lu Shi's words most unappealing. Third sister-in-law, how can you say that? It is only the first day, can't she sleep a bit longer if she is tired? Are you the only one allowed to linger in bed? Lu Shi bristled at this remark, puffing out her belly. Is it the same? I am pregnant, so of course, I need more rest. Besides, what has she done to be so exhausted? Well, you had your fair share of sleep when you weren't pregnant, yet you still complained about being tired every few days, Xiao Lanlan retorted, unwilling to indulge Lu Shi's petulance. Instantly, Lu Shi found herself at a loss for words. Feeling thwarted, she turned to seek out Zhou Shi to vent her frustrations, but nearly jumped out of her skin upon discovering Xiao Huchuan standing silently behind her, startling her thoroughly. Oh dear, you nearly scared the life out of me. You startled my child. Lu Shi exclaimed as she pressed a hand to her heart. Xiao Huchuan crossed his arms, pouting as he looked at her with a hint of accusation. Were you speaking ill of my wife? Who said anything bad about your wife? You must have misheard, Lu Shi replied dismissively. I clearly heard you, you mustn't speak ill of my wife, Xiao Huchuan insisted, his imposing height intimidating Lu Shi slightly, causing her to stutter. If you're not going to say anything, then don't say it. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Who are you calling foolish? Repeat that. Xiao Lanlan, overhearing Lu Shire's comment about her fourth brother, immediately bristled with anger. Lu Shire quickly made her escape towards the kitchen. Honestly, you're already foolish and don't want anyone to mention it, she mumbled as she entered, her mood soured. Zhou Shire, hearing her voice, displayed clear annoyance. Spotting Zhou Shire making noodles, Lu Shire sat down in front of the stove and resumed her gossiping. Second sister-in-law, why does mother insist on spending so much silver to marry off the fourth son? Does she truly expect them to produce a grandchild? Just look at the fourth son, he doesn't even understand the basics of man-woman relations, and his wife is so frail, she certainly doesn't seem like she would bear children well. Lu Shire's incessant complaints about others were becoming intolerable. She was foolish to come to Zhou Shire to stir up trouble, especially since Zhou Shire had not borne a child in 3 years. Seeing Lu Shire's self-satisfied demeanor only fueled Zhou Shire's ire. Yes, you are the epitome of fertility. Who could possibly surpass you? Zhou Shire's face darkened. Even the most patient of individuals could retaliate when pushed too far. Lu Shire's early morning grievances had soured the previously pleasant atmosphere, prompting Zhou Shire to roll her eyes and mutter, that is exactly the case, and I'm not wrong. Zhou Shire chose to ignore her, focusing intently on stirring the pot. Before long, Xiaomu returned from the vegetable garden, cradling a large cabbage and a couple of radishes. Just as Jiang Sui emerged, having changed into her clothes, she had shed her wedding gown from the previous day and donned her old patched attire brought from the Jiang family. Chapter 009 The Understanding Sister-in-law. As soon as Mrs. Xiao set the dishes down beneath the eaves, her eyes caught sight of Jiang Sui, who had just stepped out of the house. The girl was clad in thin, tattered garments, a veritable patchwork of repairs. She had not donned the new shoes given to her yesterday but instead wore her old, worn-out pair. In that moment, Mrs. Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for the girl, and an idea began to take shape in her mind. Has Sui Sui risen? Did you sleep well last night? Were you cold? Upon hearing Mrs. Xiao's warm greetings, Jiang Sui smiled and replied, Mother, I slept quite well and was not cold at all. She had neatly braided her hair into 2 plaits, for she was unfamiliar with the intricacies of ancient hairstyles. The moment the two spoke, the inquisitive Lu Shire hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Jiang Sui's shabby attire, she clucked her tongue in disapproval. Oh, fourth sister-in-law, why are you still wearing those old clothes? The garments and shoes mother gave you yesterday were so lovely, especially those shoes, embroidered with flowers, something we all lack. When she had first laid eyes on them, a twinge of envy had stirred within her. Upon marrying, she had received nothing but a pair of black cloth shoes, yet fourth sister-in-law was treated differently, receiving 2 pairs of brand new shoes upon her arrival. How could she not feel slighted? Third sister-in-law, I am afraid of dirtying them, so I did not wear them. Jiang Sui replied honestly. Indeed, she feared soiling the beautiful shoes, and wearing such bright red attire for no reason felt a bit ostentatious. Isn't it inevitable they'll get dirty eventually? Rather than letting them gather dust indoors, it would be better to wear them. Besides, I didn't fully appreciate their color and style yesterday. They truly are beautiful. Do wear them so I can admire them closely. Even second sister-in-law thinks they are lovely. Don't you agree? Second sister-in-law, Lu Shire laughed heartily, calling for Zhou Shire, clearly attempting to stir discontent. Mrs. Xiao understood her ulterior motive. She wished to imply that she felt slighted and wanted to involve second sister-in-law in her grievances, but Zhou Shire, having already been offended by Lu Shire, was not inclined to humor her. Third sister-in-law, I never said that, don't involve me. With Zhou Shire's retort, Lu Shire's smile vanished instantly. She opened her mouth to speak again but, upon seeing their mother-in-law's impassive expression, thought better of it and swallowed her words, seething silently. She mused to herself that Zhou Shire was rather dim-witted for not recognizing Lu Shire's attempt to secure advantages for them. Mrs. Xiao let out a heavy sigh. With so many relatives in the household, it was indeed challenging to maintain balance. Alright, everyone will have a pair. In a few days, I shall go to town and buy several pairs of soles and some fabric to make shoes for each of you, so you won't think I favor anyone. Upon hearing this, Lu Shire's face brightened once more, her eyes narrowing into slits. Oh, thank you, mother, I will eagerly await my new shoes. With her scheme successful, Lu Shire strutted back to the kitchen, humming a tune as she tended to the fire. Jiang Sui, still in her adjustment phase, remained reticent, choosing to observe and listen, intent on understanding the family dynamics. However, one thing was clear: third sister-in-law was indeed quite troublesome. After hanging the laundry, Xiao Lanlan voluntarily returned to her room to fetch a set of clothes, also pink, that she had scarcely worn herself, save for occasions when Mrs. Xiao took her visiting relatives. A fourth sister-in-law, we are of similar age and stature. Please wear my clothes. As a newlywed, you should don vibrant attire for a few days, as it brings good fortune. Mrs. Xiao looked upon her thoughtful daughter with a warm smile, feeling a sense of pride, yet Jiang Sui felt embarrassed. Wearing someone else's new shoes was one thing, but donning their beautiful garments felt excessive. Lan Lan, you need not go to such lengths, keep them for yourself. Why hesitate? Take them, she has plenty of clothes, and soon I shall rummage through the cabinet to find some of my old clothes to modify for you. Just don't mind if the colors seem outdated, we are now family, so why the formality? Mrs. Xiao interjected, aware of Jiang Sui's shyness. At that moment, Xiao Huchuan returned from the latrine, eager to join in the conversation. Wife, you must wear them, I tell you. Lan Lan looks splendid in this attire, and you will too. I want everyone to see how beautiful my wife is. His face beamed with pride, eager to show off Jiang Sui to his friends, including De Zhuang, who often played with him in the village. Indeed, fourth sister-in-law, you should wear what Lan Lan offers. She is usually quite frugal, so her generosity indicates her fondness for you. Just then, several of Xiao's brothers returned from fetching water, with the eldest, Xiao Qin, smiling earnestly, while the other two nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Elder brother, do you imply that I am stingy in your eyes? Xiao Lanlan feigned annoyance. It's not just me, your second and third brothers think so too, Xiao Qin continued, chuckling. The brothers laughed without protest, tacitly agreeing, while Xiao Lanlan pretended to stomp her foot in mock anger, the atmosphere brimming with warmth and camaraderie. With that, Jiang Sui felt no further hesitation. After expressing her gratitude to Xiao Lanlan, she accepted the garments. It was evident that the siblings shared a close bond, with the brothers doting on their youngest sister. Once in her room, Jiang Sui changed into Xiao Lanlan's attire and slipped on the pink cloth shoes. Although the clothes were slightly loose due to her slender frame, they were still quite lovely. As she emerged, Xiao Huchuan clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "My wife is truly beautiful." Jiang Sui felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her. Having never been in a romantic relationship in her previous life, her shyness persisted even in this new existence. With the family gathered, Mrs. Xiao and second sister-in-law served everyone bowls of noodles. The men, needing to work in the fields, received larger portions with ample meat. Lu Shi, pregnant, was given a generous serving of chicken, while Mrs. Xiao ensured Jiang Sui received a large bowl of noodles, complete with a sizable chicken leg. Concerned that she might not be satisfied, seeing Jiang Sui so frail, Mrs. Xiao was determined to nourish her, reveling in the sense of accomplishment it brought her. Lu Shi, having secured a new pair of shoes for herself that morning, remained silent, focusing intently on her bowl of noodles, washing it down with chicken soup. Jiang Sui finished her noodles as well, relishing the meal. Having not experienced a comfortable life in her past, she was unaccustomed to such rich flavors, and thus found great satisfaction in the chicken noodle soup. Chapter 010. Foraging for mushrooms. After the meal, Zhao's father and his 3 sons set out to the fields, armed with their tools. It was the season for wheat sowing, and every household in the village was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the women tended to domestic chores. Zhao's mother managed the vegetable garden and cared for the chickens and ducks, while Mrs. Zhou prepared the 3 daily meals, and Mrs. Lu, pregnant, lent a helping hand by washing clothes for her husband. Xiao Lanlan, an understanding girl, took on various tasks, also keeping an eye on her elder brother's child, and occasionally ventured into the mountains to gather wild produce. Today, with the sun shining brightly and after a night of rain a few days prior, the wild mushrooms had flourished. The village girls had donned their small baskets and set off together into the mountains to forage for mushrooms. Those who gathered a substantial amount could sell the fresh produce in the town's restaurants or dry them to stockpile a few bags for sale at the local dried goods shop. Dried mushrooms were more valuable than fresh ones due to their longevity, so most people opted to sun-dry their finds before selling them. After finishing her breakfast, Xiao Lanlan fetched her basket, preparing to head into the mountains. Concerned that Jiang Sui, who had recently arrived, might feel out of place, she kindly invited her to join, hoping the activity would make her feel more comfortable. "Sister-in-law, would you like to come with me to gather mushrooms in the mountains?" Without hesitation, Jiang Sui accepted the invitation, thinking it would be a perfect way to occupy her time. She was delighted to spend time with Xiao Lanlan. Sensing her genuine kindness, Xiao Lanlan then found another basket for Jiang Sui, and the 2 women interacted with natural ease. However, they were unexpectedly joined by Xiao Huchuan, who insisted on accompanying them. Since his marriage, he had forsaken his previous companionship with De Zhuang and his nephew, Dogdan, preferring to stay close to his wife to ensure she did not face any hardships alone. Xiao Lanlan, worried that he might wander off in the mountains, was reluctant to leave him behind, so she had no choice but to bring him along, and thus, a scene unfolded. Xiao Lanlan and Jiang Sui each carried a basket while Xiao Huchuan bore a large backpack, the three of them ascending the mountain side by side. Along the way, they encountered two groups of young girls, all around 15 or 16. These village activities were predominantly carried out by these young ladies. They walked in clusters, greeting one another, yet when they spotted Xiao Lanlan, they merely shared knowing smiles, remaining silent until she was out of earshot before gossiping about her. They whispered tales of her supposed misfortune and lack of suitors, discussions that had persisted for a year without losing their novelty. Xiao Lanlan had long grown accustomed to this. Initially, she felt shame and despair, but her family had always offered her patience and comfort, allowing her to gradually become numb to it, although she still felt a twinge of sadness whenever she encountered such whispers. Jiang Sui, witnessing Xiao Lanlan's forced smile, empathized with her plight as a fellow woman. Though her modern soul did not subscribe to the notion of a cursed fate for women, the mountains surrounding Xianhe village were lofty and interconnected, with several nearby villages relying on their resources. Each year, as this season approached, the mountains would teem with a variety of mushrooms eager to emerge. However, among these varieties, a small fraction were toxic, capable of causing death, making mushroom foraging a skilled endeavor requiring knowledge of mushroom identification. Fortunately, Jiang Sui had participated in several outdoor classes focused on wild mushroom identification, so she was well prepared. After a half hour of climbing and walking, Xiao Lanlan led them to a chestnut grove, the first to claim this spot, known for yielding a bountiful harvest of mushrooms every year. Children raised in Xianhe village typically recognized mushroom species, knowing which were edible and which were not. Xiao Huchuan was no exception. As they ascended, they gathered a considerable amount of mushrooms along the roadside, filling almost half a basket, a promising sign that this year's yield was greater than in previous years. Upon reaching their destination, Xiao Lanlan repeatedly cautioned Xiao Huchuan to stay close and not stray, playfully warning him that encountering a wild boar would be disastrous, as they were known to be dangerous to humans. With the innocence of a child, he believed her words wholeheartedly and obediently followed closely behind the two women. The trio then immersed themselves in their task, and Jiang Sui found mushroom foraging to be a particularly enjoyable activity, relishing every moment. The chestnut grove was indeed remarkable, with mushrooms sprouting as if in abundance. They quickly filled a basket. Most of the mushrooms were chicken leg mushrooms, morels, and red mushrooms, each one large and beautiful. Ah, this year is a bountiful one. We haven't seen so many mushrooms in previous years. Bringing fourth brother along today was certainly fortuitous. His backpack is proving quite useful. Xiao Lanlan smiled at Xiao Huchuan. At this rate, 2 baskets might not suffice. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen so many mushrooms, Jiang Sui exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Having lived in the city for so long, she found such experiences fascinating. Previously, while staying with the Jiang family, the household chores had been overwhelming, leaving no time for such delightful outings. That privilege was usually reserved for Jiang Xiaoqiao. Consequently, at the tender age of 15, her hands had become rough and calloused from labor. Mushroom foraging is incredibly fun, I must return. No one had informed him that mushroom foraging could be this enjoyable. Xiao Lanlan and Jiang Sui burst into laughter at his enthusiasm. Before long, their baskets and Xiao Huchuan's backpack were filled to the brim, and they had only traversed half the grove. It was nearly noon, and Xiao Lanlan planned to return in the afternoon to dry the gathered produce, which would provide some income and alleviate the financial burden on the family, especially since the Xiao family had recently spent a considerable sum on a wedding. As was customary, on their descent, the two women carried their baskets while Xiao Huchuan shouldered the backpack. Despite his simplicity, his size and strength made the task effortless for him. Upon returning home, they found Mrs. Zhou preparing lunch, while Mrs. Lu was nowhere to be seen. Zhao's mother returned from the vegetable garden and, upon seeing the three of them animatedly chatting and laden with their harvest, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Particularly, witnessing her somewhat simple son so fond of the wife she had chosen for him made her feel that all her efforts were worthwhile. Chapter 011 A fair share of water. How was your harvest today, you three? Xiaomu inquired with a smile as she set down her hoe. Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with shared joy, before placing their baskets and backpacks beneath the eaves, each filled to the brim. Upon noticing their bountiful haul, Xiaomu's eyes lit up with surprise. Oh, have you stumbled upon a treasure trove of fortune today? She remarked playfully. No, it's still the same spot we frequent every year. However, it seems this year the mushrooms have proliferated like never before. Perhaps it's due to the auspiciousness surrounding my fourth sister-in-law, which has brought us good luck. We plan to return this afternoon. There is still a considerable amount left to gather this year. We aim to dry more for trade in town, Xiao Lanlan expressed excitedly, her gestures mirroring her relation. Xiaomu nodded in agreement as she listened. Indeed, you are all benefiting from your fourth sister-in-law's good fortune. Just be cautious this afternoon, do not trip or bump into anything, understand? Mother, I want to go too, mushroom picking is so much fun, I love it, Xiao Huchuan declared eagerly, his clear eyes filled with determination. Very well, our Huchuan is truly perceptive and impressive, Xiaomu responded, giving a thumbs up, akin to comforting a child immediately. Xiao Huchuan beamed with pride at the praise. With a gentle smile, Xiaomu approached Jiang Sui, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and brushing the dust off her clothes with tender care, a gesture that nearly brought tears to Jiang Sui's eyes. In truth, she and the original Jiang Sui shared not only a name but also similar life experiences. An orphan raised in a children's home, she was adopted at the age of 8 by foster parents who initially treated her well. However, upon the arrival of a biological child, her standing diminished, and her life became devoid of familial affection. Now, Xiaomu's nurturing demeanor evoked a sense of maternal warmth that touched her heart deeply. You must be tired after this morning's labor, make sure to eat well later, you're looking rather thin, it's essential to regain some weight to make your mother happy, Xiaomu advised, her eyes glistening with concern. With reddened eyes, Jiang Sui nodded, her smile revealing 2 charming dimples. Oh dear, why are you crying, silly girl, Xiaomu exclaimed upon noticing her eyes. Xiao Huchuan, who had been sipping water, rushed over, dropping his ladle in haste. Why is my wife crying? He asked, turning Jiang Sui to face him. Upon seeing her teary gaze resembling that of a fawn, he tenderly caressed her cheek. Do not cry, my dear. You look beautiful when you smile. His words elicited a soft giggle from Jiang Sui, prompting laughter from Xiaomu and Xiao Lanlan as well. This child has a remarkable ability to comfort others, Xiaomu thought with a sense of pride. In the kitchen, Zhou Shi was bustling about, tending to the fire and preparing flatbreads. Upon entering and noticing Lu Shi was absent, Xiaomu inquired, "Why are you alone, where is the third daughter-in-law?" Wiping her hands on her apron, Zhou Shi replied with a hint of exasperation, "She is lying down in the room, claiming to feel nauseous from the pregnancy." Everyone was well aware that Lu Shi's discomfort was merely an excuse to avoid work. After a brief bout of morning sickness, she had been eating heartily and sleeping soundly. Xiaomu felt helpless. Although Lu Shi was now expecting, she still assigned her lighter tasks like tending the fire and sweeping, yet Lu Shi constantly sought excuses to shirk duties. The workload had fallen entirely on the second daughter-in-law, and Xiaomu knew that if grievances continued to accumulate, it would lead to trouble. At noon, the family dined on cornbread, pumpkin porridge, pickled radishes, and leftover pork. With the men needing to work the fields afterward, party fare was essential for sustenance. As the mealtime approached, Lu Shi sauntered in, yawning, and plopped down at the table to eat without a care, while Zhou Shi suppressed her frustration, maintaining a stern expression. "Why didn't you help your sister-in-law with the cooking? It's hard for her to manage alone," the third son noted, realizing Lu Shi's laziness as soon as he entered. And didn't he find her at her usual post? Lu Shi, dismissive, replied, "I'm not feeling well, it's just morning sickness." "Humph, your appetite seems quite fine, you don't look ill to me." "You're simply being lazy," the third son, Xiaoyi, retorted candidly. The moment his words left his mouth, Lu Shi bristled, slamming her utensils on the table. "What do you mean by that? Xiaoyi, is my child not yours? Who are you directing your sarcasm toward?" "Where is the sarcasm in my words? I'm merely stating facts," Xiaoyi replied, feeling the sting of humiliation as he faced the family. "Is that so? You've seen how I suffered during my pregnancy. Do you think I came to your family just to work? Do you think I'll turn my back on you for missing a day's labor?" Lu Shi's fiery spirit was undeniable, her loud voice drawing the attention of the entire household. Seeing the commotion, Xiao father slammed his chopsticks onto the table, a scowl on his face, while Xiaomu's expression darkened as well. Jiang Sui, nibbling on a corn pancake, noted that trouble arose from the third daughter-in-law on only her second day in the family, seeking attention. "Let us eat in peace. What is all the fuss about? Aren't we working in the fields this afternoon?" Xiaomu interjected firmly, causing Lu Shi to feel a twinge of fear. However, knowing she had instigated the quarrel, Lu Shi felt her pride wounded and, in a huff, retreated to her room. Even pregnant, she couldn't afford to skip a meal, so Xiaomu turned to her third son, "Make sure to bring her a plate and talk to her nicely. Let us avoid any more shouting." "Understood, mother," Xiao-san replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed by his wife's antics, as he thought it unfair that only she could express sarcasm while he could not. After the meal, Xiaomu sought a private moment with the second daughter-in-law to soothe her spirits, even gifting her a piece of fabric from her own room, which brought a smile to Zhou Shire's face. Later, Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan, along with Xiao Lanlan, set off once more to gather mushrooms, returning to that familiar spot, relieved that it remained undiscovered, allowing them to continue their harvest. Chapter 012 A stroke of luck. The trio wasted no more time and hurriedly set to work gathering mushrooms. Xiao Lanlan cautioned Xiao Huchuan to remain within her line of sight, insisting that he must call out if he ventured too far. Xiao Huchuan obediently nodded, declaring, "I will follow my wife closely, I won't get lost." He was quite attached, staying by his wife's side without a moment's hesitation. This reminded Xiao Lanlan of her eldest brother from the past, whose demeanor was rather aloof, preferring books over company, a stark contrast to his current affectionate nature. Jiang Sui led Xiao Huchuan as they foraged for mushrooms, and soon her basket was nearly full, while Xiao Huchuan's backpack was a third of the way filled. As the afternoon sun emerged, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on Xiao Huchuan's forehead, prompting her to pull a small handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe his brow. This handkerchief was new, a small square gifted by Zhao's mother before their outing, and it was now put to good use. Due to his height, Jiang Sui had to stretch her arm high to reach his forehead, and Xiao Huchuan patiently allowed her to wipe away the sweat. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the chestnut trees, casting playful shadows, and beneath this dappled light, the couple stood together, wiping each other's foreheads, an image of a tender, ordinary marriage that evoked envy in those who watched. After a brief respite, they resumed their foraging, with Xiao Lanlan occasionally calling out from behind, to which they would respond in unison. As they walked, they encountered a ravine ahead, from which some noises emanated, accompanied by faint animal cries. Both Xiao Huchuan and Jiang Sui perked up at the sound. Jiang Sui instantly became alert, fearing the presence of a large wild animal, while Xiao Huchuan was filled with excitement. He left his backpack behind and approached the edge of the ravine. Jiang Sui quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Huchuan, don't go near there, it's dangerous." However, Xiao Huchuan was too curious to resist. He looked at her with a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Wife, just let me take a quick peek, I promise I'll only look." His curiosity was palpable, as he yearned to discover what lay below. Jiang Sui listened intently to the sounds, realizing they did not resemble those of a large beast. The whimpering was more akin to that of herbivores. To be honest, she too was intrigued. From their vantage point, peering down into the ravine seemed harmless enough. Even if there were dangerous animals, they likely wouldn't be able to ascend quickly. Thus, driven by curiosity, Jiang Sui took Xiao Huchuan's hand and said, "Let's just take a quick look. If anything feels off, we'll make a hasty retreat." Xiao Huchuan nodded vigorously in agreement. The two then approached the edge of the ravine, parting the greenery to get a glimpse below. To their astonishment, they were met with a delightful surprise. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, especially Xiao Huchuan, who excitedly squeezed Jiang Sui's hand. "Wife, look, there's a deer and a wild boar down there, they seem injured." Jiang Sui confirmed with a quick nod. Indeed, there was a dazed roe deer and a wild boar at the bottom of the ravine. The deer was alive but whimpering softly, seemingly with a broken leg and unable to move. Beside it lay a large wild boar, motionless, with a pool of fresh blood on the ground. Jiang Sui thought to herself, "What incredible luck! If we could bring that deer and wild boar home, our family would have meat for months." She immediately urged Xiao Huchuan, "Huchuan, go fetch Lanlan quickly. I'll stay here to keep watch." Noticing her urgency, Xiao Huchuan disregarded his internal questions and set off to find Xiao Lanlan, reminding himself to keep an eye on the path. In no time, the siblings arrived. Xiao Huchuan had already informed Xiao Lanlan on the way, and she was equally thrilled, running with breathless excitement. The moment she peered into the ravine, her face lit up with joy. "Oh my goodness! What incredible fortune! It seems we've stumbled upon a windfall, brother and sister-in-law. It appears we'll have meat on the table for the next few months." Xiao Huchuan, upon hearing this, was overjoyed as well. "Really? How do you know?" His naive innocence was evident, as he had yet to connect the dots. "Isn't that just meat waiting to be taken?" he thought. "Brother and sister-in-law, you stay here and keep watch. Don't let anyone find out. I'll rush down to the fields to fetch our father and bring them back to carry the deer and wild boar home. These unfortunate creatures must have fallen while fighting. I wonder how long they've been down there without anyone noticing." Xiao Lanlan felt extraordinarily lucky today, her face beaming with delight. "Go quickly, we'll keep watch here, just be careful." Jiang Sui was just as animated and anxious. Who wouldn't he be excited by such a serendipitous find? Xiao Lanlan nodded, not daring to delay any further, and dashed down the hill. In her haste, she crossed paths with 2 villagers who were out searching for wild yam. They inquired if she had seen any yam plants, and being clever, she directed them to a spot far from the ravine, ensuring that no one would share in their good fortune. Meanwhile, the 4 men of the Xiao family were working in the fields when they spotted their younger sister approaching. Xiao Lanlan quickly relayed the news of the deer and wild boar to her father and brothers. Upon hearing this, they all sprang into action, rushing home to gather knives and ropes, eager to seize this fortuitous opportunity without delay. Xiao's mother had been idle in the afternoon, sewing new clothes for Jiang Sui, having promised her earlier. She and Zhou Shi were busy conversing while mending garments when they heard a commotion outside. The 2 women set down their work to investigate, while Lu Shi, who had been sulking, peered out from the doorway, curious. They saw the men had returned, tossing their tools aside and rummaging through the house. However, Xiao Lanlan had come back alone, with neither Jiang Sui nor Xiao Huchuan in sight. Instantly, Xiao's mother's heart raced with dread, fearing something had happened to the couple. "What is going on? Why are you the only one back? Where are your brother and sister-in-law?" Xiao's mother rushed to the center of the courtyard, shaking her daughter in panic. Still catching her breath, Xiao Lanlan felt dizzy from the shaking. "Mother, please stop, I'm going to be sick. Brother and sister-in-law are fine, let me quietly tell you." Xiao Lanlan, noticing her sister-in-law peeking from the door, decided to play along, knowing her curiosity would drive her mad with speculation. She leaned in and whispered to her mother, while Zhou Shi, intrigued, grabbed her husband, asking, "What's the matter, why the rush?" "You'll find out tonight, it's good news," Xiao Mian replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 013 Teasing the appetite. Upon learning the truth, Zhao's mother felt a weight lift from her heart, replaced by a joyful smile. Xiao Lanlan had specifically advised her to tease third sister-in-law's appetite, urging her not to reveal anything, allowing her curiosity to simmer. Zhao's mother recalled how unpleasing third sister-in-law's words had been at noon, and deemed it fitting to play a little trick on her. Before long, the 4 men of the Xiao family had tidied up their belongings and set off into the mountains, guided by Xiao Lanlan. Meanwhile, Lu was sulking, refusing to speak to her husband. Though she yearned to inquire about their plans, pride held her back. It was only after they departed that she ventured out to question Zhou. However, Zhou had just reached an understanding with Zhao's mother and was in the mood for some playful banter. Unwilling to divulge anything so easily, Lu, known for her insatiable curiosity, was always the first to pry into matters, relentlessly seeking answers, which could be quite vexing. When Zhou firmly insisted there was nothing to share, Lu hesitated to approach Zhao's mother, anxiously pacing back and forth, growing increasingly uneasy, convinced they were concealing something good from her. On the other side, under Xiao Lanlan's guidance, the 4 men of the Xiao family hastily arrived at the mountain hollow, where they had discovered the garments and wild boar. Jiang Sui had been observing the movements of the garments and wild boar below, while Xiao Huchuan had found a stick and squatted down to sift through the ground. Upon hearing footsteps, both men stood alert, only to relax upon recognizing their own kin. "Where's the wild boar?" Xiao Laosen scanned the surroundings, noticing a thick twine wrapped around his arm. "Father, third brother, the wild boar is down there. Come look." Xiao Huchuan pointed excitedly. Zhao's father parted the greenery, and the group peered down, smiles blossoming on their faces. "Goodness, it looks rather plump, and the garments are still alive. That wild boar must weigh at least 250 pounds, Xiao Laude estimated. The garments weighed merely around 100 pounds, and combined with the wild boar, they totaled over 300 pounds. For these strapping young men, such weight was hardly daunting. Zhao's father nodded in agreement, beginning to contemplate how to descend. It was evident that the wild boar and garments had fallen during a tussle, and with careful searching, they should be able to find a way down. "Let us descend and secure them. When dusk falls, we shall return via the back roads, ensuring we remain unseen." In these times, who wouldn't hide good fortune, especially meat? If the villagers discovered we had acquired a wild boar and garments, every household would swarm to help, each taking a piece of meat, which would hardly suffice for sharing. Preparing smoked meat, salted meat, and air-dried meat would sustain the family for quite some time. It is not selfishness, it is simply how things are. Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan were of no assistance, so they continued gathering. Upon reaching the bottom, they confirmed that indeed, the 2 creatures had fallen after a scuffle. The garments bore numerous bruises, and both hind legs were broken, while the wild boar fared worse, having sustained severe injuries from its larger size. A sharp wooden stake had pierced its belly, though not deeply. It had nearly bled out, its body still heaving, clinging to the last remnants of life, completely unable to resist. Fortunately, it still had a breath of life left, otherwise, the meat would not be fresh. The 5 men jubilantly secured the wild boar and garments together, binding them tightly with coarse hemp rope. They quickly cut 2 sturdy wooden poles, planning to use them to carry the wild boar. Shortly the garments gazed at them with naive, innocent eyes, utterly oblivious to its impending fate as a meal. After a long afternoon of back and forth, as they hoisted the wild boar up the mountain hollow, the sun began to set. The group paused for a brief rest, while the garments had been sufficiently exhausted from their ordeal to make any noise. Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan had filled their bamboo baskets and backpacks with mushrooms, and Zhao's father instructed the 3 of them to descend first with the mushrooms lest they be delayed by the encroaching darkness. The 4 men remained behind, carrying the wild boar along a narrow path back home. Naturally, Jiang Sui complied with the arrangement, as she was of little help in such laborious tasks, so she and Xiao Lanlan returned home ahead with Xiao Huchuan. Zhao's mother and Zhou had already set up a large pot in the yard to boil water. The Xiao family's residence was somewhat secluded, located at the innermost part of the village, at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by only a few households. Most of the villagers lived clustered in the central area, where one could easily hear the loudest voices. Previously, they had resided in that area, but with many children and insufficient rooms, all being sons, they anticipated that in the future, each would require their own space. Thus, they sold their old home, which comprised several rooms, to an outsider for 10 taels of silver, and constructed a new courtyard on the land they had cultivated, consisting of 3 rooms on the east and 2 on the west, along with a small woodshed, 1 main room, and a kitchen. The total cost amounted to over 10 taels of silver, accomplished through the family's own labor, minimizing hired help. Due to the limited land, the rooms were relatively small, merely adequate for habitation. In the future, as the children married and had families, they could devise their own means of earning and, if they wished to separate, could build anew elsewhere. The courtyard was made of mud, initially intended to be raised for security against thieves, but now it conveniently concealed their activities of boiling water and butchering pigs and garments from prying eyes. Lu, observing the bustling activity of Zhao's mother and Zhou, became increasingly curious about their intentions, yet no one would enlighten her, causing her great distress. Jiang Sui and the others returned first, just as before, their harvest abundant. Zhao's mother had already sorted and spread the mushrooms from the morning on the ground to dry, pleasantly surprised by the bountiful growth this year. Storing more for later could yield extra coin for oil and flour. Dinner was ready, requiring no further preparation. Upon their return, Zhao's mother did not inquire about their father and brother's whereabouts, as she was aware they would be taking the back roads. The paths were overgrown, making them difficult to traverse, which would delay their return. "You're all tired, wash your hands and eat. We'll start without you, your father and brothers will be along shortly," Zhao's mother encouraged. That evening's meal consisted of leftover duck meat from the feast, corn porridge, 2 flour-steamed buns, and pickled radish. Lu could hardly contain her anticipation for the meal, having been eager to savor that duck meat for quite some time. Chapter 014. No shortage of meat. Xiao Lanlan had been bustling about all afternoon, thoroughly famished, while Xiao Huchuan was equally ravenous. The siblings relished their meal, with Jiang Sui eating somewhat more delicately. This body of hers found everything delectable, perhaps due to a lack of nourishment. In the end, she consumed a bowl of corn gruel, 2 steamed buns, and a considerable amount of meat and pickled vegetables. Seeing her appetite and the joy with which she ate, Xiao's mother felt a surge of happiness. It was precisely how it should be, as she needed to regain her strength. Watching Jiang Sui, she felt a maternal instinct arise, pondering how Chun, the widow, could be so heartless towards such a well-behaved child. Not long after they finished their meal, Xiao's father and his 3 sons returned, having taken a small path back home. They encountered no one on their way, but carrying over 300 pounds of goods was no small feat, especially on such rough terrain, leaving their shoulders sore and chafed. Yet, everyone was in high spirits, none complaining of fatigue. Lu Shi was eager to learn the truth, and when she caught sight of the wild boar and the roe deer in the yard, she nearly thought she was dreaming, rubbing her eyes vigorously. Just then, the 3rd son passed by, and she seized the sleeve of her husband's garment. "My dear, I can't be mistaken, can I? Well, where did you find the wild boar and roe deer?" Xiao Laosan, amused by her astonishment, explained with a smile. The 4th brother and his wife discovered them in the mountains. These 2 beasts fell into the valley during a scuffle, and we struck it lucky. Our family will no longer suffer from a lack of meat, so rejoice in secret." Upon hearing this, Lucia clapped her thigh in delight, casting aside the unpleasantness of the day. The men swiftly finished their meal, took a brief rest, and began the process of slaughtering the pig and the roe deer, skinning and gutting them. The wild boar was injured and had bled profusely. It was a pity they could not collect the blood for sausages. The blood of the roe deer was also valuable, though not as esteemed as that of the deer. It was still a nourishing treat worth saving. Once the blood was drained, the wild boar weighed approximately 240 pounds, while the roe deer was under 100, around 90 pounds. They carefully divided the meat, ensuring not to waste any of the offal from the wild boar. The family worked diligently until midnight, illuminating their efforts with torches. Aside from the dogs in the village who were privy to the secret, who else could know that they had stumbled upon wild boar and roe deer? Lucia, too excited to sleep, pondered how to broach the subject with her husband, hoping to take some meat back to her family as a gesture of respect. However, Xiao's mother had already devised a plan, ensuring each daughter-in-law would take their share home. Coincidentally, Jiang Sui was due to return to her parents' home the day after tomorrow. Xiao's mother was reluctant to send anything to Chen, yet felt the need to honor Jiang Sui, lest the villagers gossip. Thus, she decided to prepare an extra piece of meat for Jiang Sui to take back. That night, Jiang Sui enjoyed a deep and restful sleep, having adapted well and no longer feeling the awkwardness and anxiety from the previous evening. Xiao Huchuan continued to warm her feet as usual. He was a quiet sleeper, not given to tossing and turning. His sleeping position remained unchanged by morning, and his hands stayed in place, allowing Jiang Sui to feel completely at ease. They planned to return to the mountains the next day to forage for mushrooms. Xiao Lanlan mentioned that in previous years, she had always foraged alone, occasionally receiving help from her mother and second sister-in-law. The dried goods they collected each year could be exchanged for several hundred coins. This year, with Jiang Sui's assistance and Xiao Huchuan's presence, they anticipated a more profitable harvest. Upon discussing earning money, Jiang Sui felt as if a switch had been flipped. In modern times, she was the type to pursue wealth fervently, with the goal of saving enough to lead a leisurely life. The next morning, everyone rose early as usual, with only a few men needing a bit more rest after the previous day's exertions. Lucia, too, awoke early, her mind calculating how to acquire more meat to take back to her family. Xiao's mother took charge of the kitchen, while Zhou Shi tended the fire. As Lucia entered the kitchen, her eyes darted around, and Xiao's mother immediately discerned her intentions. "Mother, may I discuss something with you?" Lucia began. "Enough, spare me the details. I know what you're going to say. You and your second sister-in-law shall each take a piece of pork and a piece of roe deer meat back to honor your family," Xiao's mother interjected. "Mother, 2 pieces of meat, 1 tea suffice. I have 2 younger brothers at home. Could you perhaps spare some of the pig offal too? My father loves pig intestines," Lucia implored, recalling the precious offal. This dish was a favorite among the men, and the Xiao family was no exception. Why should she not mention it? Xiao's mother shot her a glance and replied, "You have 2 younger brothers, but we have 5 grown men in our household, 4 of whom toil in the fields, all of whom love pig intestines. Moreover, I maintain fairness. Your second sister-in-law has no objections, so why should you? It's settled then, no more discussion." Xiao's mother was known for her decisiveness in the household. Lucia understood this well and pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, remembering that Jiang Sui would be returning home the following morning, she became curious about what Xiao's mother had prepared for her. "Mother, what do you have prepared for the 4th sister-in-law's visit home tomorrow? Is it the same as ours?" Xiao's mother raised an eyebrow at this inquiry, while Zhou Shi listened intently, though she remained silent. As a matter of fact, I was just about to inform you to avoid any discontent. The wild boar and roe deer were discovered by the 4th family, and when you visit home, each of you will receive a piece of pork, a bag of sugar, and 10 eggs. As luck would have it, we have enough on hand, so we won't need to spend any money. I plan to prepare 2 pieces of pork, a bag of sugar, 10 eggs, and half a pig liver for the 4th family. Since Jiang's family lives in the same village as us, it's best that they remain unaware of the roe deer meat. We wouldn't want rumors to spread. All things considered, you are indeed benefiting. Without the 4th family's good fortune, there would be no provisions for your visit home." This reasoning seemed sound, and Zhou Shi had no objections as her family was small, and 2 pieces of meat would suffice. Lucia, desiring to take advantage further, realized she had already gained enough and fell silent, heading to wash her face. One after another, Xiao Lanlan and Jiang Sui rose, and Xiao's mother presented her with 2 outfits she had altered the previous day. Xiao's mother was skilled with needle and thread, yet she had not adjusted the garments to Jiang Sui's current size but rather made them a size larger, anticipating that the girl would gain weight. The colors were somewhat outdated, as they were repurposed from Xiao's mother's old clothes. What age was she at now to still wear such youthful hues? One outfit was a rich pink, and the other a deep indigo, both carefully selected by Xiao's mother. Chapter 015 Disturbing the wood ear nest. In the morning, fresh meat was served, with Xiaomu steaming soy sauce pork belly, sliced into long, thick pieces and placed atop a bed of pickled vegetables. One bite revealed a delightful balance of richness without greasiness, providing immense satisfaction. Additionally, a plate of stir-fried pork was presented, accompanied by corn cakes and corn gruel, which further satisfied their appetites. Xianhua village falls under the jurisdiction of Huaxi County in Jizhou Prefecture, where the soil is not conducive to rice cultivation. Thus, wheat is the predominant crop, and households primarily consume coarse grains. Although rice is available for purchase in the county, it comes in both brown and polished varieties, with the former being considerably more expensive, often costing significantly more than white flour. Every family in the village grows wheat and corn, alongside potatoes and sweet potatoes, which constitute their annual food supply. Occasionally, when the family has some extra funds, they might buy a bit of brown rice to indulge their cravings. After lunch, Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan ventured into the mountains to forage for mushrooms, while Xiao Huchuan refrained from joining his friends. Their young nephew, Godan, had already been sent to the village's private school run by the old scholar, where he was to begin his education early each morning, leaving him no time to pester Xiao. Nevertheless, the little fellow was quite endearing, affectionately calling Jiang Sui forth aunt with every encounter. One glance at the handsome visage of Xiao Huchuan reveals that his brothers are equally striking, each a tall and dashing young man. However, they have labored from a young age, exposed to the elements, resulting in their healthy, sun-kissed complexion. In contrast, Xiao Huchuan's primary focus has always been his studies, keeping him from manual labor, which accounts for his fair and delicate appearance. He has inherited the finest attributes of his parents, making him the most handsome of the lot. Today, the trio changed their foraging location. Although it was not as abundant as yesterday's chestnut grove, there was still a decent yield. By the end of the morning, they had managed to fill their baskets to the brim. At noon, Xiaomu prepared the meal at home. After finishing their lunch, Zhu and Lu Shi returned to their maternal homes with some meat. Both had married into the village from nearby towns, nearly a few miles away from Xianhua village, but it was likely they would stay the night before returning the following day. For lunch, they had steamed buns and leftover meat from breakfast. With no pressing matters in the afternoon, Xiaomu decided to join the children in their mushroom foraging. On their way out, they encountered a few women from the village, who playfully remarked that the large Xiao family had the advantage of being able to forage in groups of 4, implying that all the mushrooms were being collected by them, and all the profits were theirs too. The tone of their banter was tinged with both envy and bitterness. Having given birth to 4 sons, Xiaomu was quite esteemed in the village at that time. Those who could not bear sons were enviously intrigued, even seeking her advice on the art of childbearing. Continuing their foraging in the morning spot, they found themselves in a pine forest. After assessing the area, Xiaomu cautioned the children not to venture too far in, recalling that someone had spotted a tiger here during the snowy season, which filled her with trepidation. It was precisely this fear that kept others away. However, Xiaomu, having not visited the mountains in some time, inadvertently followed the children into the woods just as she was about to call them back to change. Upon their arrival, they found Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan standing before a fallen pine tree, likely struck down by lightning and now a withered trunk. To their astonishment, the decaying wood was covered in wild wood ear mushrooms, densely clustered and flourishing. "Mother, my wife discovered this. She said these are wood ears, and they taste best when stir-fried with meat." Xiao Huchuan eagerly praised his wife. Upon seeing the bountiful harvest, Xiaomu speculated that the quantity of mushrooms would be considerable. "My goodness, what luck you have! Yesterday it was wild boar and pork, and today this plethora of wood ears. This is truly remarkable." Xiaomu reflected that their family had never experienced such good fortune before. How could it be that Jiang Sui, having just joined the family 2 days prior, had already encountered such serendipity? Jiang Sui smiled bashfully, puzzled by her extraordinary luck. Had she truly turned her fortune around since her arrival in this world? "Mother, it must just be a coincidence. We should hurry and gather these wood ears," Jiang Sui insisted, feeling unsettled until the mushrooms were safely home. Xiao Lanlan, unperturbed by any worries, had already begun to collect them. Xiaomu nodded and joined in, and by the time they finished gathering all the wood ears, they had filled 2 of the 3 baskets they had brought. Dried wood ears could fetch double the price of mushrooms. While dried mushrooms were commonplace, wood ears were a rare find. Once they completed their collection, Xiaomu felt an urgency to leave, her mind racing at the thought of the lurking tiger. Yet, Jiang Sui sensed that this area likely held more wood ears. If one can be found, surely there are more nearby, she reasoned earlier. Xiaomu had mentioned that wood ears were far more valuable than mushrooms, igniting a yearning within her. Mother, I believe there are plenty more in the vicinity. Let us continue searching. As for the tigers, they dwell deep in the wilderness, far from human activity. Although this region is mountainous, it is surrounded by villages, and the villagers often roam the hills. These wild beasts only descend from the mountains in winter when food is scarce, but now, in this season of renewal, they have returned to the depths of the mountains, as many hibernating animals have emerged and food is plentiful. Since we are here, do you not wish to gather more wood ears before heading back? After all, they could bring us wealth. Jiang Sui spoke earnestly, devoid of any superstitious hope. Her words were grounded in truth. Xiao Lanlan shared, there must be plenty more around. Since we are here, let us fill our baskets before departing. Xiaomu pondered for a moment, claiming she was unyielding would be disingenuous, yet, thus, the four of them resumed their search, disregarding the mushrooms and focusing solely on the wood ears. As Jiang Sui had predicted, the pine forest still yielded a wealth of wood ears. Several pine trees, toppled by spring thunderstorms, were now adorned with mushrooms, and it appeared that one trip would not suffice. They would need to return once more. Chapter 016. When will we have little ones? By the time they filled the 3 baskets and 1 carrying basket, there were still 2 fallen dead trees left unharvested. It seemed they would have to return tomorrow, otherwise, the unpicked wood ears would rot away, which would be a pity. Moreover, they all understood that if they were to abandon it, the thought would gnaw at their hearts. The sky was still bright, and after descending the mountain, there would still be time to prepare dinner. However, on the way down, the bamboo tube that Jiang Sui carried was already empty, not a drop left. Thirst gnawed at her, and just then, a long, fair hand with distinct knuckles appeared before her, holding an opened bamboo tube. Without a doubt, it was Xiaohuachuan. Turning around, Jiang Sui indeed found Xiaohuachuan smiling at her, his peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture, innocent and clear, revealing a row of bright white teeth as he smiled, the sunlight illuminating his countenance, instantly warming Jiang Sui's heart. She mused that if this was how Xiaohuachuan appeared in a normal state, it would be hard for her not to be moved. Indeed, she was that shallow and mundane. Wife, drink my water, Xiaohuachuan said thoughtfully, always standing behind Jiang Sui, silently watching her, which allowed him to notice her thirst immediately. Jiang Sui smiled back, revealing 2 small dimples. Sweetly, she accepted the water jug and began to drink, not feeling any aversion because it had been in his possession. Zhao's mother, walking ahead, turned back to see the couple so affectionate and nudged her daughter's waist with her elbow. Following her mother's gaze, Xiao Lanlan too witnessed the warm scene, and the mother and daughter exchanged smiles. Today, Zhou Shi and Lu Shi indeed did not return, staying at their maternal home, and the absence of the two made the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Zhao's mother hurried back to prepare dinner, while Jiang Sui busied herself with kindling the fire. Xiao Lanlan washed the wood ears they had gathered that afternoon, draining the water to prepare them for drying. Just right, these wood ears could be savored fresh, and stir-fried with pork would be quite fragrant. Upon returning from the fields, Zhao's father was astonished to see so many wood ears and inquired about their origin. Xiao Lanlan spoke the truth. Zhao's father had not anticipated that the 4th family would be so fortunate, encountering such good fortune that evening. Everyone enjoyed a delightful meal together. Zhao's mother prepared the return gifts for Jiang Sui for the following morning, packing them in. For 3 consecutive nights, Xiaohuachuan had been preparing warm water for Jiang Sui, helping her wash and clean. This night, she washed herself thoroughly, feeling refreshed as she lay down in bed. Xiaohuachuan too, under his mother's instructions, intended to accompany his wife back in pristine condition the next morning. After extinguishing the lamp, Xiaohuachuan naturally took Jiang Sui's feet into his hands, warming them as he blinked his enchanting peach blossom eyes in the dark. Jiang Sui, facing away from him, felt drowsy when suddenly, Xiaohuachuan surprised her with a question. Wife, when do you think we can have little ones? Jiang Sui instantly snapped awake, turning to face Xiaohuachuan, perplexed by his inquiry. How could he, with his current mindset, ask such a question? Huachuan, what did you just say? Xiaohuachuan, a bit bewildered by her confusion, pouted and repeated, I asked when we can have little ones. My 3rd sister-in-law told me this morning that now that I have a wife, as long as we sleep together, we will have little ones, just like she does. Jiang Sui. That in that moment, she was speechless. She truly was taken aback that his third sister-in-law would tell him such a thing. However, Xiao Huchuan's tone was evidently serious, and she could only patiently explain, "Not yet, because we are still young. It is not the right time, so we cannot have little ones." Jiang Sui thought to herself that if he were to be well one day, he would surely regret asking this question tonight. The day he recovered would mark a new beginning for them, and everything would have to start anew. At that time, such thoughts would likely not cross his mind when faced with someone he once did not know. "How much longer will we have to wait? Is a month enough?" Xiao Huchuan earnestly inquired again. Not enough, at least 3 years. Jiang Sui fabricated on the spot, trying to placate him. 3 years is how long? Xiao Huchuan could not comprehend. Do you know about the New Year? Of course. I love the New Year because I get to wear new clothes, eat peach crisp cakes, and have meat. Speaking of the New Year, Xiao Huchuan became quite animated. From now, when you celebrate your third New Year, that will be the time. Jiang Sui merely intended to brush it off, never anticipating that the fabricated words meant to amuse would one day be pressed to fruition. I understand, wife. Then I will wait 3 years to ask you for little ones. It's a promise. If I deceive you, I am a little dog. Xiao Huchuan, satisfied with the answer, ceased his inquiries. Jiang Sui merely responded with an acknowledging him. Soon, they both drifted into slumber, waking naturally the following morning. Besides the two of them, Zhao's mother also had a beautiful dream, in which an old deity informed her that the Xiao family had welcomed an auspicious koi, a great auspicious star that would bring smooth sailing and prosperity, urging her to embrace this fortune wholeheartedly. The next morning, Zhao's mother, glowing with joy, shared her dream with Zhao's father, hoping to share in the happiness. Zhao's father, a straightforward man, regarded it as simply a good dream. He did not take it seriously but humored her with a few agreeable words. Jiang Sui donned the pink attire given by Xiao Lanlan, along with freshly cleaned pink embroidered shoes, and set off in a small basket with Xiao Huchuan to return home. Looking into the basket, she saw 2 pieces of wild boar meat, half a pig's liver, a small bag of sugar, and 10 eggs. To be honest, Jiang Sui was not particularly keen on returning to the Jiang family, nor did she wish to present these items to Chen Jinhua and the others, but customs dictated otherwise. Although the Jiang family had not treated her well, they had at least raised her. The Jiang and Xiao families were not far apart. They had once been neighboring families, which fostered a strong camaraderie between the men. But after the Xiao family moved to the back of the village, they seldom crossed paths. When Chen Jinhua saw Jiang Sui returning with a heavy basket, her previously stern expression softened into a smile, prompting her to send Jiang Xiaoqiao to fetch water. Xiao Huchuan appeared rather displeased. This child wore his emotions on his sleeve, for he knew how poorly they treated his wife, always bullying her, hence he refrained from speaking with the ill-natured. However, Chen Jinhua was indifferent. After all, he was just a fool. And whether or not she acknowledged this adopted daughter's husband mattered little, ultimately feeling it was beneath her dignity. Chapter 017 Even cheap dogs are not cheap for them. Lifting the cloth, she discovered 2 pieces of streaky pork, half a pig's liver, along with sugar and eggs. Instantly, her face broke into a radiant smile, her features creasing with delight. It seemed that the Xiao family had a knack for treating others well. Contrary to her initial expectation of their supposed meagerness, Jiang Xiaoqiao emerged with 2 bowls of water, indeed, just 2 bowls of icy cold water. Her gaze scrutinized Jiang Sui from head to toe, lingering on the delicate pink embroidered shoes adorning her feet, which she found rather appealing. She contemplated acquiring a pair for herself in the near future. However, the disdain in her eyes was palpable, especially when she beheld Xiao Huchuan. Unable to suppress a laugh, Xiao Huchuan, with a haughty snort, crossed his arms and refused her offering of water. Jiang Sui likewise declined, as if to suggest that she had no desire for such a frigid drink. No need, we are not thirsty. We shall take our leave now, she stated, eager to vacate the premises, feeling compelled to adhere to societal norms lest others gossip. At best, you're still just a sparrow, and even that may be too generous a label. You're merely deluding yourself into believing you've gained something advantageous. As the saying goes, marry a man, and you shall be clothed and fed. Just wait until your in-laws can no longer manage. Then, where will your bravado lead you? I fear you may find yourself worse off than before. Jiang Xiaoqiao had inherited every ounce of Chen Jinhua's sharpness, embodying the adage of being the pupil surpassing the master. You needn't concern yourselves, for I shall only thrive further from here on out, Jiang Sui retorted, grasping Xiao Huchuan's hand defiantly. Indeed, my wife speaks the truth. Just wait and see. Xiao Huchuan stood staunchly as a devoted protector of his wife. Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable, you! Jiang Qiao scoffed, convinced that this fool Xiao Huchuan would never bestow any semblance of a good life upon Jiang Sui, merely offering herself a false comfort. Her laughter was boisterous and thoroughly irritating. Chen Jinhua, oblivious to the commotion outside, was preoccupied with thoughts on how to prepare the 2 pieces of meat and the pig's liver. Jiang Sui surmised that the meat was destined for the dogs, yet she felt indifferent. Such was the dignity of the Xiao family. She knew that such fortunate occurrences would be scarce henceforth. After all, even cheap dogs were not cheap for them. She couldn't be bothered to engage in a battle of wits. Eventually, they would be met with a dose of reality, and she anticipated the ensuing spectacle with glee. When Chen Jinhua emerged, she found that Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan had already departed. On their way home, they encountered several villagers who, while feigning friendliness towards Jiang Sui, turned their backs to revel in her misfortune. They mocked her for treating a fool as a treasure, yet he was indeed a treasure, the future scholar, her pillar of support. Let them laugh, it wouldn't be long before their mirth turned to silence. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, they found the household empty. Xiao Mu had assumed that they would not return so soon and had gone up the mountain with Xiao Lanlan to gather the remaining wood ears, while Xiao Fu and his other 3 sons had gone out to work the fields. With time on her hands, Jiang Sui took it upon herself to wash the dirty clothes she and Xiao Huchuan had changed out of, previously a task undertaken by Xiao Mu. But now that she had arrived, Xiao Huchuan did not seek out De Zhuang for play. The village children were busy learning to read with the old scholar until the afternoon. The scholar, a solitary figure, relied solely on the grains he received as tuition, supplemented by the meager monthly stipend from the government. In the grand scheme of things, scholars were held in high esteem, with reduced living pressures and a measure of respect that Jiang Qiao yearned for in her pursuit of a scholar's hand in marriage. Xiao Mu and Xiao Lanlan returned just before noon, intending to prepare lunch, only to be taken aback by the sight of smoke rising from the kitchen. Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan were busy inside, with Jiang Sui making pumpkin porridge while Xiao Huchuan dutifully tended the fire. Upon entering, Xiao Mu was perplexed. What's this? Did Chen Jinhua not invite you to stay for lunch? She thought to herself that even if Chen Jinhua lacked decorum, she ought to extend some semblance of hospitality, lest the villagers gossip. No, we merely turned around and returned. I didn't wish to stay for a meal. It matters not, Jiang Sui replied, her expression calm and unbothered. Though she claimed indifference, Xiao Mu felt a pang of discomfort on her daughter-in-law's behalf. What a heartless creature! You've been in their home for over a decade, and not a shred of sentiment remains. I find myself lamenting over my lost meat and sugar, squandered on lowly creatures, while my daughter suffers in silence. Mother, I am not suffering. You have already granted me considerable dignity, Jiang Sui reassured her, not one to overlook the value of kindness. In contrast, Xiao Huchuan, still displeased after the morning's encounters with Jiang's family, was brooding over their disrespect towards his wife. Although he did not fully grasp the meanings behind the words bird and phoenix, he could discern the disdain in Jiang Qiao's tone. Mother, I shall never again visit Widow Chen's home. They are all wicked people who upset my wife. If my wife is unhappy, then I detest them. Xiao Huchuan pouted, fidgeting with the iron tongs in irritation. This declaration brought a smile to Xiao Mu's face. No matter how he changed, her son remained kind-hearted. Very well, I shall ensure you do not go again. Today, you've shown understanding and even helped tend the fire. I shall reward you with some sweet water. For the rural folk, sugar was a rare and prized commodity, akin to refined flour, typically reserved for special occasions during busy harvest seasons for a much-needed energy boost. Thus, Xiao Mu had saved some sugar for Jiang's family as a return gift. Considering the pregnant woman in their household and keeping it for emergencies, she made an exception to reward Xiao Huchuan with a taste of sweet water. Upon hearing of the sweet water, Xiao Huchuan's expression brightened, casting aside his earlier discontent. Chapter 018. Each with their own thoughts upon the return of Madame Xiao, it was only natural that she resumed her role in the kitchen. Jiang Sui, believing herself competent enough to prepare a simple porridge, readily acknowledged her limitations when it came to cooking vegetables, thus accompanying Xiao. They did not venture to the riverbank but instead opted to clean them in the courtyard, not wishing to attract undue attention or incite jealousy through gossip. Moreover, they were keen to keep their plans under wraps, as they awaited the rainy season later in the year to continue their foraging. Should others inquire, it would be awkward to refuse to answer, and admitting the truth would only lead to sharing their bounty. This time, the haul of wood ear mushrooms, once dried, would amount to at least 20 pounds, with reports suggesting the value of dried fungi could be halved, depending on the variety, as some were pricier while others were more affordable, owing to differences in taste. Sisters-in-law, Joe and Lou, returned home in succession that afternoon, each bearing. Joe arrived with numerous bags in tow, her face adorned with a smile, while Lou appeared rather discontented, her countenance clouded with sorrow. Later that night, in the quarters of Xiao Lar, Joe brought in 2 bowls of dark, pungent medicinal concoction, the sharp scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the air. As Xiao Lar prepared to lie down after washing his feet, he heard his wife, Joe, call out, "Do not rush off to sleep just yet, drink this medicine while it's still warm. I shall partake as well, and once we both have consumed it, we can make greater efforts towards conceiving." Zhou spoke, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. Xiao Mian, recognizing the nature of this remedy, understood that during her visit to her family, she must have unearthed yet another folk prescription claiming to aid in conception. He was no stranger to such remedies, but given past experiences, he was genuinely hesitant to partake. "No, I refuse. The last time your mother concocted one of her remedies, I was afflicted for 3 days. Who knows what this latest mixture entails? I cannot risk it again." "Shaw, what do you mean by risk? Surely my mother would not wish us harm." "I am merely hoping that we can conceive sooner rather than later," Joe retorted, clearly displeased by his response. "Indeed, she does not wish to harm us. However, did she not say that we should let nature take its course?" "She is not pressuring you to conceive, it is merely that our fates with children have yet to align. Regardless, I refuse to drink it, and I suggest you abstain as well. Let us not invite problems where none exist." Xiao Mian's words, though sensible, were difficult for Zhou to accept, and in an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, threatening to spill over. "Yes, your mother may not be pressuring me, but look at the third family's situation. They flaunt their pregnancy as if it makes them superior. What do they seek to prove? Constantly boasting about their child, their sacrifices, and how they have risen above others. And those gossiping women in the village, do you think I can step outside without being the subject of their ridicule, mocked as a barren hen? As long as I remain childless, I will bear the shame of not being able to hold my head high in this village or within this family, forced to toil in silence without complaint. I have had enough. Do you understand? If you truly care, you should heed my words." Joe was filled with indignation, yet she restrained her voice, fearful of being overheard by family members, creating an almost suffocating tension. At such moments, Xiaomian too felt a surge of frustration. "Do you think I do not desire children? But what can I do if it simply does not happen? You are not the only one who feels shame. However, we cannot resort to desperate measures. Did I not promise that once we have saved enough money, we would consult a reputable doctor? Yet you insist on this self-destructive path, disregarding your health and consuming questionable remedies. Do you believe your mother's words hold more weight than those of the Queen Mother herself? How many times must I ask you, have you conceived yet?" Xiaomian was resolute in his refusal to consume the medicine, leaving Zhou speechless, her forehead resting on the blankets, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the household of Xiao San, Xiaoyi was not spared from unrest either. Since dinner, Lu had been sighing heavily, prompting him to inquire about her distress. Lu, anticipating his question, seized the opportunity to explain. "I returned to my family yesterday, and coincidentally, my mother was busy arranging a marriage for my brother. It seems he has taken a fancy to a girl from the village, and my mother sent someone to inquire. The girl is willing, but her family demands 4 taels of silver as a dowry, along with 2 yards of red cloth and 2 large roosters. You know how many mouths we have to feed in our family, and my father is too frail to work. While we could manage to scrape together the dowry and cloth with some effort, we will still need to spend a bit on the wedding feast. My parents are too embarrassed to ask me for help, but they have borrowed as much as they can, and with everyone struggling, I was hoping you could talk to our mother about lending us a couple of taels to help my brother with the wedding." Upon realizing the nature of her request, Xiaoyi understood that this was not a good sign. She was clearly seeking a loan. Lu had an older brother, Lu Jiang, and a younger brother, Lu He. "Do you think we have any money to spare? Just a few days ago, we spent quite a bit on each one's wedding, which you witnessed, and remember, we also gave your family 3 taels of silver for our own marriage just last year. In such a short span, our finances have been depleted. There is no extra money to lend." Upon receiving a flat refusal from her husband, Lu's demeanor shifted dramatically, her displeasure evident. "I am not saying this to criticize, but what is your mother thinking, spending 5 taels of silver on a lackluster bride for your foolish brother, and throwing such an extravagant celebration is sheer folly. It is as if she is trying to save face, squandering money on matters that do not warrant it." In the moment she sought assistance, she referred to his mother, but the moment she was denied, she turned to criticize her. Lu's forthrightness and the harshness of her words provoked Xiaoyi, who could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his fist on the table, startling Lu into silence. "What did you just say?" "Repeat that. How dare you speak ill of my brother, and as for my mother's money, she can spend it as she pleases. It is none of your concern. Is your family the only one that matters? I'll tell you this, you may criticize me, but you shall not speak a word against my mother or my brothers. No one owes you anything." Lu, taken aback by Xiao Yi's fierce expression and tone, shrank back like a frightened quail, her voice diminishing. "I was merely mentioning it. I did not mean to incite anger. If you do not want to help, then so be it. Why are you so angry? I am carrying your child, and if you scare me into distress, you will have cause to regret it." Chapter 019, The Caprices of Fate. Whenever Lu Shi encounters a slight issue, she tends to make a fuss about her pregnancy. Even though Xiao Yi possesses a remarkably good temper, he finds himself becoming somewhat impatient. However, he has no choice but to endure and accommodate her, for his mother has stated that it is normal for a woman to be a bit temperamental when expecting. As a man, he should exhibit a greater degree of magnanimity. Fortunately, he keeps any unpleasant remarks to himself, but there are still certain things that must be said. "I advise you not to mention borrowing money to my mother. Your family isn't in such a rush that you can't wait for a month or two, right? Once the work in the field settles down in the next few days, I shall go to the county to seek employment and earn some money. Whatever surplus I have, you can take back to your mother for emergencies, and please refrain from discussing the child in front of my second sister-in-law. Avoid bringing up topics that might stir discontent." Initially, Lu Shi appeared quite aggrieved, but upon hearing her husband express his willingness to earn money in town to support her family, she couldn't help but smile. Now, that was more like it. He was indeed a good man, and she had not misjudged him. "I understand. You know my temperament well enough. When I speak, I hardly consider my words." "Should I take your words to heart?" "Women are often like this. Once you set the right tone, they will respond in kind." Xiao Yi has managed a balance of firmness and gentleness. The following day, Jiang Sui still had to accompany Xiao Lanlan to the mountains to forage for mushrooms. Recently, the number of foragers had increased, so they needed to act swiftly to seize the resources, racing against time. Just as she awoke, her elder brother's son, Godan, approached her, book in hand, seeking Xiaohuchuan. "Uncle, please tell me how to pronounce this character." He pointed at the intricate character for righteousness in his book. Xiaohuchuan merely glanced at it and promptly informed him of its pronunciation. Though he was not particularly bright, the characters were etched in his mind. Despite his lack of understanding, he could recognize them. What a twist of fate! "Uncle, you are so impressive. Today, I will surely receive praise from the teacher," Godan declared with admiration in his eyes. He was eagerly anticipating the moment in class when he would be the first to recognize that character, confident that the teacher would commend him. Jiang Sui observed quietly, fully aware that Xiaohuchuan was no ordinary person. It was only a matter of time before he would shine brightly. How could the heavens be so wasteful of such talent? In the original text, he had entered the cabinet and even earned the recognition of the former Prime Minister. It was reasonable to conclude that he would eventually ascend to the position of Prime Minister himself. All she needed to do was to hold on to this great support, and regardless of the circumstances, her future would not be bleak. Xiaohuchuan, basking in the praise from his nephew, held his head high. Who said he was a fool? He was quite clever indeed. That morning, however, second sister-in-law Zhou had yet to rise, prompting Xiao mother to realize that the couple must have quarreled again the previous night. She was well aware of the reasons behind their disputes. Every time the second branch returned from the maternal home, it inevitably caused some turmoil, particularly regarding the child. With a resigned sigh, she sought out her second son to lecture him. "Xiaomian, how many times must I remind you not to argue with your wife? She is going through a difficult time, and it's only natural for her to feel anxious and irritable. Once the household chores are completed, you should promptly seek employment to earn some money to take her to see a good doctor. After breakfast, you ought to comfort her. Your wife is a good person, diligent and capable. You should not take advantage of her." Last night, Xiaomian had indeed upset Zhou, causing her to cry all night long, her eyes swollen and resembling peaches. In retrospect, he regretted his actions, and upon hearing his mother's words, he nodded in agreement. "Understood, Mother. I shall make amends. Thank you for your concern." The children of the Xiao family had all been well educated, possessing clear distinctions between right and wrong, and sound values. Jiang Sui knew well of Xiaohuchuan's future fortune, but the original author had not mentioned anything about their family, leaving her unaware of what lay ahead for the Xiao family or whether second sister-in-law would eventually conceive. She mused, if only I could know. After breakfast, Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan continued their ascent into the mountains to gather mushrooms, with Xiao Huchuan accompanying them. Xiao Mother chuckled at his apparent enthusiasm for mushroom foraging. It seemed he genuinely found it enjoyable. In truth, Xiao Huchuan simply wished to stay close to his wife, though he refrained from articulating that desire each time he witnessed her smile, revealing her charming dimples. He felt elated. Today, they needed to contemplate a new location, as the two nearby mountains had been largely foraged by the villagers. It was time to venture further afield to gather more. Due to the nightly rains, the mountain paths were treacherous, riddled with muddy pits. Jiang Sui, concerned about dirtying her shoes, wore a pair of old shoes brought from the Jiang family. The three prepared to remain out for lunch, bringing ample provisions and water. Before they departed, Xiao Mother repeatedly cautioned them to prioritize safety and to avoid venturing too deep into the wilderness. After walking for over an hour, they finally selected a large mountain to ascend because Xiao Lanlan had noticed the presence of chestnut and pine groves above, which, based on her experience, were prime spots for mushroom foraging. Thus, the trio began their arduous climb, eventually reaching the chestnut grove midway up the mountain to search for mushrooms. The path here was poorly developed due to the scarcity of visitors, lacking even a semblance of a proper trail. Xiao Lanlan chopped down 3 sturdy branches, stripping them of leaves and twigs, and each took one in hand to aid their navigation. As per their usual practice, they ensured not to stray too far from one another, with each person needing to be able to respond immediately to calls. The mushrooms in this area were not as abundant as in the previous chestnut grove, but they were larger and of superior quality. Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan worked diligently together. Jiang Sui seemed to have an innate sense for locating mushrooms. She walked and collected with remarkable efficiency. Eventually, they arrived at a withered tree, its surrounding grass towering at least half a meter high, effectively hiding the tree from view. Yet, with her keen eyes, she spotted several large and beautiful porcini mushrooms nestled within the weeds. Gently, she parted the grass and harvested the mushrooms. These specimens were indeed delightful, and their quality would command a higher price in modern markets, particularly for hot pot or chicken soup. As Jiang Sui contemplated modern culinary uses, her gaze suddenly caught sight of something unusual. Upon closer inspection, she discovered 3 clusters of reishi mushrooms growing on the withered tree. Yes, she was not mistaken. They were indeed reishi mushrooms, 2 deep purple ones and 1 crimson, all of considerable size. Jiang Sui could hardly contain her excitement, covering her mouth in disbelief as joy flooded her mind. She never expected such fortune to smile upon her, practically uncovering unexpected treasures each day she ventured into the mountains. Unable to suppress her laughter, she recognized the immense value of those reishi mushrooms. Judging by their size, they were likely at least 7 or 8 years old. In truth, reishi mushrooms do not grow to be hundreds or thousands of years old. Such notions are mere fabrications of novels. The longest lifespan for reishi mushrooms is typically between 20 to 30 years, with 3 to 4-year-old specimens being quite common in the market, and 5 to 6-year-olds considered exceptional. Chapter 020 Rarity is precious. Jiang Sui's exhilaration was palpable, for this was the kind of extraordinary event one might only read about in novels, and here it was happening to her. Could she possibly consider venturing into business with such luck? Jiang Sui brushed her hands against her clothing to clean them, carefully kneeling to pluck the reishi mushrooms, fearful of damaging them. Seeing his wife kneeling on the ground, diligently rummaging for something, Xiao Huchuan was somewhat perplexed and approached her from behind, squatting down to inquire, "Wife, what are you doing?" His sudden voice startled Jiang Sui, causing her to jump slightly, though she had already harvested the 3 reishi mushrooms and set them aside. Noticing her fright, Xiao Huchuan felt a pang of concern and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, my dear, I didn't mean to scare you." Jiang Sui patted her racing heart, smiling as she shook her head. "It's all right. It's not your fault, I was just too engrossed." Relieved that his wife did not hold it against him, Xiao Huchuan then noticed the 3 reishi mushrooms lying on the ground, his eyes widening in amazement. "Wow, wife, these mushrooms are enormous and beautiful." As he reached out to pick one up, Jiang Sui grasped his hand to stop him. "Don't touch, Huchuan. These are not mere mushrooms, they are reishi, worth many times more than regular mushrooms. We mustn't damage them." Xiao Huchuan was left with 3 large question marks hovering above his head. What are reishi mushrooms? They are a precious medicinal herb, highly valued and capable of saving lives, Jiang Sui explained. Xiao Huchuan nodded, though it was clear he only partially understood. Regardless, to him, whatever his wife said was the absolute truth. To avoid damaging the erasure, Jiang Sui emptied her basket of mushrooms into Xiao Huchuan's backpack. The couple then turned to share their good fortune with Xiao Lanlan, who was diligently foraging and had not anticipated such extraordinary luck would befall them again. Upon seeing the erasure mushrooms in the basket, she froze in disbelief. She had only heard tales of such things, never having laid eyes on them, but she knew they were incredibly valuable and nourishing, something only wealthy families could afford. Goodness, fourth sister-in-law, have you been blessed by a fortune? How can you be so lucky? Xiao Lanlan exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Sui, feeling bashful, scratched her head. I don't know, it just happened. I estimate these erasure mushrooms must be at least 6 or 7 years old. I just wonder how much they might be worth. If we can sell them while they're fresh, we could make a decent sum. Xiao Lanlan nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. Should we continue searching around here? As you said, their appearance suggests there must be more nearby. Xiao Lanlan recalled Jiang Sui's previous words while foraging for mushrooms a few days prior, applying them in the moment. However, erasure mushrooms were not as abundant as common mushrooms. Jiang Sui replied, Lanlan, the rarity of erasure mushrooms is precisely what makes them valuable. If they were common, they would not be considered precious. Jiang Sui's words held merit, and after careful reflection, Xiao Lanlan realized the truth in them. You're quite knowledgeable, fourth sister-in-law. I suppose I was being rather pedestrian, but I still think we should search a bit longer. What if we find more? Xiao Lanlan was keen to continue their search, for who could resist the allure of money? After all, what if we stumble upon another treasure? With that, Jiang Sui acquiesced to her proposition, and the three began a thorough search with their sticks. Yet unfortunately, after a prolonged hunt, they found countless mushrooms, but not a single glimpse of erasure mushrooms again. Just as Xiao Lanlan was about to give up, they heard Jiang Sui's excited exclamation from a distance. Assuming she had discovered another batch of erasure mushrooms, Xiao Lanlan rushed toward her, inadvertently tripping and falling. Upon her arrival, she found Jiang Sui crouched on the ground, with Xiao Huchuan standing nearby, and no sign of erasure mushrooms in sight. Where are the erasure mushrooms? Where did they go? Xiao Lanlan asked urgently. Jiang Sui smiled with her eyes crinkling in delight, pointing to 2 ordinary-looking plants at her feet. No erasure mushrooms here, but we do have ginseng. Ginseng, where is it? Xiao Lanlan was utterly bewildered, her thoughts mirroring her spoken question. Here, these are ginseng. Jiang Sui continued, gesturing at the 2 unremarkable plants, which appeared entirely ordinary to Xiao Lanlan and Xiao Huchuan, sporting nothing special about their leaves. Though Xiao Lanlan had never seen ginseng before, she had heard descriptions of it. In any case, these plants did not resemble what she had been told ginseng looked like. Fourth sister-in-law, are you sure you're not joking with me? I assure you, I am not jesting. Ginseng grows beneath these trees and requires patience to unearth. Just wait, I'll dig it up for you to see. Jiang Sui knelt once more, grateful she had brought a small trowel with her. Otherwise, the hard-packed earth would have made it difficult to excavate by hand. Using the trowel, Jiang Sui loosened the surface soil before carefully digging with her hands, meticulously peeling back the earth to avoid damaging the ginseng's roots, which would affect its quality and market value. She labored diligently, unaware of how long she had been at it until her nails were filled with dirt, and finally, the ginseng revealed itself in all its glory. Xiao Lanlan's eyes widened as the appearance of the ginseng began to align with the description she had previously heard. Meanwhile, Xiao Huchuan, resting his head in his hand, was on the verge of dozing off. After nearly an hour of effort, Jiang Sui successfully unearthed 2 ginseng roots, but regrettably, due to her inexperience, one of the roots had been severed, rendering it imperfect. The ginseng's roots were lush and lengthy, and the thickness of the main root indicated its age. It was indeed a quality product. Ginseng demands perfection. Only roots in pristine condition can fetch a high price. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of disappointment, berating herself for not being more cautious. I still managed to damage one. We will earn less silver because of it. Although Xiao Lanlan felt a pang of sympathy, she recognized that without Jiang Sui's keen eye, she would not have even known what ginseng was, and thus would have missed out on this opportunity entirely. Fourth sister-in-law, don't be disheartened. Just think, if it were me, I wouldn't have earned even a single tael. Losing a few taels is still better than having nothing at all, let us be optimistic. Chapter 021. A younger brother, all our idlers. Xiao Lanlan's reasoning was indeed quite sound. After her comforting words, Jiang Sui felt considerably better. Indeed, having something is better than having nothing, yet for someone like her, who was quite money-minded, it was still a source of distress. As luck would have it, the damaged ginseng could be taken back to brew a nourishing soup, particularly beneficial for the pregnant third sister-in-law. This was an excellent tonic, perfect for simmering into a restorative broth. Jiang Sui had heard about the second sister-in-law's troubles in the morning and was aware of her anxieties regarding her inability to conceive, thus, it was a fortuitous opportunity for her to replenish her health as well. In her situation, as long as there were no issues with infertility, proper care and nourishment should yield positive results. Perhaps it was partially the fault of the male counterpart. In truth, it was likely a shared responsibility. Without the aid of modern science, one could hardly discern the root of the problem. Well, what do you think? Shall we return now or continue to look around? Xiao Lanlan concurred with Jiang Sui's suggestion. Jiang Sui pondered for a moment and concluded that it would be prudent to convert the precious rasher in ginseng into cash as soon as possible. They were not well versed in preservation methods and feared that prolonged delays could lead to deterioration and a subsequent drop in value. Let us return first and inform mother. It is best to act swiftly. Xiao Lanlan was on board with the plan, and as for Xiao Huchuan, he would naturally defer to his wife's wishes. However, before they departed, he couldn't resist showering her with compliments. My dear wife, you are truly remarkable. You always manage to uncover treasures. As a supportive partner, Xiao Huchuan never failed to elevate Jiang Sui's spirits, and with such a companion providing emotional support, how could she struggle to find confidence? Huchuan, you have been quite exceptional as well. These past few days, you've been so well behaved, never complaining of fatigue. Once we exchange the ginseng and rasher for silver, I'll ask mother to buy you some delicious treats. He was still very much like a child, and tempting him with food was the most effective strategy. Upon hearing about the prospect of delectable food, Xiao Huchuan immediately broke into a wide grin, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with delight, radiating an innocent charm. Jiang Sui was utterly enchanted by his smile, which brimmed with youthful exuberance. Xiao Lanlan, eagerly shipping the couple's chemistry, felt a genuine happiness in witnessing the harmonious affection between her fourth brother and sister-in-law. The moment Jiang Sui turned her head, she caught sight of Xiao Lanlan wearing a knowing smile, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. The trio did not dawdle further. They made their way home, their bounty in tow, while Xiao's mother, who was busy with household chores, remained blissfully unaware of the good fortune that had transpired that day. The wild boar and roe deer meat they had previously hunted still awaited processing, so she and Zhou Shi were busy preparing those cuts for preservation. Initially, they had assumed that the three would return late after foraging in a distant location, yet here they were, back by afternoon. Oh, what brings you all back so early? Did you find another auspicious spot? Xiao's mother inquired cheerfully. Lu Shi, who had been resting inside, heard the lively chatter and stepped out, the wooden door creaking open. Just as Jiang Sui was about to share the day's good fortune with her mother-in-law, Xiao Lanlan swiftly intervened. Xiao Lanlan was quite astute. Her room was adjacent to the third brother's, and last night, while passing by their window, she had overheard Lu Shi and her brother discussing matters of borrowing money. She thought to herself that if the third sister-in-law learned they had procured such valuable ginseng, she might start crafting schemes of her own. With a brother and a younger brother both being idlers, if she discovered that they had some spare funds, she would undoubtedly try to persuade her brother to subsidize her family. Thus, Xiao Lanlan preemptively said, "Indeed, we had a rather fruitful day, which is why we returned early." She clutched the basket containing the rasher and ginseng closely to her side, covered with a cloth to shield the mushrooms from the sun and maintain their freshness. At this moment, no one could discern its contents through the fabric. Jiang Sui, observing the situation and noticing Lu Shi leaning against the door in silence, understood Xiao Lanlan's intent. Although Xiao Huchuan was confused, he sensed Lanlan's subtle cues as she discreetly pinched his arm, signaling him to remain silent, and he dutifully complied. He was quite clever in that regard. Zhou Shi had grown accustomed to adopting a low profile, preferring not to pry into household affairs. Having spent several years in the family without contributing anything of her own, she felt she had no right to inquire. Besides, her mother-in-law was a reasonable woman, her share would not be neglected. Not finding anything worth investigating, Lu Shi returned to her room. Once Lu Shi had shut the door, Xiao Lanlan gestured to Jiang Sui, indicating that she could now share with Xiao's mother. Consequently, Jiang Sui eagerly approached, linking her arm with Xiao's mother. playfully pulling her into the room. Josher, noticing the interaction, stood up and observed for a moment but ultimately refrained from asking questions. Xiao's mother allowed herself to be led, her hands smeared with pork fat from handling the meat. Concerned that Lucier might overhear something, Xiao Lanlan chose not to follow them inside but instead remained in the courtyard to unload the mushrooms they had gathered that day. "What is it, my dear Sui? What do you wish to tell me?" Xiao's mother inquired with a warm smile, genuinely fond of Jiang Sui for her intelligence, thoughtfulness, and good nature. Most importantly, this child seemed to bring fortune to the Xiao family. In the few days since her arrival, it had become evident that her dreams were not mere figments of fantasy. "Mother, today I stumbled upon something extraordinary. Look." Jiang Sui lifted the cloth covering the two baskets, revealing the rasher and ginseng within. Xiao's mother squinted in disbelief, taken aback by the sight. She was not an ignorant countrywoman. It didn't take long for her to recognize what lay before her. Is that really rasher?" she asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Jiang Sui nodded earnestly. "Yes, mother, this is indeed rasher, and it's of quite fine quality. These two roots are ginseng, which should fetch a handsome sum, though regrettably, one of them has been damaged." Jiang Sui's expression turned wistful as she gestured towards the ginseng with a broken root. Xiao's mother gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The tales surrounding rasher and ginseng were legendary. They were said to be miraculous remedies and potent tonics, accessible only to the affluent. For common folk like them, such treasures were merely the stuff of hearsay. In her youth, she had only glimpsed them hurriedly in a pharmacy, hearing whispers that top-quality rasher and ginseng could command prices in the dozens of taels of silver. Chapter 022. A good daughter-in-law brings prosperity to 3 generations. Zhao's mother pinched her own arm, feeling a clear pain that jolted her senses. She rubbed her eyes vigorously with her sleeve and focused again, confirming that the basket indeed held both ginseng and rasher mushrooms. "Heavens! Am I truly not dreaming?" she exclaimed. "Sui, you are indeed our family's lucky star." Zhao's mother gazed at Jiang Sui, momentarily at a loss for how to react, her face flushed with excitement. This child truly was a blessing for the family. In just a few days since her arrival, she had unknowingly brought an abundance of fortune. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. Her recent streak of good luck did seem somewhat excessive, but to call herself a lucky star felt rather exaggerated. "Mother, let us visit a reputable pharmacy tomorrow to sell these rasher and ginseng, lest we invite misfortune through delay. As for the damaged ginseng, we shall reserve it for soup. Third sister-in-law is pregnant and in need of nourishment, and second sister-in-law also requires care, does she not? We must not let it go to waste," Jiang Sui proposed. Zhao's mother nodded, touched that she was still considering her 2 sisters-in-law, feeling a surge of gratitude for such a kind-hearted child. A smile of satisfaction blossomed on her face, deepening her affection for her daughter-in-law, Jiang Sui. "Very well, we shall do as you suggest. Since you brought these items home, we shall follow your lead. Tomorrow, I will take you to the pharmacy in town." Upon hearing that they would be going to town, Jiang Sui furrowed her brow slightly. She mused to herself that the town was not particularly large, frequented mostly by villagers from nearby areas seeking medical attention and medicine, who typically hesitated to spend money. How could they possibly afford to purchase rasher? Trading in such a small locale would almost certainly result in them being underpaid, especially since they might be taken advantage of for lacking expertise, receiving a low price only to see it resold at a higher rate to equally uninformed but wealthy landlords. If they could earn a bit more silver, there was no need to sell at a discount. She hoped to maximize their profits, but only if there were knowledgeable buyers. "Mother, is our town far from the county?" Jiang Sui pondered, wanting to take the items to a larger market where they could achieve greater value. "Not particularly far. If we take a cart, a round trip would take just a day out. If we leave before dawn and move quickly, we could return before nightfall," Zhao's mother replied, unaware of Jiang Sui's ulterior motives. "Sui, do you have a different plan in mind?" Zhao's mother inquired further. Jiang Sui nodded, explaining, "Mother, these medicinal herbs are of exceptional quality. If we sell them at the pharmacy in town, we are bound to be underpriced. This is our first venture into the herbal market, and I fear we may be exploited due to our inexperience, with them buying low only to resell high to the wealthy landowners. However, if we travel to the county, we are likely to earn more. The county attracts merchants from all directions, and with a larger market, there will be more discerning buyers. We should approach the largest pharmacy, which does not rely on small margins for profit. Their focus is on healing. They simply require a good stock of herbs. At that point, we will not be at risk of being undercut. Rather, we could raise our prices. I noticed that our reishi mushrooms are at least 6 or 7 years old, and the ginseng is also of good quality. We must plan carefully. Let us not shy away from the effort if it means we can earn more. Jiang Sui meticulously laid out her thoughts to Zhao's mother, whose agreement was evident as she nodded enthusiastically. You are absolutely right. The pharmacies in town are solely focused on maximizing their profits at the expense of us common folk, with little regard for fairness. Each time I visit, they seem eager to take advantage, calculating every penny and offering nothing of value for the good herbs they hoard to appease the wealthy landlords. Sui, you are indeed clever. Your intellect surpasses mine. Let us follow your plan. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the county. I will speak with Hermatzi to ensure the ox cart is ready before dawn so we can head to the county market. Zhao's mother was genuinely delighted. Finally, they had someone with initiative in the family. The 5 men in their household were all rather simple-minded, relying on her for guidance in all matters, great and small. As for her 2 daughters-in-law, one was a silent worker, while the other was talkative yet often lacked substance, keen on petty gains that led nowhere. Lan, though spirited and possessing her own ideas, had been weighed down by her fate, unable to hold her head high in the village due to the gossip surrounding her. Now, however, Sui was a remarkable addition, a sensible and capable woman, sharp-minded and devoid of ulterior motives. She was a welcome ally, and Zhao's mother could not help but feel elated. It is often said that a good daughter-in-law brings prosperity for 3 generations, and she was now firmly convinced that Jiang Sui was indeed their family's lucky star. Having settled their plan, the 2 women resolved to visit the county first thing in the morning. Before parting, Zhao's mother earnestly instructed Jiang Sui to keep their plans confidential, advising her not to mention anything to the family until they returned. It was not out of mistrust, but rather a desire to ensure that the fortune Jiang Sui had discovered remained under her guidance. They temporarily stored the items in Jiang Sui's room, and after exiting, Zhao's mother sought out Xiao Huchuan, cautioning him to keep their secret. He readily agreed, promising not to utter a word. Zhao's mother then visited Hermatzi, requesting that he have the ox cart ready before dawn, explaining that she intended to take her new daughter-in-law to the temple to pray for blessings. She had previously taken the other daughters-in-law to the temple shortly after their arrivals, so this excuse raised no suspicions. Even Zhao's father was kept in the dark that night. Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan lay together on the heated bed, with Huchuan warming her feet. In the darkness, his eyes shimmered brightly. Suddenly, he asked, "Wife, are you going to the market with mother tomorrow?" Jiang Sui had been closing her eyes in preparation for sleep, but upon hearing his question, she opened them again. She playfully brushed her fingers across his nose and laughed. "Do you want to come along?" She believed he simply wished to accompany her, as children often enjoy trailing after adults. Chapter 023. Huaxi County. In response, Xiao Huchuan shook his head solemnly and replied, "No, I certainly won't go. Mother said that if I earn money, she will buy me peach crisps to enjoy, and she also promised to buy you beautiful floral fabric to make clothes. But, my dear wife, could you please tell mother that I no longer wish to have peach crisps? I would rather save that money to buy fabric for you." Jiang Sui listened quietly, and when she heard him say he wanted to save the money for her clothes, her heart jolted as if something heavy had struck it. For a moment, she was unsure whether to feel touched or astonished, or perhaps a mixture of both. She thought she was indeed moved, realizing that her husband was wholly devoted to her. Yet, in the shadows, her smile faded. At that moment, Xiao Huchuan embodied the innocence of a child, pure and sincere, offering his affection without the complexities of romantic entanglements. But she wondered, when he eventually returned to his normal self, would he still feel the same way? She decided not to dwell on it further. Her original intention was merely to seek a secure path in this strange world. From the very beginning, she had never envisioned a future where Xiao Huchuan, upon achieving success, would remain with her as a conventional husband, sharing a lifelong bond. He could certainly have better options. All she desired was his protection. As for love, she held no expectations. Why entrap herself unnecessarily? After reconciling her thoughts, Jiang Sui allowed a smile to resurface. She playfully pinched Xiao Huchuan's cheek, relishing the delightful sensation, thinking to herself that with such a handsome man before her, it would be a missed opportunity not to indulge a little. Peach crisps were indeed a treat to enjoy, and the fabric needed to be fashioned, but they must take their time. After all, buying too many new clothes could lead to complications. "Why would that be a problem?" Xiao Huchuan asked. Perplexed, Lan said that girls adore wearing new clothes. Don't you like them? Jiang Sui chuckled softly, unable to contain her mirth at her forthcoming response. Because I still need to grow. Once I grow taller, I won't be able to wear those clothes for long." Indeed, her body was nearly 15 years old, and due to a prolonged lack of proper nutrition, she appeared rather frail. She believed she would certainly grow taller upon hearing her reasoning. Xiao Huchuan's face lit up with understanding. "You make a valid point. My wife, mother often says that children grow quickly, and one shouldn't acquire too many shoes or clothes at once, lest they go to waste. You will surely grow taller, and one day, you will be as tall as I am," he declared earnestly. In his mind, height was synonymous with greatness and pride. Even Da Zhuang insisted that one must grow as tall as he was. However, Jiang Sui wished to convey that it was unnecessary. She felt that reaching a height of 1.65 m would be quite sufficient, and anything above 1.80 m was rather excessive. Presently, she barely approached 1.60 m, while Xiao Huchuan towered above her at least 1.82 m. Yet, to avoid dampening his spirits, she simply agreed with him. Before long, fatigue overtook him. His eyelids began to flutter, and after muttering a few words, he fell asleep. Jiang Sui soon followed, not waking until around 5 in the morning when Xiao's mother knocked on her door. The two women quietly washed up, and Xiao's mother had already prepared noodles. They quickly filled their stomachs before setting off with the provisions they had prepared the previous evening to seek out Motzi for a ride in his ox cart. Motzi was punctual, waiting at the village entrance. The two of them were the only passengers headed to the market. Normally, on market days, the fare was 5 copper coins per person for a round trip, but this time, it was just Xiao's mother and Jiang Sui, and so early in the morning, it effectively amounted to a private hire, costing them a total of 15 copper coins. Under ordinary circumstances, Xiao's mother would have haggled over the price, but today was different. They were going to conduct business and wished for a good omen, so she refrained from negotiating. They timed their departure perfectly, catching the last 2 seats on the horse-drawn carriage heading to the county. Upon arrival, Jiang Sui noticed that the carriage differed from her expectations. It was an open-top vehicle drawn by a single horse, capable of seating 6 people, resembling Motzi's ox cart, albeit faster and only for a one-way trip. This was a fixed caravan consisting of 5 horse-drawn carriages, specifically operating on the route to the county. Once in the county, the carriages would return at 5 designated times, the latest leaving at the hour of Shen. Therefore, the two women needed to finish their business before that time. The fare for the journey was 15 copper coins per person, and the return fare would also be 15, amounting to nearly 80 or 90 coins just for transportation alone. Sitting in the carriage, Xiao's mother and Jiang Sui closely guarded the basket in front of them, covered with floral fabric, which contained lingji mushrooms, ginseng, and their travel provisions. Today, they dressed quite modestly. Xiao's mother even wore patched clothing to avoid drawing attention, hoping to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from noticing their wealth. The journey was bumpy, taking an hour to reach the county, and the rough mountain road left Jiang Sui's bottom sore. There was no remedy for it. She was slender, with hardly any flesh on her backside, and the hard cart was quite uncomfortable. After paying 30 coins for the fare, the driver cautioned them that the latest return carriage to the county would leave at the hour of Shen, reminding them not to miss it, or they would have to wait until the next day, which was quite costly for an overnight stay in an inn. As per their agreement, once they entered the city, they would first inquire about the largest and best pharmacy in the county and then head directly there. At the city gates, there were guards dispatched by the county office to maintain order, ensuring no one dared to cause trouble at the entrance. The carriages were not permitted to enter the city and had to wait outside. The small town bore a melodious name, Huaxi County, considered one of the counties with relatively good living conditions in this region. The county bustled with activity. The streets were well planned, featuring a specific area for street vendors, offering everything from wontons to buns and tea shops, catering to all needs. Fearing that Jiang Sui might go hungry, Xiao's mother led her to a wonton stall, intending to have a bowl of wontons while also inquiring about the pharmacy. A small bowl of wontons cost 5 copper coins, containing only about 10 pieces with a mere hint of meat, while a larger bowl was priced at 8 copper coins. Having had a hearty bowl of noodles in the morning, neither of them felt particularly hungry, so they opted for a small bowl each to nibble on. As the steaming wontons were served, Xiao's mother turned to the stall owner and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" The wonton stall owner, a young man, had been cheerful and welcoming since they sat down. "What can I help you with, auntie? Ask away, and I shall answer without reservation." Chapter 024. Jishintang. You might casually inquire with a passerby. Perhaps they, like yourself, are a newcomer and may possess some knowledge. However, if you were to approach a local vendor engaged in trade, their insight would undoubtedly be more reliable. Dining out is a bit of a luxury for the mother and daughter at this time, so they can only seek information from the stall owners. These individuals have been in business here for years and are likely privy to any news circulating in the county. In such bustling locales, information travels swiftly, often without the need for any effort on your part to solicit it. Nothing too pressing. We simply wish to inquire about which apothecary in Huashi County is the most esteemed. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao's mother remarked, "Isn't that a basic courtesy?" Upon hearing this, the wonton shop owner nodded in understanding, taking a moment to scrutinize the attire of the mother and daughter, before responding. "It is evident that you are seeking medical consultation, am I right? I must tell you, when it comes to the finest apothecary in Huashi County, that would be Jishintang, the resident physician there is a disciple of the illustrious Su Wubing." And who is Su Wubing, you may ask? He is the esteemed physician renowned for devising remedies for epidemic diseases, having saved countless lives, and is honored with a gold plaque from the sacred mountain for his miraculous healing abilities. Jishintang, headquartered in Jizhou Prefecture, sees throngs of patients daily, with people practically trampling the threshold, yet, Su Laoshi only attends to complex and challenging cases, opting not to treat ordinary ailments. He has opened a branch of Jishintang here in Huashi County, and since its inception, the other apothecaries in the city have struggled to stay afloat. Thus, if you seek medical assistance, Jishintang is the place to go. However, dear lady, I advise you to refrain from visiting unless it is a matter of significant concern. Other apothecaries can handle minor ailments just as well. While Jishintang is indeed exceptional, the consultation fees are quite steep, making it difficult for an average family to afford. The proprietor, noticing the modest attire of the mother and daughter, presumed their financial situation to be quite ordinary. As long as it is not a complicated illness, there is little need to venture to Jishintang, lest their finances be strained. With such a reputation, the fees charged by the physicians there are considerably higher than those at typical apothecaries. Xiao's mother understood that the owner was kindly advising her based on their appearance, yet she merely smiled and expressed her gratitude. Upon hearing the proprietor's description, Jiang Sui felt assured that they had come to the right place. Given Jishintang's esteemed reputation, they would surely recognize the quality of the ginseng and reishi mushrooms she had brought along. Such establishments place great importance on their reputation and are unlikely to take advantage of the common folk. If they lack such integrity, it would only suggest that Jishintang was merely a name without substance. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing glances before diving into their bowls of wontons with determination. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Xiao's mother even drank the broth to the last drop. After paying for their wontons, the duo set off, basket in hand, to inquire further, heading straight for Jishintang. True to its reputation, Jishintang was situated on the most bustling street in the county, its premises elegantly adorned and exuding an air of sophistication, complete with attendants ready to receive patients. It was said that Jishintang had a strict policy of treating all visitors with equal respect, regardless of their appearance. Whether a noble or a beggar, all were welcomed with courtesy. Upon arrival, inquiries were made to ascertain the nature of the ailment, after which patients were directed to the physicians best suited to their needs, some specializing in women's ailments, others in musculoskeletal issues, and still others adept in the intricacies of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. For common colds, any of the apprentices could provide assistance. Thus, when Xiao's mother and Jiang Sui arrived at the entrance of Jishintang, the attendant quickly approached to offer guidance. "Good day, ladies, are you here for a consultation or to procure medicine?" The attendant spoke with a warm smile, his tone soothing and respectful. "Good sir, we are neither here for consultation nor to purchase medicine. We have come to sell medicinal herbs," Xiao's mother stated directly. "Sell medicinal herbs?" The attendant was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, explaining, "My dear lady, we at Jishintang have designated suppliers for medicinal materials and do not typically accept unsolicited offerings. Perhaps you might try elsewhere." Indeed, a prominent establishment such as Jishintang would certainly have established suppliers to ensure reliability and accountability. However, what they brought was no ordinary herb. After being declined, Xiao's mother glanced at Jiang Sui, who returned a reassuring look, then stepped forward to unveil a corner of the floral cloth covering their basket, revealing the premium purple reishi inside. "Dear sir, what we bring is not just any medicinal herb. Please take a look. These were freshly harvested yesterday, well preserved, and of excellent quality. Would Jishintang be willing to consider them? I kindly ask you to inform your superior and grant us an opportunity." While they were not apprentices, merely attendants, they had been immersed in the environment of the apothecary and could recognize quality goods. Once Jiang Sui was assured that he had seen enough, she swiftly covered the basket again, concealing their precious cargo. Ordinary herbs could be harvested or cultivated and were not particularly rare. However, items such as reishi, known for their exceptional restorative properties, could not be easily grown or found. Even if one were to locate them, their efficacy would diminish without sufficient age. Upon cursory inspection, it was evident that the purple reishi weighed at least 8 taels, possibly even a pound, suggesting that it was at least 8 to 10 years old, if not more. Jishintang had no shortage of common herbs, but rare medicinal materials such as reishi and ginseng were typically welcomed, as they held significant market demand. However, due to their steep prices, they were often only affordable to the affluent. "Very well, I shall inform them of your presence. Please wait a moment." The attendant quickly made his way back into the apothecary, where he briefed the manager at Jishintang's Huaxi County branch before inviting them into the back tea room for discussion. Thus, Jiang Sui and Xiao's mother were ushered into the tea room of Jishintang. The manager, occupied with numerous ledgers and pressed for time, adopted a straightforward approach. "Ladies, allow me to see your goods first. At Jishintang, we pride ourselves on fairness. If the quality is exceptional, you shall not leave at a loss." Without further ado, Jiang Sui placed the 2 baskets on the table, revealing 3 mushrooms and a ginseng root. The manager merely cast a cursory glance, yet it was enough for him to form a preliminary assessment. Chapter 025 of Fortune. The steward, with a remarkably professional gesture, picked up one of the purple reishi mushrooms and examined it closely in his hand. The quality of reishi mushrooms is indeed of great significance, and there are established criteria for evaluation. A high-quality specimen typically features a short stem, thick flesh, and upon scrutinizing the back or underside of the cap, one can discern fine patterns that are pale yellow or golden. These are often deemed the best. Those exhibiting a white coloration rank lower, while grayish-white specimens with large gaps in their patterns are considered the least desirable. The 2 purple reishi mushrooms presented by Jiang Sui displayed intricate golden patterns, with short, robust stems and substantial flesh, boasting an age of around 10 years. Among reishi mushrooms of this vintage, they are exceptionally rare treasures. Additionally, there was a red reishi mushroom, slightly smaller than the 2 purple ones, with a base pattern of pale yellow and an approximate age of 8 years. While it pales in comparison to the 2 purple specimens, it is still a sought-after item in the market. Lastly, the ginseng she brought along was approximately 20 years old, classifying it as an elder root, though the absence of a round tuber indicated it was not yet 30. This ginseng was well preserved, with intact roots and distinct branching, confirming it as genuine wild mountain ginseng. However, it suffered slightly in terms of age. Had it matured an additional 10 to 20 years, it would command a significantly higher price. Nevertheless, it remains a valuable commodity, suitable for daily nourishment. Jiang Sui silently observed the steward's expression, while Xiaomu felt a twinge of anxiety, acutely aware of the value attributed to reishi and ginseng, uncertain of how much these items might fetch. As the steward assessed the items, he couldn't help but nod several times, indicating his satisfaction with the quality of the reishi and ginseng. Although Jiang Sui did not claim to be an expert, her upbringing in the 21st century, wherein a childhood friend engaged in the supplement trade, had imparted her with some knowledge on selecting high-quality reishi. Thus, she was prepared to negotiate, eager to secure a better price for her efforts in traveling such a distance. Before long, the steward had completed his examination, carefully placing the items back into the basket, a smile gracing his face. "Ladies, I have thoroughly inspected the items, and they are indeed of good quality. The 2 purple reishi mushrooms are approximately 10 years old, of superior quality. Based on the market's buyback price, I can offer you 8 taels of silver for each. As for the red reishi, being around 8 years old and of slightly lesser quality, I shall offer 5 taels. This ginseng, being wild mountain ginseng, is under 30 years of age but possesses dense roots, so I will propose 4 taels. In total, that amounts to 25 taels of silver. How does that sound to you?" The steward meticulously explained the nuances to the mother and daughter, ensuring he did not take advantage of them, offering a fair price. This was within Jiang Sui's acceptable range. Not only did it align with her expectations, but it even exceeded them, as she had anticipated a minimum of 20 taels. Initially, she had prepared herself to advocate for a higher price should the steward's offer prove unsatisfactory. On the other hand, upon hearing that these items could yield 25 taels of silver, Xiaomu was left utterly speechless, her grip on Jiang Sui's wrist trembling. As a quintessential rural woman, she knew families that toiled their entire lives to amass merely a few dozen taels of wealth, all while managing the daily expenses of life. Though she had considered the value of the reishi and ginseng, she had never imagined they would be worth so much. Jiang Sui mused that the Jishintang indeed did not exploit its patrons, affirming its reputable standing. Thus, she decided not to squander any more time. Very well, you are a straightforward individual, the reputation of Jishintang is well known, and we place our trust in it. Let us proceed with the transaction at 25 taels of silver. Rising from her seat with a composed smile, her articulation clear and balanced, she maintained an air of dignity. This demeanor earned her the steward's respect. Despite her youthful appearance, she exhibited remarkable poise. Observing her attire, he surmised she hailed from a farming background, yet her ability to remain composed in the face of such a substantial sum was indeed impressive. After all, 25 taels of silver represented a considerable fortune for an ordinary farmer, capable of funding the construction of multiple brick houses. For many, accumulating such wealth over a lifetime would be an unattainable feat. The elder beside her, upon hearing the proposed price, struggled to suppress her emotions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing the tumultuous feelings within. All right, I shall instruct the accountant to prepare 2 receipts. A transaction must be documented for both our peace of mind. Once the receipts are prepared, we will both affix our handprints and signatures, after which I will have the accountant ready the cash for you. Jiang Sui concurred. Having proper documentation ensured clarity in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. Such meticulousness is the hallmark of a reputable enterprise, fostering trust and alleviating her need to voice her concerns. Before long, the accountant had drafted 2 identical receipts, one for Xiaomu and one for the steward. The steward inscribed his name on both documents and affixed his handprint, complete with the Jishintang seal in the lower right corner. However, when it was Xiaomu's turn, she found herself at an impasse. While she could press her handprint, she was unable to write. This was her first experience with such a formal transaction, and her inability to write posed a significant challenge. Holding the brush, she was unsure of how to grip it correctly. Jiang Sui and the steward noticed Xiaomu's discomfort. The reason Jiang Sui insisted on her signing was straightforward. The original Jiang Sui had never received an education and could not write, thus she could not afford to reveal her true inability. Otherwise, it would raise suspicion if someone who had never touched a book could suddenly write. Fortunately, the steward was perceptive. He addressed Xiaomu. Madam, if it is inconvenient for you, I can write on your behalf. Just tell me your name. However, I must clarify that you should be fully aware of the contents of this receipt, particularly regarding the monetary aspects, as they pertain to our mutual interests. I shall hand over the money, and you shall provide the goods should any issues arise later. You cannot simply distance yourself from the situation. Unlike modern times, where proxy signing is strictly prohibited, in ancient times, recognition of names and handprints sufficed, making it permissible to sign on another's behalf, provided the party consented. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu instinctively glanced at Jiang Sui, seeking her approval. Jiang Sui reassured herself that she was well aware of the quality of the items she had personally unearthed. Genuine wild rasher and mountain ginseng could not cause harm, so signing the document was a matter of trust. Thus, she nodded at Xiaomu, indicating her agreement. Chapter 26. Wealth should not be displayed. Upon receiving her daughter-in-law's affirmation, Mother Xiao felt a sense of reassurance. Her 4th daughter-in-law was quite resilient, which gave her peace of mind. She provided her name to the steward, who promptly took up a pen to have her sign alongside her thumbprint. However, before the transaction could be finalized, the steward needed to inquire once more. May I ask where you both hail from? What is your residence? It was essential for Ji Shantang to ascertain this information, as it would facilitate future inquiries should the need arise. The medicinal herbs were no trifling matter. A single misstep could indeed result in dire consequences. It was imperative to be thorough, reflecting a sense of responsibility. We are mother and daughter-in-law, replied Mother Xiao, from Huaxi County, Beima Town, Xianhao Village. My husband's family name is Xiao. We are the only family with that surname in our village. I have 4 sons, and it won't take long for someone to inquire about us. With the business transaction successfully completed, Mother Xiao felt a surge of joy. Moreover, the steward was a man of understanding, a stroke of good fortune indeed. She thus elaborated on her address with great care, particularly when she mentioned her 4 sons. A proud expression illuminated her face. The steward noted this attentively and did not forget to exchange pleasantries. Ah, you are indeed fortunate to have 4 sons. You shall enjoy boundless blessings in the future, especially with such a delightful daughter-in-law. He gave a thumbs up to Jiang Sui. Suddenly receiving such praise, Jiang Sui smiled shyly. Mother Xiao, however, was different. Upon hearing the compliment directed at her daughter-in-law, she affectionately took Jiang Sui's hand. Indeed, this is my fourth daughter-in-law, and she is exceptionally clever and capable, possessing great wisdom. The steward nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that it was quite rare to witness such a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. As someone with experience, he wished for his own wife and mother to share such camaraderie. Before long, the accountant approached with the silver, presenting 2 10-tael ingots and 5 taels of broken silver. They were weighed in front of the two women, with no discrepancy whatsoever, yet, as Jiang Sui gazed at the 2 hefty silver ingots, she began to ponder and spoke candidly. Steward, might I trouble you to exchange these 2 silver ingots for broken silver? The steward furrowed his brow in confusion. Exchange them all for broken silver? What is the reasoning behind this? Mother Xiao was equally perplexed but trusted that Jiang Sui had her own rationale. Jiang Sui explained, Steward, we are merely farmers, and our home is quite distant from the county. Carrying large ingots in a single pouch is rather conspicuous. We are both women, after all, lacking the strength to fend off trouble. Wouldn't you agree? It is always prudent to be cautious. Therefore, I thought that if we could exchange the ingots for smaller denominations, it would be much easier to carry. There's a saying, do not place all your eggs in one basket. If misfortune were to strike, we wouldn't want to lose everything. Additionally, broken silver is more convenient for daily expenses and easier to change. The steward, upon hearing her reasoning, realized the validity of her concerns. Indeed, given their unfamiliar surroundings and the fact that they were both women, it was wise to exercise caution against any unscrupulous characters who might be lurking about. These are minor matters. I can certainly facilitate the exchange for you. You have a keen mind and thoughtful considerations, he noted, recognizing Jiang Sui's aptitude. Mother Xiao, upon reflection, smacked her forehead, realizing the wisdom in Jiang Sui's words. You're right. Those silver ingots are rather bulky, and having them stuffed in a pouch would certainly attract attention. If we convert them into broken silver, we can each carry a portion, reducing the risk of losing it all. At last, Jiang Sui successfully acquired a substantial amount of broken silver. She and Mother Xiao divided it evenly, placing their share into their respective pouches, feeling the comforting weight within, which brought joy to their hearts. With the business concluded, the steward graciously instructed an attendant to escort the 2 women out, demonstrating exceptional courtesy. This left a favorable impression of Ji Shantang on the 2 women. It was no wonder the establishment thrived so well. There were indeed reasons for their success. No sooner had they descended the steps than a carriage came to a halt before Ji Shantang. The carriage, though modest in size, was draped in unassuming fabric that shimmered softly in the sunlight, suggesting it was crafted from fine silk. The wooden frame was fashioned from yellow pear wood, hinting at the elevated status of its owner, who also appeared to be quite unpretentious. A young man disembarked from the carriage, clad in a light blue brocade robe adorned with subtle bamboo embroidery, which lent him an air of refreshing elegance. He bore a jade crown atop his head, embodying the image of a refined nobleman, strikingly handsome and exuding a calm demeanor. Upon recognizing him, the staff at Ji Shantang rushed forward with enthusiasm. Young master, what brings you here? Please, come in, I shall inform the steward immediately. I happen to be passing through Huaxi County and thought I would conduct a brief inspection. Have there been any trivial matters within the establishment recently? His voice was as gentle as his appearance. However, Jiang Sui and Mother Xiao merely regarded the situation with mild curiosity, not dwelling on it. If one were to speak of attractiveness, Jiang Sui found herself more drawn to the countenance of Xiao Huchuan, which resonated more profoundly with her aesthetic sensibilities. Suddenly burdened with a substantial sum of money, both Mother Xiao and Jiang Sui felt a touch of discomfort, yet it did not diminish their elation. Let us purchase some peach crisps for Huchuan, and I shall buy you some floral fabric to tailor 2 new outfits. Oh, and we must not forget the embroidered shoes I promised your sisters-in-law. We need to procure the soles and linings as well. But do not worry, I won't spend the money you earned. I shall use my own funds for their purchases. All that you earn rightfully belongs to you, Mother Xiao reassured her, maintaining her principled stance on the matter. Oh, Mother, what is yours and what is mine? Just spend as you see fit. However, I believe it would suffice to buy just the peach crisps today. We can always shop for the other items another day. After all, the journey is long, and carrying so many bundles would be quite inconvenient. Besides, I am not in a hurry to don new garments. Items in the county would undoubtedly be pricier than in the town, so it would be wise to postpone the shopping until another day. Let us return early today. Displaying our wealth is unwise. Traveling in such shabby attire while burdened with numerous packages is akin to flaunting our riches. Jiang Sui expressed her concerns. With a significant sum in hand and unfamiliar surroundings, she felt uneasy and preferred to return home sooner rather than later. After a moment's contemplation, Mother Xiao nodded in agreement, recognizing the soundness of Jiang Sui's reasoning. Very well, we shall heed your advice. Today, we will only purchase peach crisps and buy extra to share with everyone. Excellent. Let us go and buy peach crisps. Jiang Sui exclaimed, one hand clutching a basket while the other intertwined with Mother Zhao's, and together they joyfully made their way to the pastry shop. Chapter 027 Partiality. Jiang Sui believed that while there was much she could forego, the promise made to Xiao Huchuan for the peach pastries was one she must fulfill. Unbeknownst to the mother and daughter, as they stepped into the pastry shop, a young man trailed behind them, peering around the entrance as if to ascertain something. Xiaomu purchased 2 bags of peach pastries, each costing 38 yuan, a rather steep price for just a handful of treats, yet, their delectable taste and long shelf life made them worth every coin. After procuring the pastries, the 2 women exited the city and hastened to catch a departing carriage back to their village. Their swift completion of errands allowed them to return to town early, where they boarded an ox cart back to the village, arriving home by the time of the Shen hour. As was customary, they returned from the temple around this time, so neither Zhou Shi nor Lu Shi suspected anything amiss. However, upon seeing the abundance of peach pastries Xiaomu had brought back, Lu Shi's eyes sparkled with desire. Just as she began to untie the bundle, she eagerly reached for a piece only to have her hand gently swatted away by Xiaomu. Hold on, why the rush? There's enough for everyone. Let me distribute them. Observing her third daughter-in-law's greedy demeanor, Xiaomu felt a pang of disappointment, wishing she would act her age rather than like a child. Lu Shi, having been lightly chastised, pouted, and pretended to rub her hand as if Xiaomu had struck her with great force. It's not my eagerness. It's your grandson who wants to eat. Lu Shi murmured. Xiaomu was quite irked. It seemed Lu Shi never missed an opportunity to mention her grandson. If she had any sense, such remarks would be made sparingly, but Lu Shi persisted, making it unbearable for everyone. Even Xiao Huchuan was less eager than she was, contentedly waiting with Dogdan for their share of the pastries. Xiaomu distributed 2 pieces each to those present, and with one bag nearly emptied, she indulged in a piece herself, leaving the remaining bag for the men upon their return that evening. As Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan received their pastries, they instinctively offered a piece to each other. Wife, you should have a bit more. Huchuan, this piece is for you. They spoke almost in unison, both considering the other's desires. Just as everyone was joyfully enjoying their treats, the sound of their exchange caught the attention of the others, who turned to observe. Ever since Xiao Huchuan's mind had faltered, he had developed a particular fondness for peach pastries. Previously, he would complain that there were never enough, yet now, he willingly offered half of his portion to Jiang Sui, a testament to his affection for her. Jiang Sui, aware of his love for these delicacies, thought to share her portion with him. Having tasted many delectable pastries in her modern life, this was merely an act of kindness, was it not? I already had some before coming back, so I'm quite full now. Would you help me out? Jiang Sui casually fabricated an excuse to deflect the peach pastry Xiao Huchuan offered, simultaneously pushing her piece toward him. Lu Shi, overhearing this, immediately frowned and looked at Xiaomu, exclaiming, Mother, you are indeed partial, giving special treatment to the 4th sister-in-law. Such a simpleton. Couldn't she see that they were merely indulging a child? Lu Shi took her words to heart, chewing her pastry with defiance. Xiaomu, at a loss for words, observed her. Lu Shi still had a mouthful of peach pastry, her cheeks bulging. Consequently, Xiaomu divided the remaining pieces among Lu Shi, Zhou Shi, Lanlan, and Dogdan. With that, the bag of pastries was entirely depleted, and Lu Shi walked away, satisfied with her spoils. She thought to herself, let this be a lesson in favoritism. I shall not stand for it. Later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Fu and his sons returned home. After finishing dinner, Xiaomu distributed 2 pieces of peach pastry each to the men, casually mentioning the day's trip to the county. Xiao Fu was astonished to learn that the mother and daughter had quietly undertaken such a significant venture, returning with a substantial sum of silver. Well, you two are quite capable. Such a grand affair, and you kept it under wraps. Xiao Fu had been entirely oblivious to Xiaomu's secretive dealings the previous night. Could I speak of it? Let me tell you, you must not divulge this. The silver belongs to Sui Sui. She identified the lingji and ginseng and brought them back. We cannot covet her earnings. How she chooses to spend it is her prerogative. If she wishes to share some with us, we should be discreetly grateful. You must keep this a secret from the families of the second and third sons. If they catch wind of it, will you share the silver or not? If you do, it would be unfair to Sui Sui, as they have contributed nothing. Even between brothers, accounts must be clear. We mustn't stir discord among the sisters-in-law. I understand, dear wife. Do you think I'm so naive? I won't say a word. Besides, Jiang Sui marrying our Huchuan was a sacrifice on her part. She has no complaints. What is there to criticize? Frankly, she is the most worry-free of our three daughters-in-law. Perhaps you are right. She is indeed our family's good fortune. Since her arrival, good things have been abundant. Xiao Fu had previously dismissed this notion, but now, reflecting on it, he recognized a glimmer of truth. Indeed, Sui Sui is clever and resourceful, holding her own in any situation. I now have an additional ally. Xiaomu was elated, yet, as she turned, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, "Oh, half of the silver is still with me. I must send it to Sui Sui and show you as well, such glistening silver." She reverently pulled out the money pouch, unfastening it for Xiao Fu to see. Inside were gleaming silver coins that jingled delightfully, bringing a sense of joy to all who beheld it. Xiao Fu chuckled, his eyes narrowing in amusement, pondering, "This wife of mine, call her greedy, yet she has no designs on our daughter-in-law's silver. Call her indifferent to wealth, yet her eyes light up at the sight of it." As Xiaomu prepared to visit Jiang Sui to deliver the remaining silver, she unexpectedly encountered her, who had come to find Xiaomu to bring the other half of the silver. Xiaomu promptly ushered her into her room and closed the door. To avoid suspicion, Xiao Fu hastily dressed, slipping into his eldest son's room to entertain his grandson. Jiang Sui conveyed her intentions to Xiaomu, expressing her desire to keep the silver with her. "Child, this is all your hard-earned money. It belongs to you. I cannot accept it," Xiaomu insisted, shaking her head. "I was going to bring you my half," Jiang Sui replied with a smile, shaking her head. "Mother, I am serious. This silver should remain with you, wherever it is needed in the household. It should be used there. Frankly, I must thank you for rescuing me from the Jiang family, allowing me to escape that den of despair, treating me with kindness and dignity. Had it not been for you, I might have been sold off as a concubine to some landlord in town. Your kindness is etched in my heart, a debt I shall never forget. Therefore, I regard you as my own mother, trust you, and wish to do right by you. This silver is safe with you, and I feel at ease. Besides, my room is often bustling with visitors, and I fear it might get lost." Chapter 28. Since a husband is hard to find, one must bolster their own purse. Xiao Huchuan typically relishes the company of Godan and the others. The children bustle about, and with such a substantial sum of silver in her possession, it hardly feels secure. Moreover, Zhao's mother has now assumed the role of the family matriarch, and it is imperative for her to be perceptive. She contemplates that in her later years, she will need to rely on the future scholaress support. Thus, given the current financial strain of the Xiao family, it is only fitting that she contributes to improving their circumstances. By assisting them in their early endeavors, they will, in turn, support her in the future, a veritable win-win. Most importantly, Zhao's mother is deserving of this. She is indeed a commendable mother-in-law. Jiang Sui's heartfelt words deeply moved Zhao's mother, and her gaze grew increasingly affectionate. This was no mere addition of a daughter-in-law, it was akin to welcoming a beloved daughter. "Very well, since you have expressed this so earnestly, I shall temporarily safeguard this silver for you. When you require it, I shall return it to you, and it shall not be misused." Zhao's mother mused that the child's willingness to trust her was commendable, yet she could not claim the silver as her own. "No need for that. As I have mentioned, we shall allocate funds where they are most needed without concern for me. We are family. In a family, we do not speak in separate tongues. Furthermore, should Huchuan flourish in the future, he will undoubtedly continue his studies. Education does not come without expense. This silver can be saved for his academic pursuits." Jiang Sui understood that once Xiao Huchuan improved, he would indeed embark on the path of the imperial examination, and at that juncture, ink, paper, and writing tools would necessitate funds. History has shown that no scholar of distinction achieved their status without effort. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's remarks, Zhao's mother felt tears welling up in her eyes, and with a complex expression, she inquired, "Sui Sui, do you truly believe that Huchuan will recover?" She had long since lost hope, as everyone around her had told her that her son was beyond salvation, destined to remain as he was for a lifetime. Even family members, initially optimistic, had seen their hopes dim over the years. Her Jiang Sui nodded vigorously, her tone resolute. He will recover, without a doubt. Huchuan is no ordinary individual, he is akin to the moon in the sky, destined for completeness. A golden scale is not merely a fish in the pond, he was remarkably bright in his youth, and if heaven possesses vision, it would never allow a pearl to remain tarnished. Jiang Sui's words undeniably rekindled hope within Zhao's mother, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Well said. Sui, you are not an ordinary person either, for ordinary folk do not speak such profound truths. You bear no resemblance to someone uneducated. Zhao's mother reflected sincerely, finding Jiang Sui's brief statements to be akin to those of learned individuals. Were it not for her lack of formal education, she might have doubted whether a celestial being resided within her. However, voicing such thoughts would surely leave Jiang Sui in a state of embarrassment. Jiang Sui merely smiled awkwardly, realizing that feigning ignorance was quite challenging, particularly when one's eloquence could not be contained. By the way, mother, regarding the 25 taels of silver, please set aside 3 taels for Lanlan. She has also contributed, and this is her rightful share. Remember to give it to her, so she may have some personal funds. I am aware of her situation. Since a husband is hard to find, she must fortify her own purse to safeguard herself in the future. Jiang Sui always kept Lanlan's plight in mind, troubled by her fate and the search for a suitable husband. Wealth could indeed procure happiness and stability. Zhao's mother felt a surge of emotion at Jiang Sui's concern for Lanlan. After Jiang Sui departed, Zhao's mother followed her advice and sent 3 taels of silver to Xiao Lanlan, who was just about to retire for the night when her mother arrived. She conveyed the intentions of her 4th sister-in-law, and upon seeing the 3 taels, Lanlan was overwhelmed with thoughts and emotions. 4th sister-in-law is truly generous, considering me so thoughtfully. It would be disingenuous to say I am not moved, especially as mother recounted Jiang Sui's exact words to me. Since a husband is difficult to find, one must strengthen their own purse to ensure their protection. She committed this wisdom to memory. Your 4th sister-in-law cares deeply for you, remember her kindness, Zhao's mother urged as she grasped her daughter's hand. I understand, mother, and I shall not forget. Among my 3 sisters-in-law, I relate best to the 4th, we are of similar age, and we have much to share, thus gaining a confidant for the future. Very well, keep the silver safe, and do not misplace it. It is getting late, and I shall retire for the night. After a long day of exertion, Zhao's mother felt wearied and was already yawning. Days passed in tranquil succession, and with much of the fieldwork completed, the men of the Xiao family found themselves with some leisure time. The brothers deliberated on venturing out to seek employment, in hopes of earning some silver to add to their savings. Though the eldest had lost his wife, he still had a son to care for, and with his parents assisting, he bore the responsibility of earning an income. The 2nd and 3rd brothers, now with their own families, could not habitually rely on their parents for financial support. They too needed to save for their households, especially the youngest, who was soon to become a father and needed to earn money for his wife's dietary needs. Meanwhile, Xiao Lanlan and Jiang Sui had gathered an ample amount of mushrooms, spreading them out in the courtyard to dry, and for the past few days, they refrained from climbing the mountains, instead assisting Zhao's mother with household chores. In April, the weather was warm and sunny, and the family basked in the sunlight while discussing potential work opportunities. Coincidentally, Lu's mother and her son, Lu Jiang, arrived unexpectedly. Their visit was sudden, and as the saying goes, no one visits the 3 treasure hall without reason. They were certainly there for a purpose. Upon seeing her family, Lu was all smiles, bustling about preparing sweet syrup and urging Zhou to cook meat. Zhao's mother graciously welcomed them, offering seeds and peanuts from her home. Only the 3rd son, Xiaoyi, scratched his head in resignation, as he had a strong inkling as to why his mother-in-law had come. Just as lunch was being prepared, the in-laws arrived. Zhao's mother cooked meat and eggs and steamed large buns, adhering to all customary courtesies. During the meal, Lu's mother disclosed that her eldest son, Lu Jiang, was to be wed next month and had come to share the joyous news, inviting the Xiao family to attend the wedding feast. Getting married is indeed a momentous occasion. Xiao's father and mother congratulated with smiles. At the dining table, Lu insisted on serving meat to her mother and brother, while Lu's mother cast several glances at Zhao's mother, hesitating to speak, as Lu Jiang occasionally nudged his mother under the table. Zhao's mother, perceptive as ever, understood that her mother-in-law had likely come with financial intentions. She calculated in her mind that if it were merely a matter of borrowing a small sum, she would be willing, but if the amount were substantial, she would find it difficult to provide. Chapter 29. Borrowing money at the dinner table. Surrounded by so many people, it was quite difficult for Lou's mother to broach the subject, so she restrained herself until after the meal was finished. Once Xiao's mother had washed all the pots and pans, Lou's mother approached her, affectionately linking arms with her. Xiao's mother glanced over and thought to herself, well, here it comes. Let's see what she has to say. Dear mother-in-law, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Lou's mother said with a forced smile, which, upon closer inspection, revealed an undertone of helplessness, a prelude to feigned vulnerability. Xiao's mother, keenly perceptive, understood that any news of joy, such as a son's marriage, would inevitably lead to a request for financial assistance. Such requests, intertwined with joyous occasions, were difficult to decline, and the specifics would depend on the amount needed, especially given the existing relationship between their families. It would be inappropriate to refuse outright. What is it? Please, speak your mind. I shall do my utmost to assist, Xiao's mother said as she led Lou's mother to a corner, lowering her voice intentionally. Well, it's not that I need your physical assistance, it's just oh dear, I feel rather ashamed to ask you, but I find myself in a predicament, Lou's mother stammered, feigning difficulty. Both mothers were seasoned in such matters, adept at playing their roles. Do tell, elder sister, I am all ears, Lou's mother, a year older, addressed Xiao's mother with the appropriate respect. Noticing the receptive demeanor, Lou's mother boldly revealed her true intentions. You see, my eldest son, Lu Jiang, is already 22 this year. At this age, most young men have already started families, yet he remains single this year. He has finally caught the eye of a suitable young woman who is willing to marry him. As you know, my husband's health has been rather poor. He fell ill in the spring and we spent a considerable amount on his recovery. Now, with a good fortune approaching, I thought it best not to delay. However, the young lady's family is demanding a hefty bride price, 4 taels of silver, along with several yards of red cloth for the wedding gown, and a large red wooden box to complete the arrangement. My dear sister, doesn't this present quite the dilemma for me? With the bride price, the cloth, and the box, hosting the banquet will also require funds. I truly find myself in a bind, my purse is light, and I cannot bear to watch my son's good fortune slip away, which is why I have mustered the courage to approach you. Upon finishing, Lou's mother raised her hand to wipe away her tears, adopting a woeful expression. Xiao's mother, already prepared for this eventuality, was reluctant to prolong the conversation. She first wanted to ascertain the amount being requested but felt compelled to preface her response. I understand your predicament, dear mother-in-law. However, as you are aware, we have recently celebrated my 4th son's marriage, and our finances are rather stretched at the moment. Nevertheless, rest assured, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. I have 1 tael of silver remaining. I will give it to you shortly. You can use it to help gather the necessary funds for the bride. After all, this is a significant matter concerning the children. You may seek assistance from other relatives, and as for the repayment, there is always time ahead. Xiao's mother was adept at navigating these situations. She had already gleaned from Lou's mother's words that if she allowed her to speak first, the demands would likely escalate. Therefore, she proactively offered 1 tael, portraying herself as having done her utmost. While she indeed possessed more silver, it belonged to Jiang Sui, and given the existing relationship between the families, once the money was lent, it would become a stubborn debt, difficult to reclaim in the future. As soon as Xiao's mother expressed her willingness, Lou's mother's smile faltered. She thought to herself, what good is 1 tael? Dear mother-in-law, I have exhausted all my options, everyone is struggling, and I am at my wit's end, which is why I have come to you. Is there any possibility you might lend a bit more? Having reached this impasse, Xiao's mother felt her displeasure rising, her expression darkening. Mother-in-law, what you say is rather unreasonable. Just because others are unable to produce silver does not mean we are without our own difficulties. These days, no household is prospering, and I have a whole family to feed. This 1 tael is all we have. Take it if you wish, but if not, then so be it. Xiao's mother was not one to indulge her demands, especially when Lou's mother continued to push for more. Realizing that the conversation was going nowhere, Lou's mother abandoned her pretense and stormed off to find her daughter die in the privacy of their room. The mother and daughter closed the door, whispering fervently to each other, while Lu Jiang paced anxiously in the courtyard, glancing around, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, the door burst open, and Lu's daughter emerged, fuming, seeking out Zhao's mother. Zhao's mother was sweeping the courtyard with a broom when she noticed her daughter-in-law approaching with an accusatory demeanor. Ah, how cunning you Xiao family members are! Hoarding your wealth while pretending to be one big happy family, keeping secrets from everyone as if we are all fools. You claim to be family, yet you are more calculating than anyone else. Zhao's mother was momentarily taken aback by the outburst. The words were bewildering. Yet, she caught the key information: you carry dozens of tails in your pockets. Xiao Yi, witnessing his wife making a scene, rushed forward to intervene. What is the matter with you? Jiang Sui, who had been in Xiao Lanlan's room learning embroidery, heard the commotion and hurried out, joining everyone in the courtyard. Lu's daughter shrugged off Xiao Yi's hand, glaring at him, one finger pointing accusingly at Zhao's mother. I have lost my mind, Xiao Yi, ask your mother if her actions are reasonable. She takes her daughter-in-law and sneaks off to the county to sell Ganoderma and ginseng, returning with a fortune, yet not a word is shared with us. If it weren't for my family witnessing it, I would have thought she was off praying to the gods. Instead, she has been silently profiting while refusing to share a single coin with you, hoarding it all for her foolish son. I am curious to see how she will fare when it comes time for her to be cared for in her old age. A resounding slap echoed through the courtyard. Xiao Yi could no longer contain himself and struck Lu's daughter for her disrespectful remarks about his mother and brother. Stunned, Lu's daughter clutched her face in disbelief. However, after the act, Xiao Yi immediately regretted his decision. As he calmed down, he realized that his wife was pregnant, and his hand was left awkwardly hanging. The Xiao brothers were all of gentle temperament, emotionally stable and considerate, profoundly filial, and the bond between them was as solid as rock. He had only acted out of desperation. I have told you before, do not speak ill of my mother or my brother. Chapter 030 of the Archetypal Egoist. Xiao Yi, how dare you strike my daughter? I shall not let this pass. Lu's mother, who had been hiding in the room, stormed out and launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Xiao Yi. Seeing his mother in action, Lu Jiang joined the fray, declaring, You dare to hit my sister? Watch how I deal with you. He rolled up his sleeves and delivered a punch directly to Xiao Yi's face, who, aware of his own culpability, did not retaliate. However, Xiao Yi's brothers could not stand by and watch him being assaulted, so they stepped in to intervene. Lu's mother, having received a slap, stood frozen as if a mute button had been pressed, tears streaming down her face. When she finally regained her composure, someone bumped into her amidst the chaos, causing her to stumble nearly to the ground, only to be steadied by Zhao's mother, who tossed aside a broom to assist her. It seemed neither Zhao's mother nor Jiang Sui could comprehend how Lu's family had become privy to these events. Could it be that they had seen them in the county that day? Even if they had seen, it shouldn't have been so clear-cut. The Jishintang was not a place where matters could be so easily inquired into. Did everyone divulge everything upon mere inquiry? Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to stabilize the situation. After all, it was broad daylight. Although the Xiao family resided in a secluded area, where the courtyard was usually devoid of passers-by, the last thing they needed was to become the subject of ridicule. Thus, with a commanding shout, Enough, everyone, cease this at once. The patriarch of the Xiao family brought silence to the courtyard, drawing everyone's attention to him. He stood grim-faced beneath the eaves, hands clasped behind his back. The eldest and second sons pulled Lu Jiang away, while the third son remained rooted to the spot, a bruise forming on his cheekbone from a punch. Lu's mother, exhausted from the altercation, rushed over to support her daughter, shoving Zhao's mother aside in the process. Zhao's mother, too fatigued to engage in further conflict, felt it necessary to clarify a few matters. You mentioned that I took Jiang Sui to the county yesterday, which is indeed true. We did go to sell some rasher and ginseng, and since you all are already aware, I see no reason to conceal it any longer. However, let me make this clear. This is not a matter of favoritism or bias. The proceeds from the sale of the rasher and ginseng pertain solely to Jiang Sui, as she was the one who discovered and harvested them. Lanlan and Hechuan can attest to this. Without her, we would not even recognize what rasher and ginseng are. I merely accompanied her to the county. Therefore, since the earnings belong to her, no one has the right to question it, especially not you who have contributed nothing yet wish to partake in the spoils. At this juncture, Zhou, who had been quietly observing from the corner, lifted her head to gaze at Zhao's mother and then turned her eyes towards Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui sensed her scrutiny and exchanged a brief look with her. Zhou merely stared, pressed her lips together, and then lowered her gaze, concealing an inscrutable expression that revealed no hint of greed. In stark contrast, Lu's mother, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation and retorted, Mother, your words are fundamentally flawed. Are you not the one who frequently espouses the idea that family should not keep secrets from one another? Now that Jiang Sui is a daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, she is one of us. Since we are family, why should she hide the earnings? Why not share them for our collective benefit? After all, the three brothers have looked after the fourth. Even if they have not earned merit, they have certainly put in effort. What is wrong with supporting one's brothers? Her arguments were bold and unwavering, yet one could easily surmise that had the tables been turned, she would not have shared a single coin, let alone consider aiding her brothers. It was a blatant display of self-interest, driven by greed. Jiang Sui discerned that this sister-in-law, Lu, was the epitome of an egoist, self-serving and opportunistic, eager to seize benefits but utterly unwilling to contribute. If difficulties arose within the family, she would be the first to distance herself from them. She had previously stated that the money could be spent as needed, yet now she was determined not to advantage the Lu family. You speak so lightly of sharing, yet have you ever considered whether you would do the same if you were in possession of this money? Would you not hoard it for yourself? Unable to remain silent any longer, Xiao Lanlan felt compelled to speak out in fairness. Lu's mother, feeling somewhat cornered by the argument, recognized that she would certainly not part with such funds were she in Jiang Sui's position. After all, why relinquish money that could be kept for oneself? However, her family was in dire need of funds, which compelled her to advocate for them. My mother merely wishes to borrow some money for my brother's wedding. It is not as if it won't be repaid. Why be so stingy? Why hide it? Lu's mother insisted, still maintaining her obstinate stance, but those familiar with borrowing knew well that lending money was akin to relinquishing control. Repayment was far more challenging, especially in familial ties, where such transactions could easily lead to complications. Once the money was lent, retrieving it became a formidable task. Indeed, we intend to repay. Hichuan's wife, I see you are a sensible and understanding woman. You must recognize your aunt's predicament. If you would be willing to lend me some silver, I assure you it will be repaid. One to you? Lu's mother had been sizing up Jiang Sui for some time, believing her to be a docile target given her petite stature and quiet demeanor. After all, once the money was borrowed, the timeline for repayment would be at her discretion, especially since her daughter was now carrying a child of the Xiao family. Seeing this, Zhao's mother thought, this is bad. The spotlight is now on Sui. How will she handle this? Just as she contemplated how to interject on Sui's behalf, Jiang Sui broke into a smile and said, of course, I would be willing to lend you the money. At this declaration, Lu Jiang could not help but grin, feeling as though their scheme had succeeded. While Lu's mother also chuckled in delight, she promptly released her hold on her daughter and approached Jiang Sui with a sycophantic demeanor. I knew you were a good child, so understanding. Jiang Sui smiled sweetly, her dimples deepening, yet Xiao Lanlan felt a surge of urgency and tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, no, fourth sister, if you lend them money, it will be like throwing meat buns to dogs. Hey, you little girl, what a lack of education. Who are you calling a dog? A young lady like you should be in her room and not meddling in adult affairs. Lu's mother interjected, fearing that Xiao Lanlan would ruin her plans. Jiang Sui understood but maintained her composure, patting Xiao Lanlan's hand in reassurance. Seeing Jiang Sui's calming gaze, Xiao Lanlan's anxiety eased somewhat, though it lingered. Then Jiang Sui continued, and Lu, how much money do you wish to borrow? Lu's mother, upon hearing this, extended her hands to calculate, finally declaring, after considering everything, the betrothal gifts, the red cloth, the furniture, and the expenses for the banquet, I reckon that borrowing 10 taels should suffice. 10 taels, she truly was audacious. Was this for her son's wedding, or did she expect the Xiao family to finance the entire affair? 10 taels would surely cover the expenses with some to spare. The calculations were quite ambitious. Chapter 031. Money does not blow in with the wind. 10 taels, indeed a considerable sum, yet not entirely unmanageable. Jiang Sui feigned a reluctant acceptance. Oh, it's not much at all. I heard you sold a total of 25 taels. What is 10 taels in comparison? Wouldn't you agree, Hichuan's wife? The aunt regarded her as a truly benevolent person, noting her handsome appearance and kind heart, proclaiming that such goodness would surely be rewarded in the future. Lu Mu's face radiated with joy, especially around her eyes, where the wrinkles blossomed like flowers. Look at that, she truly had her ear to the ground, even aware of how much silver they had sold. Her current delight seemed effortless, as if the naive young girl was easy to deceive. Xiao Mu was in a state of distress, covering her forehead, unsure of how to respond, genuinely believing Jiang Sui had acquiesced, thinking to herself that the child was quite foolish. Xiao Fu, standing nearby, was equally anxious yet restrained from voicing his concerns, as the original proposition had indeed been theirs. The money was to be decided by the fourth son's wife, and now they had left themselves open to exploitation. The young were indeed inexperienced. At this point, Lu Shi had ceased her weeping, her face now adorned with a smile, completely disregarding the recent slap from her husband. Only Jiang Sui, observing their self-satisfied expressions, curved her lips into a cold smirk. She knew it was essential to douse their relation with a bucket of cold water. "Aunt, I can lend you this silver, but I must lay down some conditions," Jiang Sui unexpectedly interjected. The Lu family, mother and her two sons, remained oblivious to the shift in tone, still grinning at her. "What do you mean?" Lu Mu thought, "It's just a few words, listening won't cost us anything, we just need to get the silver." Jiang Sui smiled gently, gathering her braided hair from behind her and playing with the ends. "When it comes to borrowing money, it is customary to ensure that it is repaid, as I believe we all understand. However, in my case, borrowing my silver comes with certain complications." "What complications could there be in borrowing a few taels? If you fear we won't repay, we can write you an IOU," Lu Shi dismissed, confident that as long as the repayment date was not specified, they could dictate the terms. It was truly astonishing. Even as a married woman, she audaciously defended her family of origin. "Of course, an IOU must be written. However, the complication I refer to is that 10 taels is not a trifling amount. I require the repayment terms to be explicitly stated on the note. I believe 1 year should suffice. You simply need to write that you will return the 10 taels 1 year from now. Furthermore, I will take this IOU to the town and have it notarized by the local magistrate, stamped for validity. Should you fail to repay on time, I shall have no choice but to file a complaint with the magistrate, requesting his assistance in recovering the debt. Thus, if you have no objections, we shall proceed as I have outlined. Once the IOU is stamped, I will lend you the silver. How does that sound?" Little did they know, Jiang Sui had been anticipating this moment, and now it was the Shao family who felt a wave of relief wash over them. In stark contrast, the expressions of Lu Mu and her sons darkened upon hearing Jiang Sui's litany of demands. "Fourth son's wife, must you be so harsh? We are all family. Why make this so formal? We will repay the silver. Is it necessary to involve the magistrate?" Lu Shi rolled her eyes, realizing that despite her initial impression of the fourth son's wife as soft and harmless, she was far more cunning than anticipated. Indeed, why invite ridicule from outsiders over such a trivial matter? If you do not wish to lend, simply say so. Lu Mu's demeanor shifted from obsequious to acerbic, yet Jiang Sui remained unperturbed. They were the ones seeking her assistance, thus she held the upper hand. Who was in a position to endure their insolence? "What do you mean trivial? 10 taels is no small sum for us common folk. Amounts exceeding 5 taels warrant a visit to the magistrate for a stamp. Moreover, as the saying goes, even brothers must keep accounts clear. The eldest son of the Lu family and He Chuan are not kin, thus it is all the more necessary to be precise. I am indeed willing to lend the silver. I have merely put forth reasonable conditions. If you disagree, I lose nothing, for after all, no one's wealth comes from the wind, does it?" Jiang Sui maintained an air of decorum, yet her smile appeared as a blatant provocation in Lu Shi's eyes. Lu Shi glared at Jiang Sui, her teeth clenched in frustration. "I never realized, fourth son's wife, that you possess such acumen. Your tongue can weave intricate schemes. I have truly underestimated you. Indeed, the higher the skill, the greater the cunning." "There is much you do not yet comprehend," Jiang Sui silently retorted. She chose not to argue, merely smiling. The more composed she appeared, the more incensed the Lu family became. Lu Shi struck a cushion in frustration, then turned her ire towards her husband. "Shaoyi, have you lost your tongue? Watching your wife being bullied and you remain silent?" Shaoyi pressed his tongue against his teeth, the sting from the punch still fresh. However, today he finally understood that his wife was not aligned with him. Her loyalty lay entirely with her family of origin. "What do you expect me to do? Today is my fault. I should not have struck you. You may beat me or berate me as you wish, but I stand firm. You may insult me, but do not speak ill of my parents or brothers, for they have done no wrong, and you have not been wronged in our home. That if you wish to borrow the fourth brother as silver, must you not also respect her conditions? I am not charging you interest, so if you are unhappy, that is your burden to bear." Lu Shi was utterly exasperated. She found herself at a loss, for they could not agree to Jiang Sui's stipulations. Repaying 10 taels within a year was an insurmountable challenge, yet, should they try to evade their obligations, Jiang Sui had positioned herself with the magistrate and the law on her side. In a final act of desperation, she flopped onto the ground, wailing, "Oh, why is my fate so cruel? I carry a child, and my in-laws bully me, while my husband shows me no compassion. I might as well die." Her lament was accompanied by tears and snot, prompting Lu Mu to join her on the ground, embracing her daughter in mutual despair. the two began their duet. My poor daughter. It is the fault of your mother for not being able to protect you, for not having the influence to command respect from your in-laws, but fear not, they may not cherish you, yet your mother does. Come, let us gather your belongings and return home. With that, she began to help her daughter rise, both wiping their tears while supporting one another back to their quarters. As they passed their son Lu Jiang, Lu Mu cast him a knowing glance, and he immediately understood. Seeing Lu Shi determined to return to her family, Xiao Mu was alarmed. And no matter how much Lu Shi aided her family in their mischief, she was still with child, and it was neither reasonable nor compassionate to allow her to leave. Thus, she tugged at Xiao Yi's sleeve, signaling him to intervene. Chapter 032 Life, though unpleasant, still requires proper nourishment. Yet, amidst his vexation, Xiao Yi, a man of stature, could not simply disregard his pride. Typically, he indulged Lu Shi's whims in private, yet today's affair transcended mere trifles. It touched upon matters of principle. If he were to acquiesce to her temper tantrums, the Xiao family would inevitably find themselves entirely uprooted, with her relocating back to her maternal home. In ancient times, it was a widely held belief that a married daughter was akin to spilled water. Once a part of the Xiao family, her continued support for her natal family would only sow discord, nurturing her capriciousness. Well then, mother, if she wishes to leave, let her go. It won't be long before she returns. After all, she was a married woman, and with child, no less, living indefinitely in her maternal home would only invite gossip from the village. Lu Shi, being one who valued her reputation, could hardly endure such scrutiny. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yi, however, the three of them had already conspired to extract some concession from him. They had evidently devised a strategy of retreat to advance their position, intending to apply pressure. Before long, Lu Shi had packed her belongings, her mother supporting her as they departed without a backward glance. Lu Jiang, trailing behind, declared, "Let it be known, my sister carries the seed of the Xiao family. If you are not apprehensive of village gossip regarding your grandson being raised by his maternal grandparents, then demonstrate some sincerity. Should your sincerity fall short, do not expect to welcome my sister back." The implication was clear. If they wished for her return, they must offer silver. This time, it was not a matter of borrowing but a straightforward demand. After issuing his ultimatum, Lu Jiang hastened to catch up with his mother and sister. The trio made their way through the village, with Lu Shi weeping and wailing, ensuring everyone was aware of her grievances as she returned to her maternal home. The villagers, ever eager for gossip, began speculating about the reasons behind her departure, concocting various narratives. According to tradition, a troublemaker like Lu Shi could indeed be cast off, yet the Xiao family, though angered, had not considered this course of action. It was Xiao Huchuan who brought the news back, having spent the day with a group of village children in the rice fields, catching loaches. He had caught the most, returning with several large ones, which he fried to a golden crisp, garnished with scallions and chili powder, creating a delectable aroma. They could also be used in soup. After frying them to perfection, he would add a couple of eggs to the broth, yielding a creamy and flavorful concoction. Upon noticing Lu Shi's tearful departure, with villagers inquiring about the situation, he hurried home with his catch, unaware of the preceding events. "Mother, what shall we do? The villagers' tongues can weave the most unsavory tales," lamented Xiao Lanlan, her face a portrait of concern. She had witnessed the power of gossip, knowing that rumors could have devastating effects. However, Xiao's mother was no stranger to such dramas. After an initial panic, she composed herself, formulating a plan. "What is there to fear? They wish to put on a show for others, and we shall do the same. They seek to stir up talk about us, but we shall stand unperturbed. Our conscience is clear. Starting tomorrow, 3rd, you shall regularly deliver eggs and meat to your wife, along with some cornmeal and vegetables. Given their nature, they may not openly acknowledge your generosity, yet they will certainly accept the provisions. As long as they receive the food, we shall have fulfilled our duty, keeping her and the child in mind, ensuring they are well fed. When the time comes, we shall have something to say in our defense. As for the villagers, let them talk. We will continue to send food and drink. Those with eyes will see the truth. Her refusal to return due to her petty tantrums cannot be blamed on us. We have shown her respect." These Lu family members truly believed they could leverage the child against the Xiao family. It had only been a few months, with the birth still far off. If her mother wished to serve her, so be it. Her son was eager for marriage, and she could not remain there indefinitely. It was merely a test of patience, and the Xiao family had shown ample goodwill. Today had been another lesson for Xiao Lanlan, particularly from her mother, who navigated these matters with remarkable finesse. Yet, her fourth sister-in-law was equally formidable, orchestrating the situation so that they were left speechless, reduced to throwing tantrums. Sister-in-law, you are truly impressive. I thought you genuinely intended to lend them money, but you had your rebuttal ready all along. The thought of their frantic desperation is both amusing and infuriating. Xiao Lanlan was learning for the first time how such a promissory note could be crafted. She would adopt this approach in the future to deter those who wished to evade their debts. In truth, Jiang Sui had only intended to intimidate them. Her threats were mere fabrications, an empty show of strength. The Lu family was far too shrewd, and their own insecurities betrayed their fear. Xiao Huchuan, meanwhile, found himself overwhelmed by the unfolding drama, but his primary concern was whether his wife would enjoy the loaches he had caught. Wife, these loaches are specially for you. Eat well, and you shall grow strong. He was preoccupied with Jiang Sui's growth, hoping she would thrive. Jiang Sui found him increasingly endearing, wishing he could remain this way, though she quickly chastised herself for her selfish thoughts. Perhaps it was a childhood devoid of affection that had instilled in her a profound reliance on these fleeting moments of warmth. At that moment, Xiao's mother gazed at the lively loaches in the basket, contemplating how they could be turned into soup to nourish the entire family. Life may be fraught with difficulties, yet one must still partake in proper meals. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi secluded himself in his chamber, brooding in discontent. He recalled the first time he encountered Lu Shi, her shy smile and gentle demeanor. How had she transformed so drastically after their marriage? The tender woman had quickly revealed her true nature, her voice growing louder, her thoughts more complex, and her words sharper. What vexed him most was her incessant fixation on her brothers and sisters back in her natal home. While familial support was commendable, her excessive devotion had become wearisome, leaving him feeling out of place within his own household. Xiao's father and elder brothers continued their discussions in the courtyard about seeking laborers, while the others busied themselves in the kitchen. Xiao Lanlan and Jiang Sui engaged in endless conversation, resembling the closest of friends, whispering secrets to one another, while Xiao Huchuan attempted to eavesdrop, only to be shunned by both women, sulking in displeasure. In a corner, Zhou Shi, peeling cabbage, occasionally glanced over at Jiang Sui, her face betraying a myriad of unspoken thoughts, leaving everyone pondering what sentiments she harbored within. The second sister-in-law was a complex character. Unlike the third sister-in-law, who wore her feelings openly, the second preferred to keep her thoughts to herself, making her difficult to decipher. Chapter 033 The subtle calculations of the Zhou family. The day after Lu's departure, Zhao's mother rose early and retrieved 8 eggs from the jar, along with a bag of cornmeal and a small pouch of homeground flour, instructing her youngest son to deliver them to Lu's household. Although Xiaoyi was still harboring resentment, he acquiesced to his mother's wishes and set off with the offerings. As anticipated by Zhao's mother, upon his arrival, the Lu family refused him entry, their demeanor dismissive, yet they accepted the gifts without hesitation. The villagers witnessed Xiaoyi's considerable contribution to his mother-in-law's home, leading to a swift shift in gossip. The narratives surrounding the family evolved. However, the Xiao family remained indifferent to the whispers, focused solely on their own lives. Zhao's father had resolved to seek work in the county alongside his eldest and second sons. Their family was rich in physical strength, and aside from the busy farming seasons in spring and autumn, they largely toiled away from home, with their earnings supplementing household expenses. Now that the children had established their own homes, the money previously earned had been allocated towards their weddings, and they still owed some debts from when Xiao Huchuan had fallen ill, for which they had borrowed funds for medical care. Repayments were ongoing, but the debt remained outstanding. Xiaoyi wished to accompany them, but Zhao's mother advised him to wait and first address the matter concerning his wife. She insisted that he must deliver gifts a few times to demonstrate sincerity. Thus, Zhao's father, Xiao Qin, and Xiao Mian began to gather their belongings, preparing to depart ahead of schedule. On the eve of their departure, Xiao Mian was washing his feet and preparing for bed when Zhou, having been burdened with unspoken thoughts for days, finally broke her silence. Xiao Mian, I need to discuss something with you. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she bit her lip, her hands anxiously twisting together, betraying her nervousness. Xiao Mian understood her well. Her anxious demeanor likely pertained to matters of childbirth. You aren't concocting some folk remedy again, are you? I assure you, I will not partake. Abandon that thought. His apprehension stemmed from a genuine fear of jeopardizing his health further. No remedies, she replied, looking down, her voice barely above a whisper. I've been at home for days, as you know. I have an idea I want to discuss with you. Relieved to hear there were no remedies involved, Xiao Mian responded, Go on, I am listening. Taking a deep breath, Zhou continued, I wish to borrow some silver from fourth sister-in-law to visit a doctor in the county. Previously, I only sought treatment in the town, where the doctors were unreliable, and we lack the funds to consult a better physician. I heard from Mother that there is a charitable clinic in the county with skilled doctors. I want to give it a try if fourth sister-in-law has some silver, and I thought to borrow from her, promising to repay once we earn some money. However, I hesitate to approach her directly, as we are not close and she has only recently joined the family. But you brothers have a good rapport. Could you speak to Mother and ask her to persuade fourth sister-in-law? This is for a medical consultation, not for any other reason. She is reasonable and should agree. Zhou had devised this plan, hoping to approach Jiang Sui, but her lack of a close relationship with her made her apprehensive about being rejected. Hence, she sought to prod Xiao Mian into speaking to their mother. Zhao's mother and Jiang Sui shared a cordial relationship. It was evident that Jiang Sui respected Zhao's mother, so if she were to support the request, Jiang Sui would likely comply. Indeed, Zhou's proposal stirred a flicker of interest within Xiao Mian, yet he pondered whether they were being overly presumptuous. If third brother's wife had just sought a loan, would it be wise for them to approach fourth sister-in-law so soon? If she were to agree, it might provoke third brother's wife, who was already in a delicate condition. Xiao Mian remained silent, deep in thought, while Zhou grew impatient. Oh, come on. Just say something. What does your silence mean? Seeing her anxious demeanor, he empathized with her desire for a child. She was already 20, and many at her age were already bustling about with children. He, too, yearned for offspring, yet they remained childless. Finally, after much contemplation, he said, "Dear wife, I believe your proposal is sound. Fourth sister-in-law is reasonable. If you explain that you wish to borrow the silver for medical reasons, she will likely agree. However, we must refrain from approaching her just yet. It would be inappropriate, especially after the recent incident with third brother's wife. We cannot put fourth sister-in-law in an uncomfortable position. If she lends to us but not to third brother's wife, it could lead to discord, especially since she is with child and must not be agitated. We have endured for several years. A few more months of patience will not harm us. Coincidentally, I am heading to the county tomorrow to seek work. I can discreetly inquire about doctors there to avoid being unprepared later." The Xiao brothers were raised with the principle that harmony within the family was paramount, as their parents had instilled in them the importance of maintaining familial unity. Zhou felt a surge of joy at her husband's agreement, yet his cautious analysis left her anxious about delaying their request. What if circumstances changed and the funds were depleted? She worried that plans might falter, but she recognized the wisdom in Xiao Mian's reasoning. Pish-posh, let us not invite calamity. Our family must remain intact, and all will be well. Have faith, dear wife, and do not dwell on worries. Engage more with fourth sister-in-law and Lan, and take walks to ease your mind. I am out earning money. Should any issues arise, we will manage on our own. What is there to fear? Xiao Mian, ever optimistic, felt confident in his ability to provide for their family. Zhou, though feeling aggrieved, nodded in agreement. The following morning, as dawn broke, the three men departed, burdened with their packs. Zhao's mother had prepared provisions for them, urging them to take care of themselves and to support one another, forming a united front. Xiaoyi, feeling the weight of his wife's situation and the delay in seeking work, was troubled, yet he busied himself chopping wood on the mountain after breakfast, determined to lessen his mother's burdens. Chapter 034. A feeling good for an extended period. The sun shone brightly every day, causing the mushrooms and fungus in the yard to gradually dry out. It is anticipated that after a little more time, they will be ready to be packaged and taken to the town for sale. Following Xiao Mian's advice, Mrs. Zhou began to actively engage with Jiang Sui and Xiao Lan. She was quite skilled in needlework, particularly in embroidering insoles. With little else to do, she took it upon herself to teach Jiang Sui and Xiao Lan the art of embroidery. Jiang Sui, completely inept at needlework, often pricked herself with the embroidery needle, causing red beads of blood to occasionally surface. After yet another prick to her middle finger, she couldn't help but gasp as a bright red droplet appeared on her fingertip. Xiao Huchuan, who was observing his nephew do downright, immediately rushed to Jiang Sui's side upon hearing the sound, squatting down beside her. "Fourth sister-in-law, how could you hurt yourself again?" Xiao Lan looked at her helplessly. It seemed clear that their fourth sister-in-law was indeed ill-suited for needlework. After a few days of practice, not only had she made no progress, but her hands were also riddled with holes. "Fourth younger sister-in-law, don't be anxious. Take your time. Needlework requires patience," Mrs. Zhou reassured her with a smile. Jiang Sui shyly smiled back, feeling rather intelligent, yet perplexed by her inability to master this craft. "I understand, I will be more careful." Just then, Jiang Sui felt a warmth in her finger and turned to see Xiao Huchuan holding her pricked finger in his mouth, sucking gently. He was utterly focused, which made Jiang Sui's face flush with warmth. Mrs. Zhou and Xiao Lanlan exchanged glances and stifled their laughter, enjoying the scene from the sidelines. "Oh, Huchuan, my hand is dirty," she quickly tried to withdraw her hand. However, her strength was no match for Xiao Huchuan's. With a slight exertion, she found herself unable to pull away. As she noticed her second sister-in-law and Lanlan giggling at her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Only after confirming there was no longer any bleeding did Xiao Huchuan release her, looking at her hand with concern. "Wife, you should stop embroidering, your finger is all pricked." His brows furrowed in distress. He glanced at the insole she had embroidered, which, rather than resembling flowers, appeared more like centipedes, quite unappealing, yet he dared not voice this opinion, fearing reprimand. "Is something wrong with my embroidery?" Jiang Sui examined her work repeatedly, feeling quite pleased with herself. Xiao Huchuan scratched his head, uncertain whether to speak up. Observing his conflicted expression, Jiang Sui realized the answer and shrugged in resignation. "I know I lack this talent, but doing nothing at home is simply too dull." It had been nearly a month since Jiang Sui married into the Xiao family, and in such a short time, quite a bit had transpired. Recently, her third brother-in-law, Xiaoyi, had visited the Lu family once more to deliver goods, yet he was still met with disdain. Lu had stated that if he brought 5 taels of silver, she would accompany him home. This infuriated Xiaoyi, and upon returning, he wore a particularly sour expression. Previously, he had been cutting firewood daily, now he had switched to bamboo, preparing to craft new winnowing baskets for the family. As he was shaving bamboo, he overheard Jiang Sui's remarks and interjected, "Fourth younger sister-in-law, if you find yourself at a loss, I know of a place where a few wild apricot trees grow. They should be ripe by now. You could go with Lanlan to pick some. The location is quite secluded, known to only a few. However, the wild apricots are a bit sour, so you may not enjoy them." Upon hearing about picking wild apricots, Xiao Huchuan instantly perked up. "Wild apricots? I'm in." He was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Jiang Sui also felt a surge of interest and glanced at Lanlan, who nodded in understanding of Jiang Sui's restless nature. "Then let us go." "All right, we shall go pick wild apricots. The sourness is of no concern, they can be made into dried sour apricots and preserved for a long time." Jiang Sui thought to herself, considering that there was a pregnant woman at home, and dried sour apricots would surely come in handy. She did not mention Lu, but rather thought of her second sister-in-law, who might conceive at any moment. After all, don't expectant mothers crave sour flavors. With that, they set off, with Jiang Sui, Xiao Lanlan, and Xiao Huchuan changing into appropriate attire to seek out the wild apricot trees. Xiaoyi provided them with general directions, indeed noting the location was somewhat remote, nestled at the foot of a cliff. A half-hour walk. The afternoon had already settled in. "Make sure to return early. It is unsafe after dark," Xiaoyi advised them before they departed. Their mother had gone to the vegetable garden, and upon her return, she would learn of their excursion to pick wild apricots, though she did not concern herself with it. After all, these children were restless, let them be. They took only a basket, not expecting to gather a large haul of wild apricots. The wild apricot trees were hidden within a mountain gorge, accompanied by a modest pond where spring water cascaded down in several streams. In May, the mountains were ablaze with blossoms, offering splendid views with clusters of red visible throughout. The scenery within the gorge was particularly enchanting. When the wind blew, it carried a delightful fragrance. Upon reaching the site, Xiao Huchuan scooped a handful of water from the pond and drank deeply, savoring the sweet and crisp spring water, which left him feeling invigorated. Jiang Sui followed suit, and she was astounded by the quality of the spring water, so much more refreshing than the bottled water she was accustomed to in the modern world. Xiao Lanlan soon spotted the wild apricot trees, and while the fruit was not abundant, it was certainly enough. Xiao Huchuan took it upon himself to climb the tree, and after reaching the top, he tossed an apricot down to Xiao Lanlan. She caught it, washed it, and split it in half, the sourness hitting her senses and causing her mouth to water, not from desire, but from the acidity. After tasting a piece, she grimaced, her face contorting in discomfort. Seeing her back turned, Jiang Sui approached and inquired, "How is it? Is it tasty?" Xiao Lanlan, feeling mischievous, quickly adjusted her expression to feign nonchalance. "Not sour at all, see?" She took a bite before Jiang Sui's eyes, trying her best to suppress her reaction, and naturally offered the other half to her. Jiang Sui, believing her, took a generous bite the instant the fruit hit her tongue, her mouth filled with juices, and her features twisted in response. She quickly spat it out, exclaiming, "Too sour. Most people wouldn't be able to handle it. You naughty Lan Lan, how could you?" Jiang Sui scolded playfully, giving her shoulder a gentle shove. Xiao Lan Lan reveled in her successful prank, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The sour taste lingered in Jiang Sui's mouth, but she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, cherishing these simple joys. During her month in the Xiao household, her appetite had greatly improved, her portion sizes had increased, and with the occasional meat dish, she appeared far healthier than when she first arrived, her face fuller and her complexion rosier. Chapter 035. Still breathing, still alive in the midst of their playful banter, Xiao Huchuan had already gathered a basket full of wild apricots. "My dear wife, Lan Lan, come quickly, I can hardly carry any more." Upon hearing his call, the two sisters hurried over. Xiao Huchuan discarded the apricots onto the grass, leaving them to gather the fruit. The wild apricot trees did not grow too tall, and thus the fruits were limited, with a few still unripe, which Xiao Lan Lan insisted they leave to mature a little longer. Soon, they finished with the first tree, moving on to the second. With a total of 3 wild apricot trees. Rather than being truly wild, one might reasonably suspect that someone had passed through here years ago, scattering seeds, and that the ancestors had planted trees for future generations to enjoy. After all, how else could several stable-bearing apricot trees have miraculously appeared in the valley? Xiao Huchuan nimbly climbed the tree while Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan waited below. The valley was also enveloped in a grove of maple trees, their leaves thick and lush, providing a canopy that obscured the sun. Rays of sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Jiang Sui looked up, suspecting that this place had once been inhabited. In such a picturesque setting, come autumn, the maple leaves would turn crimson, a sight to behold. With the apricot blossoms falling in April and the fruits ripening in May, it would be delightful to build a small wooden cabin by the little pond. As her gaze swept across the landscape, Jiang Sui noticed a patch of white at the base of a maple tree, resembling white fabric, partially covered by fallen leaves, making it difficult to discern clearly. On closer inspection, it appeared as though a person lay there, and her heart skipped a beat, transforming her earlier reverie into a surge of fear. She tugged at Xiao Lanlan's sleeve. Lanlan, look. Is there someone lying over there? At Jiang Sui's words, Xiao Lanlan felt a chill run down her spine, shivering with unease. Fourth sister, don't scare me, I'm so timid. She clung tightly to Jiang Sui's arm. Truly, if you don't believe me, take a closer look, Jiang Sui urged, her own apprehension rising as she pointed towards the figure not far off. Together, their combined courage was hardly greater than that of a frightened chick. Ultimately, it was Xiao Huchuan who jumped down from the tree, frowning as he scratched his head. I'll go check it out, I'm not afraid. With that, he made his way towards the figure, while Jiang Sui cautioned him to be careful. Upon approaching, Xiao Huchuan crouched down and discovered that it was indeed a person, lying on their side, their clothing damp from the morning dew. Their hair obscured their face, but they wore white garments, and judging by their build, it appeared to be a young man, of a stature similar to Xiao Huchuan's. What's the matter, fourth brother? Xiao Lanlan called from behind. Xiao Huchuan raised a hand in response. It's really a person. He reached out to brush aside the hair concealing the stranger's face, revealing a pale and handsome visage, marred by numerous scratches likely inflicted by branches and leaves. His white clothing bore several stains of blood, with torn areas seeping red. Logically, Xiao Huchuan should have felt fear, yet he remained remarkably composed. Perhaps his courage was simply innate. As Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan approached, they beheld the scene, causing Xiao Lanlan to be rendered speechless, her face drained of color. Jiang Sui, though unsettled, maintained her composure, and in that moment, she recognized the young man on the ground. He was the very gentleman she had seen disembarking from a carriage the day she and Xiaomu left Jishintang. She vividly recalled the attendants referring to him as the second young master. How had he ended up here, and in such a state? He seemed to have fallen, and she could only wonder if he was still alive. Gently, Jiang Sui patted Xiao Lanlan's hand to reassure her, then knelt down to check for the young man's breath. There was still air, he was alive. Fourth sister, is he still alive? Xiao Lanlan asked, her voice laced with concern. He is still breathing, Jiang Sui confirmed. What shall we do? Xiao Lanlan panicked, having never anticipated that a simple outing for wild apricots would lead to such an event. Jiang Sui quickly regained her composure, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. This man was certainly no ordinary individual. If they saved him today, it would create a significant obligation that could prove beneficial to the Xiao family in the future. Undoubtedly, he was a person of great importance at Jishintang. Moreover, saving a life is more virtuous than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Since he still drew breath, they could not simply stand by and do nothing. Let us take him back. After all, a life is at stake, and it would be an act of virtue, Jiang Sui proposed. Xiao Lanlan nodded in agreement. Not being of a cold heart, it was needless to say that Xiao Huchuan would follow suit, especially with his wife having spoken. Huchuan, you are strong. You carry him, Jiang Sui instructed. All right. Xiao Huchuan readily acquiesced. With their decision made, the 3 of them set about assisting the young man. Be gentle, we don't know where he is injured. If he has broken bones and we are careless, it could leave him incapacitated for life. From the scene, it was evident that the individual had fallen from a height, likely sustaining serious injuries. As dusk approached, one downside of the Xiao family's move was the absence of the previous bustle. However, it also meant that bringing anything back home would go unnoticed. To reach the mountains, they had to pass by the Xiao residence, yet they did not need to traverse anyone else's property. Xiao Huchuan carried the man back, the weight of over 100 pounds burdening him for an additional half hour, leaving him quite exhausted. Upon their return, Xiaomu was taken aback. Goodness, every time you go to the mountains, you bring something back, but this time you've returned with a person, and one in such dire condition. Initially, it had been delightful surprises, but this time was alarming. Xiaoyi was equally bewildered, but as the only man at home, he stepped up to take charge. What is going on? He remained composed, quickly assessing the injured individual. They moved him to the eldest brother's room, as it was inappropriate for a strange man to stay with the other brothers who had all taken wives. Jiang Sui recounted the situation to him, and upon seeing the injured young man, Xiaomu immediately recognized him as the gentleman from Jishintang. This young man was strikingly handsome and possessed an impressive demeanor, making him unforgettable. Isn't this the gentleman from Jishintang? Xiaomu asked, looking at Jiang Sui with confusion. Yes, it is him, Jiang Sui affirmed calmly. I recognized him as well. That day, the attendants at Jishintang referred to him as the second young master with great deference. He must be a significant figure there. I thought we could not simply ignore someone in danger. Furthermore, rescuing him could establish a valuable connection for our family from both a moral and practical standpoint. Saving a life is more virtuous than building a pagoda of 7 stories. We will surely reap rewards in the future. Jiang Sui was not one to act purely out of selflessness. After all, a person devoid of any selfish desires would be more akin to a deity than a human. Yet even deities possess some degree of self-interest. It is not shameful or superficial to entertain such thoughts. It was not about expecting material rewards, but rather about fostering friendships and expanding one's avenues for assistance in times of need. Chapter 036 to 2 ribs broken and a leg fractured. Jiang Sui's considerations were all aimed at the well-being of the Xiao family, leaving Zhao's mother speechless. Moreover, she had no expectations of any future gratitude. Had she found herself in a similar predicament, she would undoubtedly have made the same choice as Jiang Sui. However, there was not a single competent physician in their village. Uncle Changqing was only adept at treating colds and minor ailments, and with the young man so severely injured, his presence would likely prove futile. Seeing the extent of the injuries, Xiaoyi lamented the lack of medical expertise in their family, and the village's barefoot doctor was no more than a novice. How could they possibly save him? Jiang Sui shared these thoughts, but she soon devised a plan. How about this, dear third brother? Please make a trip to the town and fetch a doctor to examine him. We must ensure his survival first. As for the money, I shall cover the expenses for now. Judging by his attire, he hails from a wealthy family. Once he regains consciousness, I shall request reimbursement. Jiang Sui was not so noble as to perform good deeds without concern for recompense. She would certainly seek to recover any expenses incurred. Xiaoyi found this plan feasible and wasted no time in seeking out Ermatzi to procure an ox cart. The round trip would take over an hour, and in the meantime, Zhao's mother instructed Xiao Huchuan to remove the young man's soiled clothing and cover him with a blanket until the doctor arrived. She even took the extra step of heating the Kong to prevent him from succumbing to the cold. At that moment, he was burning with fever, his body radiating heat, and his lips were cracked. Observing this, Xiao Lanlan hurried to fetch warm water, gently feeding it to him with a spoon. Though he remained unconscious, he instinctively swallowed as the warm water touched his lips, revealing his desperate thirst. Xiao Lanlan then took a warm cloth and delicately wiped his face clean. Despite the scattered bruises, they did not detract from his strikingly handsome features, leaving Xiao Lanlan momentarily flushed with admiration. Her 4 brothers were all exceptionally good-looking, each possessing their own distinct charm, particularly her 4th brother, Xiao Huchuan, who was said to be the most handsome youth in the entire Huaxi County. Yet the young man lying before her now rivaled even him, standing as the most attractive man she had encountered aside from her brother. Zhao's mother entered to find her daughter tenderly tending to the young man, her own cheeks aflame with embarrassment. As a mother, she was well aware of her daughter's fondness for handsome men, yet with only Huchuan as the male presence in their home, his circumstances rendered him unable to care for anyone. The presence of 2 daughters-in-law attending to an unfamiliar male would be even more inappropriate, so she instructed Lanlan to keep a watchful eye until Xiaoyi returned. However, after stealing a few glances, Lanlan found herself blushing. Clearing her throat, Zhao's mother gently pulled Lanlan back to the present. "Lanlan, why don't you take a rest? I will watch over him." It would not be fitting for a young lady of unmarred reputation to linger so closely, and it was better for her to attend to other matters. Realizing her indiscretion, Lanlan lowered her gaze, yet could not resist casting a final glance back as she departed. By the time Xiaoyi returned, night had fully descended, and the village was aglow with flickering lanterns, the sound of barking dogs echoing in the air. He brought back the town's elder doctor, who listened attentively as Xiaoyi recounted the young man's condition, after which he prepared some medicinal herbs. Having already dined, the meal left for Xiaoyi simmered gently in the pot. He attended to his hunger first, while the elder doctor proceeded to the room to attend to the young man. Upon his arrival, he immediately noted the high fever. Thankfully, he had come prepared with fever-reducing herbs, instructing Zhao's mother to brew them for the young man without delay. The priority was to lower his fever. Subsequently, he began to examine the other injuries. As the elder doctor scrutinized the young man's condition, his brow furrowed deeply. Inside the room, only Xiaoyi remained, while others waited anxiously outside. Once the fever-reducing potion was prepared and administered, the doctor placed a cool cloth on the young man's forehead to help lower his temperature. After a considerable time, Xiaoyi emerged from the room alongside the elder doctor. Zhao's mother rushed forward to inquire about the young man's condition. "Doctor, how is he? Is his life in danger?" The elder doctor sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. "As long as we can lower the fever, he is temporarily out of danger. The external wounds are minor. However, he has 2 broken ribs and a fractured left leg. My medical skills are limited, and I cannot set bones for injuries of this severity. We must seek a specialist in the county. We cannot afford any delays. Should we miss the optimal window for realignment, he may suffer lasting consequences." His lack of proficiency in treating such severe fractures was evident. He could manage superficial wounds but was ill-equipped for more serious injuries. With the situation clarified, they were relieved that his life was not in immediate peril. The young man remained unconscious, and the fever might not subside quickly. They would need to keep a vigil throughout the night. Given the late hour, the elder doctor would have to stay overnight, as it was unsafe for him to traverse the mountain roads alone, especially with the threat of wild wolves lurking in the shadows. The elder doctor had brought various bottles and jars for treating the superficial wounds, and he would charge an additional fee for his house call. All told, he collected 3 taels of silver from Jiang Sui. She requested a prescription to facilitate reimbursement later. Once everything was settled, the young man was left in Xiaoyi's care, and Zhao's mother approached Jiang Sui to discuss the next steps. The elder doctor had emphasized the urgency of bringing in a specialist to address the fractures, warning that delays could result in permanent disability. 2 ribs broken and a leg fractured, it's alarming to hear. Sui, what do you propose we do now? I'm eager to hear your thoughts, as I believe you are better suited to navigate this situation. At that moment, Jiang Sui had already formulated a rough plan. Tomorrow, I will ask third brother to make the arduous trip to the county's Jishintang. Additionally, we should search for any personal items that might serve as a token to facilitate the doctor's visit. Tokens? What tokens could there possibly be? Zhao's mother interjected, recalling that the only clothing the young man possessed had been removed by Huchuan, leaving him with nothing but those tattered garments. We've already established that he has no other belongings. It is possible that some valuables fell into the ravine when he was injured. Tomorrow morning, I, along with Huchuan and Lanlan, we'll search the area to see if we can uncover anything. Jiang Sui remembered that the young man had been adorned with a jade pendant and a fragrance sachet, items of significance that wealthy individuals often carried. They might have been lost in the commotion of his fall. Chapter 037. The impossible to mistake to speak without substantiation may not earn one's belief. Thus, a tangible token is imperative, yet, if such proof eludes us, then it is a different matter altogether. Xiaomu deemed this approach feasible. For now, there was no alternative but to proceed as such. In the courtyard, Xiao Lanlan stood at the entrance of her elder brother's chamber, while Xiaoyi kept watch within. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to enter inside. Xiaoyi was attending to a patient, applying a cloth to their forehead, when he noticed his sister's arrival. The individual beneath the quilt was entirely unclad, and upon her entrance, Xiaoyi hastily pulled the blanket higher, revealing only the young gentleman's head and face. "What brings you here? This is not a place for you to be, especially at this hour. You should return to your rest," he admonished. As Xiao Lanlan was not yet betrothed, the propriety of their separation was not lost on him. "Third brother, I merely wish to inquire whether the fever has subsided and if there is anything I might assist with," Xiao Lanlan replied softly, her gaze furtively fixed upon the figure on the bed. "The fever has lessened. I am capable of managing here alone. Your assistance is unnecessary, and furthermore, it is not appropriate for a young lady such as yourself to concern herself with such matters. Return to your quarters and rest." Xiaoyi waved her away without further contemplation. With a slight pout, Xiao Lanlan reluctantly departed. The following morning, Xiaomu invited the old physician to breakfast before sending him back to the town. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui, accompanied by Xiao Huchuan and Xiao Lanlan, returned to the site where they had found the young gentleman, hoping to uncover additional belongings that might have belonged to him. However, their search yielded nothing. The trio meticulously scoured the mountainous area, yet they found not. One among them wielded a stick, probing through the fallen leaves, fearful of overlooking something, almost daring to venture into the water's depths, yet still, they were met with disappointment. Upon their return, Xiaomu, upon observing their expressions, surmised that their efforts had been in vain. Perhaps the young gentleman had refrained from adorning himself with valuables during his ascent, thereby accounting for the absence of any items. If we cannot find anything, then so be it. However, we must venture to the county to inquire further. This young gentleman remains unresponsive, and we do not even know his name, which is quite troubling. Due to this predicament, yet another day was lost, and it was not until the morning of the third day that Xiaoyi set off for the county. He dared not delay, making haste to the Jishintang. The attendants at Jishintang greeted him with warmth, and he promptly explained his situation, inquiring if their second young master had indeed fallen from a cliff and required urgent medical attention. Upon hearing this, the attendant's brows furrowed. Was it truly the second young master he was referring to? Yet, the second young master had recently visited and appeared to be in good health. How could he possibly have found himself in such peril? Despite their skepticism, the attendant dutifully went to relay the message. Xiaoyi took a seat on the steps, waiting for a considerable time until the attendant finally emerged. "My good sir, I believe you may be mistaken. Our second young master is quite well and has not ventured anywhere," the attendant informed him bluntly, his demeanor unfriendly. "It seems you may be seeking to take advantage of us. I suggest you depart at once." Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, for both his mother and fourth younger sibling had clearly recognized the young gentleman as the second young master. Yet, the attendant's assertion only deepened his confusion. It indicated that indeed there was a second young master, yet a miscommunication had occurred. Where, then, lay the error? He struggled to comprehend, recalling the instructions from his fourth younger sibling, who had advised that if they were disbelieved, they should simply request the physician to accompany them for verification, as she would cover the consultation fee. "I cannot speak to that," he replied. "My mother has seen your second young master and recognizes his visage. She insists it is impossible to mistake him. If you do not trust my word, then I implore you to summon your family's physician to accompany me. The truth shall be revealed." The attendant regarded Xiaoyi with disdain, suspecting ulterior motives. However, Jishintang had strict policies against public disturbances, lest he unleash a torrent of verbal abuse upon him. Previously, the attendant had relayed the matter to the elder brother, who had grown up alongside the second young master. It was inconceivable that he would fabricate a story. Thus, if he claimed the second young master was unharmed, then that was the truth, implying that the individual before him was deceiving. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's request for the physician to accompany him, the attendant retorted dismissively, while it is permissible for our physician to accompany you, there are rules in place. You mentioned you hail from White Horse Town, which is quite distant. Our county's physicians require advance payment for their services, with the fee increasing with distance. Our Jishantang's physician, whose skills are unparalleled, demands 10 taels of silver for an external consultation. Subsequent fees will depend on the severity of the patient's injuries, thus, you must provide 10 taels. Can you manage that? This regulation had always existed, and the attendant was not deceiving him. The need for advance payment stemmed from the unpredictable nature of external consultations. Moreover, the intricacies of bone setting demanded expertise, making the service costly. Xiaoyi was taken aback. 10 taels, such a sum. Jiang Sui had only provided him with 5 taels, which was woefully insufficient. Noticing his distress, the attendant shrugged and suggested, "Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. There are other bone setters in the city. Their skills may not match those of our Jishantang, but it is better than having none at all." Clearly, the attendant held a poor impression of Xiaoyi, thus offering no kindness in his demeanor. Understanding the attendant's contempt, Xiaoyi felt a pang of frustration but reminded himself of his purpose. Why engage in conflict? He turned to leave, resolved to seek out another apothecary for a bone setter. 5 taels was still a considerable amount, and he was certain it would suffice elsewhere. Although the expertise might not rival that of Jishantang, any rudimentary treatment would suffice, as his priority was to avoid further delay for the young gentleman. Unbeknownst to him, just as he departed, a young man clad in splendid attire appeared, bearing a resemblance to the second young master, yet lacking the latter's refined allure. His features leaned more towards a rugged handsomeness, and his eyes glinted with an inscrutable calculation. He watched Xiaoyi's retreating figure, a shadow of malice flickering across his countenance. Xiaoyi soon arrived at another apothecary, only to be confronted by 2 imposing figures emerging from within. He paid them no mind and proceeded to seek out the physician inside. The physician bore an expression of palpable dread, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat forming at his brow. Upon learning that Xiaoyi sought him for a bone setting, he recoiled, stammering, "Where do you wish for me to accompany you for the bone setting?" "To White Horse Town." Chapter 038. Inescapable. Upon the utterance of the words by Mason, the physician's complexion paled even further. He hastily stepped out from behind the counter, urging Xiaoyi to leave, stating, "We cannot go to Baimaison, it is too distant, please seek assistance elsewhere." Pushed out into the street, Xiaoyi, bewildered, inquired, "Doctor, why can't we go to Baimaison? I possess silver and can afford your services. This concerns a matter of great significance for a person's life. I implore you to assist me and accompany me just this once." His tone was laced with desperation. The doctor, resolute, reiterated, "I have said we shall not go. There are other physicians in the city who can tend to broken bones. Seek them out." With that, he turned and firmly shut the door, as if Xiaoyi were a nefarious villain. Perplexed and frustrated, Xiaoyi could not restrain himself from uttering a curse. What on earth is wrong with everyone today? With no other choice, he proceeded to the next establishment, only to find the same reaction. Each physician, upon hearing the request for bone setting, recoiled as if confronted by a specter, especially at the mention of Baimaison. After a day of fruitless searching, drenched in perspiration and anxiety, Xiaoyi realized that time was slipping away. The final returning carriage was about to depart, and he had no choice but to exit the city and report back. At the same moment, in the Xiao household, Xiaomu had been tending to her second son throughout the day, as he oscillated between fever and recovery, awakening intermittently, yet his mind remained clouded. After administering some rice soup, his fever had subsided once more, granting them a brief respite. As night fell, the absence of her third son weighed heavily on Jiang Sui's heart. Filled with foreboding, she feared her brother would return empty-handed. Her premonitions proved accurate, for Xiaoyi returned alone, resembling a dejected rooster having gone without food and water all day. He devoured his meal ravenously, recounting the day's misadventures in fragmented bursts of frustration. The more he spoke, the more enraged he became, incredulous at the obstinacy of the physicians. "What is happening? Is Baimaison cursed? No one is willing to come. The Jishantang insists I am mistaken, claiming their second son is perfectly well. To enlist a bone-setting physician would cost 10 taels of silver, and I scarcely have enough to cover it. This is utterly absurd." Jiang Sui listened intently, her eyes narrowing as she began to ponder. It seemed the troubles surrounding the second son were anything but coincidental. She could not possibly mistake the identity of the individuals involved, and indeed, Jishantang possessed a second son. This indicated that someone had incurred the ire of another, with intentions of harm. The physician's refusal to attend to Bai Mason was clearly the result of coercion, suggesting that the individual behind this was both powerful and feared by many. Jiang Sui's mind wandered to the myriad tales of familial strife she had read, where men typically battled over inheritance. The second son, by virtue of his position, would certainly have an elder brother, and perhaps younger siblings as well, all of whom could be suspects. It appeared that they had misjudged the situation entirely. Rather than exposing the issue, they had inadvertently highlighted the animosity directed at the second son, placing themselves squarely in the path of danger. Xiaomu, upon hearing Jiang Sui's analysis, felt a chill of fear creep into her heart. Sui, if the individual behind this is so formidable, could our interference lead to dire consequences? Indeed, Jiang Sui conceded. Those physicians, upon learning that the task involved bone setting in Bai Mason, were visibly shaken, as if encountering a ghost. If we continue to aid him, might we not attract the ire of that powerful figure? We are but common folk, how can we contend with those of great influence? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yi too began to grasp the implications. Yet Jiang Sui remained composed, determined to steady her family's spirits. Just then, Xiaohuchuan rushed in, breathless with urgency. Wife, mother, he has awakened, Lan sent me to inform you. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Sui sprang to her feet, eager to reach the room. If he had awakened, solutions would surely follow. Initially, Xiao Lan had intended to check if he had developed another fever. As she reached to feel his forehead, she was relieved to find his temperature normal. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a strikingly beautiful face illuminated by the soft, flickering candlelight, casting a gentle glow upon her features. His long eyelashes created delicate shadows beneath his eyes. As they say, beauty shines brightest in the candlelight, and in that fleeting moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, captivated by her presence. Xiao Lan, startled to see him awake, met his gaze, her face betraying a mix of surprise and embarrassment as she quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back, stammering, "Why, you're awake." Only then did the second son regain his composure, the delayed pain radiating through his body causing his brows to furrow in discomfort. He gasped, "Where am I?" "You fell into a ravine and sustained grave injuries. We rescued you. Please wait, I shall summon my family," Xiao Lan replied, hastily exiting to fetch Xiaomu and the others. When they arrived, it was indeed true that he had regained consciousness, yet his expression conveyed immense suffering. With 2 broken ribs and a fractured leg, how could he not be in pain? "Child, how do you fare? Can you endure the discomfort?" Xiaomu asked gently, her maternal instincts instinctively surfacing, for he was of similar age to her own children, evoking a sense of tenderness within her. "Madam, did you save me?" the second son inquired through gritted teeth, enduring the agony. "No, it was my younger son, daughter-in-law, and daughter who rescued you. You fell into the ravine and were gravely injured. They brought you back upon discovering you were still alive. Are you indeed the second son of Jishan Tang?" Xiaomu succinctly addressed his query while confirming his identity. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback, realizing she knew of him, while he had no recollection of those present. "How does the madam recognize me?" he asked, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. His inquiry confirmed his identity as the second son of Jishan Tang. Xiaomu and Jiang Sui exchanged glances before recounting the events leading to their current situation, including Xiao Yi's experiences in the county that day. As the second son absorbed their narrative, the tension in his features and the cold fury in his expression revealed the depth of his indignation. It was clear he was seething with rage. Gradually, he began to unveil his own tribulations. Chapter 039 Su Yanqing. My surname is Su, and my given name is Yanqing, which signifies the tranquility of the seas and rivers. The Jishintang is the estate of the Su family, and my grandfather is the renowned Emir. Su Wubing. He has 2 grandsons, and I am the second, hence I am referred to as Su Gongzi. Not long ago, I passed through Huaxi County to inspect a branch of Jishintang. Having heard that Xianhe village in Beima town had produced several fine medicinal herbs. Intrigued, I decided to investigate in person, hoping to strike fortune. My grandfather often says that knowledge of medicine is inert. To truly master it, one must apply what they learn through personal experience. Thus, I brought along a young servant. However, to my dismay, this young servant was bribed and attempted to push me off a cliff, intending to end my life. Fortuitously, fate spared me, and I encountered your benevolent family. Otherwise, I would likely have met my demise by now. The debt of gratitude I owe you is akin to a rebirth. There are no words to express my appreciation to I in the future. Should you require anything, no matter the peril, I would willingly face it. At present, Su Yanqing finds himself incapacitated. Were he not in such a state, he would surely rise to bow to the Shao family in gratitude. As a physician, he is acutely aware of his condition, several broken ribs, a fractured leg, and internal injuries. Had he not encountered such kind-hearted individuals, he would likely be a mere wandering spirit in the mountains by now. Dear child, the matron said, while the notion of facing peril is exaggerated, I must confess that our decision to save you stemmed from recognizing your identity, not from an expectation of future benefits, but rather to cultivate a bond of goodwill. My daughter-in-law has remarked that saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. When we saw you still breathing, we could not bear to abandon you. We are but humble commoners, lacking any significant power. Taking on such risks requires a readiness to face the consequences. Given your words, it seems those behind this plot to end your life may pose a threat to our family as well. The matron was forthright, clarifying that their motives went beyond mere altruism. They sought a personal connection. The last part of her statement remained unspoken, her expression revealing unvoiced concerns, implying they feared retaliation. Su Yanqing, perceptive as he was, understood her meaning. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at the matron with resolute reassurance. Madam, rest assured, I shall not involve your family in my personal affairs. I know who seeks to harm me. They wish to prevent my timely treatment, aiming to ruin me completely. Nevertheless, I have a contingency plan, but I require your assistance in locating an individual in Beima town. With these words, the matron, along with Jiang Sui and Xiaoyi, felt a flicker of confidence. Whom do you seek? Speak, and I shall send my third son to assist you, the matron replied, glancing at Xiaoyi, who nodded in agreement. He is my master uncle, my father's senior disciple, surnamed Zhang, a native of Beima town. He ceased practicing medicine years ago due to personal matters and now resides in Qingshui Alley, Beima town. When you reach him, mention my courtesy name, Linqiu, and request his aid. He will surely come, as he excels in the art of setting bones, surpassing any bone-setting physician at Jishintang. With this arrangement in place, all problems seemed to dissolve. The matron and Jiang Sui exchanged glances, sharing a relieved smile. In that case, we can rest easy. Your ailment cannot be delayed any longer. However, you must endure tonight, as our residence is rather remote, and a trip to town at this hour is fraught with difficulty. We shall venture forth at dawn to summon assistance. It was already the dead of night. The village was eerily silent, even the dogs ceased barking, and the wolves on the mountain began to stir. Given the circumstances, venturing out at such an hour was unwise. Su Yanqing, being reasonable, understood the situation. Enduring a single night was a trivial matter. As they spoke, Su Yanqing's peripheral vision caught sight of the young woman who had just met his gaze quietly retreating. Reflecting on that fleeting moment caused his heart to race, momentarily overshadowing his physical pain. In truth, Xiao Lanlan had gone to the kitchen, where she ladled a bowl of rice soup and retrieved a large steamed bun. Concerned for Su Yanqing's well-being, the matron had utilized their limited supply of rice to prepare the white buns, a luxury normally reserved for rare occasions. Young Master Su, you must be hungry. Please, partake of this, Xiao Lanlan gently inquired as she entered, holding the offerings of the matron. Realizing the situation, quickly took the plate from her daughter's hands and smiled. Indeed, young Master Su must be starving. Please forgive our humble fare, we are but simple folk. Do make do with this to satisfy your hunger. Su Yanqing, genuinely feeling hunger, acknowledged it for the first time. During his days of unconsciousness, he had only consumed a small amount of rice soup. Being an invalid, he could only manage such light nourishment. Disregard any notions of disdain, I am truly grateful for your kindness, he replied, unable to move but managing to extend his hands from beneath the covers to perform a respectful gesture. Do not be so formal. Simply call me Auntie. I am no lady, that title belongs to those of high birth. It makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Xiaoyi, please assist young Master Su with some water and rice. The hour is late, we shall retire for the evening. The matron, wishing to alleviate Su Yanqing's discomfort, recognized that surrounded by so many, he could hardly feel at ease. Yes, you should all retire now. I shall keep young Master Su company, Xiaoyi said, finding a favorable impression of Su Yanqing, appreciating his courteous demeanor, which provided a soothing balm after the day's tribulations. One by one, the others began to leave the room, including Zhou, who remained quietly observant, neither voicing support nor dissent regarding the family's decision to save a life. She felt a lack of authority in the matter, allowing them to act as they wished. However, upon learning of Su Yanqing's true identity, her perspective shifted, realizing that their actions were indeed justified. Xiao Huchuan, feeling drowsy, began to yawn, resembling a clingy puppy as he nestled against Jiang Sui's arm, playfully expressing his fatigue. "Wife, I am so sleepy." Though Jiang Sui found it somewhat burdensome, she smiled warmly, instinctively caressing his face and playfully pinching it. "If you are tired, you should sleep, but first, feet must be washed." "All right." Xiao Huchuan replied obediently. Chapter 040 Ambiguity. On the following morning, just as the rooster began to crow, Xiaoyi donned his attire and, without partaking in any breakfast, set forth towards the town. The ox cart driver, Mazi, found this rather peculiar. What was going on with the Xiao family of late? Why were they venturing into town and the county every single day? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, but Xiaoyi offered no explanation, merely evading the question with vague responses. Upon arriving in the town, Xiaoyi followed the address provided by Su Yanqing and sought out the Zhang residence. The Zhang abode was a modest courtyard with 2 entrances, inhabited solely by Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. When Xiaoyi knocked, the door was opened by a lady of similar age to Xiaoyi's mother. Upon learning that he was there to see her husband, she furrowed her brow and scrutinized Xiaoyi for a moment before, after a brief hesitation, when Mr. Zhang arrived, he too assessed Xiaoyi from head to toe. Xiaoyi conveyed to him the message imparted by Su Yanqing. Indeed, upon hearing of Lin Su's predicament, Mr. Zhang visibly tensed with concern. "Where is he? What has transpired?" he urgently inquired. Xiaoyi recounted the current situation regarding Su Yanqing, and without a moment's hesitation, Mr. Zhang returned to gather his belongings. He retrieved a medical kit and toolbox that had lain unused for several years and instructed his wife to prepare a sufficient sum of silver, as he intended to procure medicinal supplies from the town's pharmacy to take along. To avoid any delays, he even harnessed the family carriage. Mrs. Zhang prepared some tonics for Xiaoyi to carry as well, and once all was in order, they set off in the carriage towards Xinhe village. Back at home, Xiaoyi's mother was not idle either. She had gone to the village to purchase 2 roosters and gathered several dozen eggs, intending to slaughter one for Su Yanqing to bolster his health, while the other would be sent to her pregnant daughter-in-law in a few days. Previously, during the wedding celebrations in Hechuan, they had kept a few laying hens, but most had already been dispatched, leaving them unable to supply enough eggs, thus necessitating a trip to the village. Su Yanqing had endured a sleepless night, plagued by fever that had struck in the dead of night. He had been valiantly holding on, and fortunately, there were still some medicinal herbs for reducing fever and inflammation. He boiled them in the middle of the night and drank them, which brought him some relief. At long last, Mr. Zhang had arrived, instilling a glimmer of hope upon seeing Su Yanqing in such a state. Mr. Zhang's eyes welled with concern. He appeared to be in his 40s, quite unlike the typical physician one might envision. He sported a bushy beard and had a robust physique, resembling more of a warrior than a doctor. When Su Yanqing spotted his uncle, he struggled to bow in respect, but was promptly halted. "Say nothing for now, we must focus on setting your bones first." Mr. Zhang was acutely aware that this procedure was of utmost importance and could not be postponed. The Xiao family awaited outside, while only the 2 of them remained in the room. Occasionally, muffled groans of pain escaped Su Yanqing's lips through the window. It took a full 2 hours before Mr. Zhang emerged, having wrapped Su Yanqing like a mummy, with splints affixed to his feet. Su Yanqing was drenched in sweat, his fingers had drawn blood from his palms, and his lips bore the marks of biting. The agony he had endured was evident. Once Mr. Zhang emerged, he first approached Xiaoyi's mother and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for saving Su Yanqing. He then produced a pouch containing 30 taels of silver. "Madam Xiao, this is but a small token of my appreciation, which pales in comparison to your family's life-saving grace towards Yanqing. He has just undergone surgery and cannot move freely for the time being. I will remain here to care for him for a while. This silver is intended to compensate you for your efforts and to cover the costs of lodging and meals during this time. Please accept it." Xiaoyi's mother was taken aback by such a generous offering of 30 taels, which felt overwhelming. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, there is no need for such extravagance, it is far too much. Previously, we only spent 3 taels on a doctor, and we haven't provided you with anything substantial these past few days. Even 10 taels would seem excessive." "Madam, you must accept it. Otherwise, both Yanqing and I will be unsettled. It is only right to offer this, for the debt of gratitude you have bestowed upon us cannot be measured by mere silver. Yanqing has expressed that he can never fully repay the kindness you have shown. Should you ever find yourselves in need, we shall not hesitate to assist." As Su Yanqing had stated, the debt of life-saving kindness is akin to being reborn. It cannot be reconciled with mere currency. This also signifies the good fortune that the Xiao family has accrued. Although Xiaoyi's mother felt the weight of accepting such silver, Mr. Zhang insisted, and eventually, she relented. With that, she resolved to host them well during their stay, ensuring they were treated to sumptuous meals. She instructed Xiaoyi to make another trip to the town to purchase several dozen pounds of rice, fine flour, and pig lard. Having provided the funds, it would be remiss to allow them to subsist on meager fare. Additionally, she prepared the tonics brought by Mr. Zhang for Su Yanqing, as her own family would not mind. Thus, the room of Xiao Qingqin, the eldest son of the Xiao family, became a temporary sanctuary for Su Yanqing's recovery. Mrs. Zhang later delivered clean clothes and footwear. Healing from fractures and strains requires 100 days, with the first month being particularly critical. Movement must be limited to ensure proper healing. Xiao Lanlan took it upon herself to deliver meals to Su Yanqing and Mr. Zhang, providing chicken, fish, meat, and vegetables, along with fragrant white rice. Each time she entered, she felt shy to meet Su Yanqing's gaze, yet could not resist stealing glances at him, only to find Su Yanqing was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and both became flustered, their faces turning crimson. Without uttering a single word, the air was thick with an unspoken tension that seemed almost palpable. Mr. Zhang, oblivious to this exchange, was too preoccupied with his meals, devouring several bowls and praising Xiaoyi's mother for her culinary skills. In the kitchen, Dog Dan noticed there were just a few remnants of white rice left in the pot. Swallowing hard, he mustered the courage to approach his grandmother, tugging at her sleeve. "Grandma, I want white rice too." The rice that Xiaoyi's mother had purchased was of the japonica variety, and upon cooking, it was white, fragrant, and glutinous. Just the aroma alone was enticing. Upon hearing the child's request, Xiaoyi's mother wore a gluttonous expression, feeling a pang of longing in her heart. It was not just the child who craved it, she too yearned for the rice. However, this was intended for their guests, and japonica rice was expensive, costing 1 tael per dough. With the dough yielding merely 12 pounds, she had spent 3 taels to acquire 3 doughs. For the rural folk, such luxury was an unattainable dream. Yet, knowing the remaining rice was left over from Mr. Zhang and his party, she considered that it would spoil overnight in this weather and could not bear to waste it, thus allowing Dog Dan to serve it. Dog Dan, elated that his grandmother had consented, scooped every last grain from the pot, leaving not a single morsel. He did not forget his little uncle and happily shared with Xiaohuchuan. Chapter 041 Sweet Potato Flour. Xiaohuchuan gazed at his nephew, recalling that he was the younger uncle, a figure of authority, and as such, he ought not to compete with the younger generation for food. Although he longed to partake, the scant few memories of consuming white rice remained etched in his mind, a stark contrast to the daily fare of cornmeal porridge and 2-part flour buns. For many ordinary folk, the ability to savor white rice at every meal had become an aspiration of a lifetime. "I shan't eat, I am quite full. You may indulge," he declared, diverting his gaze from the white rice while feigning an air of adult gravitas. Zhang Sui, observing from the side, felt a pang of discomfort within her. She thought to herself, "Enough, Xiaohuchuan, my heart aches for you." At present, he was but a child. Her time spent with the Xiao family had bestowed upon her an experience of familial affection and warmth she had never known before, granting her a genuine sense of home for the first time. Setting aside her initial selfish desires, she sincerely wished for the Xiao family to thrive in harmony and happiness. With such a large family, how could they possibly expect to feast on white rice at every meal? What kind of financial foundation would they require? She felt compelled to contribute in some way. In the end, Dog Dan finished the nearly cold bowl of white rice all by himself, finding satisfaction even in such a simple meal. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Zhang outside the kitchen had overheard, and he sighed helplessly, reflecting on the kindness of this family. They received funds and were lavished with good food and drink while still subsisting on plain fare. However, he refrained from sharing this with Su Yanqing, fearing it might burden him unnecessarily. Such is the nature of the world, too pragmatic, filled with helplessness, and the struggles of life are shared by all. Time passed to mid-May, and it had not rained for a month. The common folk anxiously awaited the downpour, as their crops desperately needed water. Su Yanqing realized he had stayed at the Xiao household for nearly 10 days. Each day, Xiao Lanlan brought him meals, and during her morning visits to the vegetable garden, she noticed an abundance of beautiful wildflowers growing by the roadside. She gathered a bouquet, tied it with grass, and placed it on the table by Su Yanqing's bed. Upon rising, Su Yanqing was greeted by this vibrant splash of color, instantly brightening his mood for the day. Early one morning, Zhao's mother descended into the cellar, bringing up several large bags of sweet potatoes, only to discover that many had sprouted or spoiled. Last month, the sweet potato seeds they had saved had sprouted and been planted, and now, the remaining sweet potatoes were meant for their own consumption. Unfortunately, neglect had led to most of them going bad, which was truly a pity. They could trim away the spoiled parts, but with so many, it would be impractical to consume them all at once. What a waste that would be. Altogether, there must have been over 100 pounds, presenting a dilemma for Zhao's mother. Jiang Sui, noticing the sweet potatoes and understanding Zhao's mother's plight, had a sudden inspiration. While they could not consume all the sweet potatoes at once, they could convert them into sweet potato flour. Sweet potato flour is delightfully chewy and can be transformed into a tangy, spicy dish that tantalizes the palate. Indeed, Jiang Sui herself was a devoted fan of spicy sweet potato noodles. Thus, she shared her idea with Zhao's mother. Upon hearing about sweet potato flour, Zhao's mother was perplexed. "What is this sweet potato flour you speak of? I have never heard of it," she replied. "Can sweet potatoes really be made into flour? I have only heard of noodles and wonton wrappers. This sweet potato flour is truly unfamiliar to me." Jiang Sui was momentarily amused by the realization that this era had no knowledge of sweet potato flour. What a golden opportunity! If she could succeed in making it, she would be the first. "Mother, if you've never heard of it, allow me to show you. It is delicious, I assure you, far superior to noodles. Besides, if we do not process these sweet potatoes, they will only go to waste." Zhao's mother considered her words and agreed, thinking it sensible. "Very well, go ahead, I shall lend a hand." Without further ado, the two set to work. The process of making sweet potato flour was straightforward. At first, they washed the sweet potatoes thoroughly, discarding any spoiled parts, which could be fed to the chickens or used as fertilizer. They peeled and diced the sweet potatoes, utilizing a small mill they had at home. Working in tandem, they ground the sweet potatoes into a paste. When Zhou and Xiaolanlan learned of their endeavor, they quickly joined in to assist. The four of them worked efficiently, grinding over 100 pounds of sweet potatoes by noon. After several rounds of filtration and washing, they allowed the mixture to settle overnight in a large vat. The next day, they poured off the water, revealing the sweet potato starch at the bottom. Due to the absence of a modern metal strainer, they faced a bit of a challenge in preparing the sweet potato flour, but Jiang Sui devised a solution. She found a wooden basin, cleaned it thoroughly, boiled a pot of water, and mixed a portion of the sweet potato starch with water, stirring it until smooth. She then ladled a spoonful into the bottom of the basin, intending to pour the boiling water over it to create sheets of sweet potato skin, which could later be cut into strips to serve as fresh sweet potato noodles. As for the remaining sweet potato starch, she planned to dry it in the sun to preserve it for future use. Whenever they wished to eat, they could simply add water and prepare it. Zhao's mother was witnessing such a novel method of preparation for the first time. She, along with Zhou and Xiaolanlan, watched curiously as Jiang Sui worked her magic. After considerable effort, Jiang Sui finally produced a stack of neatly arranged sweet potato skins. Unfortunately, the thickness of the basin's bottom made the process rather time-consuming. With the sweet potato flour prepared, the next task was to gather the ingredients for the spicy noodles. She diced a small piece of pork belly into minced meat, chopped green onions and garlic, and added chili flakes along with a drizzle of yellow soybean sauce, creating a fragrant meat sauce. The aroma of the spices mingling with the meat was utterly mouth-watering. Next, she fried a bowl of peanuts, chopped fresh coriander and green onions, and mixed the chili flakes with other seasonings, pouring hot oil over it to create a ready-to-use chili oil. Yet, she felt something was missing. If only she had Sichuan peppercorns, cumin, sesame seeds, and star anise, she could create an even more aromatic chili oil, and nevertheless, it sufficed for now. Finally, she cut the sweet potato flour into strips and cooked them, serving each person a bowl. She added salt, a splash of vinegar, and a generous helping of chili oil. For the broth, she used bones from the soup base she had prepared, finishing it off with a spoonful of meat sauce and a sprinkle of fresh coriander and green onions. A bowl of slightly rustic yet flavorful spicy sweet potato noodles was ready to be served for Jiang Sui. It might not have been perfect, but it was certainly a feast for the senses, and the enticing aroma left everyone salivating. "Sui, is this the spicy sweet potato noodles you spoke of?" Zhao's mother could hardly contain her anticipation, swallowing hard. Jiang Sui beamed with a radiant smile and said, "Indeed, everyone, stop dawdling and try some. Let us serve a bowl to Mr. Zhang and Master Su as well." Chapter 042. Jiang Sui's thoughts in her heart. Jiang Sui harbored a bold idea. She mused that in this era, sweet potato flour was non-existent, and only noodles were available in the market. The cost of rice noodles was exorbitant. The common folk could hardly afford rice, let alone indulge in the luxury of processing it into noodles. Sweet potatoes and potatoes were staple foods for the populace, having been cultivated for merely 2 centuries in this period. People recognized that these tubers were exceptionally filling and yielded high yields, yet no one had ventured into starch production. If the flavor proved delightful, Jiang Sui contemplated setting up a stall in town to sell spicy and sour noodles, an unparalleled business opportunity. As long as the taste was exquisite and the flavors novel, she would not have to worry about a lack of customers. Furthermore, the procurement cost of sweet potatoes was low. From 100 pounds of sweet potatoes, one could obtain several dozens of pounds of starch, translating into numerous bowls of sweet potato noodles, a venture that promised guaranteed profits. Eagerly, everyone took a bowl and slurped it down, not forgetting to send a bowl to Mr. Zhang and Su Yanqing. This sweet potato noodles was a first for everyone. The texture was chewy and soft, offering a unique taste. Having grown accustomed to noodles, the sudden introduction of something fresh was indeed delightful. Not to mention, the spicy and sour flavor lived up to its name, tangy and piquant, complemented by a rich bone broth base, savory minced meat, and crispy peanuts, creating a delightful symphony of tastes that tantalized the palate. Each person was consumed by their meal, unable to pause. Even as the noodles scalded their tongues, they relished every bite. Immersed in their enjoyment, Xiaoyi ate rapidly, his bowl emptied in no time. Even the broth was savored entirely, leaving him yearning for more. Jiang Sui herself indulged in a bowl. In comparison to the myriad spicy noodles she had tasted in modern times, her creation was merely satisfactory. However, it lacked several key ingredients. The minced meat and chili oil fell short of the standard. Adding pickled radish and sour green beans would elevate the dish further. In Jeju, where people enjoyed spicy food, the introduction of chili sauce and chili powder as condiments showcased the ingenuity of the laboring masses. When the time came, she merely needed to gather the necessary ingredients to enhance the spicy noodles, transforming it into something even more delectable. Fourth sister-in-law, how did you come up with this? This is my first time tasting such noodles. They are truly delightful, leaving me wanting more, Xiaoyi remarked, patting his belly, feeling as though he could easily have another bowl. Indeed, fourth sister-in-law, what a brilliant idea! How did you even think of this? Xiao Lanlan chimed in between bites, her delight evident as she fanned her mouth from the heat, thoroughly enjoying the spicy flavors. Although Zhou Shi remained silent, the diminishing contents of her bowl spoke volumes. She too was fond of the appetizing spicy noodles. Godan and Xiao Huchuan were equally engrossed in their meals, quiet as they savored every bite. Jiang Sui, concerned that Godan might not finish, had intentionally prepared a smaller portion for him, yet to her surprise, he polished it off and clamored for another bowl. "Auntie, I want another bowl," he requested sweetly. At that moment, Mr. Zhang emerged with an empty bowl, his expression sheepish as he addressed the group. "What is this delightful dish? It tastes quite exceptional. Could I have another bowl, please?" His hearty appetite had been evident to all, so it came as no surprise that he still felt unsatisfied. Soon, Xiaomu and Xiao Huchuan finished their meals as well, still feeling hungry. Sui, why don't you exert yourself a little more and prepare another bowl for everyone? We're all thoroughly enjoying it. The taste is exquisite, and we find it too little, exclaimed Xiao Mu. It was always the first taste of something new that was the most satisfying. The more delicious it was, the more one yearned for more. Initially, Jiang Sui had feared that others might not take to the dish or that it might not be palatable, hence she had prepared a smaller quantity. However, witnessing everyone's enthusiasm and their calls for more was beyond her expectations. With such support, she had no reason to refuse. "Very well, everyone, please wait a moment, I shall prepare more to your heart's content." Thus, she began to stir-fry the ingredients anew, preparing the chili oil and blanching the sweet potato noodles. This was also Su Yanqing's first experience with such a novel dish. As he was unwell, Jiang Sui refrained from adding much chili, yet he found it quite enjoyable. Having traveled extensively, he had encountered countless delicacies, but this spicy noodle was a first for him. That evening's dinner consisted solely of the spicy noodles, each person savoring 2 bowls, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. Seeing the positive reception, Jiang Sui's desire to set up a stall selling spicy noodles intensified. That night, she summoned Xiao Lanlan to join her as they approached Xiao Mu's room, intending to share her entrepreneurial aspirations. Both Xiao Mu and Xiao Lanlan were unaware of her intentions. Upon hearing that she wished to sell noodles, they were taken aback. "What, you plan to set up a stall and sell noodles, Sui? Are you serious?" For Xiao Mu, this decision was indeed unexpected. However, Xiao Lanlan reacted differently. Upon learning of Jiang Sui's business plans, she appeared exhilarated, eager to participate. Fourth sister-in-law, what kind of business do you intend to pursue? Do share. Once the topic of business was broached, Xiao Lanlan was instantly invigorated. I'm not jesting. I am serious. Mother, Lanlan, what do you think of the spicy noodles I made tonight? Is there potential? Jiang Sui looked on expectantly at the mother and daughter. To her surprise, Xiao Lanlan slammed her palm on the table, startling Xiao Mu. Oh, fourth sister-in-law, those spicy noodles are absolutely delicious. They are far superior to the bland noodles sold in town, which offer no special flavor, merely filling one's stomach. They are not even half as delightful as a bowl made at home. I believe your spicy noodles have great potential. You're not thinking of setting up a stall to sell them, are you? Xiao Lanlan exclaimed excitedly, her face alight with enthusiasm. Before she could finish, Xiao Mu playfully smacked her shoulder, admonishing, "You silly girl, do you have to be so dramatic? You nearly frightened your mother to death." Xiao Lanlan, slightly guilty yet still exhilarated, flashed a sheepish smile at her mother. I was just excited. No one in our family has ever ventured into business. The Xiao family had always been farmers, toiling in the fields, honest folk who had never entertained the notion of commerce. Indeed, I intend to set up a stall to sell spicy noodles, which is why I sought your opinions. You see, making these spicy noodles is not complicated, and the cost is low. From 100 pounds of sweet potatoes, one can produce a multitude of bowls according to market prices. A bowl of plain noodles costs 5 won, while adding meat raises it to 8 won, and the meat is scant, lacking in oil. Moreover, noodles are made from flour, which is more expensive than sweet potatoes. We could also sell plain noodles, adding meat sauce for an additional cost. Not only can we offer spicy noodles, but we could also prepare cold sweet potato noodles, mixed with peanut or sesame sauce, which is absolutely fragrant. Jiang Sui succinctly outlined her vision. Chapter 043 The right time, the right place, and the right people. Her words were undeniably subjective, centered around a singular point, the low cost of sweet potato starch and its considerable profit potential, coupled with a promising market. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother became intrigued and gestured for her to elaborate. Sui, please continue and explain your plans in detail. Indeed, fourth sister-in-law, do elaborate. If it proves successful, we should seize the opportunity and give it our all. What if we truly prosper? Xiao Lanlan was a girl brimming with confidence and enthusiasm. Ever since her own prospects for marriage had dimmed, she no longer harbored hopes of finding a good husband to lead a comfortable life with. Witnessing the keen interest from the mother and daughter, Jiang Sui felt almost certain that she could bring her idea to fruition. Hence, she proceeded to articulate her vision. In truth, establishing a business around this spicy and sour noodle dish is not particularly challenging. Many individuals yearn for wealth, and the most straightforward path is through commerce, yet, some are hindered by a lack of capital, while others lack the necessary skills or knowledge to embark on a venture. However, setting up a stall requires minimal investment, just a few taels of silver can suffice. Fortunately, we are not short on funds at the moment, and this spicy and sour noodle dish presents a unique business opportunity. Our proprietary skill, with no other competitor in sight who can produce sweet potato starch. People inherently enjoy gatherings and the allure of novelty. Our dish is indeed novel. No one has encountered it before, and with just a little promotion, we need not worry about attracting customers. Furthermore, the taste, what I prepared tonight was merely a preliminary attempt, as I lack several key ingredients. Otherwise, I assure you, the flavor could be even better. With this, we have the capital, the skill, and the flavor, and considering we have ample manpower, I believe we are truly blessed with the right timing, location, and people. We must certainly give this business a try. Jiang Sui, when silent, appeared calm and demure, leading others to perceive her as a gentle and obedient girl. However, when she spoke, she presented her thoughts with clarity and coherence, particularly persuasive in her reasoning. As she continued, both Zhao's mother and Xiao Lanlan became increasingly captivated by her ideas. Indeed, the right time, the right place, and the right people. Zhao's mother mused thoughtfully before resolutely deciding. Very well, since you've articulated it so compellingly, let us proceed. In life, one must take risks, as Lanlan said. What if we succeed? Sui, you guide us on how to proceed, and we shall follow your lead, she affirmed. Xiao Lanlan nodded vigorously in agreement, her gaze resolute, as if she were pledging allegiance. Now that she had unwavering supporters, Jiang Sui felt invigorated. However, before proceeding, she felt compelled to address a few points. Mother, Lan, since we have decided to embark on this business venture, we must establish some ground rules. Should we earn profits, we cannot divide them along the lines of you and me, nor can we argue over whose contributions are greater or who worked harder, leading to disputes over the division of silver. My intention in this endeavor is simple, to enrich the Shao family. As for the matter of the Lingji ginseng, we shall not dwell on it. You, Mother, will serve as the primary owner, managing the profits for the family's needs. We can invite second sister-in-law to join us, and the four of us women can work together to build this business. Henceforth, each month, you will distribute our wages, which will depend on our earnings. Does that sound agreeable? Jiang Sui's primary motivation was to help the Shao family prosper in its early days, wishing to contribute to their welfare. Initially, her aim had been to escape the Jiang family and forge a new identity by marrying into the Shao family. With their kindness towards her, she felt compelled to give back, seeking to ensure they thrived during Shao Huchuan's early, unaccomplished days. Without digressing further, she sought to achieve the goal of enjoying the freedom of daily meals. She aspired to align herself with a future scholar, not with the intention of receiving a substantial separation fee or treasures, but merely to secure a stable foundation in this feudal society. Ultimately, once Shao Huchuan succeeded, she would clarify her intentions with him. Upon hearing her words, Zhao's mother and Shao Lanlan exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting deep admiration for Jiang Sui. In their eyes, she was selfless. She had conceived the idea yet sought no personal gain, solely focused on the welfare of the Shao family. Moreover, she considered Lanlan and Zhou, ensuring they were compensated for their efforts, thereby creating a system where no one labored in vain. This way, the entire Shao family could thrive, while Zhou and Lanlan could earn a bit of private savings as well. In comparison to Lu Shi, the difference was stark, despite both being daughters-in-law. What are you all staring at? Is my plan feasible? Jiang Sui asked, noticing their silence, which made her wonder if she had failed to express her thoughts clearly. If you agree, we can begin preparations. I envision that once we accumulate some silver, second sister-in-law can consult a reputable physician for medical care, as securing a good doctor isn't merely a matter of a few taels of silver. Moreover, Godan has already begun his education, and he will require substantial funds for the years ahead. Third brother is soon to become a father. Raising a child is costly, and funds will be needed. Additionally, if Lanlan finds a suitable match in the future, she must have a respectable dowry to uphold her dignity. Furthermore, if Huchuan succeeds, he will likely pursue the imperial examinations, necessitating expenses for ink, paper, and books. Thus, our current financial standing is insufficient. We must first enrich the collective before focusing on individual households. Since we have yet to separate our households, there is no need for rigid divisions. The profits can be entrusted to Mother, who will allocate them as needed. This way, we can address whatever needs arise. Jiang Sui's thoughtful considerations moved Zhao's mother to tears. This child truly thought of everything, yet failed to mention her own interests, not once bringing herself into the equation. She likely had no idea how exalted her image appeared in the eyes of Zhao's mother and Shao Lanlan at that moment. Wiping away her tears, Zhao's mother took Jiang Sui's hand, expressing her gratitude through her tears. Sui, I now fully believe that you are a blessing bestowed upon our Shao family by the heavens. I am genuinely grateful to you. Mother, please, there are no such celestial blessings, Jiang Sui replied, thinking her words were merely flattering and not to be taken seriously. However, the events that unfolded subsequently would gradually affirm this reality. Chapter 44. The ropes of fate fray at their most delicate points. Misfortune seeks out those who suffer. Upon learning of her mother-in-law's decision to set up a stall for business, Zhou found herself utterly bewildered. She could not fathom what had come over her mother, who had recently been spouting off wild ideas. It was no wonder Zhou felt this way. She was a quintessential conservative, firmly rooted in stability. With a modest sum of silver in hand, she preferred to hoard it rather than risk it in business ventures, which posed significant dangers. One misstep could lead to total ruin. Mother, if you wish to engage in commerce, I have no funds to offer you, she lamented, genuinely devoid of money, as her meager savings had been entirely consumed by her pursuit of remedies for childbirth. Zhou assumed that her mother-in-law's intentions were to solicit her for financial support. However, her mother-in-law, exasperated yet patient, clarified that she required no monetary contribution from Zhou. All she needed was her assistance, promising that she would receive a wage each month. Furthermore, once profits were made, they would visit the county to consult a physician. Upon hearing that no financial investment was needed and that she would receive a salary, Jo felt a surge of excitement course through her veins. Her mother-in-law was known for her integrity and reliability. While the promise of a physician visit might have been mere rhetoric, the assurance of a wage was a commitment she would undoubtedly honor. The prospect of earning a monthly income was exhilarating for Jo, and she readily agreed to join in the endeavor. Thus, the four women began their clandestine venture. Jiang Sui took the reins, for the idea was hers, and the execution would follow her guidance. Their first task was to procure a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes to extract an ample supply of sweet potato starch. Next, they needed to design a mold. Specifically, a round-hole iron strainer was essential, as the classic sour and spicy noodles required round strands. The previous method of preparing the noodles by cutting the boiled sweet potato skins had proven cumbersome. Instead, they would use the strainer to produce noodle strands directly, which could then be dried and bundled for easy preparation. Simply soak them in water before cooking. Of course, they would still need the mold for the boiled sweet potato skins, as they intended to sell the mixed sweet potato skins as well, tossed with sesame paste or peanut butter, a dollop of chili oil, accompanied by shredded cucumber, carrot, cilantro, and peanuts. This dish would surpass even the most popular cold noodles in flavor. With the heat of summer approaching, the cold mixed sweet potato skins were sure to sell well. Acquiring sweet potatoes was straightforward, as every household in the village had their reserves. They managed to purchase 500 pounds at 5 won per pound, spending only 2.5 taels of silver. The villagers were puzzled by the sudden bulk purchase by the Xiao family, but as long as it meant profit for them, they cared little for the details. Jiang Sui enlisted Xiao Aide to seek out a blacksmith in town to craft several strainers. Unable to articulate her vision, she sketched 2 designs for Xiao Aide to present. The blacksmith, upon reviewing the drawings, assured her that the task was not difficult, though crafting iron goods would require some investment, especially given the current challenges in iron production. The 3 strainers would cost 1 tael of silver, with a week's wait for completion. As for the mold for boiling sweet potato skins, that was simple enough for Xiao Aide to construct. 2 wooden planks would suffice. Hearing about the women's entrepreneurial aspirations, he found it amusing yet wholeheartedly supported their efforts, believing firmly in their potential for success. With sweet potatoes and molds secured, the next step was procuring the necessary seasonings. Jiang Sui seized the opportunity to accompany her mother to town for this purpose. They purchased cumin, cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, and Sichuan peppercorns, along with large bags of sesame, peanuts, and chili powder. They also acquired lard, essential for making spicy oil, as it was the soul of the dish. During their visit to town, Xiaomu also intended to fulfill her promises to her daughters-in-law, purchasing embroidered shoes for her eldest daughter and second and third daughters-in-law, as well as fabric for the fourth daughter-in-law to make herself a couple of new outfits. After all, wearing the same altered old garments day in and day out was hardly acceptable. Thus, after gathering the various seasonings, Xiaomu ventured to the fabric shop, allowing Jiang Sui to select 2 colors of cloth, which she would personally sew upon their return. Jiang Sui, showing no reluctance, eagerly chose 2 basic cotton linen fabrics in a serene green and a soft lavender, colors that suited her youth and modesty. The cotton linen fabric was priced at 30 won per foot, and given her stature, she needed at least 10 feet for 2 outfits. In a single sweep, 300 won were spent, illustrating why rural folk seldom engaged in garment making. If clothing wore out, they would patch it rather than replace it, as sewing was indeed a costly endeavor. Once their shopping was complete, the mother and daughter returned home, laden with parcels. Upon seeing their bountiful haul, Ermatzi was struck with curiosity. Had the family come into some unexpected fortune? They had recently been frequenting town and had been buying up sweet potatoes in bulk, a staple food that had become monotonous for everyone. Though he refrained from directly inquiring, word quickly spread throughout the village that the Xiao family had quietly struck a small fortune. Ermatzi, having assisted in escorting an elderly doctor to the Xiao residence, was aware that someone had sustained an injury. Though the identity of the afflicted remained a mystery, the Xiao family had publicly claimed that a distant relative was staying with them to recuperate from a fall. As rumors circulated, speculation arose concerning the wealth of this distant relative, who was presumably paying handsomely for their stay in care. As news of the Xiao family's supposed good fortune spread, more and more villagers began visiting to inquire about the stranger, merely seeking to join the excitement. In the meantime, the Xiao family busied themselves grinding the 500 pounds of sweet potatoes into starch, a labor-intensive process requiring both grinding and drying that would take several days. Consequently, the local wives and daughters frequently visited, interrupting their work. The skill to earn money must be kept secret, For what if someone were to learn their methods? All these visitors were inquiring about their relative, Su Yanqing. However, due to his limited mobility, he remained indoors, conversing with Mr. Zhang for companionship. Mr. Zhang was aware of the Xiao family's recent endeavors to set up a stall selling sour and spicy noodles and relayed the women's spirited determination to Su Yanqing, questioning whether their business could succeed. The answer was unequivocal. After all, heaven does not forsake those who labor diligently. Having now stayed with the Xiao family for half a month, Su Yanqing had grown accustomed to relying on them, receiving their generous care and ample provisions. Through Mr. Zhang, he had learned of the Xiao family's circumstances, including the story of Xiao Huchuan, the plight of Xiao Lanlan, and the frustrations of the second daughter-in-law's prolonged struggles with fertility. He could not help but ponder why fate often seems to target those already burdened with suffering. Meanwhile, in Jizhou, his grandfather had learned of his predicament and sent a letter stating that as soon as Su Yanqing was able to move, he would travel to Huaxi County to nurse him back to health. However, Su Yanqing was not yet ready to depart. He wished to contribute something meaningful to the Xiao family before leaving. Chapter 045. Overcoming every obstacle. A multitude of gossips descended upon the Xiao family, a surge of liveliness that had long eluded them since their relocation to the secluded foot of the mountain. Ever since the Xiao family had moved to this remote area, visitors had been a rarity. This shift in fortune could be traced back to the unfortunate incident involving Xiao Huchuan. From a young age, Xiao Huchuan was regarded as a prodigy in the village, possessing an extraordinary gift for learning. He grasped new concepts with remarkable ease, and by the age of 10, he had already mastered the art of calligraphy. The scholars at the county academy could not help but express their admiration, proclaiming that his handwriting rivaled that of seasoned calligraphers. At that time, it was widely believed that the future of the Xiao family rested upon Xiao Huchuan. If he were to achieve success in the imperial examinations, he would surely ascend to a position of authority, and the entire Xiao family would prosper alongside him. Thus, the Xiao family was deemed the most favored in the village. However, fate took a cruel turn when Xiao Huchuan became mentally incapacitated. The family found themselves borrowing money for his treatment, yet all efforts proved futile. As time wore on, disillusionment set in, and the villagers resigned themselves to the belief that Xiao Huchuan would remain in his current state for life. The once promising talent was now seen as a misfortune, and it was said that the Xiao family was cursed, doomed to a life of mediocrity. In the ensuing years, Xiao Mian, the second son of the family, married but remained childless after 3 years of marriage. The youngest daughter was also burdened with a fate that brought misfortune to her husband. The family's luck continued to decline, and the villagers, perceiving the Xiao family as a harbinger of bad luck, gradually distanced themselves from them. Consequently, the Xiao family became synonymous with misfortune in Xianhe village. Recently, however, the Xiao family had begun to display newfound generosity. They ventured out frequently, and rumors spread like wildfire, suggesting that they had struck a connection with influential relatives, as the aroma of meat wafted from their home daily. Yet, the Xiao family still owed 10 taels of silver in debts, which had not been repaid, leading to a few households in the village persistently demanding payment. However, the old village chief intervened, urging the villagers to show leniency, understanding the Xiao family's plight. The old village chief lamented the fall of Xiao Huchuan, believing that such a talented individual should not have met with such misfortune. Regrettably, fate had conspired against him, and in his benevolence, the old chief sought to alleviate the family's burdens both openly and discreetly. The visitors to the Xiao home were primarily those who were owed money, and though they did not voice their intentions, Xiao mother was keenly aware that it was time to settle the debts. The 30 taels provided by Mr. Zhang had finally come in handy. Xiao mother sent the visitors away, promising to prepare the owed silver, and resolved to repay each household personally. Having owed money for several years, she was adept at managing relationships and decided to add a little extra to each repayment as a gesture of goodwill, acknowledging that the initial willingness to lend her money was an act of kindness, and the prolonged waiting was even more so. There were 6 households in total, and after repaying a portion earlier, only 10 taels remained. Xiao mother cleared the debt in one go, ensuring that from that moment on, no one owed anything to her family. Yet, she understood that her ability to settle the debt so swiftly was largely due to her daughter-in-law, Jiang Sui. Had it not been for her decisive action in rescuing young Master Su, the Xiao family would not have received that sum. The burden of owing money was a heavy one, but now they could finally enjoy a sense of freedom. Xiao mother did not forget the kindness of the old village chief. She prepared a feast of chickens, ducks, and fish, along with 2 pounds of rice wine, to express her gratitude. When the old chief learned that the Xiao family's debts were cleared, he felt a genuine joy for them. "Cui Chu," he said, "your family has indeed faced many hardships over the years. Yet, despite the trials, you have persevered. It seems that fortune is finally smiling upon you. However, there are some matters you must let go of. Focus on nurturing the present. As long as your family can remain together, harmony will breed prosperity, and that is the greatest blessing. Cui Ju was Sha Mother's maiden name. The old chief's words were also a gentle admonition to her to release the burdens of the past, particularly concerning Shao Hichuan. To his surprise, Sha Mother smiled with a sense of relief, replying, "Old chief, I have long since let go. Even if the past was difficult to reconcile, life must go on. Our family is indeed experiencing a turn of fortune since my daughter-in-law, Sui, joined us in less than 2 months. Things have visibly improved, and this is our family's blessing, which I must cherish." The old chief was right. As long as the family could remain united, it was indeed the greatest fortune. In the interim, while Sha Mother attended to the repayment of debts, Jiang Sui had taken the opportunity to enhance the meat sauce and chili oil for her spicy sour noodles with the seasonings she had purchased. She ground cumin into powder and sautéed it with spices such as cinnamon and star anise to create a more flavorful chili oil. The addition of white sesame seeds was the crowning touch, elevating the aroma of the oil. Given the limited resources, sesame paste was not feasible, but peanut paste could be made. She painstakingly ground peanuts into a fine paste and then roasted it in a pan to create a delicious peanut sauce. The sun had been shining brightly for the past few days, and the sweet potato starch had dried out in just 2 days. Now, everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of the iron strainer she had ordered before she could begin producing the round sweet potato noodles. Once the noodles were made, she planned to dry them in bulk and store enough for sale. However, there were still many preparations to be made. For instance, daily market outings required a plethora of items: chairs, pots, pans, and at least 2 clay stoves for boiling noodles and soup. Transporting essential ingredients like firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea to the town posed a challenge, necessitating a large cart. Additionally, there was a designated food street in town that required monthly rental for stall space. After securing a stall, setting up a few small tables and draping an oilcloth for shade would create a simple yet effective stall. Yet, merely having a cart was not enough. If relying solely on manpower, the daily trek to the town would take over half an hour on foot, not accounting for the burden of pushing a cart laden with goods, which would likely extend the journey to about an hour. To save labor and time, they would need to purchase a sturdy ox for pulling the cart. Considering all these factors, Jiang Sui knew she needed to discuss the matter with Sha Mother. Acquiring an ox was no trivial expense and would require several taels of silver. It was uncertain how many bowls of sweet potato noodles they would need to sell to recoup the investment, but purchasing an ox was undoubtedly a sound decision. Having just cleared 10 taels in debts, Sha Mother had recently hosted Su Yanqing and Mr. Zhang, pouring considerable effort and expenditure into their meals. Previously, she had spent a hefty sum on sweet potatoes and various seasonings, leaving her with less than 10 taels. Upon careful calculation, she realized that the stall preparations had already consumed 5 taels of capital. She had not touched Jiang Sui's money. All expenses were covered by the funds given by Mr. Zhang. Chapter 046. Purchasing a cow. Jiang Sui sought out Xiao Mu to discuss the matter of buying a cow, inviting Zhou Shi and Xiao Lanlan to listen in on the conversation. It was agreed that this venture would involve the 4 women, necessitating collective deliberation on all matters. Jiang Sui meticulously articulated the utility and advantages of acquiring a cow. In our business dealings, frequent trips to the market are essential, requiring early departures and late returns. Given the substantial goods we handle, a bullock cart is indispensable, otherwise, our efforts would be exceedingly strenuous. Moreover, possessing a bullock cart would not only facilitate the transportation of goods for our business but also ease the process of attending to other affairs. Laborious tasks would no longer demand our toil, and the cart could also serve for plowing the fields. In summary, investing in a cow is undoubtedly a prudent decision. However, recouping the initial investment may require some time. Upon hearing about the cow purchase, Xiaomu was already inclined towards the idea. She had considered the necessity of a bullock cart for setting up stalls in the market, a sentiment that was indisputable. Furthermore, having a cow would elevate their family's standing in the village. Presently, only 3 households own cows: of the venerable village head, Heir Mozi's family, and the wealthiest family, the Zhangs, who possess 2. With only 4 cows in the village, during busy farming seasons, every household sought to borrow a cow to plow their fields, and the Xiao family was no exception. Xiaomu had long harbored the desire to purchase a cow, as their large family necessitated ample land, which often led to delays during busy seasons. My dear Sui, how fortuitous! I was just about to broach this topic with you. Since we are of like mind, let us not delay any further and proceed to the market tomorrow, she proclaimed, with Xiao Mu's approval. Zhou Shi and Xiao Lanlan naturally voiced no objections. Moreover, should the cow purchase materialize, their family would gain prestige within the village. Who wouldn't aspire to own a cow? A family with a cow would certainly walk with their heads held high. Heir Motzi had been able to run a thriving business transporting goods to the market with his bullock cart, earning a considerable income each month, and he was swiftly amassing wealth, nearly rivaling the Zheng family. The Zhengs had become the wealthiest in the village primarily due to their expansive fish pond. To acquire a cow, a dedicated trip to the market was necessary, as there was a prominent cattle dealer there offering various cattle, including calves, mature bulls, and older cows, depending on one's needs. If Jiang Sui were to buy, she would undoubtedly opt for a sturdy bull, capable of bearing heavy loads. While in town, she also intended to inquire about renting a stall for their business. However, to her astonishment, just as they were planning their trip to purchase a cow, Mr. Zhang unexpectedly brought one to them. That he had returned to town that afternoon in a horse-drawn cart, claiming he needed to fetch some items, and later that evening, he arrived at the Xiao household leading a cow. "This cow is especially for you, Mr. Zhang stated. Jiang Sui and Xiao Mu were taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. "Is this really for us?" Xiao Mu asked incredulously. Mr. Zhang nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is meant for you. Please, do not feel obliged to mention any monetary compensation. I must insist on this. My apprentice and I have overstayed our welcome for nearly half a month, and we are grateful for your hospitality, which has aided in his swift recovery. He is now able to move, and we plan to return to Waxixian in a couple of days to recuperate, but before we leave, he wishes to do something for you all. This cow is the first gesture. Knowing that you intend to engage in business at the market, I thought it prudent to provide you with a bullock. Initially, I had considered a horse, as they are swift and can travel far. However, I realized that a horse might not be as practical for you. After all, horses require more care and cannot be utilized for labor, thus I opted for a cow instead. This cow is one I personally selected. It is less than 2 years old, in its prime, very capable of carrying loads, and has a gentle disposition. It will thrive on a diet of grass, Mr. Zhang explained, giving the cow a gentle pat. Xiaoyi, upon seeing the cow, could not contain his excitement and approached to touch it, his eyes shimmering with affection. He had long wished for a cow of his own to plow their fields instead of borrowing from others, which often subjected him to disdain. "Mr. Zhang, your kindness and consideration for our family leave us at a loss for words. We cannot express our gratitude sufficiently," Xiao Mu said, feeling particularly embarrassed. The cow was undoubtedly worth a significant sum, at least 5 taels of silver. She found it difficult to comprehend why affluent individuals could be so generous. After all, she had already accepted 30 taels from them. This additional gift was overwhelming. "Oh dear, my face is burning with embarrassment," she thought. "Xiao Mu, please do not speak so formally. It is we who should be immensely grateful. Were it not for your family's assistance, my apprentice may have already perished in the wilderness. What we are offering pales in comparison to your kindness. This cow is but a modest token. Please accept it, or else my apprentice will be troubled and unable to sleep soundly at night. The cow is already here, so do arrange for its care, Mr. Zhang insisted, indicating that this was merely a small gesture in the grand scheme of their debt of gratitude. Xiao Mu wished to say more, but her son Xiaoyi was already overjoyed, caressing the cow with utmost affection. He declared, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I will take excellent care of this cow. Tomorrow, I will go chop wood from the mountain to build a pen for it." His mind was completely consumed with thoughts of the cow, leaving behind any lingering frustrations. "Very well, I trust you will do so. Now, it is getting late, I shall retire to my quarters," Mr. Zhang remarked, having completed his business, and he returned to the room where Su Yanqing awaited. The room was illuminated by an oil lamp, and Su Yanqing was engrossed in a medical text. Upon Mr. Zhang's entrance, Su Yanqing did not raise his gaze. "Master Uncle, when will they arrive?" he inquired. Mr. Zhang, hands on his hips, sat down robustly on the con, immediately understanding whom Su Yanqing referred to. "They will arrive the day after tomorrow. Have no worries, your grandfather has dispatched his most esteemed disciples to assist. Just wait and see." Chapter 047. Leasing a stall. With a robust ox now residing at home, Xiaoyi found himself exceedingly busy. Early in the morning, he ascended the mountain to fell a large tree and drag it back. In ancient times, the abundance of green resources meant that wood was plentiful, and common folk could freely chop down trees. After considerable effort, Xiaoyi managed to bring the tree down, all to construct a pen for securing the ox. Zhao's mother was also industrious that morning, venturing out to gather several bundles of grass to feed the animal. The previous night, under the cover of darkness, the ox had not been clearly discernible. However, upon daylight's arrival, it became evident that this was indeed a fine creature, as its skeletal structure revealed. Though they now possessed a ready ox, Xiaoyi still needed to make a trip to town to inquire about leasing a stall. Besides constructing the ox pen, he also needed to fashion a cart, which would be harnessed to the ox for transporting goods. The family had already discussed their plans, and Zhao's mother resolved that henceforth, the youngest son, Xiaoyi, would remain at home, no longer needing to work alongside his father. The family business required a man's assistance. Firstly, certain tasks, such as herding the ox, were better suited for a male. Given Xiaoyi's fondness for the ox, he would undoubtedly take good care of it, while the women were not adept at herding. Furthermore, having a man present during business dealings would deter others from taking advantage of them, as they might otherwise perceive the family as merely a group of women to be bullied or marginalized. Such was the nature of society at that time, where the strong preyed upon the weak. The Xiao family had managed to establish themselves in the village, largely due to the presence of several robust men. Without them, as newcomers, they might have faced considerable hardship. In recent years, however, the family's fortunes had declined, and while villagers whispered behind their backs, none dared confront the Xiao family openly, as they were wary of the burly men in the household. Xiaoyi would assist with the ox cart, and his mother would ensure he received a wage for his efforts, so he would not toil without compensation. Meanwhile, Lu's family had been at their daughter's home for a month, yet showed no signs of returning, resulting in a stalemate between the two families. However, it was likely that Lu's family could not maintain this for much longer. The sooner the marriage was arranged, the better, as prolonged delays could lead to potential complications. They were anxious and would naturally seek alternative solutions. Accompanied by Zhang Sui, Zhao's mother ventured into town, where they learned that stalls on the snack street were leased directly from the town's official residence. The street management during this dynasty was particularly efficient, with each town boasting a couple of streets dedicated to small food vendors, allowing the common folk to earn a living. These snack streets differed from commercial thoroughfares, which typically housed formal eateries, inns, and hotels frequented by those with a bit of wealth. Bai Ma town was a modest settlement, encircled by several villages, and aside from the local residents, the majority of visitors were villagers, all of whom were common folk with limited spending power. While there were a couple of restaurants and inns in town, the majority of the establishments were small food stalls. Due to the proximity of numerous villages, the foot traffic in town was substantial. The snack street, though not extensive, featured various vendors selling buns, wontons, noodles, and sweet cakes, alongside other merchandise such as insoles, hair ties, and mountain goods. There were 3 bun stalls, 3 noodle stalls, and 2 wonton stalls, all competing for business. In truth, the flavors offered were quite average, and the prices were modest. Many who traveled long distances to shop in town would gladly spend 5 won on a bowl of plain noodles. Zhang Sui observed that when her family began selling spicy and sour noodles, they would not lack customers, as the other stalls, despite their mediocre offerings, still attracted a fair number of patrons. Even on a slow day, after deducting costs, they could expect to earn over 100 won, and even with fluctuating sales, a monthly income of 2 taels of silver was feasible. Upon visiting the official residence, they discovered that there was an available stall at the far end of the snack street, with a monthly rental fee of only 800 won, 200 won cheaper than other stalls. The reason for this lower price was the stall's location at the street's end, rendering it less desirable. Many diners, in their haste to satisfy their hunger, would choose the first stall they encountered, regardless of the quality or price, as most offerings were similar. Indeed, the most successful stalls were those located at the street's entrance, including a noodle stall, a bun stall, and a wonton stall. Over time, this particular stall had failed to attract tenants, resulting in its price being reduced to 800 won per month. Generally, food stalls were pricier due to their larger footprint, while smaller businesses, such as those selling insoles and hair ties, only required 300 won per month for their modest space. Fate had it that this was the only stall available for food vendors, leaving Zhang Sui and Zhao's mother with no other options. Observing the situation, Zhao's mother pulled Zhang Sui aside to discuss. Sui, what shall we do? Although this stall is spacious, its location is indeed poor. If no one can see us, who will come to eat? Zhao's mother's concerns, however, were not shared by Zhang Sui. The success of a snack business ultimately hinged on taste. As long as the food was delectable, a less favorable location would not deter customers. The key lay in effective promotion. They needed to ensure that everyone was aware of their offerings. "You must attract customers," Jiang Sui calmly replied with a smile, confident in her plans. "Mother, there's no need to worry. We have no other choice. Let's lease the stall. It's affordable and spacious, allowing us to set up a couple of extra tables. As for foot traffic, you need not fret, I have my methods. Rest assured, I will ensure you earn a profit." With Jiang Sui's assurance, they realized they had no alternative but to proceed. "All right, I trust you, my daughter." Once they reached a consensus, they approached the officials at the residence and decided to lease the stall. Once the custom-made iron ladles and molds were ready, they would dry a batch of sweet potato flour, purchase a large oilcloth to set up their stall, and commence their business. The seasonings were readily available, and Jiang Sui's preparation of spicy oil and meat sauce was straightforward, allowing for easy replenishment as needed. Zhao's mother initially rented the stall for 2 months, completing the necessary paperwork, which amounted to little more than a single receipt. Thus, the stall officially belonged to them. Coincidentally, their trip to town also coincided with the time to collect the ladles from the blacksmith's shop, as they had reached the agreed-upon date. Chapter 048 Distinguished Visitor. 3 iron strainers, crafted according to Jiang Sui's specifications, were meticulously perforated with numerous small round holes of uniform diameter. When the sweet potato starch was diluted, it would be evenly strained into hot water, forming resilient and chewy strands of sweet potato noodles. Once shaped, they would be rinsed in cold water and then left to bask in the sun for several days. The resulting sweet potato noodles, bundled neatly, had an extended shelf life and were remarkably portable, truly perfect. With their belongings in hand, the mother and daughter returned home, eager to immerse themselves in the art of sweet potato noodle production. Upon arriving, they wasted no time. The 4 of them quickly set to work. Jiang Sui was tasked with diluting the starch, as the correct ratio was crucial to the texture of the finished noodles. Xiao Lanlan tended to the fire and boiled the water, while Zhao's mother sifted the sweet potato starch. Zhou Shi was responsible for rinsing the noodles in cold water before placing them on the pre-prepared bamboo poles for drying. The weather in early June was sweltering, and the sun was particularly fierce during this period, making it imperative to dry as many sweet potato noodles as possible. From 500 pounds of sweet potato, they managed to yield over 200 pounds of starch, sufficient for prolonged sales. Should business flourish, they would need to continue procuring sweet potatoes and extracting more starch. After a full day's labor, the courtyard was filled with drying sweet potato noodles, and fortunately, the Xiao family's home had ample room. With no more space to dry the noodles, they began making sweet potato skins, using specialized molds that made the task remarkably convenient, producing a sheet every few minutes. These skins were then cut into large strips, spread on a winnowing basket, and placed in the sun to dry. The mother and her daughters worked industriously, their spirits buoyed by the prospect of profit. During this time, Zhao's father and 2 eldest sons had already found work in the county. The county was bustling with new constructions and renovations, offering plenty of labor opportunities. Remarkably, the 3 men secured jobs on their 3rd day in the county, thanks to their tall statures and considerable strength, which made them highly sought after. The labor was arduous but well compensated. Each of them earned 40 won a day, with meals provided. At the end of the month, each could earn over a tael of silver. However, lacking accommodation, the 3 men rented a room in the county, sharing it with other laborers. The county was rife with families seeking work together, predominantly engaged in manual labor, and several families shared a courtyard, with each family occupying a separate room. As they were all men, there was little fuss. The primary requirement was a place to rest at night. The remote location of Xianhe village made it difficult for Zhao's mother and the others to know the father's and son's circumstances, so they could only await their return on a day off to learn of their status. Xiaoyi constructed a cattle pen at the back of the yard, collecting a substantial amount of hay from the fields to create a roof. He even fashioned a water trough from mud, demonstrating his fondness for the cow. Zhao's mother advised him to remain at home to tend to the cow and promised to pay him a monthly wage, allowing him to eventually bring his wife home for a comfortable life. Xiaoyi was more than agreeable. Staying at home with a steady income while caring for his beloved cow was a dream come true. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt for his father and brothers, who toiled outside while he enjoyed a more comfortable existence at home. Nevertheless, Zhao's mother reminded him that the amount he received each month would depend on the profits from their stall. Even though he was at home, he might not earn as much as his father and brothers. The following day, as the sweet potato noodles continued to dry, an unexpected group of visitors arrived. Near noon, several horse-drawn carriages came to a halt at the entrance of the Shao family courtyard. From them disembarked a few elderly gentlemen, around 50 years of age, dressed in luxurious silk robes. Each sported long beards and was accompanied by attentive attendants. The sight of such distinguished guests drew the attention of many villagers, who followed the carriages only to discover that the opulent vehicles had come to rest at the Shao family's doorstep. The attendants unloaded an abundance of gifts, including exquisite fabrics, delightful pastries, and numerous precious supplements presented in ornate boxes. One elderly gentleman even carried a large wooden chest, reminiscent of those used by physicians. Curiosity abounded among the onlookers as they speculated about the relationship between these visitors and the Shao family. The Shao family itself was equally bewildered by the unexpected arrival. Upon disembarking, the visitors began transferring their numerous offerings into the main hall, where the gifts soon filled the table to overflowing. It was only when Mr. Zhang personally emerged to greet them that the Shao family realized these esteemed guests were the masters of Su Yanqing, disciples of the renowned Su Wubing, who had traveled from the distant Jizhou prefecture. Their journey had taken them 5 or 6 days, and after a night's rest in Huaxi County, they had not tarried, eager to pay their respects. "Madam Shao, these are but humble tokens of our regard. We hope you will not find them lacking," one elder said respectfully. Zhao's mother, gazing at the lavish fabrics and exquisite boxes, offered an awkward smile. Goodness, such valuable gifts cannot simply be regarded as trifling tokens. However, recognizing their thoughtfulness in making such a visit, she felt it inappropriate to refuse their offerings and resolved to extend a warm welcome. "Not at all, not at all. Guests are always welcome. I shall prepare lunch, and I hope you will not mind our simple fare," she said with a beaming smile. Lacking fine tea, she instructed Xiao Lanlan to prepare sweetened water for the guests. Immediately, she sent Xiao Yi to the village to procure 2 chickens and a few fish from Zhang's pond for their midday meal. Meanwhile, she ventured into the vegetable garden to gather fresh produce. Jiang Sui and Zhou Shi remained at home to entertain the guests, retrieving leftover seeds from the previous banquet and preparing to cook rice, knowing they would need to prepare a substantial amount to satisfy the elderly visitors. The elders graciously accepted the sweetened water prepared by Xiao Lanlan, expressing their gratitude profusely before proceeding to the room to meet Su Yanqing. Currently, Xiao Huchuan diligently attended to Dog Dan, practicing reading and writing, a task entrusted to him by his elder brother before his departure, which he took to heart without a hint of negligence. Dog Dan, an obedient and eager learner, would ask Xiao Yi about any unfamiliar characters in his books, mastering them even before they were taught by the tutor. Chapter 049 of Fortunate Blessings. Today, a multitude of guests arrived, and Xiao Huchuan, ever considerate, assisted Jiang Sui with various tasks, such as gathering firewood, bustling about with diligence. Previously, when they were preparing sweet potato starch, he had also lent a helping hand, tirelessly turning the grinding stone and displaying remarkable obedience. What transpired between Su Yanqing and the others in the room remained a mystery to everyone. However, when Madame Shao returned, cradling 2 large cabbages, Mr. Zhang proactively approached her. "Madame Shao, please do not busy yourself just yet. My fellow disciples have come specifically to visit your family." "Come specifically for us? What do you mean by that?" Madame Shao was perplexed, seeing her confusion. Mr. Zhang smiled and elaborated, "It might seem abrupt, but I had quietly inquired about your family's circumstances and learned of your recent developments. I relayed this information to my disciple, Lin Su. Upon hearing this, Lin Su was eager to assist your family in expressing gratitude for your kindness, and thus, he requested that I pen a letter to my esteemed teacher in Jizhou. After reviewing the letter, my teacher promptly dispatched several of his favorite students to provide medical attention for your young son Huchuan and your second daughter-in-law. While I cannot guarantee a definitive outcome, we certainly wish to give it a try. They have come today for this purpose, so I kindly ask you and your daughter-in-law to prepare yourselves to greet them. One of my senior brothers, surnamed Qin, specializes in treating infertility in women and has achieved remarkable success over the years. Perhaps he can alleviate your concerns. As for your young son Huchuan, my other 2 senior brothers, upon learning of his situation, also volunteered to come and examine him. Would that be acceptable?" "Of course. That would be wonderful. With such a fortunate opportunity, how could I possibly refuse?" Madame Shao was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. Both matters weighed heavily on her heart, and now, with Master Su's thoughtful consideration in inviting these renowned doctors from afar to treat her daughter-in-law and son, how could she not feel thankful? This man was indeed a savior. Sui Sui was truly insightful. Look, had fortune not arrived at their doorstep, as for Madame Zhou's infertility, they had consulted doctors before, yet those practitioners proved ineffectual, unable to discern the root of the problem. Seeking a capable physician would require a significant sum of money, which their family simply did not possess, thus delaying their efforts. Huchuan's situation had also cost them a considerable amount, yet no answers emerged. It was said to be a matter of fate. Regardless of the outcome, one should always express gratitude for the intentions behind such goodwill. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I cannot thank you and young Master Su enough. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. Mr. Zhang waved his hand dismissively, then laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Madame Zhou nodded repeatedly, elated to the point of being almost giddy. She hurried back to the kitchen, placing the cabbages aside to share the wonderful news with Madame Zhou. Upon hearing that these esteemed elders had come specifically to treat her, Madame Zhou was momentarily taken aback, perhaps overwhelmed with joy. After a moment, she regained her composure, her eyes immediately reddening, filled with tears of joy. Really, mother, you are not teasing me, are you? A stroke of fortune had truly befallen Madame Zhou. Indeed. Mr. Zhang personally informed me, and he mentioned that they would also examine Huchuan's condition. Madame Zhao's eyes crinkled with delight as she watched Jiang Sui, particularly emphasizing the latter part of her statement to uplift Jiang Sui's spirits. Jiang Sui understood that Xiao Huchuan would eventually recover, regardless of whether he received treatment, yet she feigned exuberance. This is splendid news, mother, this is truly a great blessing. Both sister-in-law and Huchuan now have hope. Those esteemed gentlemen are favored disciples of Master Su, undoubtedly skilled beyond the ordinary practitioners. It seems that it won't be long before you have a grandchild to hold. Jiang Sui's words resonated deeply with both Madame Zhou and Madame Xiao, especially with Madame Zhou, who felt as if she had finally seen the light after a long period of darkness. She began to envision her future pregnancy. How wonderful it was to receive such exceptional medical care without having to spend a single coin. She gazed at Jiang Sui, suddenly comprehending why her mother-in-law often referred to her as a harbinger of good fortune. Had it not been for that afternoon when she expressed her boredom and ventured to the mountains to gather wild apricots, she might not have forged such a significant bond with young Master Su, nor would she be reaping the benefits of this day. Her husband had been right, she should cultivate a close relationship with her younger sister-in-law, as it would undoubtedly enhance her own fortunes. Xiao Lanlan, observing and listening from the side, also felt a surge of happiness, genuinely delighted, and her admiration for Su Yanqing grew even deeper. Young Master Su was truly a person of gratitude and with newfound hope. Madame Zhou worked with even greater zeal, her face adorned with a constant smile. She stewed 2 chickens, pan-fried several fish, prepared the smoked wild boar and roe deer meat, and even used the last few pounds of soybeans to make fresh tofu. She stir-fried fresh cabbage, whipped up 2 platters of eggs, and cooked 2 batches of pancakes. This was rural life. The spread before them was even more sumptuous than a New Year's feast. They set up 2 tables in the courtyard, one for the elders and Mr. Zhang, and another for the attendants. The Xiao family merely kept a few dishes for themselves, truly presenting all the delicacies they could muster. Mr. Zhang noticed that they were not joining the table and made several attempts to invite them, but Madame Xiao consistently declined. Mr. Zhang, I presume you and your fellow disciples have not had the opportunity to catch up in quite a while. We will not intrude upon your gathering. As you can see, we have saved some dishes for ourselves and are certainly not depriving ourselves of food. Please, do not concern yourself with us. Mr. Zhang found himself at a loss. After surveying the scene, he saw that the Xiao family was serving themselves white rice while the table was filled with meat and fish, so he relented. After all, it would not do for them to feast lavishly while their hosts made do with meager portions. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that Madame Xiao had reserved for her family mostly meager scraps, such as chicken necks and carcasses, and the smallest fish. Today was a day of celebration, and thus Madame Xiao decided that everyone would enjoy white rice accompanied by chicken, fish, and cured meat was simply delectable. Dan relished his meal, consuming 3 bowls of rice with great enthusiasm. Being a child, no one chastised him, but the adults were concerned that there would not be enough rice for the guests, so they did not indulge themselves fully, hastily eating a few bites before returning to their steamed buns. Mr. Zhang wished to reminisce with his fellow disciples, while Su Yanqing, unable to move about freely, remained in his room. Xiao Lanlan took it upon herself to deliver the food to him. As she entered with the meal, Su Yanqing was engrossed in a medical text, reclining in pure white silk nightwear, with his dark hair cascading over the pillow and spilling onto his shoulders. Due to the slightly warm weather, he had loosened the collar of his garment, revealing his fair, elongated neck and a glimpse of his collarbone. Chapter 050. The fate of women is never confined by secular prejudice. Perhaps lost in her thoughts, Su Yanqing was oblivious to the fact that, in contrast to Mr. Zhang's usual boisterous demeanor, the footsteps this time were remarkably light. However, he caught a whiff of the delightful aroma of the meals, for the dishes prepared by the Xiao family possessed a distinctive flavor, characterized not only by their exquisite taste but also by the warmth that bespoke of home. "Master Shi, what delectable treats do we have today?" he inquired, fully expecting a lavish spread given the number of guests and the spirited hospitality of Madame Xiao. Mistakenly thinking it was Mr. Zhang, he spoke to him with a sense of ease. Xiao Lanjun, overhearing his words, couldn't help but smile gently. She placed the dishes on the table and turned to see his fair, elongated neck and collarbone. Their eyes met, and upon realizing it was her, Su Yanqing felt a sudden jolt in his heart, quickly regaining his composure while adjusting his clothing. "My apologies, Miss Xiao, I was unaware that it was you who had arrived, and I acted rather thoughtlessly." Xiao Lanjun was not in a much better state, her cheeks flushed, unable to maintain eye contact with him. "And no worries. My arrival was unexpected, you need not blame yourself." To alleviate the awkwardness, she offered him the chicken soup, saying, "I brought some food for you, please enjoy this chicken soup, it's particularly fresh today." With one hand hindered by a bandage, Su Yanqing struggled to take the soup, which was quite hot. As it was his left hand that he used, his movements were cumbersome and laborious. Typically, Mr. Zhang would feed him, but at this moment, Mr. Zhang was outside enjoying a meal and lively conversation with fellow scholars, having temporarily forgotten about him. Noticing his struggle, Xiao Lanjun pondered for a moment before speaking up. "If you do not mind, young Master Su, may I assist you in eating?" Surprised by her suggestion, Su Yanqing paused and looked at her, her eyes as clear as a fawn's, her complexion radiant and lively. He felt an unexpected flutter in his heart. Ordinarily, had any woman spoken to him in such a manner, he would have firmly declined, spouting off about propriety and the boundaries between men and women. Yet, facing Xiao Lanjun, he found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, believing he was hesitant to refuse but unsure of how to do so, she mentally chastised herself for being too forward. Just as he finally spoke, his voice warm as ever then. "I would be grateful for your assistance, Miss Xiao." A smile danced at the corners of his eyes, igniting a warmth within Xiao Lanjun's heart, causing her lips to curve into a subtle smile as well. Thus, a tender scene unfolded, with Xiao Lanjun carefully lifting the chicken soup, gently blowing on each spoonful before bringing it to Su Yanqing's lips. He drank every last drop until the bowl was empty. Deliciously sweet, as always, Madame Zhao's culinary skills are unparalleled. After finishing, Su Yanqing looked at Xiao Lanjun with a smile, aware that the soup had been prepared with red dates, and she had meticulously skimmed off the oil, as she had observed Mr. Zhang do previously, guessing that Su Yanqing preferred lighter fare. In truth, making chicken soup required little technical skill, one merely needed to control the heat. For the longer it cooked, the more tender the chicken became, and the broth naturally grew richer and more aromatic. Next, Xiao Lanjun fed him rice, and the room fell into a comfortable silence, occasionally punctuated by the soft clinking of chopsticks against the bowl, creating an atmosphere tinged with a unique intimacy. Just as Xiao Lanjun considered breaking the silence to ease the tension, Su Yanqing spoke again, his lips parting gently, "I shall be leaving in a couple of days." At this, Xiao Lanjun paused, her heart sinking slightly, yet she adorned her face with a bright smile. "Indeed, we have not been the best hosts during your stay. It would be more suitable for you to recover at home rather than here. I wish you a swift recovery." She understood that he must leave, their social standings were worlds apart. He was akin to a cloud in the sky, unattainable, and had it not been for this unforeseen incident, their paths might never have crossed. Yet, why did her heart feel so heavy? "When my leg is healed, I shall personally come to express my gratitude." In truth, Su Yanqing did not wish to depart. He found solace in the Xiao residence, where the sounds of barking dogs and crowing roosters in the morning brought him an unexpected sense of contentment. The wildflowers here were far more pleasing to the eye than those meticulously cultivated in the manor. "Feel free to visit any time, we will always welcome you," Xiao Lanjun replied politely, though her heart swelled with joy. How her emotions had ebbed and flowed. Since he claimed he would return, they would surely meet again. After exchanging just a few words, silence enveloped them once more. Once he finished his bowl of rice, Xiao Lanjun seemed to find no reason to linger any longer. She poured him a cup of hot tea to rinse his mouth while she began to tidy the dishes, preparing to leave. As she turned to depart, Su Yanqing's gentle voice reached her ears. Miss Xiao, you are truly admirable. Do not let the whispers of gossip trouble you. Such superstitions are merely the result of ignorant prejudice against women. I believe that a woman's fate is never confined by societal norms. As long as one remains unperturbed, those rumors cannot harm you. His words carried a profound weight, though unspoken. Xiao Lanjun understood the implications. Mr. Zheng had investigated the Xiao family, and Su Yanqing was undoubtedly aware of the slander and prejudice Xiao Lanjun faced due to the belief that she possessed a husband-killing fate. Thus, he sought to console her. Xiao Lanjun felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She could not suppress the upward curve of her lips, opting to face him directly rather than turning away, lest he discern her youthful sentiments. But does young Master Su care? At her question, Su Yanqing chuckled softly, the sound melodious. If I cared, why would I share these sentiments with you? He certainly did not care. Notions of fate were mere fabrications of charlatans, deceitful enough to ruin a young woman's life with a single phrase, truly disgraceful. Of feeling comforted, Xiao Lanjuan's smile blossomed even more brightly. Young Master Su is a good person. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. With that, she hurriedly exited the courtyard, still holding the plate. After she had been gone for a while, Su Yanqing remained somewhat dazed, the warm tea still steaming in his hand. He drank it all in one go. The temperature was just right and perfectly suited to his taste. Indeed, he was. That after lunch, several gentlemen requested Madame Xiao to summon Xiao Huchuan and the Zhou family, beginning their consultations with the two. Xiao Huchuan sat there, allowing the two gentlemen to take his pulse in turn while they examined his pupils. Jiang Sui sat beside him, her hand tightly clasped in his, already slick with perspiration. In the first year, physicians often treated him for his condition, pricking his head with needles and administering bitter concoctions. Over time, he developed a deep-seated fear of these doctors. Chapter 051. Cold in the palace. This perplexing ailment is most vexatious, as its origins remain elusive, and inquiries yield no clarity. Even the physicians appear to be at a loss, rendered as if they were in a state of bewilderment. Unable to prescribe a suitable remedy, they hesitate to proceed with acupuncture, fearing the risk of misplacing the needles and thereby causing further harm. The two elderly gentlemen had previously clarified the situation with Zhao's mother, inquiring into the circumstances surrounding Xiao Huchuan's peculiar condition. His affliction arose unexpectedly due to an external force, yet the wound has healed completely, rendering the situation particularly challenging. After much deliberation, the two gentlemen resolved to administer acupuncture to Xiao Huchuan, aiming to stimulate his mind. Upon hearing that needles would be used on him once more, Xiao Huchuan vehemently protested. No, I refuse to be pricked. He released Jiang Sui's hand, clutching his head as he recalled the discomfort of the needles. Even the thought of it was enough to dissuade him. Despite Xiao's mother's earnest coaxing, her efforts proved futile, leaving her resignedly observing the two gentlemen. Seeing this, Jiang Sui took the initiative, grasping Xiao Huchuan's hand and feigning anger as she declared, Huchuan, if you refuse to heed the doctor's advice, I shall no longer pay you any mind. You may play by yourself. Struck by the genuine ire upon his wife's countenance, which seemed far from an idle threat, Xiao Huchuan's resolve wavered. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Sui turned to leave. Barely 2 steps away, her hand was seized. As was anticipated, realizing Jiang Sui was truly upset, Xiao Huchuan hastily grasped her hand, pleading, all right, I shall let them proceed with the needles. Please do not leave, my dear. His voice and expression bore a hint of grievance, transforming his charming peach blossom eyes into those of a forlorn puppy, evoking a desire to ruffle his hair affectionately. Jiang Sui, adept in her approach, swiftly subdued him with a single maneuver, earning Zhao's mother's admiration. This was an instance of one thing mastering another. She increasingly perceived Jiang Sui not merely as a benefactor to the Xiao family but also as a fortuitous star for Xiao Huchuan. In this moment, her influence surpassed even that of her own maternal authority. Ultimately, Xiao Huchuan reluctantly seated himself, permitting the two gentlemen to proceed with the acupuncture. Meanwhile, on the other side, the physician examined Mrs. Zhou's pulse and requested her to open her mouth and extend her tongue for further inspection. Upon meticulous observation, his brow furrowed with concern. He proceeded to inquire about Mrs. Zhou's condition, posing questions that, while somewhat sensitive, were essential for his diagnosis. Madam Joe, may I ask if your menstrual cycle is regular? Does it accompany any symptoms of abdominal cramping or sensitivity to cold when it occurs? Mrs. Joe responded, sometimes it arrives a few days early, and at other times it may be delayed. Each cycle lasts 6 to 7 days, and during the second and third days, I experience significant abdominal pain even in the sweltering heat of summer. I feel an overwhelming chill, unable to tolerate cold water, and I am left feeling quite weak, requiring bed rest. It was evident that Mrs. Joe endured several days each month when she was unwell, unable to perform her duties, her complexion pale. Upon hearing her account, the physician began to form a clearer understanding and continued with his inquiries. In your youth or in recent years, have you suffered from severe illness due to wind and cold? Were you treated appropriately and did you take your medication regularly? After careful consideration, Mrs. Joe recalled that she had indeed suffered from ailments related to cold in recent years, though they were not severe, often resolving with a couple of bowls of ginger tea. However, she recounted a significant incident from when she was 9 years old. Thus, she replied candidly, when I was 9, I fell into a well while drawing water. It was the dead of winter, and I was submerged for about a quarter of an hour. By the time the adults rescued me, I had lost all sensation and was nearly frozen. Upon returning home, I fell gravely ill, nearly losing my life. My parents promptly summoned a physician who prescribed several remedies. While I survived, I remained in a state of dizziness for several months before fully recovering. Therein lies the root of your ailment, the physician deduced. His explanation illuminated the reasons behind her difficulties in conceiving. Upon hearing this, both Zhao's mother and Mrs. Joe exchanged worried glances, prompting Zhao's mother to inquire, Sir, what do you mean by that? With a sigh, the physician patiently elaborated, I observed that Mrs. Joe's tongue exhibited significant coldness and dampness, indicating a likely condition of cold in the palace. This issue is likely linked to her childhood incident of falling into the water. Although she received medical attention at the time, inadequate aftercare allowed the condition to persist, leading to the current affliction. Women must avoid excessive exposure to cold. When cold enters the womb, it causes cold in the palace, making conception difficult. Even if one were to conceive, it would likely not be viable. Hearing this, Mrs. Joe was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down her face, her complexion paling instantaneously. The final statement sent shivers down her spine. Sir, what can be done? You must find a way to assist me. A woman's worth is measured by her ability to bear children. If I cannot fulfill this duty, it is a grave offense. Mrs. Joe's traditional beliefs weighed heavily upon her, having been indoctrinated from a young age to view a woman's purpose as serving her husband and producing heirs. One of the 7 reasons for divorce encompasses a lack of offspring. Should her husband, Xiaomian, choose to abandon her for this reason, her fate would be dire. With the stigma of childlessness, remarrying would be nearly impossible, subjecting her to societal scorn. In her desperation, she abruptly knelt before the physician. Startled, he quickly offered her assistance. Zhao's mother, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of helplessness. Her second daughter-in-law was of a temperament that could easily succumb to despair. You mustn't behave so, the physician has not yet declared your condition untreatable, Zhao's mother interjected, aiding in lifting her up. At this moment, Mrs. Joe was already in tears, a complete wreck. Her family had also adhered to traditional gender biases. She had a twin brother, and while the Zhou family was not excessively harsh compared to others, she had always been treated as inferior to him. If Xiaomian were to cast her aside for failing to bear children, her own family, particularly her assertive sister-in-law, would undoubtedly reject her return. Where would she turn? Fear not, my dear. I assure you that regardless of your ability to conceive, you shall always be a cherished daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. We shall never cast you aside, so please rise. As a woman herself, Zhao's mother understood Mrs. Joe's anxieties and fears all too well. She worried that the Xiao family would abandon her, and her own family would not offer support, hence her desperation to bear a child to secure her place with Xiaomian. The Xiao family was not malevolent, they would not torment her in such a manner. Madame Zhou, you are causing me great distress. I am not saying your condition is untreatable, you must allow me to finish speaking. The physician expressed, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou ceased her weeping, though her breaths remained shaky. Sir, please tell me, how can this ailment be treated? She implored, wiping her tears, her face once again alight with hope. Chapter 052, A home of kindness will always be blessed. Your ailment, while it may seem troublesome, is not insurmountable. It simply requires diligent nurturing to restore your health. Currently, you appear strong outwardly but are frail within, suffering primarily from a cold womb. I shall prescribe a nourishing remedy for you. Should you adhere to my instructions and consume it for 2 to 3 months, you must also be cautious of extreme temperatures, paying careful attention to your well-being. Moreover, you should receive acupuncture every fortnight. My technique is not overly complicated. Seek a trustworthy physician in town, and I shall impart my method to him, allowing you to follow the schedule accordingly. The physician has already devised a comprehensive treatment plan. He has successfully treated even more complex cases of infertility than that of the Zhou family, with cold womb syndrome being among the most common. This condition necessitates a gradual and gentle approach, and with the right care, improvement can be expected within a few months. As long as you follow his prescriptions diligently, results should manifest within a fortnight. Upon hearing the doctor's assurance of recovery in just 2 to 3 months, Madame Zhou was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Qin, thank you." "There is no need for thanks. We are here at the behest of the second young master, who wishes to repay the kindness shown to your family. It is our duty to assist you," Dr. Qin replied as he retrieved paper and ink to write the prescription. He had brought medicinal herbs with him, sufficient for 2 doses, but he would not remain here for long, thus leaving a prescription for them to procure the ingredients in town once the initial supply was exhausted. As for the choice of acupuncturist, Lady Xiao had already contemplated seeking the elderly doctor who had previously treated Su Yanqing. By the way, the gifts I brought consist of nourishing herbs. Madame Xiao may incorporate them into meals to prepare soups for Madame Zhou, which will be beneficial for her health. Of course, these herbs are advantageous for all women, regardless of their health condition, so please do not hesitate to use them generously. In conclusion, Dr. Qin added this particular note at the behest of old Zhang, who mentioned that this family is known for their frugality. He feared they might hesitate to indulge themselves in good things, hence the addition of this note. Madame Xiao nodded in understanding, fully aware of Dr. Qin's good intentions. Truly, this benevolent connection is a remarkable one. Turning back to Xiao Huchuan, his head had become akin to a porcupine, and as the final needle was inserted, his brow furrowed once more. Jiang Sui watched with a twinge of sympathy, unable to bear it. "Huchuan, just endure a little longer, it will soon be over." She gently caressed his face. Xiao Huchuan found solace in her touch and offered her a reassuring smile. Yet, in the next moment, his expression contorted in agony as the needle's effect took hold. "What is it, Huchuan?" Jiang Sui inquired with concern, her voice drawing the attention of both Lady Xiao and Madame Zhou, who hurried over. "What has happened? Is something wrong?" Lady Xiao anxiously asked her son and the 2 physicians. "Madam, do not worry, this reaction is indeed normal. Your son's response indicates that there is still hope for improvement in his condition," one of the physicians explained. If he had shown no reaction at all, it would have signified that his affliction was beyond remedy. The fact that he is responsive suggests there is still a chance. "Really, then how should we proceed?" Lady Zhao's heart soared with hope. However, the physician's subsequent words doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "Madam, we must apologize for our lack of expertise. We cannot give you a definitive answer. We can only say that there is a possibility for improvement, but the timeline for recovery cannot be guaranteed by medication alone. It ultimately depends on his fate. Perhaps one day, he may recover on his own. Though this condition is considered an ailment, it does not conform to the traditional definition of illness. Despite this, we are unable to find a solution, which is quite regrettable. Even modern techniques cannot restore a simpleton to normalcy, let alone in this ancient era where such advancements are non-existent. Fortunately, Jiang Sui had mentally prepared herself for this, so her emotional turmoil was minimal. In contrast, Lady Xiao, who had just ignited hope, now felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, instantly appearing more haggard. "I am grateful to both of you. You have traveled a great distance to attend to my son's condition. Your kindness is deeply appreciated. How could we ever blame you? This is merely my son's fate, and we can hold no one accountable." The 2 physicians listened with sympathy. "Madam, your family is indeed virtuous, and a home of kindness will always be blessed. I trust that heaven will not turn a blind eye to your plight," they reassured her. "Thank you for your kind words." Lady Xiao sighed deeply. As Xiao Huchuan experienced considerable pain, the physicians had no choice but to remove the silver needles. Once the crucial needle was withdrawn, he immediately felt relief. After the procedure, Xiao Huchuan gazed pitifully at Jiang Sui, who, unsure of how to comfort him, embraced his head, allowing him to lean against her. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, nuzzling against her like a kitten seeking warmth. With everyone present, this display of affection was somewhat awkward, reminiscent of a child's behavior. Jiang Sui could only manage a shy smile. Although there was no progress concerning Xiao Huchuan, good news arrived from Madame Zhou. Lady Xiao promptly instructed Xiao Yi to travel to town to summon the elderly doctor to learn the acupuncture technique from Dr. Qin. Additionally, Dr. Qin had provided several fabric pouches containing medicinal herbs for Madame Zhou, instructing her to heat them before bedtime and apply them to her abdomen through her clothing to warm the womb. The duration of application should not be less than half an hour. Madame Zhou gleefully received this advice, committing every detail to memory. She was eager to share this momentous news with her husband to bring him joy as well. As fortune would have it, at that precise moment, Xiao Fu returned home. He had been away for over a month, intending only to check in and report on his recent endeavors to ease his family's worries. Upon his return, he was taken aback to find several exquisitely crafted carriages parked at the entrance of his courtyard. Fearing something was amiss, he hurried back inside. The courtyard was filled with unfamiliar faces, a few of whom were adorned in finery, clearly not ordinary commoners. His wife, Cui Ju, radiated joy, bustling about with enthusiasm. Noticing her husband's return, Lady Xiao paused momentarily, then exclaimed, "Oh, the master has returned. What are you standing there for? Come in, I have much to discuss with you." It was evident that Lady Xiao was in high spirits, yet the term master left Xiao Fu momentarily stunned. Who truly held authority in the Xiao household? It certainly was not Aide. He walked inside in a daze, observing the assembled guests bowing and addressing him as Xiao Lei. Goodness, could he truly be regarded as the master? Chapter 053. One must not be too greedy. Zhao's mother pulled him into a corner and began to recount the events that had transpired at home during his absence of 1 month. Poor Zhao's father returned home, without even having a chance to drink a sip of water, only to be bombarded with an overwhelming amount of information. What, he had only been gone for a few days, and they had already brought back a half-dead person? This individual turned out to be none other than the renowned Su Wubing's grandson, Su Gongzi. In just a month, these women had organized themselves to set up a stall for business? They had even rented a booth. Su Gongzi had generously provided the family with 30 taels of silver, clearing their debts, and had even invited several esteemed doctors from afar to treat his second daughter-in-law and son. Moreover, his second daughter-in-law's infertility had indeed been cured, and now it was merely a matter of proper recuperation before he could look forward to the day of cradling a grandchild in his arms. Zhao's father was so astonished that he could swallow a whole egg. He stood there in a daze, staring at his wife, unable to regain his composure for a long while. It felt surreal. How could so much change occur in just a month? Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Seeing Zhao's father in such a stupor, Zhao's mother could not help but click her tongue, pinching him on the arm and saying, "Are you still in a daze? This is not a dream, it is all quite real." Zhao's father winced from the pinch, rubbing his arm while internally grumbling about how merciless his wife could be. However, these were all good tidings, and deep down, he felt a sense of joy, even if he needed a moment to absorb it all. Out of courtesy, he turned to greet the esteemed doctors first. After exchanging pleasantries with them, he proceeded to see Su Yanqing. Upon meeting Su Yanqing, his first impression was that he truly embodied the demeanor of a gentleman from a wealthy family, exuding an air that was quite beyond the ordinary. The two engaged in endless expressions of gratitude towards each other. Later that evening, Xiao Yi invited the town's esteemed doctor upon learning that he was a disciple of Su Wubing, who wished to impart a set of acupuncture techniques. The doctor wasted no time in accompanying him. After meeting Dr. Qin, he promptly decided that once he learned the techniques, he would not accept a single coin from the Xiao family, offering acupuncture services to the Zhou family free of charge once every half-month. It was already a stroke of luck for him to learn, and he felt it inappropriate to accept any fees. Seizing this opportunity, the old doctor sought advice from several esteemed doctors, who, considering the Xiao family's reputation, generously shared their knowledge. That evening, the esteemed doctors chose not to stay for dinner but rather went to the inn in town to rest. The following morning, Mr. Zhang would escort Su Yanqing away from the Xiao residence, as Su Yanqing would join the esteemed doctors in returning to Waxix County's residence for recuperation. The time of parting came swiftly. Early in the morning, Mr. Zhang had arranged a carriage, which was furnished with great comfort, complete with soft blankets and cushions. He procured a finely crafted wooden wheelchair for Su Yanqing. The entire Xiao family gathered to bid farewell. Although their acquaintance had lasted less than a month, they had come to know Su Yanqing as a person of gratitude, reason, and kindness. Su Yanqing held a very favorable impression of the Xiao family as well. They were principled, warm-hearted, and refreshingly ungreedy. Before departing, he prepared a wooden box containing 500 taels of silver notes, which he presented to Zhao's father. Upon seeing the contents, Zhao's father was taken aback, as if he were holding a hot potato, and hurriedly attempted to return it to Su Yanqing. Seated in the wheelchair, Su Yanqing was caught off guard by this reaction, witnessing Zhao's father wave his hands repeatedly, even taking a few steps back. Su Gongzi, this is most inappropriate. Our Xiao family cannot accept such generosity, please, take it back. Su Yanqing, with a resigned smile, gently urged, Uncle Xiao, the gratitude I owe to the Xiao family cannot be repaid with merely 500 taels. This is a token of my appreciation, I implore you to accept it. But Su Gongzi, you have already rendered us immense assistance, you found someone to treat my daughter-in-law's infertility, that is more than enough. One must not be too greedy. We are but ordinary folk, and such a large sum is beyond our means. We cannot accept it, truly we cannot, even spending it would weigh heavily on our conscience. I heard from my wife that you had already given us 30 taels, we cannot accept any more of your generosity. Since we have forged a bond of goodwill, why must we quantify our gratitude so explicitly? Zhao's father was a simple and honest farmer, unadorned by extravagance. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a sum of money. If it were not for his own labor, he would find it scorching in his hands, feeling morally unjustified in spending it. Moreover, in his rigid reasoning, they had saved Su Yanqing, who in turn had sought treatment for his daughter-in-law and helped them settle their debts. This was already sufficient. He dared not ask for more. Furthermore, he instilled in his descendants the lesson that one must not be too greedy, for greed could lead to one's downfall. Zhao's father's words made Su Yanqing feel a sense of shame. He had only considered how to repay the Xiao family's kindness by offering more silver, failing to realize that the Xiao family was not a household driven by materialism. Had they sought to save him solely for his wealth, they would have made that clear from the outset. Yet, they had never mentioned money, caring for him wholeheartedly, while he had been the one blinded by material concerns. Ultimately, with a sigh, Su Yanqing handed the wooden box containing the silver notes to Mr. Zhang for safekeeping, then produced a jade pendant from his waist and offered it to Zhao's father. Uncle Xiao, since you insist on refusing the silver notes, please accept this jade pendant as a token of my commitment to the Xiao family. I, Su Yanqing, hereby promise that should you ever need assistance in the future, you need only present this pendant at the Jishan Hall in Jizhou Prefecture, and regardless of the matter's gravity or the passage of time, I shall do my utmost to help you. His gaze was resolute as he looked upon the Xiao family. In the face of 500 taels, none of the Xiao family displayed greed or delight. Was this not a testament to their character? Zhao's father recognized that this jade pendant was no ordinary trinket, certainly worth a considerable sum, and he glanced hesitantly at his wife, Ju. Zhao's mother found herself at a loss, instinctively glancing at Jiang Sui for guidance. Receiving a look of encouragement, Jiang Sui nodded without hesitation, indicating that it would be acceptable to accept it. At that moment, her thoughts were that saving Su Gongzi was indeed for the sake of the favor owed, which could ultimately benefit the Xiao family. And now that the goal had been achieved, although it felt somewhat selfish, having this jade pendant as a token of goodwill meant that the favor was secured, regardless of its future utility. It would serve as a reliable support. Chapter 054 The gradual encroachment. Now that Jiang Sui had nodded in agreement, Zhao's mother felt no reservations, gesturing for Zhao's father to take over. Sui's actions surely had their rationale. Ultimately, Zhao's father accepted the jade pendant, allowing Su Yanqing to breathe a sigh of relief. Before boarding the carriage, Su Yanqing cast a meaningful glance back at the lingering Xiao Lanlan, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Xiao Lanlan was also observing him, her face adorned with a gracious smile. However, once Su Yanqing's carriage had departed, her smile turned tinged with a touch of bitterness. Jiang Sui, standing beside her, noted the unmistakable admiration in Lanlan's gaze towards the second young master of the Su family. It was only natural, for Su Yanqing embodied the grace of a radiant moon and the purity of jade, making it difficult for any ordinary maiden not to be captivated. With Su Yanqing and Mr. Zhang having taken their leave, the Xiao family wholeheartedly immersed themselves in their market venture. Once the vermicelli and sweet potato skins had dried, all preparations were in place to select an auspicious day for their stall in town. In terms of personnel allocation, Zhao's mother, Jiang Sui, and Xiaoyi would set out to sell, with Xiaoyi tasked with driving the ox cart and overseeing the stall. Zhou and Lanlan remained at home to handle logistics, with plans to alternate as needed. Whenever Zhao's mother and Jiang Sui grew fatigued, Lanlan and Zhou could take their places at the stall, especially since Zhou had to visit the town for acupuncture every fortnight. They meticulously consulted the almanac for the best day to set up shop, settling on 3 days hence, when they would depart alongside Zhao's father. Zhao's father did not linger long at home. His return served two purposes: to reassure the family of their safety and to inspect their farmlands. With nearly 2 months of drought, the wheat fields were in dire need of water. Without proper nourishment, the wheat would wither, jeopardizing the harvest for the latter half of the year. What would the family subsist on if there were no crops to gather? After surveying the wheat fields, Zhao's father was dismayed to find the crops in poor condition. Every household had dug ditches to divert water from the river. The water level in the river had noticeably declined, an ominous sign indeed. Upon closer inspection, his frustration intensified upon discovering that their irrigation ditch had been blocked, with water being diverted to another's field. Adjacent to the Xiao family's wheat field was the Jiang family's, specifically that of Jiang Sui's foster mother, Chen Jinawa. She possessed little land to begin with and had audaciously siphoned off water from the Xiao family's supply. What, then, were the Zhao's wheat fields to drink? Fuming, Zhao's father thought to himself that Chen, the widowed mother, was no virtuous character. She had previously belittled his fourth son's wife. Without further hesitation, he reclaimed the water. Chen Jinawa, upon noticing, erupted in outrage, shouting from the edge of her field, "You heartless wretch, who dares to steal water from my land? Do you think my orphaned family is easy to bully? Heaven is watching, and retribution will come." How brazen of her to shout, when it was she who had initially stolen water from others. Unfazed, Zhao's father confronted her directly. "It was I who did it." "So what? You blocked my family's ditch to divert water to your field, and I have yet to voice a complaint. If you want water, go dig your own. Stop trying to extort from others." Chen Jinawa was simply lazy. She found it troublesome and exhausting to trek to the river for water, so she resorted to stealing from her neighbors. The Xiao family was not her only victim. Several other families adjacent to hers had also suffered at her hands. However, they stood firm against her, while she preferred to bully those she perceived as weaker. She had mistakenly thought she could take advantage of the Xiao family, believing their familial ties would shield her from consequences, yet she underestimated a farmer's attachment to his land. Surely, she could not expect to deprive his family of sustenance for the sake of a tenuous relationship. Moreover, Jiang Sui was merely a foster daughter. Chen had never treated her as family, having subjected her to hardship since childhood. What was there to fear? If matters escalated, they could sever ties and enjoy a semblance of peace thereafter. Unprepared for Zhao's father's fierce response, Chen Jinawa was about to unleash another tirade when Xiaoyi arrived, brandishing a hoe with an intimidating demeanor. "Who dares to steal water from my family? I will ensure she pays dearly for this. Mark my words, this year I shall remain home to guard our fields, and we shall see whose resolve is stronger." In previous years, the men of the Xiao family would have been working elsewhere at this time, leaving only a few women and a simpleton son at home. Additionally, the ample rainfall of past seasons had prevented such disputes. However, this year was different. The relentless sun scorched the earth, and without diligent efforts to secure water, they would face a harvestless autumn. This year was particularly uncanny. Xiaoyi remained at home, and Chen Jinawa believed that with no men present, she could act brazenly without fear of reprisal. Yet, standing before her was the imposing figure of Xiaoyi, whose stature diminished her confidence significantly. With a single blow, she would surely bear the imprint of his 5 fingers. Faced with the resolute father and son, Chen Jinawa instinctively recoiled, fleeing with her hoe in hand. Once she had departed, Zhao's father turned to his third son, advising, "When I return to the county, make sure to frequently check the fields. The wheat's growth is concerning, and it cannot go without water. Otherwise, our family will be left to suffer in the latter half of the year." In the eyes of a farmer, the grains in the field were akin to the heavens. "Understood, father. I shall come daily." This widow has already stolen water from our fields before. I have previously remained silent and simply blocked her attempts. I refrained from confronting her out of consideration for my sister-in-law, but now that she has grown increasingly audacious, we cannot afford to show her leniency when it concerns our food supply. Furthermore, Chen has never treated your fourth daughter-in-law well. There is no need to extend her any courtesy. If we must sever ties, at least we can regain our peace. Zhao's father had also received word from Zhao's mother, indicating that Jiang Sui bore no lingering affection for the Jiang family. Indeed, she harbored resentment towards them. Therefore, there was no need to consider Jiang Sui's feelings. She had long disapproved of Chen Jinawa and her daughter. Nodding in agreement, Xiaoyi and his father gazed at the sluggish water flow in the ditch, both harboring unease. This year was unlike any other in terms of drought. During dinner that evening, Zhao's father broached the subject, lamenting the arid and scorching weather, how the crops lacked water, and how every household was vying for water. The riverbed was becoming visible, and if this continued, the river would surely run dry for the rural folk. Rain was essential. Too little or too much would spell disaster, as the success of the year's harvest hinged upon these few months. Zhao's mother shared in the concern, yet what could be done? They could only take one step at a time. Jiang Sui, gnawing on a steamed bun, could not help but frown upon hearing their discussion. Reflecting on the contents of the book, she remembered that the protagonist, Xiao Wanqing, was of a similar age, 15 years old. She was an uncherished legitimate daughter of a marquis' household, relegated to a remote estate by her stepmother, and had recently returned to the capital, just in time to encounter the male lead, as the plot was just beginning to unfold. She vividly recalled that in the first year following the protagonist's return to the capital, a severe drought had struck a region during the reign of the Qing dynasty, resulting in a complete failure of the harvest, leaving the populace to suffer immensely. If memory served her right, the year of the protagonist's return was noted as the 18th year of the Qingli Jingzhou era. Chapter 055 Precautionary measures. For the sake of prudence, Jiang Sui could not help but inquire of Madame Xiao, "Mother, what year is it tonight?" Caught off guard by the unexpected question, Madame Xiao gazed at her in confusion. "Child, why are you asking such a thing?" "It is the 18th year of the Qingli Jingzhou era." Boom! Upon hearing that it was the 18th year of Qingli Jingzhou, Jiang Sui felt as though she had been struck by lightning, causing the chopstick she held to clatter to the floor. It was over. The book she had read must surely be referring to Jizhou Prefecture. What a coincidence that Beima town had not seen rain for 2 months, coupled with the sweltering heat and widespread water shortages. Could this not be an omen of a severe drought? Noticing Jiang Sui's intense reaction, Madame Xiao looked at her with concern, as did the other members of the Xiao family. "Swayer, what is the matter with you?" Jiang Sui snapped back to reality, casting a glance at her father-in-law, and with a forced smile replied, "Father, Mother, I am fine, just a slight tremor in my hand. I did not hold the chopsticks properly." Although she attempted to brush it off with this explanation, the perceptive Madame Xiao sensed that something weighed heavily on her daughter-in-law's mind. After dinner, she sought out Jiang Sui and deliberately sent Xiao Huchuan away. "Sui, be honest with your mother. Is there something you are hiding from me? I noticed that you seemed distracted while eating. Please, confide in me. Do not let me worry. Even if the heavens were to fall, I would be here to shield you." Madame Xiao truly regarded Jiang Sui as her own daughter, which was why she felt such urgency. Jiang Sui's heart warmed, and her nose tinged with emotion. Just then, she saw an opportunity to broach the subject of the impending drought with Madame Xiao, though she needed to be subtle, not revealing her prescient abilities. "Mother, I merely heard Father mention that it has not rained for a long time, and the river is nearly dry. I feel uneasy, thinking that if the rain continues to elude us, the crops will wither in the fields, leaving us without food to sustain ourselves next year." Upon hearing this, Madame Xiao fell into deep contemplation, yet she was reluctant to entertain grim thoughts. Sui, this is just the beginning. The wheat harvest does not occur until September. We still have 3 months to go. Surely, it must rain by then. Madame Xiao clung to a glimmer of hope, but the reality was that if the drought persisted for another month or so, the wheat in the fields would likely be in dire straits, yielding little to no harvest. At present, every household was scrambling for water, with upstream and downstream river waters siphoned off by several villages, exposing the riverbed. That scant water would not last long. "Mother, while that may be true, I believe we must take precautions against potential calamities. It is better to prepare for the worst than to be caught unawares. Should a severe drought occur, and the harvest fails, grain prices will soar, leading to rampant inflation. After the autumn harvest, we will be on the cusp of a new year. How can any household avoid filling their granaries? Without a harvest, everyone will be forced to spend silver to buy grain, and when prices skyrocket, it will be beyond our means to bear. It would be prudent to utilize the silver we have now to stockpile sufficient provisions for winter. I still have 20 taels of silver. We can use that to purchase rice and flour, and perhaps raise a few batches of chiclets. Provided that rice and flour are stored properly, they will keep for a year or two without spoiling, and the chicks will eventually lay eggs." Jiang Sui's reasoning struck a chord, instantly shifting Madame Xiao's earlier optimism into a state of heightened concern. "You are right, Sui. It is better to be safe than sorry. How many years has it been since Beima town last experienced a severe drought? I can hardly recall it. Given the current situation, it is only natural for you to be worried. As you said, purchasing rice and flour now, which can be stored for a year or two, is a form of security. Otherwise, our family may very well find ourselves at the mercy of the elements." Madame Xiao, being a decisive woman, gritted her teeth and resolved, "Very well, I will heed your advice. Whatever you suggest, we shall do, for you are our family's lucky star." Jiang Sui felt a flush of embarrassment, why had she become associated with the concept of a lucky star? She chose not to contest this notion, understanding that it would be futile, as Madame Chow had firmly made up her mind. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to remind her mother-in-law, "We must keep this matter from the other family members for now. Let us discreetly purchase the grain in batches and ensure it is well hidden. If word gets out and others learn we have provisions, desperate people may resort to unscrupulous actions to survive, and we would not know whether that would bring us fortune or misfortune." Jiang Sui's foresight and comprehensive planning left Madame Chow feeling somewhat inadequate in comparison. "My room is large enough. We can store the grain there. We can also place some at Lanlan's. She is quite tight-lipped and will not divulge our secret." Jiang Sui had complete trust in Xiao Lanlan, and thus had no objections. "Very well, mother, you may explain things to Lanlan as you see fit." Having reached an agreement on procuring provisions, as they were about to part ways, Madame Chow turned back to ask Jiang Sui, "Shall we continue with our business?" Jiang Sui had laid the situation out with such gravity that it had caused Madame Chow to lose confidence. If a drought were indeed to strike, would business still be feasible? "Do not worry, mother, we will conduct our business as usual. There is no need for alarm. The situation will not destabilize overnight. For now, let us hope for a prosperous business, allowing us to earn extra silver to keep on hand." She had previously used the silver earned from selling Ganoderma and ginseng to buy grain and was now counting on the income from the spicy sour noodles to augment their earnings. "Very well, hearing you say this puts my mind at ease," Madame Chow replied, feeling reassured enough to retire to her room for the night. Upon her return, she did not breathe a word of this to Xiao Fu. The next day, she set out with money in hand, canvassing the village for families that had recently hatched chicks, purchasing a total of 20 chicklets to rear. Her sudden acquisition of so many chicklets raised no suspicions among the family, as they assumed she was preparing for loose confinement, given that she was still at her maternal home. However, unbeknownst to the Xiao family, the Lu family was facing troubles that they had been concealing from them. On the appointed day, Xiaoyi rose early to harness the ox cart. He had previously fashioned 2 clay stoves specifically for the stalls, one for boiling noodles and the other for simmering broth. Jiang Sui prepared sweet potato vermicelli, along with the necessary ingredients like potato skins, homemade chili oil, and meat sauce she had stir-fried that morning. She gathered 2 water buckets for soaking the sweet potato noodles and assembled pots, bowls, and a newly crafted set of chopsticks. 4 sets of chairs and benches had already been transported to the market the previous day, and the oilcloth canopy was set up as well. The chairs and benches did not need to be moved back and forth daily, they could remain at their stall, simply covered with the oilcloth when it was time to close up. This was a common practice, and no one would think to steal. Today marked the first day of their stall at the market, and they set out at dawn. Zhou and Lanlan stayed behind to guard the house, while Madame Chow, Jiang Sui, Xiaoyi, and Xiao Huchuan, along with Xiao Fu, who was returning to the county, stepped out together, all filled with confidence. Do not ask why Xiao Huchuan was also going. It was simply because he had pestered Jiang Sui throughout the night, and she had reluctantly consented to bring him along. Chapter 056. Setting up the stall, he insisted on going there, so off he went, hoping to lend a hand. Xiaomu teased him for being a tailgater, still running after his little wife at such an age. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Huchuan paid no mind. All he desired was to be in the company of his beloved wife, and everything else was secondary. The group arrived early in town and began preparing at their stall. As soon as Xiaoyi arrived, he helped set up the chairs and benches, thoroughly checking the canopy for any need of reinforcement at the corners to prevent any mishaps. A new snack stall had opened up in the street, and while fellow vendors had received the news, it had yet to commence business after a few days, leaving everyone in the dark about what delicacies would be offered. As the Xiao family entered town with their ox cart, the snack street was already bustling with activity, fragrant steam wafting from the stalls. Upon their arrival, seizing the opportunity before business picked up, fellow vendors approached, eager to inquire about the Xiao family's offerings. The proprietors of the bustling He family noodle stall and the Xie family wonton stall regarded them with disdain. They believed that placing a stall in such a tucked-away location would deter passers-by from seeking out food, making it improbable for them to attract any customers. They speculated that the newcomers would likely serve noodles or wontons, convinced that their years of experience in the street would ensure they remained unchallenged. However, out of caution, they approached to gather information. "What business are you preparing to run with just 4 tables? Will that suffice? A man in his 30s, lazily leaning with arms crossed and a cloth draped over his shoulder, asked with a tone of disdain. It was known that his own stall had only 3 tables, which had never been fully occupied during peak hours. Jiang Sui, hearing his voice, looked up and immediately recognized him as the owner of the Yi family's noodle stall. During her strolls through the street, she had memorized each vendor's face, and it was no challenge to identify him, knowing he was here to scout the competition. Nevertheless, Jiang Sui felt no trepidation in revealing her unique offerings, for they were one of a kind. Have you ever heard of sour and spicy noodles? If you're curious, mister? You can taste a bowl once we open, she replied while tending to her tasks. Upon realizing he had been recognized, Mr. He's expression momentarily faltered before quickly returning to his air of superiority. What exactly is sour and spicy noodles? I've never heard of such a thing. All I know are noodles and wontons. What nonsense are you trying to sell? Is it even palatable? Whether it's tasty or not, you'll know once you try it. Why waste words on speculation? If I lacked confidence, I wouldn't dare set up a stall, Jiang Sui retorted, fully aware that in the world of commerce, one must not appear timid, especially in front of competitors. Thus, her demeanor exuded an air of resolute confidence. Mr. He scrutinized Jiang Sui, pondering how such a young girl could possess such audacity. Are you the proprietor here? He asked, somewhat incredulous, noting the presence of 2 distinguished men and an elderly woman who appeared quite capable. Surely it couldn't be that a mere girl was in charge. Seeing this, Shamu stepped forward with a warm smile, declaring, I am the owner of this stall, and this is my daughter-in-law. Our surname is Xiao. From now on, we shall be neighbors in trade. Let us become acquainted. Shamu exuded a formidable presence, presenting herself as understanding and approachable. As more vendors gathered to inquire about their business, she stood protectively in front of Jiang Sui, ensuring that in any future dealings, attention would be directed toward her. It had already been agreed that Xiaomu would be the face of their stall. The stove was lit, water boiling as they began to simmer large beef bones for broth. Despite the bones being devoid of substantial meat, ancient tastes favored the rich, fatty pork belly, which was deemed more desirable than lean cuts, often used for rendering lard. However, common folk refrained from consuming lard, as it was rather costly, thus making pork belly a luxury rarely indulged in. Nonetheless, the bones were inexpensive and, unbeknownst to many, were rich in nutritional value. As the fragrant broth simmered, the vendors lingered, eager to sample the new flavors. Mr. He was the first to request a bowl of sour and spicy noodles. Shamu prepared a wooden board inscribed with prices: 5 for a bowl of plain noodles, 8 for meat added, 6 for mixed noodles, and 9 for mixed meat. The price difference accounted for the cost of peanut sauce. Jiang Sui crafted the meat sauce from a blend of fatty and lean pork, ensuring it was flavorful without being overwhelming. The market's offerings often featured greasy meats, which detracted from the overall experience, yet her preparation retained a delightful balance. Mr. He, willing to indulge, ordered a bowl of sour and spicy noodles alongside a portion of sweet potato noodles. At that moment, the table was filled with vendors from the street. The sweet potato noodles had been soaked earlier, and Xiaomu expertly cooked the noodles while Jiang Sui handled the serving. One by one, bowls of vibrant, aromatic sour and spicy noodles were presented, igniting the appetites of all present. The enticing sight alone was enough to whet their appetites, filled with meat sauce, pickled radish, peanuts, and blanched greens. As they grasped their chopsticks, they were astonished by the first mouthful. The chewy texture paired with the tangy broth, crunchy peanuts, and refreshing radish created an explosion of flavor that was nothing short of revelatory. They had never encountered such a taste before, rich yet perfectly balanced, leaving them entranced in silence as they savored each bite. Chapter 057. In a fit of anger, Bossy ventured a glance. A harmonious chorus of slurping noodles resonated throughout the venue as the patrons indulged in their meals, each mouthful bringing beads of perspiration to their foreheads, yet they found it impossible to cease. Despite the spicy and scalding nature of the sour and spicy noodles, it was precisely this sensation that captivated their hearts. As the several proprietors feasted, no words were exchanged, yet their expressions betrayed an overwhelming sense of astonishment and satisfaction. Turning to the mixed sweet potato noodles, the addition of peanut sauce was nothing short of genius, perfectly complemented by a distinctive meat sauce. Though the combination may appear slightly unconventional, it was executed to perfection. Unlike the sour and spicy noodles, this dish offered only the rich aroma of peanut sauce, along with the gratifying texture of each mouthful of soft and chewy sweet potato noodles. For those averse to spice, this dish was a guaranteed delight. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Zhao's mother and Jiang Sui exchanged knowing smiles. Previously, Jiang Sui had prepared an upgraded version of the sour and spicy noodles for everyone to sample, garnering even more favorable responses than during the initial tasting. The first attempt had been rushed, with many ingredients absent, yet it still received unanimous acclaim. Now, having tasted the enhanced version, the patrons were convinced that this business would undoubtedly thrive and prosper. Consequently, witnessing the reactions of these proprietors, Jiang Sui felt increasingly assured of their success. The primary concern now was how to disseminate the news and attract a larger clientele. The satisfied proprietors, upon finishing their meals, gazed at their empty bowls, devoid of even a drop of broth, plunging into contemplation. This was particularly true for the noodle stall owners, who felt an acute sense of impending crisis. The wonton vendors shared this sentiment. Although wontons were inherently a lighter fare, the allure of such delectable sour and spicy noodles left them apprehensive about losing customers. Conversely, the bun sellers remained unperturbed. Regardless of the competition among noodle dishes, their steamed buns would always secure a steady stream of business. The bun shop owners merely watched the unfolding scene, now truly animated, realizing that Bossy had encountered a formidable rival. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bossy, initially lost in reminiscence, clenched his fists in frustration. The threat posed by these sour and spicy noodles weighed heavily on him, igniting a sense of worry. His countenance darkened, yet he struggled to find an outlet for his frustration. Noticing his expression, Zhao's mother inquired kindly, as a seasoned figure in this industry, "Bossy, could you offer some insights on the flavor of my noodles? You might say the flavor is rather ordinary. What ingredients did you use?" In the spirit of competition, Bossy could only engage in verbal sparring while desperately seeking to uncover the secret behind her noodles, though he knew she would not divulge it. "Oh, I must ponder how to enhance the flavor further," Zhao's mother feigned concern, yet with each such remark, Bossy grew increasingly irate. Having faced a humiliating defeat, he rose with a scowl, ready to depart, only to be halted by Jiang Sui's call. "Wait a moment, Bossy, you haven't settled your bill yet. It amounts to 17 coins. Feeling caught off guard by this reminder, Bossy was left in an awkward predicament. In a fit of anger, he slapped the coins onto the table and declared, "Allow me to offer a piece of advice. Your stall is tucked away in this corner, business will be challenging. Then you needn't concern yourself, Bossy, do take care." Jiang Sui beamed with a radiant smile, having successfully completed her first transaction of the day. The other proprietors gradually settled their bills and departed, netting her a profit of 70 to 80 coins. It seemed that as long as business remained stable, earning several taels of silver each month would pose no issue. Once they had left, the two began to tidy the table and dishes, with Xiaoyi and Xiaohuchuan assisting. During this time, no customers arrived, for the foot traffic at this end of the street was notably sparse. Occasionally, a few passers-by would stop to purchase groceries on their way home. Typically, residents of the town preferred to dine at home in the mornings. However, as long as there were people around, there would always be some who ventured in to sample the flavors, especially if the discounts were enticing enough. Sui, you mentioned you had devised a way to ensure everyone knew about our stall. What is this method? Zhao's mother inquired. Jiang Sui smiled mysteriously as she retrieved a wooden board and a brush, calling Xiaoyi over to write. The four brothers of the Xiao family were well educated and literate, so reading and writing were not an issue. What should I write? Xiaoyi asked, holding the brush with a puzzled expression. Just write, new stall opening, for the first 3 days, meat noodles are 5 coins per bowl. Jiang Sui instructed him. 5 coins for the first 3 days? Including meat, isn't that a bit too much of a loss? Xiaoyi exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he hesitated to put pen to paper. However, Zhao's mother quickly grasped the strategy, saying, just write it as instructed. While it may seem like we're incurring a loss, the exposure we gain is invaluable. Once someone tries our sour and spicy noodles, how could they resist returning for a second or third helping? Her astuteness in managing the family business was evident. Realizing the wisdom behind her words, Xiaoyi swiftly complied, writing with meticulous care, ensuring each stroke was clear and legible. Jiang Sui calculated that if they maintained a daily sale of 30 bowls, at a minimum price of 5 coins each, they would earn 150 coins a day, translating to 4.5 taels monthly, with at least 3 taels in profit after accounting for costs. She anticipated that by the month's end, they could potentially net 5 taels. Indeed, as soon as the sign was displayed, passers-by paused to take notice. People are naturally drawn to value, especially ordinary folks. Who could resist the allure of 5 coins for a bowl of meat noodles? They were enticed to enjoy a discount, knowing that after these 3 days, the price would revert to normal. With immediate effect, the announcement drew in 3 male customers. With business now bustling, Zhao's mother sprang into action, preparing the noodles. As the 3 bowls were served, the customers gazed at the enticing presentation, their mouths watering in anticipation. The generous portions of meat sauce surpassed those offered by nearby noodle stalls, and upon taking their first bites, expressions of astonishment filled their faces as they eagerly dug in. One particularly hearty eater finished his bowl of sour and spicy noodles and promptly requested another bowl of mixed sweet potato noodles, prompting Zhao's mother to hurry back to the kitchen. After the other 2 finished their meals, they began to reach for their wallets, only for Jiang Sui to refuse their payment, leaving them utterly bewildered. "Weren't the noodles 5 coins each? Why aren't you charging us?" one of them queried in confusion. This action left both Zhao's mother and Xiaoyi equally perplexed. As Jiang Sui explained, "You gentlemen are our stall's very first customers today, and we would like to treat you to a complimentary tasting. We hope you will return often and perhaps help us spread the word about our establishment. Of course, if that is inconvenient, it's perfectly fine. Just remember, the 5-coin meat noodles are only available for these few days. After that, the original price will apply." Jiang Sui's intention was clear. She hoped for their assistance in promoting her stall. A few bowls of noodles were a small price to pay for the potential marketing impact. Chapter 058, A Grand Opening. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the situation. Jiang Sui's request was quite reasonable. She merely asked them to help with some verbal promotion, and they had thought it was something far more serious. One of the elder brothers, with a generous spirit, exclaimed, "It's settled then. The proprietress is so gracious to treat us to such delicious fare. The entire town ought to be made aware of it. I speak the truth, your hot and sour noodles are truly delightful, tantalizing to the palate, and the mixed noodles are a remarkable novelty and exquisite flavor I have never encountered before. The generous portion of meat is also commendable. I shall certainly return often." After experiencing such quality, who would still crave those bland, watery noodles at the corner? Indeed, this dish is quite refreshing. I woke up this morning with little appetite, but after just 1 bowl, I find myself longing for more, remarked another, patting his belly with a look of satisfaction. Should you find it delectable, do indulge in another bowl. It is our opening day, after all, let us revel in the festivities. At that moment, Zhao's mother chimed in with a ladle in hand, having grasped Jiang Sui's intentions, and she promptly stepped forward to lend her support. In business, one must understand the nuances of human relationships to retain more customers. Just then, 5 or 6 passers-by approached Zhao's stall, and several male patrons immediately called out, "Everyone, come and sample the hot and sour noodles from this establishment. They are truly scrumptious. A bowl with meat is only 5 coins, and the portions are generous. What a bargain!" His enthusiastic shout drew the attention of many, and upon hearing that meat noodles were only 5 coins a bowl with ample servings, a few women who were about to go grocery shopping thought to themselves that such a deal was too good to pass up. They then made their way to Zhao's stall. "Such a low price, I would like a bowl to try," one of them exclaimed. Seeing the influx of customers, Jiang Sui cheerfully welcomed them. "Indeed, at Zhao's hot and sour noodles, on our opening day, for the first 3 days, meat noodles are only 5 coins a bowl. If you miss these 3 days, they will revert to the regular price, so make sure you don't pass by." The later arrivals would not be receiving free meals, as Jiang Sui was not foolish enough to hand out favors indiscriminately. She had achieved the desired effect. Zhao's mother hastily prepared the noodles, needing to cook 7 or 8 bowls at once. It was apparent that they would need a larger pot soon. Seeing that they were overwhelmed, Xiaoyi hurried over to assist, while Xiaohuchuan helped by adding firewood to the stove. Jiang Sui continued to manage the serving, and the family worked together in perfect harmony. Once the hot and sour noodles were served, every customer who tasted them offered praise, and the only sound to be heard was the slurping of noodles. A few more passers-by, noticing the bustling new stall, approached with a sense of curiosity, and Jiang Sui patiently answered their inquiries. Some customers, after finishing their meals, would encounter neighbors or acquaintances on their way home and would eagerly mention Zhao's stall, extolling the deliciousness of the hot and sour noodles. People have an innate desire to share. When conversing with familiar faces, one instinctively shares delightful experiences, be they culinary or otherwise. Thus, as time passed and the sun ascended higher in the sky, the number of people on the street continued to grow, and the flow of customers at Zhao's stall became unceasing. Initially, they had thought 4 tables might be excessive, but it soon became apparent that they were somewhat insufficient, as patrons had to squeeze together for seating. Zhao's mother struggled to keep up with cooking the noodles, drenched in sweat from the rising heat combined with the smoke and steam. Thankfully, she had brought a clean cloth, learning from others to drape it around her neck for easy access to wipe away perspiration. Although Zhao's stall was slightly secluded, it had the advantage of being in close proximity to a well, making water access particularly convenient. When this food street was established, the town chief had dug a well to assist the local vendors with their water supply. The expenses were deducted from the rental fees, reflecting the town chief's consideration for the residents. Now, with the well available, washing dishes became a straightforward task thanks to the overwhelming success of Zhao's hot and sour noodles. The business of the other nearby stalls visibly dwindled. No one was interested in noodles or wontons anymore. Everyone flocked to the newly opened hot and sour noodles. This was partly due to the initial discounts offered on opening day, but also because the novelty of hot and sour noodles piqued curiosity, and many were drawn in by the prospect of something new. Moreover, some of the local residents, noticing the lack of seating at the stall, brought bowls from home to fill, and after Zhao's mother prepared them, they took the noodles back to enjoy at home. Some even filled 2 bowls at once to share with their children. Others, less concerned with formality, savored their mixed sweet potato noodles right there on the roadside, holding their bowls in hand. Such a down-to-earth scene. The Xiao family was busily engaged, yet each wore beaming smiles. Xiao Huchuan was particularly well suited for the day. He busied himself with adding firewood while also helping Jiang Sui clear away dirty dishes without needing to be asked, displaying remarkable initiative. He ran back and forth, sweating profusely, and Jiang Sui took the opportunity to wipe his brow, asking, "Are you tired? If you are, you can sit down, I can manage." Hearing this, Xiao Huchuan smiled broadly, revealing a perfect set of white teeth, and shook his head, responding, "Wife, I am not tired at all. I am quite capable, wouldn't you agree?" He wore an expression that sought praise. Jiang Sui playfully tapped his nose and affectionately said, "Our Huchuan is the most capable and understanding." Feeling elated by his wife's compliments, Xiao Huchuan was filled with boundless energy. As noon approached, the weather grew increasingly hot, and the number of pedestrians on the street diminished significantly. However, there were still quite a few patrons at Zhao's stall. Noticing that only a few handfuls of sweet potato noodles remained from what they had brought, Zhao's mother worried that they might run out if business continued to thrive in the afternoon. She quickly called for Xiaoyi to return home and fetch more sweet potato noodles. Xiaoyi complied, leading the ox back home while allowing it to graze on some grass along the way. At home, Zhou Shi and Xiao Lanlan continued to prepare sweet potato noodles, laying them out in the yard to dry. The 300 pounds of sweet potato starch would not be processed in just a day or two. This quantity would sustain them for a considerable time. When Xiaoyi returned alone to fetch the noodles, Zhou Shi and Xiao Lanlan were puzzled as to why he had returned so early. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's explanation that the family had experienced a grand opening with phenomenal business, they were delighted. Asa family, their collective success brought genuine joy, and they could almost envision a brighter future ahead. Lan, let us put in extra effort and produce more noodles to ensure we have enough to sell, Zhou Shi encouraged. For Zhou Shi, as long as the noodles sold well, her monthly earnings would increase, motivating her to strive for success. All right, second sister-in-law, but do remember to take care of yourself and not overwork. You need to maintain your health to bear me a few little nephews and nieces. I can handle making more. Xiao Lanlan replied with a smile. Chapter 059. Imitating the model. Ever since the Lu family returned to their maternal home, the atmosphere at home has markedly improved in the absence of their disruptions, leading to a more harmonious relationship among the sisters-in-law, filled with laughter and camaraderie. With the prospects of Zhou's illness looking up, her smile has become increasingly radiant. Far away in Huaxi County, Xiao Mian received news from his father, Xiao, informing him that his wife's infertility could indeed be treated. Consequently, he has been working with renewed vigor and determination, vowing to earn a substantial amount of silver for Zhou, with the hope of providing for their future children. When Xiaoyi returned with the vermicelli, it was already late afternoon. After experiencing a bustling lunchtime, during which many patrons came to dine, he found that he had managed to prepare the last batch of vermicelli. The sweet potato skins he had brought were completely sold out, and given the small quantity he had dried, he was pleasantly surprised by the demand for the mixed sweet potato skins. It seems he would need to prepare and dry a larger quantity for future use. The Xiao family had been busy since morning, and by the afternoon, they had yet to eat anything. It was only when the sun was at its highest and the number of customers dwindled that they found a moment to sit down and have a simple meal together. sharing a bowl of vermicelli among the four of them. Observing the stall, Xiao Mother noted several areas for improvement. Third son, when you return, please construct another clay stove and chop more firewood. 1 pot for boiling the vermicelli is simply insufficient. We are overwhelmed. I believe we need to add another table, otherwise some customers will have to squat by the roadside to eat, which is quite unseemly. This was the conclusion Xiao Mother arrived at after a long morning of hard work. Xiaoyi was given yet another task, which he accepted without a hint of reluctance. In contrast, Jiang Sui offered her opinion upon hearing Xiao Mother's remarks. Mother, it is indeed necessary to add another clay stove, but I believe adding another table may not be essential. It could become too cramped. Besides, our good business today is largely due to our meat vermicelli being sold for just 5 won. Many have come out of curiosity and the desire for a bargain. Once the novelty wears off in a few days, business may not be as brisk. We should consider how to cultivate a stable base of repeat customers. Since everyone loves a good deal, especially in this hot weather, we could purchase some mung beans and prepare free mung bean soup for everyone. Mung beans are inexpensive. A bag would suffice to make numerous pots of soup. Offering vermicelli along with free refreshing mung bean soup would surely be an enticing proposition for everyone, and it would showcase our hospitality. This way, customers will perceive us as astute businesspeople, leading to an increase in repeat visits. Jiang Sui's practical approach was rooted in her 20 years of experience in the modern world, where such marketing strategies are commonplace and effective for low-cost operations. This was akin to drawing inspiration from a model. Fourth sister-in-law, your idea is indeed clever. I believe it will work. If I were a customer, I would certainly be inclined to return to your stall frequently. Xiaoyi, considering her thoughts and suggestions from a customer's perspective, expressed his agreement. Xiao Mother nodded in approval as well, acknowledging her daughter-in-law's keen business acumen, realizing there was much she could learn from her. You are quite thorough in your considerations. I must admit that I was blinded by today's prosperous business. Had you not mentioned it, I would have thought such success was a daily occurrence. People are inherently drawn to bargains. They flock to where the deals are better and the food tastier. Your idea of offering free mung bean soup is indeed feasible, as this hot weather will not last long, and mung beans are inexpensive to procure. In the town's grain and oil shop, mung beans were struggling to sell. Their only market seemed to be pastry shops that utilized them for mung bean cakes. Ordinary folks would not be inclined to boil mung bean porridge daily, as it does not satiate hunger, resulting in low sales and consequently low prices. As Jiang Sui pointed out, a handful of mung beans mixed with ample water could easily yield a large pot of soup, making it both economical and appealing to customers. During a brief respite from the afternoon sun, the family finally took a moment to rest. The long summer days allowed them to return home later. As long as they arrived before complete darkness enveloped the sky, they were fine. The rented stall came with a small room, albeit only a few square meters wide, where they could securely store their pots, bowls, and utensils at the end of the day, alleviating concerns of theft. Thus, each day, they only needed to bring food supplies, making the operation exceedingly convenient. Therefore, the 800 won monthly rent for the stall was a profitable venture for the Xiao family. In contrast, the small stalls at the street corner were experiencing a decline in business, with most customers being drawn to the Xiao family's offerings. Of the once thriving He family noodle stall was now facing an unusually quiet period. By day's end, Boss He had sold merely 10 bowls of noodles, and the wonton stall fared little better. While some rejoiced, others lamented. Boss He wore a perpetual frown throughout the day. All the small food stalls on this street had previously looked to him as the leader. With his business thriving now, seeing their clientele siphoned away, several other stall owners gathered to discuss their predicament. Boss He, what are we to do? This new competitor is exceedingly formidable, selling such large bowls of vermicelli with meat for just 5 wen. Is this not a blatant attempt to undercut us? Grumbled the owner of another noodle shop. I know, I'm not blind. But they are only selling at this price for the first 3 days, right? After that, once the novelty wears off, things should return to normal, Boss He replied, attempting to console himself amidst the frustration. Surely not. Didn't everyone sample their offerings this morning? I must admit, they were quite delicious. The pricing for noodle dishes on this street is relatively uniform. Who wouldn't want to indulge in the tastier option? Interjected Boss Xie from across the wonton stall. At this, Boss He bristled, though a thought began to form in his mind. How can you bolster another's confidence while undermining your own? It's merely a matter of reducing our prices as well. Let them revel in their success for a few days. Once that time passes, we too shall lower our prices. After all, everyone seeks a bargain. What difference does it make where they go? Boss He naively believed that imitation alone would suffice, yet he underestimated the significance of truly delicious food in the hearts of the people. Boss He, do you think this approach will work? The others questioned skeptically. Seeing their doubt, Boss He shot them a frustrated glance and asserted, why wouldn't it work? Just follow my lead. We will lower our prices one after another. Once they drop theirs, we shall follow suit. We cannot allow them to monopolize the business. If we let them continue unchecked, there will be no place left for us. I tell you, one must be willing to sacrifice a little to gain a lot. It's better to earn something than nothing at all. In Boss He's view, failure to take action would be sheer folly. However, his limited experience led him to overlook the challenges ahead. In the past, whenever a new competitor arrived, they would engage in a protracted struggle, but due to a lack of innovation, Boss He had always triumphed, believing this time would be no different. Chapter 060. A sense of urgency in times of comfort. At present, everyone truly finds themselves at a loss for better alternatives. Thus, they have decided to heed the suggestions of Boss He and take turns lowering their prices. According to the common belief that the public enjoys seizing bargains, the business of whoever reduces their prices will inevitably flourish a bit more. During these days of price cuts, they can at least earn something, which is far preferable to the scarce clientele they usually experience. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that Boss He has ulterior motives that he has refrained from disclosing to them. Jiang Sui, on her part, remains unaware of the small business owner's intentions to target her family. Nevertheless, she possesses enough confidence to stabilize her own enterprise. In the afternoon, the foot traffic diminishes compared to the bustling morning, as dinner, the most substantial meal of the day, demands a greater culinary effort, while noodles and rice dishes are typically favored during breakfast and lunch. As dusk settles, the sky is adorned with the brilliant hues of sunset, and the sun gently descends towards the horizon. They tidy up the chairs and benches at their stall, stowing away pots and pans in the storage area before hastily returning home on their ox cart. Meanwhile, at home, Mrs. Zhou and Xiao Lanlan are already busy preparing dinner, eagerly awaiting the return of Zhao's mother and the others so they can eat together. Throughout the day, they have also dried a considerable amount of sweet potato noodles, planning to dry more in the morning and make sweet potato skins in the afternoon. The absence of rain during this season has facilitated their drying process, and the scorching June sun can dry the noodles in just 2 days. Upon returning home, Zhao's mother, Jiang Sui, Xiaohuan, and Xiaoyi, having toiled throughout the day, realize their stomachs are growling after having only a bowl of noodles for lunch. Upon seeing the steamed buns and corn cakes at home, they acknowledge their ravenous hunger. Having not been this busy in a long time, Zhao's mother rubs her waist, feeling that cooking noodles all day is far more exhausting than digging in the garden, leaving her back aching. After dinner, she takes out her money pouch and empties its contents onto the table. The clattering of coins brings a sense of joy to all who hear it. The family gathers around the table, gazing at the pile of coins, and their hearts swell with satisfaction, each wearing a radiant smile. After counting, they discover that they have earned a total of 630 coins for the day, having sold over 100 bowls of noodles. This aligns with Jiang Sui's expectations. She is well aware of her business's performance. Initially, her goal was to sell a minimum of 30 bowls daily, and it seems that this number may now be subject to increase. Goodness, to think one day could yield such earnings. That amounts to over 10 taels of silver in a month. Mrs. Zhou exclaims, her face a picture of disbelief. The prospect of earning so much in a month is beyond her imagination. Observing Mrs. Zhou's reaction, Zhao's mother cannot help but chuckle. Oh, you are too optimistic. It is rare to earn such a fortune every day. The surge in business today is due to Sui Sui's clever strategy of pricing all meat noodles at 5 coins per bowl for the first 3 days, which attracted so many customers. After 3 days, we will revert to the original prices, and business will likely decline. However, your sister-in-law has come up with another brilliant idea of offering free mung bean soup, so I suspect our business will remain steady. Zhao's mother gazes at Jiang Sui with admiration and approval. She believes that the best decision she has ever made was to welcome Jiang Sui into their family, as her presence has brought them much good fortune in just over 2 months. Mrs. Zhou, hearing Zhao's mother's praise, nods foolishly. Is that so? It's no wonder I can't amass wealth on my own. I truly cannot compare to my sister-in-law. She awkwardly scratches her head, yet her resolve to strengthen her relationship with Jiang Sui grows ever firmer. Sister-in-law, you are remarkable. Your presence is a blessing to our family. Xiao Lanlan chimes in, giving Jiang Sui a thumbs up. The more time she spends with Jiang Sui, the more she feels that Jiang Sui is extraordinary, and she genuinely learns from their interactions. Jiang Sui feels somewhat uncomfortable with their praise. If she were any more self-involved, she might just float away. I am certainly not as wonderful as you all claim. Let us not celebrate too prematurely. Today, we have captured the entire street's business, but I suspect that Boss He, with his temperament, is not one to sit idly by. He will undoubtedly think of some scheme to undermine us. We must remain vigilant and observe their subsequent actions. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, each party fights for their interests. To ensure their own stable income, they will surely take action, and we must be prepared for any eventualities. Jiang Sui is inherently cautious, always aware of potential dangers even in times of comfort. You are right, Sui. This morning, Boss He clearly displayed an unfriendly demeanor, with an expression that suggests malice. Third brother, please keep a close watch during the day. We cannot afford to let them exploit any weaknesses. Zhao's mother shares this concern, yet, with both her and Jiang Sui occupied with the stall's operations, they may lack the energy to monitor these matters. Xiaoyi is tasked with keeping an eye on things, and he accepts the responsibility with a serious demeanor. Do not worry, mother, I will ensure that nothing goes awry. He puffs out his chest, exuding confidence. Seeing this, Xiaohuchuan, eager to contribute, declares, I am here too, mother, sister-in-law, I will protect you both. His beautiful, bright eyes appear innocent and pure, yet his expression is resolute, as if he is ready to take on any challenge. The sight of him makes everyone laugh, and Zhao's mother affectionately ruffles his hair, saying, Our Huchuan is the most sensible of us all. The next day, as they set up their stall, they are greeted by early customers even while still preparing. Fortunately, the rich bone broth was prepared the night before and brought to the market, as preparing it fresh would consume valuable time and hinder their business. The patrons are primarily residents from the nearby snack street. Several women approach, each carrying 2 bowls, eager to take their orders home. While waiting for the water to boil, they chat with Zhao's mother. Your sour and spicy noodles are truly appetizing. My little grandson usually refuses to eat properly and requires coaxing, which is quite vexing. However, after sampling your noodles yesterday, he was instantly hooked and has been clamoring for more ever since. Hence, I arrived early today to buy more to take home. How fortuitous, my unborn grandson is also craving them. My daughter-in-law is expecting and is currently experiencing cravings for sour flavors. She has been quite ill and unable to eat properly, but after having your sour and spicy noodles yesterday, her appetite has returned, and she even finished the broth. She mentioned wanting more this morning, so I too came early to wait for your stall to open. Another woman chimes in and the 2 women laugh heartily, their eyes crinkling with joy, for grandmothers cherish their grandchildren as if they were precious jewels. Chapter 061 of The Warmth of Humanity. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother realized that in just one day, they had already attracted returning customers, who were eagerly waiting for the stall to open. She thought to herself that she must not neglect her duties as a host, and thus said, I shall prepare extra noodles and meat for the 2 of you, so you won't have to wait in vain this early in the morning. The proprietress truly knew how to conduct business. Henceforth, I shall make it a point to visit often. These ladies have a penchant for such small perks. Once the water boiled, Zhao's mother began to cook the noodles. Initially, the customers were mostly locals residing in the town. Those unwilling to prepare their meals in the morning typically opted to venture out for some noodles or similar fare. The townspeople, to varying extents, had their own means of livelihood, with farmland in the outskirts, leading to a more prosperous life compared to those in the countryside. For those well off, a few coins mattered little. When Jiang Sui served them the noodles, he learned that many had come back because they enjoyed the taste from their visit the previous day. The novelty had not yet worn off. Others had tasted the spicy and sour noodles yesterday and were eager to try the mixed sweet potato noodles today. Consequently, the mixed noodles were selling slightly better than the spicy ones that morning. Xiaoyi had been observing the other snack stalls on the street. However, none seemed to be bustling with activity. As they continued their own business, occasionally, a few customers would stop by for noodles or wontons, but in comparison to the lively atmosphere at the Xiao family stall, those small stalls appeared quite desolate. Nevertheless, the bun shops continued to thrive, and the Xiao family's strong presence had not affected their steady performance. Coarse grains remained ever popular. After the peak hours had passed, Zhao's mother entrusted the stall to Jiang Sui for a moment while she made a trip to the grain store, purchasing 20 pounds of mung beans, 20 pounds of flour, and 20 pounds of brown rice. Upon returning, she placed the goods in a small compartment, planning to hide them at home later that evening. She had been mindful of Jiang Sui's instructions to stockpile provisions, and thus the flour and brown rice were meant for storage. Whenever the opportunity arose, she would buy more to stash away in her room, and in Xiao Lanlan's room. In due time, she would need to gather sweet potatoes again, and she planned to bring back some potatoes to store in the cellar. Since she was stockpiling, it was prudent to gather a few sweet potatoes and potatoes as well. Thus, 3 days passed, and the Xiao family's business in the town was progressing quite smoothly. They earned 630 coins on the first day, 580 coins on the second day, and only 500 coins on the third, and nonetheless, this was already quite satisfactory for the Xiao family. A decrease in earnings day by day was to be expected. After all, Beima town was a small place, and nothing remained fresh indefinitely. On the 4th day, the Xiao family's stall resumed its original pricing. After observing the other stall owners for 2 days without any noticeable changes, Xiaoyi began preparations for the day, while Zhao's mother handed him some money. It had been some time since she last visited Lu's family, who had not made any moves nor had any news of Lu Zhang's marriage surfaced. Now, she was over 5 months pregnant and beginning to show, having given birth to 5 children herself. Zhao's mother was well aware that pregnant women tend to have a heightened appetite during this phase and required nutritious food for the sake of the fetus. Therefore, she sent Xiaoyi to the meat vendor to purchase several pounds of quality pork belly, then to the vendors selling eggs to buy some to take to his mother-in-law's house. Lu's family was only half an hour's walk from the town, and with fewer customers at the stall today, he would have the opportunity to visit briefly and return quickly. Xiaoyi was no longer upset, his thoughts were now occupied with his wife and the child she carried. Thus, he cheerfully took the money and set off to buy meat and eggs. After he left, Zhao's mother, Jiang Sui, and Xiao Huchuan continued to manage the stall. Although there were indeed fewer customers than before, 4 or 5 individuals were still seated, enjoying their noodles. These patrons had primarily come for the delicious taste, and the price was not a significant concern for them, as it only differed by a few coins. These customers were relatively well off, with spare change to spare, thus placing more importance on the quality of the food rather than its cost. Of course, if the taste was delightful and the price reasonable, that would be an added bonus. Xiaoyi had hastily crafted a clay stove, which, after being fired overnight and dried under the sun for a day, was ready for use. Taking advantage of the lull in customers, Zhao's mother boiled water to prepare mung bean soup. The mung beans, soaked overnight, had expanded. She brought them to a boil before lowering the heat to simmer, and soon the soup would be ready. As noon approached, the heat intensified, causing the customers enjoying their noodles to sweat profusely. Zhao's mother took the opportunity to serve each one a bowl of mung bean soup. Although it contained only a modest amount of mung beans, it was a gesture of goodwill. Given the sweltering heat, it was wise to offer something to cool them down. Zhao's mother warmly served each customer a bowl of soup. Seeing the silky, smooth mung bean soup, some customers were tempted, yet apprehensive about being charged extra. Observing their hesitance, Zhao's mother quickly clarified, "This mung bean soup is complimentary, feel free to drink as much as you like. If you need more, just ask. It's not overly thick, so please don't be picky. On such a scorching day, a little refreshment will surely do you good." Her eloquent words eased the patrons' hearts, and they began to feel more comfortable. "What a delightful experience, you truly know how to conduct business, proprietress. It's no wonder your stall attracts the most customers," they thought. Upon hearing it was free, they eagerly lifted their bowls to drink. The mung bean soup was delicious, and in ancient times, sugar was a luxury. Thus, households rarely added sugar to their porridge. The common folk did not cultivate the habit of sweetening their congee. Mung bean soup was a true reflection of warmth and humanity. Once the soup was ready, Jiang Sui retrieved the wooden sign that Xiaoyi had prepared in advance and placed it prominently. "Our establishment offers complimentary mung bean soup. All passers-by are welcome to partake." This meant even those not dining on noodles could enjoy the soup. Beside the stall, many vendors were selling trinkets, cramped in their small spaces without awnings, leaving them sunbaked and drenched in sweat. Observing this, Jiang Sui took out a bowl of water and offered each vendor a serving of mung bean soup. "You all look quite overheated. If you don't mind, please enjoy a bowl of mung bean soup to quench your thirst and alleviate the heat." Jiang Sui's features were naturally beautiful, though she had appeared gaunt from her upbringing. However, after 2 months of good food and rest at the Xiao household, she had regained her vitality. Now, her complexion was rosy, her skin fair and delicate, and her figure filled out nicely. She possessed a sweet demeanor, and when she smiled, her dimples appeared, giving her an aura of kindness and approachability. She was genuinely likable. Everyone was touched by Jiang Sui's thoughtfulness. After all, in the blazing sun, life was not easy for anyone. When someone offered a refreshing bowl of mung bean soup to quench their thirst, how could one not be moved? Chapter 062 No pain without comparison. Thank you, young lady, you are truly kind. The elderly woman selling insoles gratefully accepted the bowl of mung bean soup. No need for thanks, dear aunt. If you feel thirsty later, just come to my stall for a drink, Jiang Sui replied before continuing to deliver soup to other vendors. There was also a sister selling hair ties nearby, appearing to be around the same age as the Zhou family, approximately 20. After sipping the mung bean soup, she selected a pink tassel and offered it to Jiang Sui, saying, "Thank you for the soup. Here is a tassel for you to hang on your person as a little trinket." Jiang Sui, feeling no hesitation, accepted the tassel and admired it closely, finding it delightful enough to gift to Lan Lan. "Sister, your hands are truly skilled. This tassel is beautiful." "I'm glad you like it," the sister replied softly. Jiang Sui found herself quite in sync with her, and they exchanged a few more words, learning that the sister's surname was Song, and the people in the street affectionately called her Song Yangzi. Song Yangzi was adept at crafting various styles of hair ties and tassels to adorn one's waist, all meticulously handmade indeed. Her craftsmanship was remarkable. Nearby the Xiao family's stall, there was a young man selling straw hats and an elderly gentleman selling lanterns, to whom Jiang Sui also distributed bowls of mung bean soup. In an instant, the bonds among the vendors grew closer. After all, they were all in the same trade on this street, and fostering good relations would encourage mutual assistance. At that moment, an elderly woman shuffled past the stall, clad in tattered clothing, her back hunched and her hair completely white. Upon noticing the sign that read "Free Mung Bean Soup," she hesitated briefly before approaching Xiaomu. "Excuse me, dear sister, may I have some of your mung bean soup?" she inquired cautiously. Xiaomu, upon hearing her, glanced at the old woman and smiled warmly. "Of course, dear elder. Please come in and escape the sun, I will serve you a bowl right away." With permission granted, the old woman stepped under the awning. The mung bean soup was still slightly warm, and it was just the right temperature for her. It seemed she had been parched for quite some time. As she lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go, when she seemed still thirsty, Xiaomu kindly filled her bowl again. The old woman expressed her gratitude repeatedly, downing the second helping as well and thanking them profusely as she departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui took the opportunity to stroll around the street after delivering the soup and was surprised to find that Bossie's business was thriving today, with customers filling his stall. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that he had adopted her idea and placed a sign that read, "His noodle stall a meat powder only 5-1 for 3 consecutive days." This was rather shameless. Jiang Sui felt a bit speechless, but she happened to overhear a customer who had just finished eating pay for their meal, mumbling to their companion, "Sure, the noodles are cheap, but the taste is quite mediocre. They can't compare to the spicy sour noodles at the end of the street. Even the meat has no flavor. It's the sauce in the spicy sour noodles that is truly delicious. Honestly, it would be better to spend 5-1 on a bowl of plain spicy sour noodles instead." Hearing this, Jiang Sui's previously clouded mood brightened instantly. She thought to herself, "Let them learn. No matter how they try, their taste cannot rival my spicy sour noodles. All these little tricks are in vain. After all, there is no pain without comparison." Later, as the sun began to set, Xiaoyi had yet to return. However, logically, he had been gone for most of the day and should have been back by now. Xiaomu grew increasingly worried, as her right eyelid had been twitching since the afternoon, fearing something might have gone awry. With Xiaoyi absent, she could not pack up and go home, as she was still waiting for him to bring back the ox cart. Just as anxiety reached its peak, she spotted Xiaoyi's figure in the distance. He was shuffling slowly towards them, appearing utterly disheveled, and the meat and eggs he carried were untouched. Seeing this, both Xiaomu and Jiang Sui felt an ominous foreboding. "Child, what has happened? Why are you returning with the things?" Xiaomu asked anxiously. Xiaoyi had been staring at the ground, but at her words, he raised his head, his eyes red and his lips bruised, startling Xiaomu. "Mother, what has happened, third brother?" Upon seeing his mother's expression, Xiaoyi felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Mother, the child is gone." "What?" The abruptness of his words struck Xiaomu like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily dazed. What did he mean that the child was gone? "What do you mean the child is gone? Don't speak such ominous words. Spit, spit, spit." She was unwilling to let her thoughts drift to the worst-case scenario. "Mother, Lucier lost the child." When Xiaoyi uttered these words, his tone was laced with despair, and tears streamed down his face. It is often said that a man seldom weeps, but he was genuinely heartbroken. Xiaomu staggered back a few steps, barely managing to keep her balance, her complexion turning ashen. Thankfully, Jiang Sui was there to steady her upon learning this news. Jiang Sui was equally shocked. How could this happen so suddenly? The child had already been 5 months along, firmly settled in the womb. Third brother, what exactly transpired? Jiang Sui needed to understand the full story. Xiaoyi, upon hearing her question, began to recount the events of the day at Lu Shi's home. He had joyfully brought meat and eggs to her, hoping to reconcile after over a month of quarrels. He thought that if he approached her with a better attitude and shared news of their business, perhaps she would be pleased and agree to return home with him. However, upon arriving at Lu's village, those who recognized him shook their heads and sighed, filling Xiaoyi with a sense of foreboding. Upon reaching the Lu family's home, he found the gate tightly shut. He knocked, but no one answered, even though he distinctly heard Lu Shi's brother, Lu He, speaking inside. The Lu family was acting mute, and Xiaoyi sensed something was amiss. He persisted in knocking on the door, but to no avail. Growing curious, he went next door to inquire. Initially, the neighbor hesitated, but eventually, seeing his pitiable state, they revealed the truth. It turned out that days prior, Lu's eldest son, Lu Jiang, had been unable to provide the betrothal gifts, leading the girl he was to marry to lose interest and abandon the engagement. In a fit of desperation, Lu Jiang took his anger out on their parents, prompting Lu Shi to propose a reckless plan. She suggested that since they had not received the gifts from the Shao family, they should venture into the mountains to search for Ganoderma and ginseng. If the Shao family could find them, it meant those herbs were still out there, and perhaps they would have good fortune and find some themselves, potentially earning several taels of silver. Little did they know, Ganoderma was a rare find, reliant entirely on luck. Lu Jiang, in a panic, thought this plan was plausible and resolved to ascend the mountain. Lu Shi, with her own ulterior motives, believed that since her pregnancy was not yet too advanced, she could accompany him and claim a share of any fortune they might find. However, tragedy struck. She lost her footing and tumbled down the slope, resulting in the loss of her 5-month-old child. The Lu family was thrown into chaos, terrified of the repercussions should the Shao family learn of it, fully aware that the loss would fall squarely on their shoulders. If the Shao family sought a divorce, Lu Shi's future would be irrevocably ruined. Chapter 063 Xiaoyi's despondency. The Lu family has suffered a devastating miscarriage, the fetus having already formed, making the induction of labor an arduous ordeal. Lu Shi lost a considerable amount of blood and narrowly escaped death. The physician candidly stated that conceiving again in the future would be exceedingly challenging for her. Upon awakening and learning of this grave news, Lu Shi fainted once more, remaining unconscious for an entire day and night. When she finally regained consciousness, her days were spent in tears. At this juncture, Xiaoyi arrived. The sound of his voice sent Lu Shi into a state of dread within her chamber. She was acutely aware that if Xiaoyi were to discover the truth, he would not let the matter rest, inevitably leading to her being cast aside as his wife. The most harrowing prospect was her inability to bear children again. Should Xiaoyi abandon her, her life would be irrevocably ruined, with no one willing to accept her. If she were to linger indefinitely at her maternal home without contributing to their welfare, her family would likely grow weary of her presence. What then would become of her? In her despair, she found herself without options, and when Xiaoyi knocked, she instructed her mother to refrain from opening the door. The fear was palpable not just for Lu Shi, but also for her mother, who understood the gravity of the situation. The child had perished under their roof, and if the Shao family were to learn that they had lost a male heir, chaos would surely ensue. Thus, the family, consumed by guilt and fear, believed that secluding themselves would shield them from repercussions. Yet, the truth could not be concealed indefinitely. Many villagers had witnessed Lu Shi being rescued from the mountains. When Xiaoyi discovered the truth, his rage ignited, and he stormed back to the Lu household, forcefully kicking down the gate. He rushed inside, seeking Lu Shi, and upon seeing her pale, terrified visage, he realized the miscarriage was indeed true. Unable to contain himself, he grasped her throat and demanded, "Why did you act so heartlessly? Why, knowing your condition, did you venture into the mountains? Did you not consider the consequences? Lu Shi, what wrong have I ever done to you? I have tolerated your favoritism towards your family, hoping to build a life together, yet you cannot seem to settle down." Why, heaven knows how eagerly Xiaoyi had anticipated the arrival of this child. The Shao family had always been blessed with sons, yet in his generation, his elder brother struggled to produce an heir, and his sister-in-law was frail, leaving only one scion, Godan. His parents yearned for grandchildren, and Lu Shi's early pregnancy had filled him with joy and hope. The Shao family prided themselves on their integrity, believing they had never committed any heinous acts, so why was fate so cruel to them, bestowing upon them such unwarranted misfortunes? In his confusion and indignation, Xiaoyi found himself erupting in fury towards Lushi. As he tightened his grip around her throat, she struggled for breath, her fear amplifying under his wrath. Typically jovial and humorous, Xiaoyi's transformation into this furious being was a sight Lu Shi had never witnessed before. Hearing the commotion, Lu's parents and her two brothers, Lu Jiang and Lu He, rushed in, horrified to find Xiaoyi attacking Lu Shi, and they hurried to intervene. It took considerable effort for Lu Jiang and Lu He to separate the two, but when Xiaoyi turned to see Lu Jiang, his anger intensified. All of this turmoil stemmed from Lu Jiang's shortcomings. He had failed to secure a wife and had always sought to exploit the Xiao family's goodwill, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi landed a punch squarely on Lu Jiang's face. Lu Jiang fell to the ground, and Lu He, a hot-headed youth, leapt to his brother's defense, engaging in a scuffle with Xiaoyi. However, Xiaoyi's stature and strength, honed from years of labor, rendered him far superior to the frail brothers. In the end, both Lu brothers sustained injuries, their faces bruised, while Xiaoyi bore minor marks of the altercation. The commotion attracted villagers, who gathered in the Lu courtyard, murmuring and pointing fingers. The Lu family, already unpopular in the village, found themselves the subject of scorn, with many declaring that they had brought this upon themselves. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi had shown no fault. He had visited several times over the past month, bringing gifts of rice, flour, and meat, only to have them lose their child. Having vented his anger and engaged in a brawl, Xiaoyi, now composed, cast a cold glance at Lu Shi, who lay curled in the corner of the bed, and then shifted his gaze to the Lu family. Lu's parents averted their eyes, and even Lu's cunning mother recognized her culpability. Remaining silent, Xiaoyi declared, "Let me make this clearer. This matter will not conclude lightly. You must provide an explanation. And as for you, Lu Shi, I see through you now. It is over between us." With that, he turned to leave, but upon hearing Lu Shi's desperate cries, she crawled from the bed and clutched his leg, weeping uncontrollably. "Xiaoyi, I was wrong. I promise I will never do it again. Please do not abandon me. You cannot forsake me." The thought of losing him filled her with dread, for without him, her life would be utterly desolate. Yet, Xiaoyi's heart had grown cold, and he felt no stirrings of empathy for Lu Shi. Without hesitation, he shook her off and resolutely walked away, leaving her in a state of despair. However, just a few paces later, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to return. Lu Shi, believing he had softened, felt a flicker of hope, but Xiaoyi merely bypassed her and entered the main room to retrieve the pork and eggs he had brought. He would not allow them to benefit from his generosity any further. Carrying the items, Xiaoyi wandered along the rural path, lost in thought, unsure of how long he walked before finally returning to his stall. Reflecting on the events, he slumped onto a bench, concealing his face in his hands. It was then that Zhao's mother and Jiang Sui learned the full extent of the situation. Zhao's mother felt her head spinning, her heart heavy with sorrow, grappling with the tragic loss of a child who had not even been afforded the chance to experience the world. It was also a reflection of her own misfortune, having given birth to such a reckless daughter. Jiang Sui, at a loss for words, could only lament the cruel hand of fate, yet witnessing Zhao's mother's anguish weighed heavily on her heart as well. "Mother, at this point, it is futile to dwell on sorrow. Instead, we must gather our spirits and consider how to address the situation with third brother and Lu Shi. The town's funeral parlor remains open. Let us procure some paper and incense to burn for the child tonight, to offer a measure of solace." Jiang Sui's words served to comfort them, as ancient beliefs held that such rituals could ease their hearts, a more constructive approach than wallowing in despair. Zhao's mother nodded in agreement. "Indeed, while we may have no ties to that child, he is still of our blood, and we ought to honor him with a tribute." Chapter 064. The gimmick. The items on the stall had been nearly packed away. Once the tables and benches were stowed, they could head home. The sun was poised to set, and further delay was not an option. "Mother, third brother, let us return home first. It will soon be dark. We can discuss any matters later." Xiaoyi silently nodded. After the recent ordeal, he felt utterly worn out, his eyes bloodshot and weary. Xiaohuchuan might not grasp the intricate reasons and moral dilemmas involved, but he could distinctly sense the sorrowful atmosphere enveloping his third brother and mother, which in turn cast a shadow upon his own heart, causing him to pout slightly. That third sister-in-law was truly bothersome, always stirring up discontent among everyone. Upon returning home, Zhou Shi and Xiao Lanlan had already prepared dinner. They greeted the returning family with cheerful smiles, only to be met with the unmistakable expressions of displeasure written across their faces. "What has happened? Is something wrong?" Xiao Lanlan felt a sense of foreboding, fearing trouble from their outing earlier. Xiaoyi, without uttering a word, retreated to his room, showing no interest even in the prized beef he usually cherished, nor in the meal laid out before him. Xiaomu sighed multiple times, waving her hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the matters at hand. Ultimately, it was Jiang Sui who relayed the events to Xiao Lanlan and Zhou Shi. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Shi gasped in astonishment, while Xiao Lanlan stood stunned. They were aware of Lu Shi's impulsiveness in daily life, yet they never anticipated such recklessness. Surely, she must be out of her mind, running up the mountain while over 5 months pregnant. Did she not consider the daily concerns of her third brother? Lu Shi truly lacked gratitude. Their family had treated her well, and yet she repaid them with such disregard. Xiao Lanlan was filled with indignation, not only for her third brother's distress but also for the loss of her unborn nephew. Zhou Shi refrained from commenting, acknowledging that Lu Shi had often caused her grief, taking advantage of her pregnancy. While she harbored disdain for Lu Shi, she recognized the innocence of the child. It was indeed exasperating. A child that one might yearn for was carelessly discarded by her. One could only say, she deserved it. Enough of this chatter. What good does it do? We must write a letter to your father, asking him to return and demand an explanation from the Lu family. Such a significant incident cannot be concealed from him. Third brother is heartbroken. I suspect he will not be inclined to join us at the stall for a few days. Tomorrow, Lanlan, you shall accompany us again. What has happened has transpired. We cannot let it hinder our business. You will manage the household. You need not toil over the noodles today, as we have enough left for use. Just look after the house and dog Egg. Xiaomu, the cornerstone of the family, would not allow Lu Shi's incident to disrupt their livelihood, and thus had already formulated plans for the household during their journey home. Yumei was Zhou Shi's maiden name. Mother, I do not find it burdensome. With the family in turmoil, it is only right that I share your worries. Why speak such formalities? Zhou Shi was indeed a commendable individual, and Xiaomu had no complaints about her daughter-in-law. Zhou Shi had always been kind to her nephew, Dog Egg, who had lost his mother at birth. Lacking children of her own, she treated him with exceptional care, often crafting shoes and mending his clothes. Later that evening, Xiaomu took the yellow paper and incense she had purchased to the back of the courtyard and lit them, offering a tribute to the unborn child. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoyi also emerged, and as the family burned the paper, Xiaomu spoke a few words in remembrance of the child. She asked Xiaoyi to compose a letter detailing the situation so she could send it to Xiao father the following day. The next day, as agreed upon, Xiao Lanlan accompanied them to the stall. Initially, it was presumed that Xiaoyi would not have the heart to join, yet he surprisingly rose on time. Observing his eyes, one could discern he had hardly slept throughout the night. Xiaomu, feeling concern for him, urged him to rest. Child, if you feel unwell, return to bed and do not overexert yourself. Yet, Xiaoyi forced a bitter smile. Mother, I am fine. The ox of our family listens to my commands. I will take you to town and send the letter to Father. Lanlan, you may stay home. As a man, he could not allow himself to crumble so easily. Since Xiaoyi insisted, Xiaomu did not press him further, allowing him to proceed. Upon reaching the town, Xiaoyi sought out the courier to send the letter. Given the time needed for this errand, it would likely take several days for Xiao father to return. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui noticed the He family's noodle stall. To his dismay, he discovered that Boss He had not only copied Jiang Sui's marketing techniques but had also begun selling a spicy and sour noodle dish. He even concocted a meat topping, transforming the noodles into a sour and spicy flavor. This venture attracted numerous customers eager to sample it, with the meat noodles priced at merely 5 coins. Jiang Sui's brow furrowed as he exchanged greetings with Xiaomu before heading to Yi's noodle stall, determined to taste this new sour and spicy offering. Upon seeing Jiang Sui's arrival, Boss He smirked. Oh, isn't this the daughter-in-law of Boss Xiao? What brings you here? Boss He was remarkably unashamed, brazenly imitating others without a hint of embarrassment. Conversely, Boss He's wife reacted more appropriately. Knowing her husband had copied someone else, she felt a tinge of guilt upon Jiang Sui's arrival. I thought to change up my palate today and wanted to try your new sour and spicy noodles. Is Boss He not welcoming? Boss He was aware of Jiang Sui's intentions. He scoffed. Why should it matter? I learned how to do it. Does that mean only you can sell sour and spicy noodles? Of course, it's all fair game. I'll prepare it for you. Since the stall had only just opened, patrons were waiting for their noodles. After a considerable wait, it was finally Jiang Sui's turn, and she observed the expressions of those who had already tasted the dish. She noted that their brows furrowed, as if they had bitten into something peculiar. As Boss He placed the noodles on Jiang Sui's table, his demeanor was far from courteous, spilling some broth in the process. However, Jiang Sui was unfazed, meticulously wiping her chopsticks with her own handkerchief before using them, a gesture that amused Bossy to no end. He thought to himself, "What are you trying to prove, girl?" After taking a bite of the noodles, Jiang Sui quickly assessed the situation. Bossy had merely mimicked the surface of the dish without grasping its essence. The minced meat had not been stir-fried to perfection, lacking the aromatic spices and sufficient simmering time. The broth was diluted, lacking depth of flavor, and the chili oil was bland. In comparison to her own spicy and sour noodles, this was nothing to be concerned about. Feeling reassured, she took only 2 bites, placed 5 coins on the table, and stood to leave. Bossy glared at the nearly untouched bowl of noodles and recalled Jiang Sui's triumphant smile as she departed, clenching his fists in frustration. But this was merely the beginning. Patrons dining at his establishment began to voice their discontent. "Boss, why does your sour and spicy noodle taste so strange? It's utterly unpalatable." Most customers barely took a few bites before losing their appetite. Bossy, however, was unconcerned. After all, he was merely in it for the gimmick, believing that whether the food was good or not mattered little as long as they paid. Chapter 065 Shai's attitude. My apologies, but we have only just devised this new way of eating. If it does not meet your expectations, I am truly sorry. However, should you choose to return, I assure you it will be far more delectable than it is now. Bossy exhibited an exceedingly laid-back demeanor. The crowd was left speechless. Some, albeit reluctantly, paid up, while others, undeterred by his attitude, boldly retorted, "Isn't it true that you merely emulated the sour and spicy noodles from Zhao's? How can you claim originality? You must be envious of their thriving business." After sampling your noodles, I have no desire to return for a second helping. They are far inferior to the plain broth noodles. Zhao's sour and spicy noodles are delightful even without meat, and their owner possesses a commendable manner. In this sweltering heat, they even offer complimentary mung bean soup. I shall never return to your establishment. These words struck a nerve with Bossy. While he could tolerate criticism, he could not abide comparisons to the Zhao family. His expression darkened. "If you do not enjoy it, who is begging you to come here, eating such heavy dishes daily? Are you not concerned about indigestion? So, you sampled my noodles but refused to pay? I venture out to spend money on noodles for the sake of satisfaction and flavor, yet you dare to criticize. No wonder your business pales in comparison to theirs. You deserve it. Who cares about your few coins? Keep them. I am off to Zhao's." The irate customer slammed his payment onto the table and stormed out. The remaining patrons quickly discerned Bossy's true nature, each revealing a look of disdain. The bold customer indeed departed straight for Zhao's noodle stall. Once the crowd had dispersed, Bossy's wife emerged, looking troubled as she addressed him. "My dear, is it wise to speak in such a manner? To sustain a business, one must treat customers with kindness." To her surprise, Bossy shot her a fierce glare. "What do you know, woman, you with your long hair and short sight? Mind your own business." Bossy's wife was accustomed to his ire and remained submissive, believing that business should not be conducted in such a manner, though he paid her no heed. Subsequently, due to the buzz surrounding the sour and spicy noodles, a number of unsuspecting customers were lured in, yet they were disinclined to return after their initial experience. There were no repeat customers to speak of. Nevertheless, Bossy still managed to profit from the initial excitement, leaving him indifferent to the discontent. The Zhao family, on the other hand, remained largely unaffected by Bossy's antics, continuing to perform consistently, earning nearly 300 coins in a single day. Jiang Sui no longer worried. Let Bossy stir up trouble, he would not last long. Indeed, the following day, Bossy found his business struggling. Word of mouth had branded him a deceitful merchant, and patrons chose to frequent Zhao's instead, willing to pay a few extra coins for superior taste and service. As Bossy surveyed his desolate stall, he noticed the dough left to sit in the oppressive heat was beginning to spoil. His wife, upon seeing this, let out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had planned to follow the agreement made with other stall owners to lower prices for a few days in rotation, but by the 4th day, he had yet to do so, prompting dissatisfaction among his peers who came seeking an explanation. At this point, Bossy's defenses had completely crumbled. He bluntly declared, "What of it? I refuse to lower my prices. I have no business to speak of. Whether I lower them or not makes no difference. I never said you couldn't lower yours." He had profited slightly from the hype surrounding the sour and spicy noodles but now resorted to unscrupulous tactics, leaving no room for others. Though the crowd was furious, they felt powerless. Had they known, they would never have allied with him. 3 days had passed since the letter was sent. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhao's father, along with his eldest and second sons, prepared to return home. Upon receiving the letter, he immediately sought out the foreman to inform him of a family emergency requiring his presence for several days. The foreman consented and granted him a brief leave. The unexpected loss of a child weighed heavily on his heart. The eldest and second sons accompanied him back, for they could not allow their father and third brother to venture into Lu's village alone, especially on their territory. They returned as support, ensuring no one would dare to bully them. In such times, brotherhood must unite. Upon their return, Zhao's father sought out his youngest son for a discussion. Aide, what are your thoughts on Lu? If you wish to keep such a woman as your wife, you are indeed mistaken. They say one should marry wisely, ensuring a harmonious household, yet Lu has been nothing but troublesome since her arrival. Not only does she speak unpleasantly, but she also shows favoritism to her family, pressuring us further. In my opinion, she must not remain in our home. Initially, Zhao's father believed Lu merely had some undesirable habits, but considering his son's fondness for her, he was willing to overlook them. However, having witnessed her selfishness lead to this outcome, he could no longer tolerate it. In just a few days, Xiaoyi had grown a beard, embodying a disheveled and despondent appearance. Now that his father had returned, it was time to express his thoughts. Father, Lu has disrupted our household. I have lost all affection for her. I have already drafted the divorce papers. When shall we go to sever this engagement? Seeing his son demonstrate such wisdom brought relief to Zhao's father. It is best you have come to this conclusion. Tomorrow, your elder brothers, mother, and I will accompany you to Lu's village to resolve this matter. We shall also invite Uncle Urjin and his two sons to ensure we do not appear weak. Uncle Urjin was perhaps the only individual in Xianhe village who maintained a good relationship with Zhao's father. He readily agreed to accompany Zhao's father with his sons. Zhao's mother would also attend, as she needed to speak on behalf of her son during the discussions. Thus, the task of managing the stall was entrusted to Jiang Sui, Zhou Shi, and Xiao Lanlan. With Jiang Sui present, there was no cause for concern, and Zhou Shi's acupuncture appointment coincidentally aligned with their plans. Early the next morning, the family set off to town to help set up their stall before heading to Lu's village. The merchants on the street were taken aback to see such a large gathering from the Xiao family, realizing they had 4 sons, all tall and robust, each exuding strength. This display served as a deterrent to any with ill intentions, making it clear that the Xiao family would not shy away from confrontation. Uncle Urjin, observing the Xiao family's substantial turnout, felt a mix of envy and astonishment. The entire village was aware of the Xiao family's business endeavors, and those who visited the market had sampled their wares, with Zhao's mother even charging less than usual. Upon hearing that the Xiao family was thriving and earning several hundred coins daily, envy ran rampant among the villagers. Those with jealous hearts soon came to pry for information, eager to learn their secrets to success. Yet, whenever Xiao Lanlan and Zhou Shi were home, the doors remained firmly shut, preventing anyone from entering. Each day, upon returning from school, Dog Dan was bombarded with inquiries, yet he remained tight-lipped, knowing nothing to divulge. Chapter 66 Fateful Entanglement. Having arranged everything, Zhao's mother accompanied Zhao's father and the others to Lu family village. Following the exposure of their scandal, the Lu family had been engulfed in a state of anxiety for the past few days, each member burdened with their own unique worries. Particularly Lu Shi, whose eyes were swollen from incessant tears. For several days, she had been unable to eat or sleep, her health deteriorating visibly, leaving her looking utterly haggard. Lu's parents were concerned that if Lu Shi were to be divorced, her prospects for remarriage would be bleak, especially given her unfortunate predicament of struggling to bear children. The thought of her staying at home, adding another mouth to feed without the support of the Xiao family, weighed heavily on their minds, as they realized that over the course of a year, the family would consume a significant amount of grain. This troubled the couple immensely. Furthermore, if she were to be cast aside, Lu Shi would not only lose face in front of her natal family but would also bear a tarnished reputation, making it unlikely for her to receive a bride price should she ever remarry. Meanwhile, Lu Jiang was preoccupied with thoughts of his intended bride, still clinging to the hope of ascending the mountains in search of rare herbs, for it was clear that exploiting the Xiao family was no longer a viable option. In truth, none of the family members genuinely cared for Lu Shi or considered her well-being. However, the inevitable approached. When the entire Xiao family arrived, it was evident from their expressions that Lu Shi's union with Xiaoyi was at an end. Yet, for the sake of their own interests, the Lu family was determined to put up a fight. Observing the large number of Xiao family members, Lu Jiang sought out 2 cousins from his mother's side for support and recruited some local ruffians from Lu family village to bolster their presence. Today, it was evident that the Xiao family would no longer accept Lu Shi, as Xiaoyi's demeanor was resolute, and no one could defend her. Upon hearing that Xiao Yi and his parents had come, Lu Shi was too frightened to show her face, still harboring a glimmer of hope. In stark contrast, Lu's parents greeted the members of the Xiao family with obsequious smiles. "Ah, in-laws have arrived, please, come in." Zhao's mother, upon witnessing this, let out a cold snort. "Do not address us in such a manner. After today, we shall no longer be in-laws. Do not be so familiar. Your daughter, Lu Shi, is no longer someone our Xiao family can afford to keep." With that, Zhao's mother made it clear that the relationship was severed. Lu's mother felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, nearly unable to maintain her smile, yet she restrained herself. "Dear in-law, please do not take offense. It is said that a husband and wife share a bond lasting 100 days. This time, it is our shower who has erred, yet she is deeply remorseful. Her eyes are nearly blind from weeping, she cannot eat or sleep, and she has grown gaunt. She is sincere in her feelings for ego, and she has reined in her temper. From now on, she will cherish and honor you." This plea from Lu's mother was indeed amusing, as if her pitiful words could salvage the marriage. However, Zhao's mother was not swayed by such tactics. "If that is your stance, we are even less inclined to accept her. If her eyes are nearly blind and her body is frail, what purpose does it serve to keep her in the Xiao household? Shall we revere her as a deity? Furthermore, she failed to protect the first child with my ego. If she cannot safeguard her firstborn, it indicates she is unfit for motherhood. I have heard that Lu Shi, after this ordeal, faces difficulties in bearing children. My son has never been a father. It is best for both parties to part ways amicably before it is too late. In any case, it is not we, the Xiao family, who have wronged your daughter." Zhao's mother showed no mercy towards Lu Shi, feeling that merely refraining from scolding her was already a kindness. She had little expectation that her words would be met with kindness. Lu's mother, feeling guilty, recognized that it was indeed her family who had wronged the Xiao family, yet Zhao's mother remained unyielding, her heart brimming with resentment, all the while maintaining a facade of politeness. At that moment, Lu's father stepped forward, still wearing a fawning expression. "In-laws, the two children are still young. Once they have regained their health, they may still have children. It is said that 100 years of cultivation leads to crossing the same boat, and 1,000 years of cultivation leads to sharing the same pillow. Why must we dismantle this union? In truth, I believe the two children still harbor feelings for one another. In the beginning, during their courtship, Xiao Yi and Lu Shi had mutual affection, and it was only after their marriage that Lu Shi's true character began to surface." Zhao's father, observing the couple, felt his face darken in disdain. They were truly shameless. Lu Shi's behavior had already crossed a significant line, and their family had every right to dismiss her without hesitation. Xiao Yi understood that his attitude was paramount at this moment. He took out a handwritten divorce decree from his pocket and, standing in the courtyard, raised his voice towards the room where Lu Shi was. "The divorce decree is prepared, and there is no room for reconciliation. It is you, Lu Shi, who has wronged me. Xiao Yi, while I have not wronged you, I do not wish to make this matter more disgraceful. By signing this decree, our fates are severed, and from this point forward, we shall lead our separate lives." Every word pierced Lu Shi's ears, and Xiao Yi's tone held no hint of hesitation, cold and unyielding. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Shi burst into inconsolable tears. She hastily dressed and rushed out, standing before Xiao Yi, shouting, "Xiao Yi, can you truly be so heartless? Do you not realize that your rejection will ruin my life? Observe how her only concern is for her own future. But what of Xiao Yi? What about my life? I have long since realized that we are ill-suited for one another, yet my mother insisted that spouses should understand each other, and with time, they would find a way to coexist harmoniously. Thus, I have often tolerated your temperament, but you have only grown more demanding. Today, I finally comprehend that our union is not merely incompatible, it is a fateful entanglement. Since it is such, why prolong this mutual torment? Therefore, Lu Shi, relinquish your hopes, sign the decree, and let us part on good terms." Xiao Yi was unwilling to even see her, for the sight of her reminded him of his innocent child. Yet Lu Shi, in a frenzy, advanced and began to pound her fists against Xiao Yi's chest. "Do not assume I am oblivious, you simply resent the fact that I may struggle to bear children in the future, and thus you wish to cast me aside. How is that fair? It is not as if Zhou Yuemei has borne children. She has been married to the Xiao family for 3 years without issue. Why has your second brother not divorced her?" She rambled on, even dragging Zhou's name into the fray, which enraged Zhao's second brother. "Lu Shi, do not speak recklessly and involve my Yuemei in this matter. My Yuemei may not have children yet, but she is not like you. a married woman who coerces her husband's family while having lost a child. Your transgressions are not trivial. What woman would act as you do? My Ume may be without offspring, but in every other respect, as a wife and daughter-in-law, she is faultless. She is so admirable that I would never consider abandoning her. The men of the Xiao family were fiercely protective of their kin. Xiaoyi seized Lu Shi's flailing hands, struggling to contain his own rising temper. Lu Shi, you will sign this divorce decree today, whether you wish to or not. If you continue to create a scene, we shall go to the village chief to clarify matters. Let him decide whether this marriage should be dissolved or not. Chapter 067 of From Now On, we are indebted to each other no more. The pavilion chief was originally responsible for mediating civil disputes in Beima town. Before a couple wed, the documents they needed to formalize their union had to be registered at the pavilion chief's office and stamped to come into effect should any party's wrongdoing lead to a divorce, and if the matter could not be resolved privately, they could request the pavilion chief to notarize the situation. Once it reached such a public uproar, it would be akin to a public execution, resulting in both families losing face. Moreover, when the pavilion chief made a ruling, the Xiao family, as the aggrieved party, would undoubtedly be granted a divorce decree against the Lu family. Furthermore, in an era marked by male superiority, if the marriage ended due to the wife's fault, she would be required to return half of the bride price to her husband. The Lu family, known for their avarice, upon hearing that Xiaoyi intended to escalate the matter to the pavilion chief, realized their culpability. Initially, they had hoped to swindle the Xiao family out of their silver, but now, faced with this predicament, they would instead have to return 2 taels of silver. This was unacceptable. Thus, Lu's mother quickly stepped forward, pulling her daughter behind her. Absolutely not, let us speak reasonably. Zhao's parents, having fully grasped the nature of this family, exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. As the saying goes, a loss may be a blessing in disguise. Indeed, as Xiaoyi had pointed out, the couple was ill-suited for one another. Forcing the relationship would only lead to mutual torment and future turmoil in their households. It would be wise to sever ties early and distance themselves from this family of bloodsuckers. I have already shown you considerable leniency by suggesting an amicable separation. Do not continue to make unreasonable demands. Since you wish to avoid escalating the situation further, let us proceed with the signing of the divorce papers, Xiaoyi said, attempting to calm himself. I refuse, Xiaoyi, you shall not rid yourself of me so easily. If I cannot live well, neither shall you. If you abandon me, I shall perish before your eyes. In life, I am yours. In death, I shall be your specter. Even as a ghost, I will not let you go. Lu Shi screeched from behind her mother, her eyes wild with fury, resembling a woman possessed. Though her words were terrifying, anyone familiar with her would understand that she was merely resorting to intimidation. Such a person would never genuinely contemplate death. Do as you please. Since you refuse to reason, I shall take my grievances directly to the pavilion chief, Xiaoyi declared, striding towards the exit. Seeing this, Lu's mother swiftly covered Lu Shi's mouth and tightly embraced her frantic daughter, then shouted to Lu's father, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and stop him. You too, quickly take her back to her room." She then turned to her 2 sons, instructing them to escort Lu Shi away. Lu's father, slightly slower to react, hurried forward to block Xiaoyi. "Xiaoyi, let us talk this through. There is no need for this escalation." Lu Shi was forcibly taken back to her room and locked inside, bringing a semblance of quiet to the scene. Lu's mother panted heavily as the number of villagers gathered at the gate to witness the spectacle increased. The affair had already become common knowledge throughout the village, serving as fodder for idle gossip. The Lu family's reputation was already mediocre, and now it had deteriorated further. People whispered about the lack of virtue in her parenting, which had resulted in a daughter who wreaked havoc upon the male family. Rumors suggested that Xiaoyi had done nothing wrong, making him a second marriage candidate. It was uncertain whether any decent woman would be willing to marry him in the future. Families with daughters of marriageable age swiftly dismissed the Lu family's sons, wishing to avoid any association with them. Lu's mother, recognizing the futility of preserving the engagement, resolved to pursue the best possible outcome. She straightened her attire and spoke earnestly, "Since your family has firmly decided against my daughter, I accept that. However, one must not be entirely heartless. With this divorce decree, how shall my daughter Lu Shi live? How will she find a suitable husband in the future? Let us each take a step back and frame this divorce as a separation, which would be a more amicable resolution. After all, leaving some room for future encounters is wise." Her argument was astute. The implications of being divorced differed significantly from those of a separation. A woman divorced was often considered guilty of a grave transgression, making it difficult for her to find a new suitor, as her character would be scrutinized. In contrast, a separation could arise from various circumstances, leaving the question of blame ambiguous, thus lessening the damage to the woman's reputation. However, Zhao's mother was unwilling to entertain such a notion. She nearly laughed in disbelief, hands on her hips, as she retorted, "Apa, how naive you are! Does your daughter not recognize her own misdeeds? You expect us to leave her a way out while my son bears the brunt of the grievance? Dream on, a divorce decree is non-negotiable." Zhao's mother was simply standing up for her son. "Why should my son endure the consequences of your daughter's faults and concern himself with her future?" Lu's mother understood that her demands were unreasonable, yet she reminded them that they were on their own turf. "This is Lu family village, not your Xinhe village. Since you wish for an amicable resolution, is my proposal truly excessive? Is it too much to ask for a man to show a modicum of grace? After all, my daughter was a virtuous maiden when she entered into this union. Though she erred, her transgressions do not warrant such harsh punishment. Must you ruin her future at such a tender age? Xiaoyi, do you not feel any pangs of conscience? Should you wish to remarry in the future, with a little silver, many fine women would gladly accept you." Lu Xiao, however, faces a different plight. If she were to marry poorly again, her life would become exceedingly difficult. Lu's mother resorted to invoking sympathy, which unexpectedly touched Xiaoyi. Yet, Zhao's eldest brother, Xiaoqin, had a fiery temper. Upon hearing the family's audacity to threaten them, his fists clenched in anger. "Who do you think you are frightening? What, do you intend to resort to violence if we refuse? Come at us if you dare. We shall see if we fear you." He puffed out his chest, and Xiao Er, along with the two sons of Uncle Er, stepped forward. They were among the tallest and strongest men in Xinhe village, capable of formidable strength. The Xiao family's imposing presence was indeed intimidating. The Lu brothers, Lu Jiang and Lu He, had already struggled against Xiaoyi, and now faced even greater odds. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to put up a fight. Lu Jiang stammered, "Let me tell you, our Lu family village is not lacking in strong young men. We have numbers on our side." Seeing this, Lu's mother rallied behind her sons and said to Lu's father, "Go, gather the villagers. Shall we allow outsiders to bully us?" Lu's father, emboldened by his family's support, immediately set off to summon reinforcements. At this moment, after a prolonged silence, Xiaoyi finally spoke. "Enough, I shall agree to your terms. However, my consent to a separation does not stem from fear of your family, but rather from my own integrity as a man. I refuse to corner a woman too harshly. In light of our half-year of marriage, I am willing to grant her a separation, and from henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing." Chapter 068. In poverty, one is ignored in the bustling city. In wealth, one finds distant relatives in the remote mountains. Xiaoyi did not harbor any pity for Lu Shi. He believed that it was a manifestation of his magnanimity as a man. Lu Shi had not betrayed him. She had simply lost her own child, leaving her with a lasting ailment that would hinder her future progeny, a punishment in itself. He understood that a woman who could no longer bear children would navigate this world with trepidation, hence he was reluctant to act too ruthlessly. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's softened stance, Lu Mu sighed in relief, though a smile eluded her, for the family now had an additional burden to bear. Very well, business may not have flourished, but righteousness remains. Thus, let us tear up the divorce document and draft a new letter of separation. How could she, with such audacity, equate her daughter's marriage to a mere transaction? Ultimately, before the Lu family, Xiaoyi tore apart the original divorce document and composed a new letter of separation. He signed it and pressed his seal, yet Lu Shi obstinately refused, fearing that the Xiao family might lose patience and later renege. Lu Mu forcibly pressed Lu Shi's hand onto the document, then urged Lu Fu to inscribe Lu Xi's name atop it. The moment the seal was pressed down, Lu Xi rolled her eyes in fury and fainted, all before Xiaoyi's gaze. A flicker of emotion crossed Xiaoyi's face, yet he steadied himself, choosing not to look or intervene. He held the separation letter and called for Lu Fu, and that very day, they proceeded to the magistrate's office to erase their names from the marriage registry, thus restoring Xiaoyi's status as a single man. Upon exiting the magistrate's office, Lu Fu let out a few cold snorts towards the Xiao family, making it seem as if they had suffered a loss. Fortunately, the Xiao family did not hold it against him. As long as the matter was resolved, they refrained from further discourse. However, Xiaomu looked upon her third son with concern as he wore a forlorn expression. "My son, take heart. There are many fine young women in this world, and you are still young, what is there to fear? Xiaoyi forced a strained smile for his mother. I understand, mother, I am fine. From now on, we shall live our lives together as a family. He was not devoid of sentiment. Even a tough man possesses a tender side. He had invested genuine feelings in Lu Shi, and it was only natural for him to feel a sense of melancholy. This tumultuous affair consumed an entire day. After a few more hours, the Xiao family could finally close their stall and return home. However, today they had inconvenienced Uncle Urgin and his sons, who had been running back and forth, so they invited them to the stall for a couple of bowls of noodles and then to a restaurant to buy a roasted chicken as a reward. Previously, Heji's noodle stall had attempted various tactics to seize business but had yielded little success, as patrons, having suffered losses, were no longer inclined to visit. Consequently, they all flocked to the Xiao family. On this day, Zhou Shi and Xiao Lanlan truly experienced the bustling business at the stall. Each bowl of spicy and sour noodles sold brought them pride and satisfaction. In her spare moments, Zhou Shi visited the old doctor for acupuncture and drank medicine for half a month. She had noticeably improved, sleeping soundly at night and appearing more vibrant. After the acupuncture, she felt invigorated. Jiang Sui inquired with Xiao Mu and learned that the situation with Lu Shi had been resolved. Her third brother had ultimately separated from her, which came as a surprise, since the last visit from the Lu family. When Lu Shi returned to her maternal home, it had escalated to such an outcome. Uncle Urgin and his two sons, after tasting the spicy and sour noodles, were left astounded. No wonder the son of the Zheng family had proclaimed upon returning to the village that the Xiao family was destined for prosperity, having discovered a path to wealth with their thriving stall. It turned out they had innovated a delightful new dish, which explained the flourishing business. They were indeed on the brink of success. Uncle Urgin found himself entangled in a mixture of envy and confusion. He had maintained a good relationship with Xiao Fu, often witnessing their struggles and wishing to help, yet was often powerless to do so. Now that the Xiao family was poised for prosperity, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Indeed, the modern adage rings true: one fears their brother's hardship yet also dreads their brother driving a luxury vehicle. Uncle Urgin, I must apologize for troubling you today. Knowing your fondness for roasted chicken, I bought one especially for you. We won't have time today, so I won't call you over for dinner. I'll invite you for drinks another day, Xiao Fu said courteously. Uncle Urgin, in response, took a chicken leg with a smile, unsure of what else to say. In the following days, due to Uncle Urgin's influence, the Xiao family's entrepreneurial endeavors became well established in the village. While many expressed envy, they found themselves in a flurry of inquiries, all eager to discover the secret to wealth. However, how could the Xiao family share their newfound fortune with those who had previously looked down upon them? Nonetheless, this did not prevent some from attempting to ingratiate themselves with the Xiao family. Just as Xiao Mu ventured out to the vegetable garden, anyone who spotted her was eager to engage her in friendly conversation. Those who had previously clashed with her were now keen to befriend her, offering vegetables and inviting her to their homes for casual chats, even rushing to propose matches for Lanlan. The saying, in poverty, one is ignored in the bustling city, in wealth, one finds distant relatives in the remote mountains, could not ring truer. Although many were envious, only a handful harbored ill intentions, such as Chen Jinawa and Zhang Xiaoqiao. Chen Jinawa, residing in the village center, spent her days gossiping with a group of women and was well aware of the Xiao family's affairs. She even made a special trip to the town to see for herself. To her astonishment, the hustle and bustle at the Xiao family's stall was palpable. Xiao Mu was collecting money with a beaming smile, and even Jiang Sui, that ungrateful wretch, had inadvertently led them to a better life. Being the first to feel envy, Chen Jinawa began to entertain inappropriate thoughts due to Jiang Sui. The next day, Zhang Xiaoqiao dressed in a flamboyant manner, ready to venture out, adorned in floral garments and embroidered shoes, with flowers braided into her hair, clearly set to seek out scholar Zhang. She even boiled a few eggs to curry favor with him. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Jinawa stopped her. What are you doing, daughter? I'm waiting to meet Zhang Lang. I am going to miss my chance. Zhang Xiaoqiao, visibly displeased, replied, Mother, why are you stopping me? Chen Jinawa clicked her tongue, exasperated. You keep babbling about Zhang Lang. It has been ages, and he still hasn't come to propose. Daughter, why are you so impatient? Zhang Lang is currently focused on his studies for the imperial examinations and lacks the funds to come to our home for a proposal. However, he has assured me that he will marry me in the future. The position of the scholar's wife is reserved for me alone, Jiang Qiaoqiao said, her face glowing with emotion. Chen Jinhua could hardly bear to look at her daughter, yet she still offered a cautionary word. Qiaoqiao, remember what I tell you. While it's fine to meet with Scholar Zhang, you must not act inappropriately. A woman's virtue is paramount, you must leave yourself a way out. Men are often full of sweet words, so be wary. And also, you should make an effort to befriend that ungrateful Jiang Sui. Given that the Shao family is doing business in town, I witnessed it myself, they earn quite a bit each day. If you can win Jiang Sui over, you could procure the recipe for that spicy and sour noodles from her. Then, our mother-daughter duo will no longer have to worry. Having money in hand gives us confidence, for wealth is far more reliable than men. Chapter 069. Chen Jinua's hidden thoughts. The mother and daughter duo have set their sights on Scholar Zhang, primarily attracted by his scholarly status. However, it appears that Jiang Qiaoqiao has become completely infatuated, her mind consumed by matters of love, while only Chen Jinhua remains clear-headed. To her, having a wealthy son-in-law pales in comparison to possessing wealth herself. With the Shao family having discovered a path to prosperity, they had recently stockpiled a significant quantity of sweet potatoes, leading her to speculate that the preparation of their sour and spicy noodles must be related to sweet potatoes. Coincidentally, Jiang Sui has now married into the Shao family, and having raised her for over a decade, it would be a waste not to leverage this connection. No matter the outcome, she feels compelled to give it a try. Jiang Qiaoqiao, however, is entirely preoccupied with Scholar Zhang, and Chen Jinhua has now instructed her to ingratiate herself with Jiang Sui, a thought that fills her with irritation. Just a few days prior, she had encountered the wretched girl after a long absence and could hardly recognize her. That delicate, rosy-cheeked figure, with a fair complexion and an alluring figure, was indeed the same Jiang Sui who had once been pale and emaciated. At the sight of her, Jiang Qiaoqiao felt a surge of jealousy, envious of her exquisite beauty. Even when Jiang Sui had been in a disheveled state at home, there had been a hint of charm, but now, after being well cared for, she radiated brilliance. Although Jiang Qiaoqiao herself possesses a certain charm, her modest beauty pales in comparison to Jiang Sui's vivacious allure. With a pout, she impatiently remarked, "Mother, have you forgotten how you treated her in the past? She harbors a deep-seated hatred for us and would do anything to sever ties. Do you truly believe she would entertain our advances?" Jiang Qiaoqiao considered this one reason, while another stemmed from her own reluctance to be associated with Jiang Sui. Chen Jinhua, witnessing her daughter's lackadaisical attitude, could not help but point at her forehead, gritting her teeth in frustration. "You ungrateful girl, can't you see that I'm doing this for your sake? How can you dismiss it without even trying? Don't you desire wealth and the life of a lady, enjoying the finest delicacies and luxuries?" Jiang Qiaoqiao certainly harbored such desires, but she believed that as long as she secured Scholar Zhang's affection, she could one day become the wife of a successful candidate and live in grandeur. To placate her mother, she reluctantly agreed, All right, I'll go see her another day. I must leave now, I truly have no time." With a frown and a swish of her waist, Jiang Qiaoqiao exited. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Chen Jinhua felt a growing headache. She was beset by an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. After a visit to the fields, she found the weak growth appalling, irregular heights and malnourished plants. Would they yield any grain? Looking at the neighboring fields, though the conditions were not ideal, they were still better than her own. Currently, every household was struggling with water shortages, the ditches were dry, and the river was nearly depleted, leaving insufficient water to irrigate the fields. Many villagers were hauling buckets back and forth from the river, yet at least they had the advantage of larger families. Chen Jinhua, however, was entirely alone, with a daughter who was unreliable. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that she needed an alternative means of livelihood, and Jiang Sui had become her sole target for financial gain. Today, Xiaofu accompanied his third son at home, both wielding hoes as they assessed the state of the wheat. Xiaofu sighed repeatedly. The village's well was yielding little water, and anyone needing drinking water had to wait in line for some time. It had been nearly 3 months without rain. It seemed the heavens were truly conspiring against them. "Father, what are we to do? You've seen the situation in the village. In fact, the entire Beima town is in the same predicament, with water scarcity everywhere. Look at the land, it's cracked and parched." Shaohui remained at home, observing this natural disaster helplessly. He could not conceive of a better solution. "Let us call your second brother to join us. We can fetch water from the river to at least give the wheat a drink." Xiaofu finally devised this idea after a prolonged silence, yet, this was the only viable option at present. With conditions worsening, he found it increasingly difficult to muster the enthusiasm to continue working. Today, his elder brother was helping with the ox cart to the town, and upon seeing the cart, he grew more fond of it. The ox was truly remarkable, large-framed, strong, and exceptionally gentle, showing no signs of stubbornness. He had observed the family business over the past few days, and it was indeed thriving, as he had been helping tirelessly in the town. However, he would need to return to the county tomorrow, so the brothers had been busy. Those who could chop wood did so, while others helped with various tasks without hesitation. The water level in the town's well had also decreased from its previous height, but fortunately, there was still some to use. Mr. He and his associates had adopted a more honest approach, reverting to their original prices and ceasing the sale of sour and spicy noodles. Other businesses began to take turns lowering their prices. It seemed that Mr. E, unable to withstand the pressure from other shop owners, had capitulated, though it was unlikely he would simply accept defeat. Xiao Qin helped prepare the stall for opening and then took a bucket to fetch water. Just then, he encountered Mrs. Song setting up her stall. The heat was unbearable, prompting her to set up a small canopy for shade. Today, a cute 3-year-old girl accompanied her, fair-skinned and adorable, with 2 little pigtails secured by red ribbons. The girl obediently stood by, watching her mother work. As a woman, Mrs. Song was struggling to manage the canopy alone, perspiring profusely as she managed to secure just one corner. Xiao Qin noticed her, made several trips back and forth to his stall, greeted his mother, and then approached Mrs. Song. Known for his kindness, he felt compelled to assist Mrs. Song, who was clearly overwhelmed. Upon hearing of her son's intent to help, Zhao's mother naturally approved, swelling with pride at having sons of such good character. Mrs. Song, feeling her arms grow weary, heard her daughter softly call out, "Mother, let me wipe your sweat." Upon seeing her daughter's thoughtfulness, Mrs. Song felt that all her fatigue was worthwhile. "All right, come help your mother wipe her sweat." She bent down, allowing her daughter to assist her. At that moment, a clear and robust male voice rang out from behind, "Is that Mrs. Song? I'm the eldest son of the owner of the Xiao family's noodle stall. I've come to lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Song turned around to find it was Xiao Qin. Having seen him around for a couple of days, she recognized him as the eldest son of Zhao's mother. Tall and robust from years of labor, Xiao Qin had developed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion. The sons of the Xiao family were all quite handsome, and Xiao Qin was particularly striking, exuding a grounded charm when he smiled. Mrs. Song shared a cordial relationship with Jiang Sui, who frequently brought her mung bean soup, and she knew that the Xiao family was warm-hearted, thus she felt no need to guard herself against them. Reminded of her earlier embarrassment, Mrs. Song felt her cheeks flush, realizing that he must have come to help after witnessing her struggle. Chapter 070. The most precious is the heartfelt intention. Brother Xiao, I sincerely apologize for the trouble, but I truly need your assistance. I have been struggling with this tarpaulin for half the day, yet I cannot manage it alone. I am rather clumsy, and I fear I have embarrassed myself before you. Madame Song looked at Xiao Qin with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin's smile deepened. He immediately rolled up his sleeves to tackle the tarpaulin, adding, "Madame Song, we are all merchants in the same street. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know. My third brother is often around here, and our family is always eager to lend a helping hand, so please do not stand on ceremony." Xiao Qin had heard from Jiang Sui that Madame Song was, in fact, a widow. Her late husband had been a frail man, who succumbed to illness 2 years prior, leaving her to care for their young daughter. Additionally, Madame Song had a widowed mother who, after her husband's death, returned to her maternal home with her daughter, relying on one another for support. Once the child was able to walk, Madame Song began setting up a stall to sell small items like hair ties, managing to scrape by and save enough for her mother's daily needs. The child was looked after by her grandmother, allowing Madame Song to tend to her business without worry. Though their lives were not affluent, they enjoyed a simple, yet profound happiness. Madame Song lived not far from the town in a small village, making daily commutes quite convenient. These are tales that Jiang Sui learned during her conversations with Madame Song. The bond between girls is indeed a wondrous thing. Shared interests can readily cultivate lasting friendships. Recognizing the challenges Madame Song faced, Xiao Qin felt compelled to lend his support. You are all good people, and I am aware of that. I must trouble you today, Brother Xiao. Please select a few hair ties you fancy from my stall to take home. I have heard you have a younger sister who is in her prime, and I imagine she would adore these charming trinkets. Madame Song had little else to offer in gratitude, but this was all she could think of. However, it was evident that Xiao Qin doted on his sister, Xiao Lanlan. He glanced at the colorful, exquisite hair ties and delicate floral hair ornaments, thinking that Lanlan would surely appreciate such lovely items. Thus, he shamelessly agreed, "Then I shall thank you, Madame Song. I will not stand on ceremony. There is no need for formality, these are merely trifles of little value." Madame Song's creations required minimal investment but demanded considerable effort and creativity. She was skilled, and her craftsmanship reflected her dedication. Such fine items are abundant, easily acquired with wealth, yet the true treasure lies in the heartfelt intention behind them. Xiao Qin's conversational prowess caught Madame Song off guard. His eloquence left her with a newfound impression of him. Previously, she had observed him to be diligent and robust in his work, assuming he was simply an ordinary, rustic man devoid of refinement. Yet, she now realized her perspective had been narrow. Brother Xiao speaks most eloquently. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and Madame Song smiled warmly, her features radiating a gentle spring breeze, causing Xiao Qin to feel a rush of warmth to his cheeks as he quickly averted his gaze. Before long, the tarpaulin was securely erected, bound firmly in place. Unless faced with a tempest, the structure should remain steadfast. After completing the task, Xiao Qin wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thank you, Madame Song. I have finished. Do take a look and see if it is satisfactory. Given Brother Zhao's capabilities, your work is undoubtedly commendable. Here, take a moment to wipe your sweat." Madame Song offered her handkerchief to Xiao Qin. Naturally, he felt hesitant to accept it, especially since one corner of the pink handkerchief was embroidered with a plum blossom. Madame Song had not considered the implications of her gesture until she noticed his flushed face. It seemed rather inappropriate to offer him such a personal item, especially since they were both singly embarrassed. She quickly retracted the handkerchief and changed the subject. "Brother Xiao, do choose a hair tie." Xiao Qin nodded, glancing at the hair ties and silk flowers, finding himself at a loss due to his rather straightforward taste. He scratched the back of his head and asked, "Madame Song, could you assist me in selecting a few? I am quite unsure which would be appealing." Madame Song stifled a laugh, covering her lips. "Very well, I shall take it upon myself to choose a couple for you." Subsequently, she diligently selected 3 silk flowers from her stall, small yet exquisitely crafted. "These 3 will do. They are most suitable for a young lady." Xiao Qin gingerly accepted the flowers, cradling them in his palm as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Madame Song." He returned to his stall, where his mother, noticing his perspiration, served him a bowl of mung bean soup to cool off. After finishing the refreshing drink, Xiao Qin presented the silk flowers to Jiang Sui, sister-in-law. "Please select one for yourself, the remaining 2 are for my second sister-in-law and Lanlan." Just so, 3 flowers were just enough, 1 for each of them. His mother had deemed the colors unsuitable for her, hence she would not take any. "Mother, if you fancy them, feel free to select some more from Madame Song's stall. I shall cover the cost." Xiao Qin had not forgotten his mother. However, upon hearing this, his mother waved her hand dismissively. No, I am far too old to adorn myself with flowers. Your intentions are more than enough for me." Jiang Sui, not one to be overly sentimental, chose a delicate lavender silk flower, along with a pink and a peach-colored one. Seeing this, Xiao Huchuan stepped forward, taking the silk flower from Jiang Sui's hand, grinning. "My dear wife, allow me to place this on your head." Jiang Sui smiled and nodded, her dimples deepening adorably. Xiao Huchuan held the flower above her head, adjusting it until he found what he deemed the perfect position to secure it. It must be said, while the boy may be somewhat foolish, his sense of aesthetics remained intact. "Oh, our Sui truly is a vision of beauty," his mother encouraged. Xiao Huchuan wholeheartedly agreed, reveling in the sight of his wife growing more radiant by the day, filling his heart with joy. "My wife is the most beautiful." Their playful banter elicited laughter from everyone, including Jiang Sui, who, while enjoying the compliments, found herself quite pleased, as all girls delight in kind words. Just as the family basked in their harmonious moment, however, Mr. He unexpectedly appeared, disrupting the atmosphere. "Ahem, excuse me, Mr. Xiao, I have a matter to discuss with you." Hearing this, Mrs. Xiao placed her hands on her hips and approached, casting an irritated glance at him. Mr. He was known for his dubious character, and Mrs. Xiao naturally held no fondness for him. What business could Mr. he possibly have with me. We each mind our own affairs, relying solely on our capabilities. If you harbor any ulterior motives, I suggest you abandon them at once. Having discerned his true character, there was no need for pretense. However, Mr. He was unperturbed. Rather, he smiled and replied, Sister Xiao, let us maintain a cordial relationship for the sake of prosperity. We may have had some misunderstandings in the past, but I assure you, I come with sincerity today. If you would grant me an opportunity, let us sit down and discuss it. Chapter 071 An eye for an eye. Who do you think you're calling big sister? What a ridiculous attempt to claim kinship. Zhao's mother was infuriated. Just a moment ago, she had been addressed as Xiao boss, and now this person was referring to her as Xiao big sister. It rendered her speechless. She much preferred the former title, as it exuded authority. However, observing He boss's demeanor, it seemed there was indeed a matter at hand. Yet, Zhao's mother instinctively glanced at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was curious about He boss's intentions, so she nodded at Zhao's mother. Only then did Zhao's mother turn to the obsequiously smiling He boss, saying, He boss, please come in and have a seat. At that moment, only a handful of customers occupied the stall. Zhao's mother led him to a corner table, and Zhang Sui followed suit. Once seated, He boss made himself at home, pouring himself a glass of water without hesitation, showing no regard for formalities. Don T, you have that mung bean soup, bring me a bowl as well. He exclaimed. I in this sweltering heat, doing nothing all day had made him sweat profusely, and he yearned for a bowl of mung bean soup to cool off. Zhao's mother rolled her eyes. Although she was reluctant to serve him, the sign indicated that anyone could have the soup for free. They were not so petty as to deny him, so she prepared a bowl. After He boss polished off the mung bean soup, he displayed a look of utter contentment. In this weather, such a bowl was indeed refreshing. All right, you've had your water and your mung bean soup. What is it that you still have to discuss? Zhao's mother urged. He boss pouted, revealing the purpose of his visit. I won't beat around the bush any longer. I'm here to discuss a business proposition. Business? This left Zhao's mother and Zhang Sui utterly perplexed. What business could there possibly be to discuss? They were merely engaged in small-scale trade, and Zhao's mother thought he was joking. He boss then pulled out 5 taels of silver from his pocket and placed them on the table, stating, The business I wish to discuss is quite simple. I would like to purchase the recipe for your meat sauce and that spicy oil for 5 taels of silver. Sounds like a fair deal, doesn't it? He boss believed that trading 5 taels of silver for the recipes of the meat sauce and spicy oil was an excellent bargain for the Xiao family, as it would allow them to earn effortlessly. He had been ruminating over this for days, feeling increasingly anxious about his declining business and determined not to be overshadowed by Zhao's renowned noodle stall. His wife had suggested he buy the recipes, for the lack of popularity of his sour and spicy noodles stemmed from his poorly executed meat sauce and spicy oil, which ruined the entire dish. He had studied the Xiao family's noodles but, with his limited intellect, could not decipher their secret ingredients and thus had to settle for a less effective alternative. However, he had never considered that the sour and spicy flavors simply did not complement the noodles. Seeing He boss's insufferable demeanor, Zhang Sui exchanged a glance with Zhao's mother, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Were they truly so foolish as to divulge their secret to someone for a mere 5 taels of silver? Zhao's mother promptly seized the 5 taels from the table, thrusting them back into He boss's hands, and declared, He boss, are you still dreaming? Do you truly believe your 5 taels can be equated to 50? Leave at once, and figure out your own recipes. Zhao's mother, known for her fiery temper, could not tolerate this nonsense. He boss, taken aback by her response, was bewildered as to what had gone awry. Why wouldn't you seize the opportunity to earn 5 taels with just a few words? This is a golden opportunity. Bah, you have quite the nerve. I have no need for your paltry 5 taels. Now, leave before you disrupt my business, Zhao's mother retorted, pushing him toward the exit. Incensed by the rejection, He boss pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao's mother, cursing, You shameless shrew. You'll regret this, just wait. With that, he stormed out. His expression had indeed unsettled Zhao's mother somewhat. She turned to Zhang Sui, her brows knitted in concern. Sui, do you think he will try to hinder us? Let fate take its course. It's uncertain. He boss is known for his vindictiveness. Having faced rejection here today, he is likely quite displeased. We should remain vigilant, she replied. She surmised that with He boss's limited intellect, he would find it difficult to concoct any clever schemes against them. Her only hope was that he wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. Before long, Xiao's father and brothers, Xiao Qin and Xiao Mian, returned home after gathering a substantial amount of firewood, neatly chopped into small pieces for their journey to town. The sweet potato starch had also been fully dried, and they were set to resume harvesting sweet potatoes for starch production. The dried noodles and sweet potato skins could still be sold for over 2 months, so there was no urgency to collect new supplies. Zhao's father and Xiaoqin handed Zhao's mother 2 taels of silver, representing their wages from the previous month, while Xiaomian's share was entrusted to Zhou. The 2 silk flowers gifted by Madame Song were given to Xiao Lanlan and Zhou respectively. Xiao Lanlan naturally chose the delicate pink, leaving the vibrant peach red for Zhou. Though the latter was somewhat gaudy, she adored it and wore it that very evening for her husband to see, culminating in a romantic night together. Since resolving her worries, Zhou had become more cheerful, her smile more frequent, and her health improved significantly. In the morning, the 5 men set off for town, bustling about as the market opened, eagerly awaiting the return of the carriage to the county. Xiaoqin and the others indulged in a bowl of their homemade sour and spicy noodles to fill their stomachs. Noticing them carrying their bundles, Madame Song politely inquired, "Where is brother Xiao headed?" Just as she happened upon Xiaoqin at the well. Seeing her, Xiaoqin replied truthfully, "My father, my brother, and I found some work in the county and have been back for several days. It's time for us to return, and I thought to help my mother fill the water buckets before we leave." The water level in the well had been decreasing daily, requiring them to lower the rope significantly to draw water. It wouldn't be long before the well ran dry. "I wish you, brother Xiao, good fortune and prosperity in your endeavors," Madame Song offered a few courteous words. Meanwhile, Xiaomian was urging them along, announcing that the carriage to the county had arrived, prompting Xiaoqin to hasten his pace. "I'll take your good wishes with me," Xiaoqin called over his shoulder as he hurried away. Zhao's mother escorted her husband and sons to the town gate to catch their ride, even purchasing a bag of steamed buns for them to enjoy on the journey. She showered them with advice and reminders. Zhao's father, growing impatient with her incessant chatter, replied, "All right, my dear wife, you repeat this every time. I'm not a 3-year-old, I'll manage. You should return quickly, Sui must be busy." Zhao's mother shot him a disapproving glance, turning back toward the town with lingering glances. However, rather than heading directly back to the stall, she decided to visit the grain and oil shop to stock up, purchasing some coarse rice flour, along with a bag of yellow beans and peanuts. Chapter 072. Never have I encountered such unmitigated audacity. As Xiaomu observed the deteriorating weather, it became increasingly apparent that conditions were evolving in the direction Jiang Sui had indicated. This summer was notably hotter than previous years. One could scarcely stand under the sun for a brief moment without becoming drenched in sweat. The oppressive heat had resulted in a diminished foot traffic on the streets, with most people opting to remain indoors to escape the sun. Except for the morning hours, when business was relatively brisk, the remainder of the day saw a conspicuous absence of customers. Only in the late afternoon, as evening approached and temperatures began to drop, would a few patrons emerge to enjoy the cold mixed rice noodles, as they were neither hot nor steaming. By the end of the day, dozens of bowls could still be sold, yielding a profit of over 200 won, sufficient to exceed their expectations. People were reluctant to venture out, and when they did seek a meal, they headed straight for the Xiao family's establishment, leaving the businesses of others in a dismal state. Yet, there was little that could be done. Competition was inevitable. On his way home that evening, Xiaoyi noticed his mother had purchased a considerable amount of grain, which left him perplexed. "Mother, why have you bought so much flour and brown rice? I see you've made several trips, yet I haven't observed second sister-in-law preparing any meals at home." Having assisted with the cart daily, Xiaoyi could not overlook his mother's grain purchases. Initially, he had hoped for brown rice to accompany their meals, but they continued to have only corn cakes and 2-part flour buns. Seeing his inquiry, Xiaomu decided to be forthright. "I am stockpiling grain at home for unforeseen circumstances. Just look at the current situation. If we face a poor harvest this autumn, what shall we eat in the latter half of the year or even next year? Without a harvest, we cannot afford to buy food. Everyone will be purchasing it, and prices will soar beyond our means. You must keep this matter to yourself, do not let anyone else know." With this explanation, Xiaoyi understood. "Ah, I had no idea you were so foresight, mother." He had never realized his mother possessed such long-term and comprehensive thinking. "It is not my foresight, but rather that of your 4th sister-in-law. She advised me to stockpile grain," Xiaomu said, tapping his forehead. "So it was 4th sister-in-law's idea. That was a relief. Well then, she has always been clever and assertive." "Indeed, I concede that much." Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Sui was completely unaware of the conversation between mother and son, engrossed in her own tasks. Days passed monotonously, and today happened to be Jiang Sui's day of rest. Ms. Zhou accompanied Xiao Mu to the market, while she indulged in a leisurely slumber at home. Unfortunately, the oppressive heat rendered her unable to sleep, and she rose early. Xiao Huchuan, the ever-attached spouse, refused to be a mere shadow when his wife was home, choosing instead to keep her company. With nothing else to do, he sat beside the dog, writing. Dogdan exhibited the same diligent spirit Xiao Huchuan had shown in his youth, wholly focused on studying and practicing his writing, determined to bring honor to the family. Jiang Sui tidied up some dirty laundry, preparing to wash it by the river, only to encounter Jiang Xiaoqiao along the way. Jiang Xiaoqiao had come specifically to find her, aware that she was home today. Under pressure from Chen Jinhua, who constantly urged her to visit Jiang Sui, she finally relented. Since she was attempting to establish a rapport, Jiang Xiaoqiao's demeanor was surprisingly amiable. "Oh, Jiang Sui, off to do laundry? Let us walk together and chat." Jiang Sui found her behavior peculiar. Normally, when they crossed paths in the village, Jiang Xiaoqiao would roll her eyes and ignore her. Today, however, she was initiating conversation. Something was amiss, and Jiang Sui regarded her with suspicion. "Jiang Xiaoqiao, have you taken leave of your senses? What could we possibly have to discuss?" She attempted to bypass her. Jiang Xiaoqiao, taken aback by Jiang Sui's blatant disregard, struggled to maintain her smile and grasped Jiang Sui's arm. "What are you being so disrespectful for? I am your elder sister. Besides, I have something to say to you. Is that not acceptable?" Jiang Xiaoqiao, spoiled by Chen Jinhua, had become rather overbearing, holding her head high like a proud rooster. Jiang Sui scoffed, retorting, "You still wish to be considered my sister? Are you worthy? Moreover, I have nothing to discuss with you. It would be best if you tucked away your devious intentions and ceased your harassment." Jiang Sui sensed that encountering her today could only lead to trouble. Jiang Xiaoqiao's expression soured, and she dropped the facade, stating plainly, "If you wish for me to leave you alone, then simply tell me the recipe for that noodle dish. If you do, I promise I won't bother you again. But should you refuse to cooperate, I will make it my mission to disturb you every day until your life is unbearable." Her audacity was astounding, and Jiang Sui nearly laughed in disbelief. Leaning closer to inspect Jiang Xiaoqiao as if observing some peculiar specimen, she inquired, "What are you doing? What are you looking at?" "I merely wish to ascertain the thickness of your skin, for you seem remarkably unashamed to utter such ludicrous demands." "I have truly never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Does that scholar Zhang know of your antics? Abandon any notion of obtaining that noodle recipe from me. I neither know it nor will I ever divulge it. If you wish to create a ruckus, then by all means, do so. Let the entire populace of Beima town witness the extent of your shamelessness. You might even rival the city wall in thickness." With that, she shoved past Jiang Xiaoqiao, who stumbled back, incensed enough to pick up a small stone and hurl it at Jiang Sui's back. Jiang Sui had reached her limit. She set the basin down, gathered a few stones, and retaliated. Seeing the situation escalate, Jiang Xiaoqiao took a few steps back, warning, "I advise you not to act recklessly. If you injure me, I assure you I will not let this go." Of course, Jiang Sui had no intention of harming her. She was not foolish. She carefully aimed her throws, ensuring they only struck Jiang Xiaoqiao's body. After a few well-placed shots, Jiang Xiaoqiao, frightened, shielded her head and fled. What a fool, unable to retaliate. With such intelligence, she dared to extract information from her. Watching Jiang Xiaoqiao's retreating figure, Jiang Sui chuckled with delight, brushing off the dirt from her hands before continuing with her laundry. She pondered Jiang Xiaoqiao's relationship with that scholar, noting that the book had scarcely mentioned her. Yet, with her disposition, it was unlikely she would enjoy a prosperous future. Both she and Chen Jinhua belonged to that category of opportunists, unwilling to exert effort while seeking to benefit at others' expense. Returning home in a huff, Jiang Xiaoqiao's demeanor was unmistakable to Chen Jinhua, who recognized that her daughter had failed to accomplish her objective and was now thoroughly vexed. In a moment of frustration, she gazed at her daughter, acutely aware that placing hope in her ability to extract information was futile. She would need to devise an alternative approach. Yet, Jiang Sui was astute, likely not easily swayed. Chapter 073. The commotion. Jiang Sui had taken a complete day of rest, and on the following day, it was Xiaomu's turn to relax at home. Thus, she took Lan Lan and Xiao Huchuan to the town to set up their stall. Fortunately, with Xiaoyi around, the task of fetching water was not a burden they had to bear. The two sisters efficiently engaged in the market preparations, boiling water for mung bean soup, soaking noodles, wiping tables, and sweeping the floor, each with clearly defined roles. In the morning, a steady stream of customers arrived, initially maintaining a pleasant atmosphere, with praise echoing for their offerings. The mixed sweet potato noodles had become more popular than the spicy and sour noodles, with the majority opting for meat noodles while a few chose the vegetarian option. In the midst of their bustling activity, a rather unsavory-looking man arrived, a twig dangling from his mouth, and he slouched into a seat, propping his legs up casually. Noticing the new customer, Xiao Lanlan approached him to inquire about his order. However, the man assessed her with a lewd gaze that made Lanlan feel quite uncomfortable. She had heard tales of the beauty of the young women working at the Zhao's noodle stall, and it seemed those rumors were indeed true. He then tilted his head to ogle Jiang Sui, who was busy preparing noodles, completely oblivious to the attention. Xiao Lanlan, not one to tolerate disrespect, responded with a hint of irritation in her voice, "Dear customer, may I inquire what kind of noodles you wish to order? We have the spicy and sour soup noodles, as well as the cold mixed noodles." Seeing her displeasure, the man merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall have one of each to try." It appeared he had quite the appetite, ordering 2 bowls at once. As long as he paid, they could overlook his mannerisms. Xiao Lanlan hurried to the kitchen to ask Jiang Sui to prepare a bowl of spicy and sour noodles along with a bowl of mixed noodles, whispering her disdain for the man's inappropriate gaze. Jiang Sui, accustomed to the variety of people in the bustling market, found it quite normal, reassuring Lanlan, "Well, who could blame them? Our Lanlan is indeed beautiful, and it's only natural for both men and women to steal a glance or two at you." Lanlan's annoyance melted away, and she shot Jiang Sui a playful look, her charm radiating. Once the noodles were served, the man dug in ravenously, finishing every last morsel in no time. When Xiao Lanlan returned to collect the bowls, she deliberately asked for payment. "Dear customer, that will be 17 coins in total." The man, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze and casually replaced the twig in his mouth. "What's the rush? Can't I sit for a moment?" Annoyed by his demeanor, Xiao Lanlan said nothing more and walked off with the dirty bowls. Yet, just a few steps away, a commotion broke out behind her. The man, who had been fine moments ago, suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing, rolling around in agony, causing other customers to step back in alarm. "Ouch, I'm dying of pain," he cried. Hearing the ruckus, Jiang Sui rushed over to inquire, "What happened?" Lanlan, equally bewildered, shook her head. "I have no idea, he seemed fine just now." "You lot have served me tainted noodles, my stomach is in turmoil. Hurry and take me to a doctor. If anything happens to me, you shall face dire consequences." The man continued to roll and shout. Xiaoyi approached, perplexed by the scene. Their stall was known for its cleanliness, and even the water used for cooking the noodles was changed regularly, making it implausible for someone to fall ill from their food. Jiang Sui sensed something was off, and the other curious onlookers shared her skepticism. "I've been eating their noodles for ages without issue. How is it that he is the only one affected? Surely, he is trying to swindle us." "Indeed, he certainly seems to be a fraud," another chimed in. "There are still good people in this world, justice will prevail. What does it concern you? Mind your own business. I am telling you, it was the noodles that caused this. Ouch, the pain is unbearable. If you do not take me to a doctor, I will remain here, and you shall not conduct your business in peace." It was evident that something was amiss, and a crowd had begun to gather around the stall, whispering and pointing. Jiang Sui scanned the crowd and caught sight of Bossy lurking at the edge, a look of glee on his face. Upon noticing he had been seen, Bossy turned to leave, clearly implicated in this ruckus. Jiang Sui lacked concrete evidence, but she knew she had to address the situation at hand just then. A voice as smooth as jade resonated through the crowd. "Who requires a doctor?" "I am a physician." Upon hearing that voice, Lanlan's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around to see Su Yanqing being pushed in a wheelchair by Mr. Zhang. He was still clad in his elegant white attire, adorned with a jade crown, his dark hair partially tied back. The faint scars on his face had healed completely, leaving no trace behind. He was as flawless as white jade. Su Yanqing locked eyes with Xiao Lanlan, nodding and smiling at her. Mr. Zhang wheeled into the Xiao family's stall, observing the man still writhing on the ground. With a swift motion, Mr. Zhang lifted the man as if he were a mere chick and placed him before Su Yanqing, then pulled a chair with his foot and positioned it beneath the man's rear, forcing him to sit before Su Yanqing. The man, now forced to sit, momentarily forgot his cries, staring blankly at the handsome physician before him. Su Yanqing nodded to Mr. Zhang, who then took one of the man's hands and extended it toward Su Yanqing. The latter took out a handkerchief and placed it over the man's pulse, using it to diagnose him. With his jade-like fingers resting above, he soon declared, "This young man's pulse is strong and vigorous. He does not appear to be ailing at all. I suspect he is merely putting on a show. The man, caught off guard by Su Yanqing's words, attempted to retort but faltered, "Why, you are just a quack. I told you I'm unwell, my stomach hurts terribly, I want to see a proper physician, not you meddling." Su Yanqing's brow furrowed slightly, visibly displeased. "I am Su Yanqing, the second son of the Jishan Hall in Jizhou. My medical knowledge comes from my grandfather, Su Wubing. While I do not claim to be an exceptional physician, I am more than capable of attending to your ailment. To label me a quack is something I cannot accept. Furthermore, young sir, your performance is lacking. Clutching your stomach and claiming to be in pain seems rather unconvincing, does it not?" Su Yanqing spoke with a calm demeanor, his face adorned with a gentle smile, yet each word dripped with sarcasm. As he revealed his identity, the crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs, the name of Jishan Hall well known across the realm, particularly due to the renowned Su Wubing, who had developed a remedy for the plague, gaining him widespread acclaim. Thus, anyone with an ounce of knowledge would undoubtedly recognize the esteemed Jishan Hall. Chapter 074. The necessity of unmasking the mastermind. Upon the revelation of Su Yanqing's identity, it was only natural for everyone to choose to believe his words. However, a faction remained skeptical. They questioned how the second son of Jishintang could possibly appear in such a remote little town rather than residing in the grand city of Jizhou. The raucous man, upon hearing Su Yanqing's claim, became visibly flustered, his hand shifting anxiously from his stomach to his abdomen, yet he still attempted to argue his way out. "Just because you say you are the second son of Jishintang, does that make it true? What proof do you have?" In response, Su Yanqing chuckled softly and produced a wooden waist token from his belt, crafted from exquisite sandalwood. It bore the 3 characters of Jishintang. This waist token is reserved for the esteemed physicians of Jishintang. Common physicians utilize yellow wood, while mine, made from the finest purple sandalwood, serves as a testament to my identity. Indeed, among the onlookers were individuals who had previously sought treatment at the Jishintang branch in Waxixian, and they recognized the veracity of Su Yanqing's claims. One stepped forward to testify, "What this young gentleman states is indeed true. I have visited the Jishintang branch in Waxixian several times and am acquainted with Dr. Lu within. He possesses a yellow wooden waist token inscribed with the name of Jishintang. Moreover, judging by this gentleman's extraordinary demeanor, he must undoubtedly be the second son of Jishintang. Such underhanded acts of deceit in broad daylight are truly disgraceful." Thanks to this witness's testimony, the crowd was now entirely convinced of Su Yanqing's identity and firmly believed his words. The disruptive man's complexion turned ashen. Realizing that he needed to escape swiftly or face dire consequences, he stood up, preparing to leave. "Well, I suddenly feel my stomach no longer hurts. Let us just forget about today's incident." "Stop, you cannot leave." Jiang Sui's voice rang out as she blocked his path. The disruptive man, seeing this, grew increasingly frantic. "You, young lady, are truly troublesome. I've stated I mean you no harm, yet you still bar my exit. How about this? I'll return the money I owe for the noodles, and we can let this matter rest." As he spoke, he began to count out 17 copper coins from his pouch. However, Jiang Sui was not about to let this matter slide. She intended to collect the money and ensure that the mastermind behind this ruckus was identified, to send a clear message that the Xiao family's noodle stall was not to be trifled with. This incident would serve as a warning to others who might harbor similar intentions. She handed the copper coins to Lanlan while Xiaoyi, perceiving his sister-in-law's determination to pursue this matter, positioned himself beside her, effectively obstructing the disruptive man's escape. "I've already given you the money. Can I leave now?" The man was desperate to depart. "You were obliged to pay. My noodles are flawless. However, your disruptive behavior here today surely indicates someone has incited you. You would do well to confess who sent you, or you shall accompany me to the magistrate's office, as I intend to accuse you of intentional disturbance and slander." Jiang Sui's tone left no room for jest, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glaring at him fiercely. The disruptive man had not anticipated that this young lady would be so relentless in her inquiries. The threat of being reported to the magistrate was indeed frightening. The magistrate's rigid disposition could very well lead to a few days of incarceration. He had no desire to involve himself in such trouble. After all, he could forego this meager income. Fine, you win, young lady. I fear you, but let me make it clear. I will tell you who it is, but do not drag me into this mess." "All right, tell me who it is, and I shall not hold it against you. My ire will only be directed at that individual, Jiang Sui thought, recognizing that this man lacked resolve and was simply averse to conflict. Indeed, whether in ancient times or modern, reporting to the authorities remained the most effective means of intimidation. It was he, the owner of the He family's noodle stall. He paid me 200 coins to create a disturbance here, and when I finish eating, I was to claim that my stomach hurt, blaming your establishment for serving unsanitary food, thus tarnishing your reputation for sour and spicy noodles. I was also hoping to extort some medical fees from you. So it was indeed this he, Jiang Sui, had suspected. Upon hearing this confession, Xiaoyi erupted with rage, rolling up his sleeves, ready to seek retribution. Meanwhile, his wife, having caught wind of the unfolding situation, hurried back to their stall to warn her husband to flee promptly. Yet, Xiaoyi was swift of foot. By the time she returned, her warning was barely uttered before he had already arrived. Mr. He, your intentions are truly malicious. Come, accompany me to the magistrate's office. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyi seized the man, twisting his arms behind him without regard for the force applied, causing he to grimace in pain as he cried out, "Help! Someone, murder!" His wife, witnessing this, rushed forward to strike at Xiaoyi, but her efforts were in vain against his indifference. "Stand aside, I do not wish to harm women, but I will not spare your husband." Thus, Xiaoyi forcibly escorted he to the stall, while the disruptive man remained blocked by Mr. Zhang. Unable to escape, the commotion escalated, spreading throughout the small town, drawing an increasing number of spectators, and even prompting the arrival of the magistrate. "Madam stall owner, you promised not to drag me into this. I have confessed everything, why can I not leave?" The disruptive man pleaded, panicking as he perceived that his freedom was still not granted. "You must stay to testify, how could we let you go so easily?" Meanwhile, seeing the gravity of the situation, his legs trembled with fear, yet he maintained a stubborn facade. "You dare treat me this way? I'll report you to the magistrate." At this, Xiao Lanlan nearly burst into laughter, hands on her hips as she retorted, "You instigated a disturbance at our stall, attempting to ruin our business. We are the ones who should be filing a complaint against you. Prepare to face the consequences. Who would dare report me?" Just as Xiao Lanlan finished her words, a robust voice rang out from the crowd. All eyes turned to see an elderly man clad in a plain grey robe approach, flanked by two constables. This man appeared to be in his 50s, sporting a long beard and a lean physique, yet exuding an aura of integrity. He was the magistrate of Beima town, tasked with resolving civil disputes within the town and its neighboring villages. His reputation for fairness and integrity earned him the respect of the populace. The magistrate. This is the end. The disruptive man's face drained of color at the sight of him, and he instinctively covered his face, knowing that escape was futile and that he would surely face some days of confinement. Chapter 075. A failed scheme backfires. This troublemaker has become a notorious figure on the streets, perpetually engaging in petty antics that disrupt the peace. He has been summoned to the magistrate's office on multiple occasions. Each time, he is confined for several days, yet he remains obstinately unrepentant, continuing his mischief day by day. It is my intention to lodge a formal complaint against the proprietor of his noodle stall, who, unable to compete with my family's business, has resorted to malicious tactics, even going so far as to employ others to incite disorder at my establishment, with the aim of ruining our livelihood. The witness has already confessed and revealed that the mastermind behind this scheme is none other than this very he. Jiang Sui, refusing to grant anyone the opportunity to speak first, took the initiative. Upon hearing her words, Bossy became agitated, hastily attempting to defend himself. "No, dear magistrate, do not heed her unfounded accusations. How could I possibly engage in such actions?" With the witness present, what excuse could he muster? Jiang Sui turned and forcefully brought the unruly man before the magistrate, her strength seemingly inexplicable. The man, lowering his gaze, dared not meet the magistrate's eyes, his guilt palpable. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang had maneuvered Su Yanqing beside Xiao Lanlan, whose earlier defiance dissipated upon meeting Su's gaze, prompting her to drop her arms and stand upright. Noticing this subtle shift, Su Yanqing couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Xiao Huchuan's eyes were filled with admiration for his wife, watching her with a starry-eyed gaze. He felt that Jiang Sui was particularly formidable at this moment, as both Boss He and the troublemaker appeared genuinely fearful of her. With hands clasped behind him, the magistrate listened to Jiang Sui's account, casting a meaningful glance at the visibly anxious bossy before turning his attention to the troublemaker, instantly recognizing him. Li Si, once again you, rascal. You truly are incorrigible. Having frequented the magistrate's office, he was well acquainted with Li Si, who was notorious for his petty disruptions. Upon being identified, Li Si forced a sheepish grin in the magistrate's direction. Magistrate, what a coincidence. It seems we meet again. Humph, you seem quite at ease, having once again assisted another in causing trouble. And now, be forthright, did Bossy instruct you to create this disturbance as this young lady has alleged? The magistrate's duty was to resolve such disputes, necessitating a clear understanding of the circumstances. Li Si, realizing he could not escape today, understood that with Zhao's establishment in the Jishan Hall backing them, it would be unwise to withhold the truth. Thus, he recounted the details of how Bossy had instigated him to cause trouble, during which Bossy's complexion shifted from pale to purple in distress. Once Li Si concluded his account, he quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor to elicit sympathy. Magistrate, I was blinded by greed. Ever since Zhao's noodle stall opened on our street, our business has suffered. I acted out of jealousy and now regret my foolishness. I am willing to apologize to the two young ladies of the Xiao family. Considering this as my first offense, I beseech you to lessen the consequences. It appeared that he was not denying his actions. However, such underhanded behavior was indeed reprehensible. If business should be conducted on merit, and one should not resort to sabotage. Do not attempt to negotiate with me, you have erred and must offer your apologies. Since this matter has reached my jurisdiction, I must uphold the law without bias. You instructed Li Si to incite trouble. According to the law, you shall be imprisoned for 5 days. As for Li Si, having accepted a bribe to engage in such misconduct, you shall repay Bossy and serve an additional 3 days in confinement. The magistrate's unwavering sense of justice commanded Zhang Sui's utmost respect, as she achieved the outcome she desired. Upon hearing he would face 5 days of imprisonment, Bossy looked as though he had been struck by lightning. Magistrate, you cannot imprison me, I have a business to run, my family relies on me. If you must penalize me, I would rather pay a fine than serve time. Having built a reputation over the years in this town, the thought of being publicly shamed for causing trouble was unbearable. His hard-earned reputation would be tarnished. How dare you bargain before the law? Speak further, and your punishment will only increase. The magistrate, intolerant of such behavior, showed no leniency. Bossy's face paled further, his demeanor akin to that of a defeated rooster, casting a venomous glare at Li Si, cursing him internally for being so spineless as to betray him under pressure. Had he not initially sought out Li Si, thinking him a troublesome character, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Now, instead of irritating the Xiao family, he had brought ruin upon himself. Li Si, equally displeased, reluctantly returned Bossy's money, realizing he had gained nothing from this ordeal and would still face imprisonment. The magistrate commanded Bossy to apologize to Zhang Sui and her companions. Though reluctant, Bossy complied, albeit begrudgingly. My apologies, Miss Zhang. While insincere, it sufficed. Zhang Sui had achieved her goal, and it was likely that they would remain subdued for some time following this incident. Ultimately, both Bossy and Li Si were escorted away by the constables, and the onlookers erupted into applause, commending the magistrate's fairness. The magistrate, accustomed to such acclaim, had long been held in high regard in the town. With the matter resolved, he turned to Zhang Sui, smiling. I have heard whispers of a new establishment selling spicy noodles in our town, and many speak highly of your culinary delights. Since I am here, may I indulge in a bowl? The aroma of the rich bone broth wafting from the pot was simply irresistible. Though he had known of it for some time, he had never found the opportunity to sample the fare. Today, he was determined to savor it. Honored magistrate, please take a seat. I shall prepare the noodles for you at once. Do you prefer them spicy or mild? Zhang Sui was eager to host such a commendable official. Spicy, please. I enjoy a bit of heat, the magistrate replied with a grin. He settled into his seat, nodding in acknowledgement to Mr. Zhang and Su Yanqing, with whom he was acquainted as Mr. Zhang hailed from Beima town. Xiao Lan Lan, displaying her keen insight, served the magistrate a bowl of mung bean soup to cool him down, insisting it was complimentary. The magistrate praised their business acumen and ingenuity, remarking that it was no wonder patrons flocked to their establishment. Zhang Sui soon finished preparing the spicy noodles, also making a bowl of mixed noodles, intending for the magistrate to sample both. Upon seeing the two bowls presented, the magistrate appeared momentarily puzzled. Jiang Sui quickly clarified, "Honored magistrate, today I owe you my gratitude for your fair judgment, which has afforded us justice. As it is your first visit to our humble establishment, please accept these 2 bowls as my treat." Chapter 076. The vessel for tea is of little importance, it is the company that matters. Upon hearing this, the magistrate chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "That simply won't do. It is not easy for you merchants either. As the official of Beima town, it is my duty to address these trifles on your behalf. How could I claim any credit for it? Miss Jiang may offer me a discount, but she cannot forego the payment entirely. That would be unacceptable." Truly, the magistrate is a paragon of integrity. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of shame. In the presence of such a principled individual, she had underestimated him. "Very well, since you insist, I shall charge you the price of vegetarian noodles for this meat noodle," she declared, knowing that all she prepared were meat-based dishes. The magistrate picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, prompting Jiang Sui to refrain from further interruptions. Meanwhile, Xiao Lanlan and her companions were engaged in conversation with Su Yanqing. Seizing the opportunity while the others were preoccupied, Jiang Sui decided to join in. "Amr.su, what brings you to Beima town today?" Xiao Lanlan inquired. Su Yanqing had recently returned from Waxixi County, where he had been recuperating. Given the distance to Waxixi, traveling back and forth was quite inconvenient, thus, Xiao Lanlan was pleasantly surprised to see him today. "My health has greatly improved, however, my leg still requires careful rest. After all, it takes 100 days to heal from such injuries. If I am not cautious, I might suffer lasting repercussions. In a few days, I shall return to Jizhou Prefecture. This journey will be long and arduous, making it difficult to visit you all again, which is why I wish to bid farewell to my saviors before I leave." Su Yanqing could now walk on his leg, but his grandfather had specifically instructed him to be careful, forbidding him from leaving the wheelchair before 100 days had passed. The journey from Jizhou Prefecture to Beima town would take 3 days on horseback at a swift pace, and 5 or 6 days by cart. If one were to walk, it would take more than half a month. Concerned about leaving, Su Yanqing felt compelled to visit the Xiao family one last time to say goodbye in person, as he did not know when he would be able to return. Upon hearing that he had come specifically to see them, Xiao Lanlan felt a flutter of excitement in her heart, having initially thought he was merely conducting business while stopping by to greet them. "It is wise to be cautious. Your leg is meant for walking, and we must ensure you do not suffer any lasting effects. It is thoughtful of you, Amr.su, to keep us in your thoughts," remarked Xiaoyi, who had previously taken care of Su Yanqing for several nights and had developed a good rapport with him. Su Yanqing nodded, inquiring about the well-being of Zhao's mother in Shoushi. "Why is Mrs. Xiao not here today? I brought some supplements from Jishan Hall that would be beneficial for your second sister-in-law. They are excellent for women and quite nourishing." He remembered Zhou Shire's ailment and had gathered many beneficial supplements before coming. "Today happens to be my mother's day of rest, so she is not here. My second sister-in-law has been taking the medicine prescribed by Mr. Qin along with acupuncture, and she is improving day by day. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su," Jiang Sui explained. "That is only to be expected. Since Mrs. Xiao is not here, why don't I accompany you back to the village today? It would be a good opportunity to bid her farewell in person, and I have missed her cooking dearly." "I am quite tempted," Su Yanqing suggested. "Mrs. Zhao's cooking may lack uniqueness, but it embodies the essence of home rich with maternal love." "That sounds wonderful. I will have third brother buy some fresh pork, a chicken, and a fish this afternoon so that mother can prepare a feast." She was just mentioning her concern for Mr. Su's health the other day. "Let us close up early today and properly entertain Amr.su and Mr. Zhang," Jiang Sui exclaimed upon hearing of his visit to the countryside. "Thanks to Lin Su, I will also join to savor the meal." "Mr. Zhang laughed heartily. "Mrs. Zhao's cooking is delightful. I can easily finish several bowls," he added, eliciting laughter from everyone. Su Yanqing was currently staying with him, but it was still early, and there was no rush to close up since it was just noon. As it was mealtime, Mr. Zhang expressed a desire for hot and sour noodles, and he prepared a bowl for both himself and Su Yanqing. He had been attending to Su Yanqing's leg in Waxixi and had not visited Beima town since his last departure, making him crave the tangy flavors of those noodles. On the other hand, the magistrate, initially ambivalent about the meal, was pleasantly surprised by the aromatic and flavorful hot and sour noodles. A lover of spicy food, he devoured them with gusto, perspiring profusely yet thoroughly enjoying the experience. The mixed noodles provided a unique flavor, perfectly complementing the spiciness of the hot and sour noodles. He relished every bite, finishing 2 bowls with satisfaction. When it came time to pay, he lavished praise upon Jiang Sui, promising to return frequently. That sounds splendid. If he visits often, people will see him at her stall and will surely think twice before troubling her, she mused. In the afternoon heat, Mr. Zhang pushed Su Yanqing back home to rest, and they agreed to meet at Shantan to return to Xianhe village together. Xiaoyi went to purchase some premium pork belly, a hen, and a large grass carp to prepare for Su Yanqing and Mr. Zhang's evening meal. As they gathered their belongings to return home at the appointed time, Mr. Zhang was already waiting for them at the town gate. With Su Yanqing seated inside the cart, Xiaoyi instructed Jiang Sui and the others to follow Mr. Zhang while he drove the ox cart behind. Not wanting to leave third brother alone, Xiao Huchuan volunteered to accompany him. Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan shared the cart with Su Yanqing, the spacious vehicle allowing them to return home swiftly and inform Mrs. Xiao in advance, ensuring dinner would be prepared on time. After their meal, the two would need to return to town as they would be leaving the following day. Mrs. Xiao had not been idle at home. She had collected 200 pounds of sweet potatoes from the neighboring village and 100 pounds of potatoes, all delivered by ox cart in preparation for the drought. Just as she returned home, Mr. Zhang and Su Yanqing arrived, bringing her immense joy, causing her to beam with delight. Su Yanqing also brought an array of supplements and delicious pastries for the dog. Jiang Sui informed Mrs. Xiao of Mr. Su's intentions, and upon learning that they had come specifically for her culinary skills, she immediately set about preparing a feast, determined to fill Mr. and Mr. Zhang's bellies to the brim. Zhou Shi was washing rice and starting a fire, while Jiang Sui went to the garden to gather cabbage, and Mrs. Xiao began to prepare the chicken. Xiao Lanlan, meanwhile, opened a box of tea leaves brought by the doctors previously to brew tea for their guests. She set up a small table in the courtyard, bringing over chairs for Mr. Zhang to sit and pouring tea for them. I have heard that affluent households possess specialized teacups for their brews, but in our humble abode, we are simple folk. This exquisite tea must suffice in this water bowl. I hope you will not find it lacking. Xiao Lanlan was aware that they were discerning individuals, and the water bowl was indeed not elegant. However, Su Yanqing was unperturbed. The evening glow is splendid, and with the lovely company of Miss Xiao, it is a great honor for me. It matters not what vessel one uses to drink tea. It is the company that counts. Su Yanqing's emotional intelligence shone brightly, causing Xiao Lanlan's heart to flutter like a startled deer. Chapter 077. The seeds of ambiguity quietly sprout. Mr. Zhang, observing the expressions and glances exchanged between the two young individuals, couldn't help but wear a knowing smile, revealing a face full of intrigue. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on how the child had grown. Earlier, he had claimed to be in no hurry, intent on making strides in his medical career, showing little interest in the fairer sex. Yet now, the way he gazed at the young lady was practically drowning in affection. Indeed, it seemed he had merely yet to encounter someone he fancied, for upon meeting the object of his admiration, he was utterly consumed by thoughts of her. During a rather dull convalescence in Huaxi County, Mr. Zhang had even caught this lad secretly sketching a portrait of Miss Xiao in his study. However, he chose to remain discreet, pretending to be oblivious to the situation. Feeling somewhat intrusive in the current moment, Mr. Zhang decided to make a graceful exit. You see, I find the scenery of Xianhe village quite appealing. The sunset is casting a splendid glow across the sky. I shall take a stroll. It wouldn't be proper for me to drag you along while you're still recuperating. I'll return in time for dinner. With that, Mr. Zhang rose, hands clasped behind his back, preparing to leave the courtyard. As astute as Su Yanqing was, he immediately grasped Mr. Zhang's intentions, his ears turning a shade of crimson once more, and he nodded slightly. Uncle Shi, please feel free. He discreetly cast a glance at Xiao Lanlan, who appeared blissfully unaware of Mr. Zhang's underlying motives and continued to chatter cheerfully. Mr. Zhang, it hasn't rained for several months this year, which has adversely affected the wheat. Otherwise, at this time of year, the scenery would be even more beautiful. You must visit the stone mountain behind our home. The view of our village from halfway up is simply breathtaking. Oh, this Na-ve girl truly believed Mr. Zhang was interested in the scenery. Mr. Zhang stifled a laugh and nodded. Since Miss Xiao insists, I must indeed go and see for myself. He shared a meaningful glance with Su Yanqing, subtly winking, which left Su Yanqing feeling rather embarrassed, coughing softly into his hand. Once Mr. Zhang had departed, Xiao Lanlan began to unpack 2 packages of snacks, arranging them neatly on a plate. "Young Master Su, if you're feeling hungry, do have some snacks to tide you over. Dinner may still be a while." "I'm not in any rush," Su Yanqing replied. "These were meant for you, yet here you are serving me. Please, Miss Xiao, do sit down and rest. You've had a long day." As they sat alone in the courtyard, an awkward silence enveloped them, with Xiao Lanlan unsure of what to say. Su Yanqing sipped his tea to mask his own discomfort, contemplating whether he should say something to ease the tension. Meanwhile, Xiao Lanlan, in a moment of whimsical folly, posed a rather unexpected question. "Surely, a gentleman as admirable as young Master Su must already have a betrothed?" She confessed to harboring a hint of selfishness, as she imagined that someone as exceptional as him would undoubtedly marry a similarly remarkable young lady. Despite knowing she was not worthy of such aspirations, she couldn't help but entertain the thought. Su Yanqing, taken aback by her inquiry, momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained his bearings, his tone slightly anxious. "No, I have not yet been betrothed. I am but 19 years of age, still unprepared for such commitments." Seeing him so flustered for the first time amused Xiao Lanlan, yet what truly delighted her was his response. She offered a small O in acknowledgement, lowering her gaze, unable to conceal her smile. As Su Yanqing noticed her joy, he too smiled, and a seed of ambiguity quietly began to sprout between them. At that moment, Xiaoyi and Xiaohuchuan returned driving a bullock cart. The bull let out a couple of low grunts, and Xiaoyi stormed in, visibly irate, though the cause of his vexation was unclear. "Third brother, do calm down." Upon mentioning it, Xiaoyi grew even more incensed. Their mother, hearing the commotion, emerged wielding a ladle, just in time to catch Xiaoyi venting his frustrations. "That old hag from the village just stopped my cart on the road, claiming she had found a suitable match for Lanlan. She said the suitor was indifferent to her fate and simply wanted a wife to lead a good life. Initially, I thought it sounded reasonable and paused to inquire further, only to discover that the man was a relative from her family, 26 years old, a full 10 years older than Lanlan, and already a widower with 2 children, a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. He was looking for someone to cook and care for his children." I was infuriated. Had it not been for the old hag's age, I would have berated her. How dare she suggest such a thing? Our Lanlan is a fine young lady, capable and beautiful. Why should she play the stepmother? How could I not be angry? Not only was Xiaoyi indignant, but their mother felt her chest tighten with frustration upon hearing this. "That old hag better not cross my path. If you're too polite to confront her, I certainly won't hesitate. I'll show her what for. I could support Lanlan for a lifetime without needing her interference. Thank you very much." "Exactly, sister, do not fear. I shall support you for eternity," Xiaoyi vowed, thumping his chest in promise. The brothers of the Xiao family were genuinely devoted to their sister, willing to care for Xiao Lanlan for as long as she needed. Yet, Xiao Lanlan's expression darkened considerably. Feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Su Yanqing, she sensed the weight of their conversation and found it difficult to face him. The notion of being cursed with a fate as a stepmother haunted her like a spell. Unable to maintain her composure, she turned and retreated to her room, locking the door behind her, where she succumbed to her feelings of injustice, shedding silent tears. Su Yanqing watched her retreating figure, his hands unconsciously clenching beneath the loose sleeves of his attire. Witnessing her embarrassment and sorrow tugged painfully at his heart. Zhao's mother understood that the old hag's words had wounded her daughter's pride, especially in front of young Master Su. It was akin to a public execution. What respectable daughter would wish to become a stepmother? Had it not been for this so-called fate, with her qualities, suitors would be lining up at the Xiao family's door. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the aroma of dinner wafted from the kitchen. Zhang Sui personally prepared braised pork and fish, while Zhao's mother crafted her renowned chicken soup and stir-fried cured meat. Just enough rice remained for one last meal. Once consumed, there would be none left. Godan's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon seeing the white rice. Having savored it twice before, he dreamt of it at night, declaring that it was simply divine. He vowed to study diligently, determined that he would enjoy white rice with every meal in the future. Chapter 078:300 Tales of Silver hidden here. The gathering took place in the main hall, where a table laden with steaming, aromatic dishes awaited. Mrs. Xiao was the first to serve a bowl of chicken soup to Su Yanqing, saying, "Second young Master Su, please indulge in this nourishing chicken soup. It is a rare visit, and you must eat well before you depart." Following this, she ladled another bowl of soup for Mr. Zhang. This was the basic etiquette for receiving guests, and Mrs. Xiao was known for her warm hospitality. However, she did not forget her two daughters-in-law and daughter, ensuring they too received bowls of chicken soup and pieces of chicken. The soup was rich and flavorful, the meat tender and falling off the bone, enhanced by the addition of red dates which elevated its sweetness. Jiang Sui's braised pork and fish were equally delightful, appealing to the senses with their color, aroma, and taste, making one's mouthwater and appetite surge. The pork belly, a perfect blend of fat and lean meat, was expertly rendered, melting in the mouth without being greasy. Mr. Zhang was particularly fond of the braised pork. After his first bite, he could not stop, and fortunately, Xiaoyi had procured ample meat, ensuring Jiang Sui's cooking was more than sufficient. I had no idea that Mrs. Jiang possessed such culinary skills. She could easily open a restaurant. Mr. Zhang praised braised pork with its sweet and spicy profile was indeed a rarity in Jizhou Prefecture, providing Mr. Zhang with a novel taste experience. While this dish existed, the differing preparation methods resulted in vastly different flavors. Mr. Zhang had sampled it several times, yet only Jiang Sui's rendition had astonished him. In her modern life, Jiang Sui often cooked for herself. Braised pork was a classic dish, neither overly complicated nor entirely simple. I initially did not know how to prepare it, but after observing my mother-in-law cook so often, I developed some inventive ideas. I humbly present my efforts, and I am delighted that Mr. Zhang enjoys it, she explained. However, the original Jiang Sui had never acquired such skills, having lived a life where meat was a rarity, let alone experimenting with recipes. Ha! I truly enjoy it, Mr. Zhang laughed heartily. At the dining table, Su Yanqing's gaze was fixed on the disheartened Xiao Lanlan, whose eyes were slightly red from recent tears. To avoid detection, she kept her head lowered, quietly consuming her meal. He wished to offer her comfort but found himself at a loss for words and opportunities. While the others engaged in cheerful conversation, Mr. Zhang included, Jiang Sui keenly noticed Xiao Lanlan's unease. It was evident to her that Xiao Lanlan harbored feelings for Su Yanqing, who likely reciprocated her affection. Mrs. Xiao, as a mother, was also aware of her daughter's subtle emotions but remained pragmatic. The status and lineage of second young Master Su were beyond their reach. The age-old principle of matching social standing meant that mutual affection alone was seldom sufficient. As dinner concluded, darkness enveloped the outside world, and Mr. Zhang prepared to escort Su Yanqing away. Su Yanqing left his address in Jizhou with the Xiao family, inviting them to visit his private residence should they find themselves in the area, assuring them that he would make arrangements for their welcome. Until the moment he was set to depart, Xiao Lanlan maintained her pensive demeanor, her expression one of lingering sorrow. Their eyes met briefly, filled with unspoken bitterness. She forced a smile, while Su Yanqing's lips parted momentarily, yet he ultimately said nothing more than, "Take care. I hope to see you again." Xiaoyi accompanied Mr. Zhang's carriage to the village entrance, cautioning them to travel safely. Just as Mr. Zhang was about to urge the horse forward, Su Yanqing's voice called out, "Xiao Sangu, please wait." Xiaoyi turned at the sound of his name, halting immediately. Mr. Zhang lifted the carriage curtain to facilitate their conversation. "What else can I do for you, second young Master Su?" Xiaoyi inquired. Su Yanqing hesitated, his hand hidden within his sleeve, seemingly grasping something. However, he steeled his resolve, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. He presented the item to Mr. Zhang for delivery. "While in Huaxi County, I happened upon a hairpin. It serves me no purpose, yet upon closer inspection, I believe it would suit Miss Xiao perfectly. I regret forgetting to give it to her earlier. Please assist me in delivering it." His seemingly arbitrary gift of a hairpin appeared somewhat implausible, thus he offered a rationale, yet only Mr. Zhang understood the superfluity of his words, reminiscent of the phrase "there is no silver hidden here." The hairpin had clearly been selected by him at the jewelry store, and even from his wheelchair, he had been determined to browse the shop. When Mr. Zhang previously asked why he would visit a jewelry store, he had claimed it was for his mother. However, Xiaoyi, being rather straightforward, did not ponder further. In the dim light of night, Xiaoyi struggled to discern the pin's details but felt awkward asking for clarification. "Second young Master Su, I am sure your gifts are of high quality, but I fear Lanlan may feel overwhelmed by such generosity." He referred to the sentiment of social obligation, rather than romantic affection. "It is not a precious item. If I do not give it to Miss Xiao, it serves me no purpose. I beg you, Xiao Sangu, do not refuse. The night is late, and we should take our leave," he urged, anxious that Xiaoyi might decline again. In the darkness, Mr. Zhang could not suppress a chuckle as he lowered the carriage curtain and urged the horse onward, holding the hairpin. Xiaoyi listened to the sound of the wheels gradually fading away, shrugging in resignation as he returned home. Upon arriving, he knocked on Xiao Lanlan's door moments later. She opened it, surprised to see her brother at such an hour. "Is there something you need, Sangu?" Xiaoyi presented the hairpin, and as the candlelight spilled into the room, she discerned its exquisite craftsmanship. It was a purple jade butterfly hairpin, delicately made with lifelike carvings, clearly an expensive piece. "What is this?" Xiao Lanlan asked, bewildered. "Where did you get this jade hairpin?" "Ah, I just returned from seeing off second young master Su and Mr. Zhang. They were leaving. Second young master called me over and mentioned he had come across this hairpin. Since it was of no use to him, he thought it would suit you perfectly." I considered refusing, knowing that his gifts are undoubtedly valuable, but he did not give me the opportunity, so I took it back for you. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, simply keep it for now, and perhaps return it to him the next time you meet. Xiaoyi, in his straightforwardness, remained oblivious to the deeper implications. Xiao Lanlan's hand trembled as she accepted the hairpin. Feeling the weight of its significance, she nodded in acknowledgement of his explanation. Completing his task, Xiaoyi yawned and prepared to retire, knowing he would need to rise early the following day. Xiao Lanlan, lost in thought, closed the door and brought the hairpin to the candlelight. The purple jade glimmered, pure and unblemished, as she marveled at such a finely crafted object, one she had never touched before. Chapter 079 The Awakening of Young Love. She delicately caressed the hairpin, suddenly sensing a roughness in one spot, as if it bore an inscription. Xiao Lanlan quickly turned it over, bringing it closer to the candlelight, and at last discerned the characters etched upon it. Remarkably, it was the character for Lan, but since her name was Lanlan, the significance of the hairpin became abundantly clear to I. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Lanlan's heart raced like a drum, an unrelenting rhythm that left her both elated and anxious. Yet, the joy ultimately overshadowed the unease. Was the second young master Su trying to convey his affections to her? With neither party betrothed, it was difficult not to overthink the gesture of gifting her a hairpin inscribed with his name. Nonetheless, the discontent stirred within her by Wangpa had certainly dissipated considerably. Equally unsettled was Su Yanqing, who felt a sense of trepidation throughout his journey. Upon returning to the Zhang residence, he lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him as he tossed and turned. His boldness in gifting the hairpin today weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him uncertain of how Miss Xiao might perceive it. Would she think him reckless and frivolous? Most troubling was the fact that he had taken the liberty of engraving her name upon the pin. If Miss Xiao misinterpreted his intentions, it could severely tarnish his image in her eyes. Thus, it was fated that on this night, two hearts would remain restless. The following morning, Xiao Lanlan rose early, humming a cheerful tune that suggested the previous day's discontent had evaporated. However, apart from Xiaoyi, no one else was aware of her receipt of the hairpin from Su Yanqing. It was originally Xiaomu's turn to visit the town, but Xiao Lanlan insisted on taking over, urging her mother to rest at home while she set up a stall in the market. Conveniently, Xiaomu still had to deal with the newly harvested sweet potatoes at home, so if her daughter wished to go, she would allow it. Ultimately, Xiao Lanlan got her wish, and she and Jiang Sui sat together in the ox cart, quietly sharing the news. She regarded Jiang Sui as her closest confidant, not merely her sister-in-law, confiding her little secrets to her alone. Upon learning of the matter, Jiang Sui's expression transformed into one of surprise and intrigue. She could see the affection between them, but was taken aback by how forward second young master Su had been. Gifting the hairpin and inscribing his name as a declaration of feelings was quite bold indeed. Seeing Jiang Sui's expression, Xiao Lanlan bashfully covered her face, exclaiming, "Oh dear, please don't look at me like that. It makes me quite shy." Jiang Sui playfully pinched her waist, eliciting a burst of laughter from Xiao Lanlan. "Fourth sister-in-law, please stop teasing. I see you've been alternating between tears and laughter these past few days. So, you've experienced the stirrings of young love. Haven to you, there's no need to feel embarrassed." Furthermore, second young master Su was a paragon of grace and refinement, effortlessly capturing the hearts of young women, yourself included. And it seems you both harbor mutual feelings, not just unrequited longing. Our Lanlan is beautiful as a flower, virtuous and capable. It's no wonder second young master Su was smitten. Jiang Sui's forthright words left Xiao Lanlan's cheeks flushed bright red. "Fourth sister-in-law, please don't say any more." Amused by her embarrassment, Jiang Sui found great delight in her reaction. However, I possess a fate that brings misfortune to my husband, and our families are not well matched. I dare not entertain any extravagant hopes." Though she urged Jiang Sui to remain silent, she could not help but bring it up herself, a true contradiction. Jiang Sui, a skeptic of fate and the superstitions surrounding it, dismissed such notions as mere nonsense, yet, in the deeply traditional society of their time, these beliefs held significant weight, proving to be an insurmountable divide. The Shao family currently bore no comparison to the Su family, but this disparity was merely temporary. Given time, should Shao Huchuan soar to great heights, the gap in their family standings would cease to matter. The question remained, however, whether their feelings could withstand the test of time, especially with 3 years until the next imperial examination. Such concerns are unfounded. Do not listen to them. Missing an opportunity would only be a loss for others. Why confine oneself to needless worries? Jiang Sui struggled to find the right words of comfort. No amount of beautiful rhetoric could replace the necessity of action. Take it one step at a time. Obstacles may arise, but they can be overcome. Just then, Shao Huchuan, who was driving the cart alongside Xiaoyi, turned back, noticing his wife and Lanlan whispering closely together, unaware of the nature of their conversation. Frowning in displeasure, he silently criticized, "My wife, truly, why do you share secrets with Lanlan and not with me?" Upon arriving in the town, Xiao Lanlan and Jiang Sui busied themselves with preparations for the market, yet Lanlan's gaze often drifted towards the street corner, as if awaiting someone. At the town's entrance, Su Yanqing sat in his carriage, accompanied by a dedicated coachman and attendants. As he prepared to depart for Jizhou Prefecture, Mr. Zhang did not accompany him, only seeing him off to the town gate. Was he truly not intending to glance back one last time? Perhaps Miss Xiao was still there. Mr. Zhang could discern Su Yanqing's hesitation, but the young man himself remained oblivious to the source of his discomfort. "Uncle, please do not jump to conclusions." "Why would you bring up Miss Xiao?" he replied, avoiding eye contact. "Very well, if you refuse to acknowledge it, it's no wonder you remain unmarried. Just go on, then. At last, I can enjoy some peace, Mr. Zhang retorted, yawning as he clasped his hands behind his back. Having tended to Su Yanqing's every need for the past 2 months, he had yet to enjoy a proper lazy morning himself. Now, he could finally return to his own restful slumber. Su Yanqing cast one last glance at the entrance to Beima town before instructing the coachman to drive away. He dared not dwell on the possibility that his actions might have offended her. What would she think of him upon their next encounter? As the sun rose high in the sky, Xiao Lanlan found herself still waiting for the person she longed to see, inevitably feeling a pang of disappointment. Yet life must go on. In the following days, the Xiao family's business thrived steadily, with no one daring to harbor ill intentions towards them. Xiaoji's spicy sour noodles had become the most popular stall in Beima town. After 5 days, Mr. He was released and had finally learned to behave himself. The local jail was no place for a person to linger. The heat was stifling and the air stagnant, and the food was abysmally poor. In just 5 days, he had developed a case of heat rash and even lice, losing weight in the process. Had he known that scheming against others would come at such a high cost, he would have never dared to do so. Truly, he believed in his mother's superstitions. It seemed that Xiaoji's establishment was simply at odds with him. The weather offered no mercy, showing no signs of rain. The crops in the fields were on the brink of withering, and the water sources were nearly depleted, with the earth cracking under the relentless sun. Many village leaders came to seek out the town's magistrate, requesting that he organize a rain prayer ceremony. Households would contribute some funds to purchase offerings for the heavens, and together they would beat drums to beseech the deities for rain. He vividly remembered the last time there had been several months without rain, over a decade ago. During such droughts, towns and villages would hold rain-seeking rituals in hopes of invoking a bountiful downpour to nourish the parched land and its inhabitants. Chapter 080 of the Rain Prayer. The offerings for the rain prayer must not lack pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens. Every household in the villages under the jurisdiction of Beima town contributes 5 won, which the village head collects and organizes before submitting to the pavilion chief's office. The pavilion chief uses this pooled money to procure the offerings, which, in addition to the aforementioned animals, includes a variety of other ceremonial items. 3 days later, a grand rain prayer ceremony will be held at the town gate, during which all street vendors are required to cease operations for the day. A considerable crowd is expected to gather in anticipation of the event. With business on hold, it would be a splendid opportunity for everyone to relax at home for a day. After 2 months of diligent trading, Xiaomu tallied the earnings. To her astonishment, the first month yielded nearly 10 taels, while the second month brought in approximately 8 taels. culminating in a total of over 17 taels. After deducting the costs associated with their stall, a clear profit of 12 taels remained, leaving Xiaomu elated. Unable to hide her joy, she gathered everyone and fulfilled her promise of distributing wages, giving Jiang Sui and Xiao each 1 tael, while Zhou Shi and Lan Lan received 800 won apiece. Given that Xiao Yi and Jiang Sui had almost daily accompanied her to the market, their efforts warranted a greater reward, whereas Zhou Shi and Lan Lan, who had remained at home, received a lesser share, a decision that met with unanimous agreement. Upon receiving their hard-earned wages, the group felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Zhou Shi, in particular, brimmed with pride. As a woman of the household, she found immense fulfillment in earning money through daily labor, a satisfaction that was beyond words. Xiao Yi briefly savored the feel of 1 tael in his hand before returning it to Xiaomu, justifying, "I am but a single man with no wife to support. What need have I for silver? Please keep it, mother, I shall forego it for now, for our family's future needs may be greater." His selflessness warmed Xiaomu's heart, especially as their household was not yet affluent, and she gladly accepted the silver. On the day of the rain prayer, the village was bustling with excitement, though some chose to remain home, deterred by the heat and distance. Lan Lan, having never witnessed a rain prayer before, was filled with curiosity and urged Jiang Sui to accompany her. At that moment, Xiao Huchuan, too, was playfully pleading with Jiang Sui to take him along to the festivities. "A dear wife, I implore you, please take me with you, you are the best," he chimed, eager to partake in the excitement after hearing Xiaomu's description of the upcoming event. However, Jiang Sui, cherishing the rare day of rest, wished to indulge in idleness. The persistent pleas from the siblings proved too much for her to resist, and she reluctantly acquiesced to their request. After 2 months of selling at the market, the sun had tanned everyone's skin. While Jiang Sui had the foresight to wear a straw hat, the brothers, Xiao Huchuan and Xiao Yi, had faced the sun directly, resulting in a sun-kissed complexion that, while altering Xiao Huchuan's naturally fair skin, did little to detract from his good looks. Perhaps he would regain his pallor come autumn. Upon learning of their intention to witness the rain prayer, Xiaomu asked them to sell the sun-dried mushrooms and wood ears at the dried goods store. These were the fruits of their labor, collected from the mountains and dried thoroughly over the past few months. With 3 bags of mushrooms and 1 bag of wood ears, they estimated a sale of 1 to 2 taels of silver. This year had been fortuitous for their family, as they had gathered significantly more dried goods than others, making it the perfect time to sell. The dried mushrooms and wood ears were light and posed no burden. However, on their way out, they encountered Chen Jinhua, who, upon seeing Jiang Sui and her companions, abruptly changed direction, abandoning her own plans to join the festivities. Jiang Sui, choosing to ignore her presence, continued on her way. Donning their straw hats, the trio arrived at the town, where a throng had already gathered at the gate. The altar had been set up, with the offerings of pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens neatly arranged, accompanied by 2 large drums positioned at either side. Before the ceremony commenced, the 3 decided to sell their dried goods first. Jiang Sui was drenched in sweat, the oppressive heat rendering the day unbearable, while Lan Lan and Xiao Huchuan fared little better. Except for the food stalls, which were closed to avoid disrupting the ceremony, the miscellaneous shops remained open. The shopkeeper, upon inspecting the quality of their goods, displayed a satisfied expression, particularly brightening at the sight of the dried wood ears. While dried mushrooms were plentiful in Beima town, wood ears were comparatively rare, commanding a higher price and exquisite flavor. With little harvested throughout the year, they could easily resell them in the county for a profit. This year, dried mushrooms fetched 10 won per pound, totaling 50 pounds, thus netting 500 won, while the wood ears, priced at 20 won per pound, weighed in at 25 pounds, amounting to another 500 won, a total of exactly 1 tael of silver. In previous years, Lan Lan would have been overjoyed to sell her mushrooms for a few hundred won, but this year was different. They had directly sold for 1 tael, all thanks to Jiang Sui's efforts. Having completed Xiaomu's task, the trio happily proceeded to witness the rain prayer. The ceremony was just beginning as they arrived. The pavilion chief and several elders stood at the altar, with one elder reciting an incomprehensible passage from a book, likely the prayer for rain. Incense sticks burned in a censer, substantial enough to last the entire day. The pavilion chief tended to a fire pit, continuously tossing paper offerings into the flames. After a lengthy recitation, the elders each took 3 sticks of incense and bowed towards the offerings. The eldest among them proclaimed, "Today, we present our offerings and beseech the divine, praying for the heavens' mercy to bestow upon us the much-needed rain." After his declaration, a rhythmic drumming commenced, resonating through the air, causing the very earth beneath their feet to tremble. The gathered townsfolk began to kneel in unison, echoing the plea, "O merciful heavens, grant us rain, and save our crops." Though Jiang Sui was skeptical of such rituals, she found herself kneeling alongside Lan Lan, while Xiao Huchuan, confused, followed suit. With everyone kneeling, she felt it prudent not to stand out, thus, she feigned participation, yet the spectacle was undeniably grand, with an audience numbering no less than 800, effectively surrounding the altar. They remained kneeling for approximately a quarter of an hour, the drumbeats uninterrupted as the youth took turns to perform. After the initial fervor subsided, the significance of the ceremony waned for Lan Lan, who soon expressed her desire to return home. On their way back, she inquired of Jiang Sui, fourth sister, "Do you think this rain prayer will be effective? Will it truly bring rain?" In truth, whether it rained or not was contingent upon atmospheric conditions, beyond the influence of such superstitious rituals, amounting to nothing more than self-deception. Yet, Jiang Sui felt reluctant to voice such sentiments in front of Lan Lan, recognizing the rain prayer as a cherished tradition of Beima town. "I do not know, perhaps it will," was all she could respond. Chapter 081. A ruthless and bestial. When Jiang Sui returned home, it was still early. She handed the money earned from selling dried goods to Xiao Mu, who inquired whether they had found the rain-seeking ritual entertaining. Xiao Huchuan was the first to express his disdain. "It was utterly boring, not entertaining at all. We had to kneel, and the sun was scorching. With so many people, the crowd was a stench of sweat. I thought the rain-seeking would be more interesting, but the drum was the only thing that seemed somewhat engaging." Xiao Mu chuckled at his childlike nature, always curious about everything. Xiao Lanlan, still reluctant, asked her mother if the rain-seeking actually worked and if it had ever succeeded before. Xiao Mu reminisced about the drought over a decade ago. After the rain-seeking, it rained 2 weeks later, and by sheer coincidence, everyone believed it was a success. In truth, she felt it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. This year was no different. The wheat in the fields was beyond salvation now. They could only hope for rain, praying it wouldn't lead to death by thirst. The village wells were nearly dry, and even the river was running low, leaving them uncertain if they would have drinking water in the future. Xiao Mu was distraught. Even water had become a scarce commodity. People could survive on less food, but without water, they would perish. The well in town was also on the brink of drying up. If it ran dry, she feared their business would collapse. Upon mentioning this, Jiang Sui remembered she still had dirty laundry to wash. Hers and Xiao Huchuan's. She decided to wash it while there was still time. After Xiao Huchuan returned, he went to play with Dog Dan, leaving Xiao Lanlan exhausted and preparing for a nap. She carried a wooden basin and went alone to the river. The water was already low, exposing much of the riverbed, with only a stream flowing in the center, sufficient for washing clothes. Not long after she squatted down, she heard footsteps behind her, casting a shadow. Turning around, she saw Zhang Xiaoqiao and Chen Jinhua standing behind her. From her vantage point, their faces appeared ominously lifeless. "What do you want?" Jiang Sui felt an unsettling premonition. The sudden appearance of the mother-daughter duo, especially Zhang Xiaoqiao's expression, suggested they were up to no good. At this hour, the riverside was deserted, and the heat kept everyone indoors. Fearing trouble, she decided to abandon her laundry and leave. As she picked up the wooden basin to depart, Zhang Xiaoqiao and Chen Jinhua surrounded her, blocking her escape and seizing her arms. "What are you doing? If you don't let me go, I will scream for help." "What are you afraid of? We merely wish to discuss something with you. Just be obedient, and nothing will happen," Zhang Xiaoqiao replied with a mocking smile. "Jiang Sui, I raised you, and while I may not have given you life, I have cared for you. You can't be so ungrateful. Ever since you married into the Xiao family, you haven't even returned to your maternal home. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Chen Jinhua was being unreasonable. "How dare you call that care? You treat me like a non-entity, beating and scolding me daily. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might have already perished at your hands, and you have the audacity to say such things? The Xiao family paid you 5 taels of silver to marry me. Is that not enough to silence you?" Jiang Sui retorted defiantly. She suspected their motives were related to the spicy sour noodles. Zhang Xiaoqiao had previously tried to pry the recipe from her without success, and she doubted they would give up easily. "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. You think you're special, huh? I have countless ways to deal with you," Chen Jinhua cursed. "Today, I must obtain the recipe for those spicy sour noodles." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui feared for her safety and shouted, "Help! Someone, save me, they're trying to kidnap me in broad daylight." Chen Jinhua quickly covered Jiang Sui's mouth. "Shut up, you little wretch, if you scream again, I'll make you pay." She was terrified that Jiang Sui would indeed attract attention. However, Jiang Sui was not easily cowed. She bit down hard on Chen Jinua's hand, putting all her strength into it, causing Chen Jinhua to grimace in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoqiao twisted Jiang Sui's waist, causing her to wince, yet she refused to let go, resulting in a fierce struggle among the three. Chen Jinhua felt as though her flesh was being gnawed away and, in desperation, shouted, "Someone, come help!" As her voice faded, a somewhat familiar young man emerged hurriedly from the bushes, approaching Jiang Sui. Realizing the danger, she released her grip. Chen Jinua's hand was finally freed, revealing a deep bite mark, blood seeping from it, and Jiang Sui's mouth was also stained with blood, a metallic taste lingering. "You little wretch, I'll make you pay for this." Chen Jinhua raised her hand to strike Jiang Sui. At that moment, only Jiang Xiaoqiao was restraining her, and without hesitation, Jiang Sui bit Jiang Xiaoqiao's arm. Jiang Xiaoqiao could not endure the pain and immediately cried out, releasing her grip. Jiang Sui discarded her laundry and fled. Chen Jinhua, seeing this, ordered the young man to block her with his long limbs. He caught her arm swiftly, and the mother-daughter duo seized Jiang Sui once more, restraining her tightly. Struggling proved futile. "What do you want from me?" Jiang Sui glared fiercely at the young man before her, and now she recognized him as Chen Jinua's nephew, Jiang Xiaoqiao's cousin, a scoundrel with a dubious reputation. His presence here could only signify trouble. "Don't be afraid, little cousin, I won't harm you, as long as you listen to my aunt," he said with a smile, his gaze lewd. "I didn't expect you to grow so beautiful in just 6 months. If I had known, I would have insisted my aunt keep you as a bride for me. Indeed, Jiang Sui, as long as you obediently disclose the recipe for your spicy sour noodles, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will have Xiao Qiao spread rumors in the village, claiming you despise Xiao Huchuan for being a fool, that you were sneaking around behind his back, seducing my cousin, and bringing shame to the Xiao family. At that point, your reputation will be in tatters, and you will be ostracized. Just think about it, if the Xiao family disowns you, we won't want you either. You'll be left waiting to be humiliated." It became clear that Chen Jinhua harbored such malicious intentions. Jiang Sui, taken aback by the sheer wickedness of their scheme, felt a chill run through her veins. Although she had anticipated Chen Jinhua and her daughter's unscrupulousness, she had never foreseen them to be so utterly ruthless. "Chen Jinhua, aren't you afraid I will report you to the authorities?" Jiang Sui challenged. Chen Jinhua burst into laughter, boasting, "Go ahead, there is no one else here to eye in the end, it will be our word against yours. You should be smart and tell us the recipe quickly, and everything will be forgotten." Chapter 082. The true face of Chen Jinhua. Chen Jinhua truly harbored grand delusions, believing that Jiang Sui would betray the Xiao family at her behest. Presently, she merely hoped that someone might unexpectedly appear by the riverbank to extricate her from her predicament. Yet, as she pondered this, she realized that she could not remain by the river indefinitely, waiting for someone to come to her aid. They dragged Jiang Sui into the nearby thicket, where she found herself outnumbered and unable to resist. When she attempted to cry out for help, a piece of cloth was forcibly stuffed into her mouth. Ultimately, she was unceremoniously pulled into the woods. Only then did Chen Jinhua remove the cloth from Jiang Sui's mouth, granting her a chance to speak. "Will you speak or not? If you refuse, I shall have Xiao Qiao call out for help," Chen Jinhua stated impatiently. She understood that typical tactics would not pry open Jiang Sui's lips, and a civil conversation was out of the question. She loathed herself to the core. How could she wish for her own well-being? After much contemplation, she devised this scheme, seeking her nephew to leverage Jiang Sui's virtue as a threat. A woman's integrity is paramount. Jiang Sui, living in comfort with the Xiao family, would surely be reluctant to abandon them, making this method a likely success. However, she underestimated Jiang Sui, a modern woman who could hardly be so easily manipulated. All Jiang Sui needed to do was buy time. Her prolonged absence while washing clothes would surely prompt Xiao Huchuan, with his clingy nature, to come looking for her. As Chen Jinhua was unable to obtain her desired outcome, she could not truly harm Jiang Sui as long as she remained resolute in her silence. "Go ahead, call them. Let us see if the Xiao family believes you or me," Jiang Sui replied confidently, convinced that the Xiao family would trust her. Having lived with them daily since her marriage, and later having taken to selling goods, how could she possibly have time to entice another man? Yet, Chen Jinhua had summoned Jiang Sui's cousin precisely for this reason. "Do not forget, this is Xiao Qiao's cousin. I am the past, You would occasionally see each other. I shall assert that during your time at home, you harbored feelings for my nephew, but he found you unworthy. Then, after marrying Xiaohuchuan, you looked down upon him for his foolishness, and coincidentally encountered my nephew again, whereupon you attempted to seduce him, only to be caught by me. This narrative is so plausible that you would find it hard to deny. Indeed, Chen Jinhua was malicious to the extreme, envious of the Xiao family's enterprise, willing to resort to any means necessary to acquire the formula. Jiang Sui felt a surge of indignation rising within her. Aunt, why waste your breath on her? She is just stalling out. If I were you, I'd suggest we act on it. If the Xiao family refuses her, I'd be willing to take her in. Once she is married into my family, how could we not extract the formula? With the formula in hand, both our families could prosper together, spoke Jiang Qiaoqiao's cousin, Chen Shu. Do well, he was in his 20s without a wife, and having previously disregarded Jiang Sui's unremarkable appearance, he now found her increasingly attractive and thought it better to claim her for himself than let a fool have her. At that moment, Chen Jinhua wavered, especially with Jiang Qiaoqiao fanning the flames. A cousin is right, I believe it could work. Jiang Sui, you must feel constrained in your marriage to Xiaohuchuan. Look at my cousin, he's fit and clever, why not consider yielding to him? Surrounded by their insistence, Jiang Sui felt a wave of fear wash over her. Chen Jinhua, though somewhat rational, realized the precariousness of the situation. If she acquiesced to her nephew's desires, her standing in Xianhe village would surely plummet, with the men of the Xiao family making her life unbearable. As she contemplated, Jiang Sui's keen eyes caught sight of a snake hanging from a tree behind Chen Shu, its tongue flicking as it observed him. The moment she saw the snake, her face drained of color, but she recognized an opportunity. Hey, there's a snake behind you, she shouted. Chen Shu dismissed her warning, believing she was merely trying to divert his attention. Enough of your games, little cousin. Either confess quickly or just give in to me, he retorted. At that moment, Jiang Qiaoqiao instinctively glanced behind Chen Shu and saw the snake poised to strike. She screamed in terror, "Ah, there is really a snake." Terrified, Jiang Qiaoqiao fled, and Chen Jinhua, startled, began to panic, looking around frantically. Where's the snake? Meanwhile, as Chen Shu turned around, the snake bit him squarely on the face, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Without hesitation, Jiang Sui seized her chance and fled, not daring to look back. Seeing Jiang Sui escape, Chen Jinhua attempted to pursue her, but upon witnessing her nephew bitten by the snake, she chose to attend to him instead. Jiang Qiaoqiao was already paralyzed with fear, retreating far away and continuing to scream, utterly oblivious to Jiang Sui's plight. On the other side, Xiaohuchuan had arrived, discovering discarded clothing in a basin by the river, yet there was no sign of Jiang Sui. He picked up the garments and called out for his wife, but received no response. Panic welled within him as his eyes reddened, his beautiful peach blossom eyes brimming with tears, a gut feeling warning him that something was amiss. Persistently, he called out as he entered the thicket. Jiang Sui, desperate and running for her life, heard Xiaohuchuan's voice and mustered her strength to appear before him. Huchuan, I'm here. Breathless and bent over, Jiang Sui gasped for air. Upon seeing her, Xiaohuchuan disregarded everything else and rushed forward, embracing her tightly. Where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you. Jiang Sui, relieved to be safe, resolved not to let Chen Jinhua and her accomplices off the hook. Today, she would sever all ties with them and ensure they were left without a shred of dignity. Huchuan, I'm fine. We must find the village elder, she insisted, determined to seek justice and expose Chen Jinhua's true nature. Why do we need to find the village elder? Xiaohuchuan, still tearful, looked at her with a pitiful gaze. Jiang Sui tenderly wiped his tears and reassured him. You needn't worry, just return and inform third brother and mother that Chen Jinhua and Jiang Qiaoqiao have bullied me and instruct them to confront the Jiang family. Chen Shu was bitten by the snake. Chen Jinhua will undoubtedly take him home for treatment. Upon hearing that she had been bullied, Xiaohuchuan's face flushed with rage, indignantly declaring, I will tell mother and third brother right away. How dare they bully my wife, they shall pay for it. Jiang Sui nodded, and the couple made their way home to rally support, intending to seek justice from the village elder. Meanwhile, in the woods, Chen Shu wrestled with the snake, forcefully throwing it aside, revealing 2 bloody puncture wounds on his face. Chen Jinhua, her face pale with fear, quickly inquired about his well-being. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the snake was non-venomous. Enraged, Chen Shu picked up a stick and ruthlessly struck the snake dead. Subsequently, Chen Jinhua escorted him home to tend to his wounds. Chapter 083 is severing ties with her. Jiang Sui and Xiaohuchuan parted ways at the doorstep. One set off to find the old village chief, while the other returned home to summon Xiaomu and Xiaoyi to the Jiang residence to confront someone. Xiaomu was unaware of the specifics of Jiang Sui's ordeal, yet upon hearing her younger son's account, she wasted no time and, without hesitation, left the house with Xiaoyi, who was wielding a hoe. Xiao Lanlan and Zhou Shi also followed suit, and the five of them marched towards the Jiang family with an imposing presence. How audacious they were to bully someone from their family. This was indeed a moment to demonstrate their solidarity. As a family, they would unite as one against external adversities. Jiang Sui hurriedly made her way to the old village chief's home, where his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren were bustling about, preparing dinner. Her calves felt weak from running, and she was out of breath. The village chief's daughter-in-law recognized Jiang Sui immediately. Seeing her in such a distressed state, she assumed something must have happened requiring assistance, for their family was a prominent force in Xianhe village, and locals often came to them with their troubles. "Ah, is that not Jiang Sui? What brings you here in such a state? Has something happened, Auntie? I need to seek justice from the old village chief," Jiang Sui replied. Standing tall, the village chief and his wife exchanged puzzled glances, and the village chief asked, "What reason do you have to seek justice from your old village chief?" "First, clarify your situation. Your old village chief is quite advanced in years, and unless it is a grave matter, I can accompany you without troubling him." Despite his old age, the village chief remained sharp of mind and hearing. Upon realizing someone was looking for him, he emerged with his cane. "Who seeks me? Let me see." He hobbled into the courtyard, and his grandchildren eagerly rushed to assist him. As he approached Jiang Sui, he scrutinized her closely and finally recognized her. "Ah, it's you, little girl. Speak. What has transpired?" The village chief remembered her well, having taken note of her determination when she had initially stepped forward to marry Xiaohuchuan to honor her late adoptive father's promise, an act of great loyalty. He held admiration for such a responsible descendant, which is why her identity remained etched in his memory. Without hesitation, Jiang Sui recounted the events of the day, detailing how she had been schemed against by Chen Jinhua and her daughter, embellishing her tale with the various threats she had endured. In the midst of her recounting, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, her sobs evoking deep sympathy. "Dear village chief, you must stand up for me. Chen Jinhua is unworthy of being human. Though I am not her biological child, after my adoptive father's passing, I endured endless mistreatment at her hands. I was made to toil endlessly, and if I displeased her, I was met with beatings or scolding, often left without food. After marrying into the Xiao family, they treated me like a treasure, honoring my adoptive mother with respect and courtesy, yet Chen Jinhua remained ungrateful, mocking Xiaohuchuan for being simple-minded. Now that my mother-in-law has started a business in town, Chen Jinhua, consumed by jealousy, desires the recipe for her spicy noodle dish. Today, she conspired to frame me, threatening me with ruin if I did not comply, vowing to have the Xiao family cast me aside and marry me off to her ne'er-do-well nephew. I wish for you, dear village chief, to help me sever all ties with her." Her embellished account, combined with her heartfelt plea, moved everyone present, stirring their compassion. Once sympathy is ignited, a sense of justice naturally follows. Chen Jinhua was known for her poor character in Xianhe village, having offended many, and few enjoyed her company. It was indeed plausible that she could act in such a manner. The village chief's wife, feeling for Jiang Sui, hurried to wipe her tears. At Jiang Sui, "Cease your crying. Your adoptive mother has never known how to treat others. She is nothing short of a beast. Uve hardly experienced a day of happiness in her household, serving her tirelessly while enduring torment. The Xiao family compensated her with 5 taels of silver for your marriage. It is fair to say the debt of gratitude has been settled." The old village chief, equally incensed, huffed and struck his cane forcefully against the ground. "Since you have come seeking my aid, I shall not turn a blind eye to this matter. Let us go to the Jiang residence and confront her. We shall clarify this issue. She has engaged in despicable deeds and must be held accountable. I am eager to hear her side of the story." Ultimately, with the support of his son, the old village chief accompanied Jiang Sui to the Jiang household. Meanwhile, outside the Jiang residence, a crowd of villagers had gathered, drawn by the commotion caused by the Xiao family's furious arrival. Upon arrival, Xiaoyi pounded on the door with great fervor, appearing as if he might devour someone, while Xiaomu rolled up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation. The villagers, ever fond of gossip, were intrigued. The Xiao family was already the talk of Xinhe village, and Chen Jinhua was notorious for her sharp tongue and petty ways. Given that the two families were connected by marriage, a conflict here would surely provide ample entertainment. Chen Jinhua and her daughter had just returned home, deliberating whether to summon the village's barefoot doctor to attend to her nephew's wounds, though she felt a pang of guilt, having just committed a wrongful act. While she pondered, a loud banging at her gate startled her. "Chen Jinhua, come out. You have the audacity to bully others but lack the courage to face them like a person." Xiaoyi bellowed from outside. Chen Jinhua's heart raced at the sound of the banging. She had not anticipated her misdeeds would be exposed so swiftly. She had assumed that once Jiang Sui had fled, the incident would fade away, as young girls typically valued their reputations. Yet, she found herself mistaken. Jiang Sui had chosen a different path, ensuring that everyone was aware of her plight. Did she not fear the backlash? Jiang Sui was unafraid. She was not bound by the constraints of ancient norms. As a victim, she had not truly suffered irreparably, and she sought to leverage this situation to sever ties with the Jiang family. Jiang Qiaoqiao was trembling with fear, while Chen Shu felt apprehensive, covering his face in regret. "Aunt, I should have listened to you. Now I find myself bitten by a snake without cause, and trouble is knocking at our door. I must clarify my stance when they arrive. Your only support now is the old Chen family. Think carefully, do not implicate me, or my mother will come seeking you. Those who are not family do not enter the same door. When it's time to bear the consequences, they wish to distance themselves." Chen Jinhua glared at her cowardly nephew, then glanced at her gate. If she did not open it soon, it would likely be smashed to pieces. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to face them, telling herself that they could not truly harm her, so she would meet them head-on. "What are you making such a ruckus for? If you break my door, you will pay for it." Though Chen Jinhua felt guilty, she projected an air of defiance. However, as soon as she opened the door, Xiaomu wasted no time and lunged at her. Having been prepared, she seized Chen Jinhua by the hair and growled, "Old hag, you dare to bully my daughter-in-law, I shall tear you apart." Chapter 084. A twist of fate. Chen Jinhua was utterly unprepared when her hair was suddenly yanked, prompting her to scream in shock and retaliate. However, Xiao Lanlan was not one to be trifled with. She immediately intervened, grabbing Chen Jinhua's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomu struck her twice across the face, one slap for each side. "This is what you get for acting like an animal," she shouted as she struck. Though uncertain of what exactly had transpired with Jiang Sui, she was resolute in supporting her, venting her frustrations on Chen Jinhua, who undoubtedly deserved it. Jiang Qiaoqiao stood at the back, witnessing the chaotic scene, fearfully covering her mouth, torn between wanting to intervene and feeling paralyzed by dread. In a state of panic, she turned to seek her cousin, only to find him nowhere in sight. As she watched her mother being pinned to the ground, she mustered her courage and brandished a broom, her voice lacking conviction. "Let go of my mother. If you hit her again, I won't hold back." Seeing this, Zhou Shi stepped forward, hands on her hips and chest puffed out, while Xiaoyi glared at her with a hoe in hand, causing her to immediately shrink back, dropping the broom and bursting into tears. She cried out for her mother, yet lacked the courage to approach. Chen Jinhua, being held down and struck, was at the mercy of Xiaomu and Xiao Lanlan, who expertly coordinated their assault. Instead of targeting her face, they twisted the flesh on her body, eliciting continuous screams and desperate pleas for help, her legs flailing helplessly like a turtle turned upside down. "Help! They're killing me," she cried, but the onlookers showed no inclination to intervene. Those who had previously quarreled with her cheered in approval, exclaiming how well she was being dealt with. At that moment, Jiang Sui and the village elder finally arrived. Upon witnessing the turmoil, the elder rapped his cane against the ground forcefully, prompting his son to shout, "Everyone, stop, the village elder is here." Only then did Xiaoyi pull his mother and sister away, as the two women had become consumed in their fray. "Mother, Lanlan, enough! The village elder has arrived." Upon hearing this, Xiaomu and Lanlan reluctantly released Chen Jinhua, both panting heavily from exertion. In stark contrast, Chen Jinhua appeared quite the wretched sight. Her hair was disheveled, her face flushed, and the flesh around her waist bore the marks of bruises. Jiang Qiaoqiao hurried to assist her mother. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Sui felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, genuinely surprised at her mother and Lanlan's ferocity. However, seeing Chen Jinhua in such a state alleviated much of her pent-up anger. Xiao Huchuan had initially intended to intervene but was restrained by his brother, who insisted that such matters should be resolved among women, leaving them to handle the situation. Upon noticing Jiang Sui's arrival, he immediately rushed to her side, affectionately calling her wife. Jiang Sui's heart softened. This puppy-like version of Xiao Huchuan evoked a sense of fondness within her, yet she was reminded that she had pressing matters to attend to. Spotting the village elder, Chen Jinhua broke into a hysterical cry. "Village elder, you must stand for me. The Xiao family is bullying me without reason, coming to my home to assault me. Look at what they've done." She gestured to her face, attempting to lift her clothing to reveal further injuries, only to abruptly halt, realizing the impropriety of her actions in such a public setting. "You brought this upon yourself. If you hadn't bullied Sui, would I have struck you? You brought it on yourself," Xiao Mu retorted. "You're talking nonsense. Who has bullied Jiang Sui? She is perfectly fine." Chen Jinhua adamantly refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Chen Jinhua, after all these years, your temper remains unchanged. Just look at the villagers, how many Haven Tea you quarreled with. You've offended everyone." The village elder interjected, and upon his arrival, Chen Jinua's neighbors quickly fetched him a seat. This was an undeniable truth. She had indeed made enemies of nearly everyone in the vicinity. But that doesn't justify violence, she continued to argue, desperately trying to defend herself. "You know very well what you have done. It is one thing to be unruly, but to harbor such malicious intent is another. You have envied the Xiao family's business, and after several failed attempts to extract their formula from Jiang Sui, you resorted to vile schemes, enlisting your nephew to coerce them with threats to their reputation. Can you deny this?" The village elder's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu's suppressed fury reignited. "So that is how it is, you truly have crossed the line, Chen Jinhua." The elderly widow, taken aback by the elder's revelations, retreated towards her own yard in fear. "This old woman is insane. Hitting someone is incredibly painful. I'd best avoid her wrath." However, Xiao Mu was held back by Lan Lan, who soothingly said, "Mother, the village elder is here, don't act impulsively." Heeding her daughter's words, Xiao Mu paused but continued to glare fiercely at Chen Jinhua. Realizing she could not admit to any of this without facing dire consequences, Chen Jinhua protested, "Village elder, this is a grave injustice, you can't just take her word for it." "Does she have any proof?" "Proof? Your nephew, Chen Shu, hiding in your house is proof enough. Are you brave enough to call him out?" At this moment, Jiang Sui stepped forward. Chen Jinhua, feeling cornered, knew her cowardly nephew was cowering inside, refusing to come out. As long as he remained hidden, the truth would remain obscured. Just then, she spotted a window through which he could escape, and with that, she nudged Jiang Qiaoqiao with her elbow and exchanged furtive glances, but Jiang Qiaoqiao, oblivious, furrowed her brow and asked softly, "What are you doing, mother? What's wrong with your eyes?" Chen Jinhua was exasperated, wishing she could simply facepalm in frustration at having such a dim-witted daughter, yet, Jiang Sui was quick to notice the subtle signals, recalling a crucial piece of information. There was indeed a back window in Chen Jinua's room. Without hesitation, she shouted, "Third brother, hurry and catch Chen Shu, he is trying to escape." Xiao Yi, suddenly called upon, sprang into action almost instinctively, rushing towards Chen Jinua's house. In a panic, Chen Jinhua attempted to intervene. "Xiao Yi, don't you dare, if anything goes missing from my home, you will be held accountable." Unfazed, Xiao Yi disregarded her threats, determined to stop her nephew. He kicked open the door to the main room, charging towards the left side, just in time to see Chen Shu's leg slipping out of the back window. Upon spotting Xiao Yi, Chen Shu quickened his pace, attempting to flee. However, Xiao Yi was quick on his feet, seizing Chen Shu as easily as one would catch a chick. The crowd was now convinced that Chen Jinhua was merely trying to evade responsibility. Jiang Sui seized the moment to recount how Chen Jinhua and her daughter had threatened her by the river, emphasizing that her escape was prompted by the presence of a snake, urging the crowd to examine Chen Shu's face for the marks left by the snake's bite. Chapter 085. A man-eater who leaves no bones behind. Chen Shu covered half of his face, too fearful to reveal himself. Xiao Yi forcefully pried open his hand, compelling him to expose the serpent-like bite mark on his face. Chen Jinhua was genuinely alarmed this time, and Jiang Sui promptly began her performance, straining to shed tears. "Although I am not your biological daughter, we have coexisted under the same roof for over a decade. Even if you harbor disdain for me, you cannot treat me so cruelly, can you? Before I married, I toiled tirelessly, enduring your beatings and verbal abuse without retaliation. thinking that such endurance would earn your favor. Alas, I was mistaken. You only care for yourself since you so vehemently reject me. I have become disheartened, therefore, on this day, with the old village chief and our neighbors as witnesses, let us sever our ties completely. From now on, paths will diverge. You shall no longer be my foster mother, and I shall no longer be your foster daughter. After all, you have never regarded me as your daughter. You even wish to tarnish my reputation, compelling my in-laws to abandon me, so you can marry off your scoundrel nephew to me, thus reaping 3 benefits for yourself. Truly, your heart is as black as night. She managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, stirring the emotions of those present. The families nearby the Jiang household were well aware of Jiang Sui's past struggles. Most would have long fled under such circumstances, yet, Jiang Sui had always remembered her foster father's life-saving grace, tolerating Chen Jinoa's temper. Now, on the cusp of marrying into the Xiao family and escaping her torment, she found herself unable to shake off the clutches of this demon, who still plotted to usurp her future with despicable tactics. It is true that jealousy towards the Xiao family's flourishing business was rife in the village. However, many could not glean any information, allowing matters to fade away. Only Chen Jinoa concocted such vile schemes, audaciously demanding both the formula and the person. When Xiao Huchuan heard the mention of divorce, he could no longer remain composed. He immediately grasped Jiang Sui's hand tightly, declaring, "Wife, I will have you for a lifetime. You are the only one for me. Sui, we all believe in you. We are well aware of your temperament. The innocent shall remain unblemished." Xiaomu also expressed her stance, and the rest of the Xiao family nodded in agreement. Jiang Sui certainly trusted the Xiao family. Otherwise, she would not have had the confidence to escalate the situation. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's desire to sever ties, Chen Jinoa became irate. Though she held no affection for this little wretch, she could not allow this relationship to dissolve, for how else could she continue to exploit the Xiao family? Of course, she had never truly benefited from them. She was resolute in her determination to ensure that Jiang Sui would not have it easy. Thus, she brazenly retorted, "Jiang Sui, why should you be the only one to speak sweetly? Do not think I am unaware. When you were living at home, you had your eyes on my nephew. At that time, he did not fancy you, yet you harbored lingering feelings. Chen Shu frequently visited my home, and you two met often. You have made advances towards him more than once, claiming that you had no blood ties and wished to marry him. However, my nephew rejected you, leaving you no choice but to marry that fool from the Xiao family. Yesterday, you clearly encountered my nephew again and harbored thoughts of seduction, but fearing exposure, you turned the tables on me." Jiang Sui was nearly reduced to laughter by Chen Jinoa's audacity. She truly wanted to tear her tongue out. At that moment, Chen Shu, having gained some sense, joined in the ruckus, exclaiming, "Indeed, it was Jiang Sui who seduced me." She claimed Xiao Huchuan was a fool, and she had no choice but to submit to him, feeling utterly stifled. "When my aunt caught us, she was so frightened that she shifted the blame onto me. No matter how you twist the story, we do not believe you. Do any of you believe this?" Xiaomu, being Jiang Sui's staunch ally, was not swayed by their attempts to sow discord. She turned to the villagers, who shook their heads in disbelief at Chen Jinoa's claims. Firstly, there was little truth in her words, and secondly, the Xiao family was thriving, and they did not wish to offend them, preferring to curry favor instead. Seeing that no one believed her, Chen Jinoa gritted her teeth in anger. "At the time, there were only a few of us present, and Jiang Sui has no witnesses. How can she prove her words are true while mine are false? This matter cannot be clarified, and if you wish to sever ties, it is out of the question. I tell you, Jiang Sui, I may not have treated you well, but I at least provided you a place to live and food to eat, allowing you to survive until today. Regardless of my flaws, your very life is owed to me, otherwise, you would have perished long ago in that snowstorm over a decade ago." Chen Jinoa was determined to make Jiang Sui suffer, regardless of whether she benefited from the Xiao family. Jiang Sui was nearly on the verge of breaking down, having never encountered such shamelessness. The old village chief, witnessing the scene, found himself in a quandary. With no witnesses, everyone held firmly to their own narratives, making it difficult to reach a fair judgment. As silence enveloped the gathering, Chen Jinoa smirked triumphantly, raising her chin as she continued, "Moreover, today the Xiao family came to my home without distinction, beating me mercilessly and leaving me injured. They must compensate me with 3 taels of silver for medical expenses, or this matter shall remain unresolved." She truly was relentless in her demands. At that moment, a small boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, stepped forward. In a hushed voice, he declared, "I saw it. I witnessed Aunt Chen and Sister Qiao bullying Sister Sui by the river, and they stuffed cloth into Sister Sui's mouth to silence her. This revelation took everyone by surprise. Upon seeing the boy, Xiao Huchuan exclaimed in delight, "It's Da Zhuang." Da Zhuang was a childhood companion of Xiao Huchuan. "Da Zhuang, you little rascal, do not speak nonsense." Da Zhuang's mother attempted to pull him away, but he stubbornly resisted, insisting, "Mother, I truly saw it. I am not lying." Chen Jinhua was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, frantically pointing at Da Zhuang. "What a child's words cannot be trusted, old village chief." The old village chief looked at her with a mixture of disappointment and frustration, shaking his head helplessly. "It is precisely because he is a child that he would not lie." "Chen Jinhua, what more can you say? You sought witnesses, and now you have them. Cease your evasions. As Jiang Sui suggested, let us sever this relationship to prevent further disputes. Let each go their own way." "How can that be? Am I to let you enjoy the fruits of my labor for all these years without recompense? You think 5 taels of silver can dismiss me? I demand at least 5 more. I will only agree to sever ties under such conditions." Chen Jinhua was the epitome of a man-eater, leaving no opportunity for profit unexploited. The crowd decried her insatiable greed, but she remained unfazed. A married daughter is like spilled water. "I have already given you the bride price to is that not enough. With such behavior, who would wish to associate with you in the future?" The old village chief lamented that Chen Jinhua was beyond redemption. "If no one wishes to associate with me, so be it. I am but a solitary orphan, with nothing to rely on. One must look out for oneself in this world," Chen Jinhua insisted, determined to extract something from the Xiao family today. "Then let us report this to the authorities and see who holds the truth," Xiaomu interjected suddenly, crossing her arms in a nonchalant manner, ready to engage in this battle to the bitter end. This tactic she had learned from Jiang Sui. If one is justified, then let the law intervene. Chapter 086, Severing Ties. At the mention of reporting to the authorities, Chen Jinua's smile faltered. Mrs. Xiao continued, "After all, we have Da Zhuang as a witness. It is you and your daughter who harbor ulterior motives, coveting our family's business, and now you wish to extort me. Do you think I am a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed? If you dare to demand these 5 taels of silver today, you must consider carefully. My husband and my sons are not to be trifled with. Unless you plan to leave Xianhe village after receiving the silver, think wisely." Mrs. Xiao retaliated with the same tactics, showing no fear. "After all, it was merely a threat. Since you have proclaimed yourself a widow with a daughter, how can you still afford to make enemies? Do you not know that the Xiao family is not lacking in male heirs, and in this village, few dare to provoke us? We should first ascertain whether her sons are willing to back her up." The old village chief was well aware that Mrs. Zhao's actions were not commendable, yet today he found himself somewhat swayed, for Chen Jinhua had been excessively domineering and needed to be put in her place. "I have heard that the magistrate of Beima town is known for his impartiality and never shows favoritism. If this matter escalates to his attention, you might find yourself in prison. Just the other day, someone caused a ruckus at my stall and ended up spending several days in confinement. The heat is unbearable, and the jail is infested with rats and filth. The food is worse than swine feed. Should you truly end up there, you would emerge none the better for it." Jiang Sui and Mrs. Xiao began to collaborate. It is an undeniable truth that the common folk fear the officials. Jiang Qiaoqiao, upon hearing Jiang Sui's words, instinctively began to panic, thinking of Scholar Zhang. "No, mother, if we truly spend a few days in prison, and Zhang Lang finds out, it would spell disaster for me." Indeed, Chen Jinhua was also fearful. She had no desire to escalate matters to the authorities, yet, she was unwilling to concede to the Xiao family and Jiang Sui's insufferable demands. At that moment, Chen Shu could no longer hold back and implored her, "Aunt, enough is enough. If my father finds out, he will surely beat me to death. You can go to jail alone, I will not accompany you." Seeing Chen Jinua's fear, Mrs. Xiao deliberately raised her voice, "I have nothing more to say. Go report to the officials. I am not afraid of the trouble of Da Zhuang. You will testify for your aunt, and she will reward you with delicious food." "Really, can I have your family's hot and sour noodles?" Da Zhuang asked eagerly, having long craved them. "Of course, I shall prepare you 2 bowls. Is that enough?" Mrs. Xiao replied with a smile. Da Zhuang nodded vigorously. 2 bowls were more than sufficient for him, coupled with the promise from Godan. He felt as though he were soaring through the clouds. What bliss! "Xiaoyi, go report to the officials, Mrs. Xiao commanded, and Xiaoyi promptly left. At last, Chen Jinhua could no longer maintain her composure and, seeking help from her daughter and nephew, chose to relent. All right, we shall do as you say, sever ties. Xiaoyi halted, and Mrs. Xiao exchanged a glance with Jiang Sui, who quickly fetched paper and ink for the old village chief to draft the severance document. With careful strokes, the village chief penned 2 copies. After this document was written, Jiang Sui and the Jiang family would have no further ties with Chen Jinhua, and henceforth, Chen Jinhua's life and death would have no bearing on Jiang Sui. Furthermore, Chen Jinhua could not make any demands for money from the Jiang family under any pretext. Jiang Sui promptly affixed her fingerprint, while Chen Jinhua did so reluctantly, her resentment bubbling beneath the surface as she glared at Jiang Sui, wishing to devour her alive. After pressing her fingerprint, she could not help but mutter a curse against the ungrateful. Jiang Sui was unfazed. Her objective had been accomplished. Chen Jinhua was no longer her concern, and her status as a foster daughter of the Jiang family was now a thing of the past. The entire village was now aware of Chen Jinhua's treachery, and it remained to be seen who would still wish to associate with her. Having endured a beating from Mrs. Xiao and Xiao Lanlan, she had gained nothing and tarnished her reputation in the process. With the matter finally resolved, Chen Jinhua left, still grumbling. Mrs. Xiao turned back, casting one last threat: if you dare to bully my family again, I will personally tear you apart. After the commotion subsided, everyone returned home, including the Xiao family. However, they were unaware that Dazhuang's willingness to testify was largely due to the efforts of the little friend, Godan. Upon returning from school, Godan had noticed the crowd gathered and went to see what was happening. He discovered that his aunt was being bullied. At that moment, Dazhuang appeared from nowhere and quietly informed him that he had witnessed the incident but was too afraid to speak up. Thus, Godan struck a deal with him: if he testified, he would treat him to the family's hot and sour noodles. Dazhuang had long been yearning for those noodles, salivating at the thought. Cleverly, Godan used this as leverage, prompting Dazhuang to bravely step forward to testify. Chen Jinhua, supported by Jiang Xiaoqiao, returned to her room. When she lifted her clothing, she was horrified to see the bruises on her waist, a ghastly sight that even Jiang Xiaoqiao dared not look at. Today, Chen Shu had also suffered misfortune by following his aunt into this debacle, gaining nothing and even getting bitten by a snake. Fortunately, it was a non-venomous snake, otherwise, he might have lost his life. Upon returning home, Chen Jinhua scrutinized Jiang Sui from head to toe, inquiring whether she had been harmed. Jiang Sui shook her head, having sustained no injuries herself yet. Both Chen Jinhua and Jiang Xiaoqiao bore the brunt of her wrath, and Chen Shu had also been bitten by the snake. None of the three emerged unscathed. She had exerted herself mightily while biting. In truth, it was not a loss. Henceforth, Chen Jinhua would have no allies left in the village. You silly girl, you scared me half to death. I thought something terrible had happened to you. When Hetsuan rushed back and said you were being bullied, I could not care less. I seized Chen Jinhua and gave her a thorough beating, showing no mercy, as if to vent my frustrations for you. It was indeed amusing that Chen Jinua's daughter was such a coward. She merely watched as her mother was beaten without daring to intervene. Mother, I am fine. They both brought it upon themselves. Now I have finally severed ties with them, so my efforts were not in vain, Jiang Sui declared, producing the severance document with immense satisfaction. Before long, Godan returned, accompanied by Dazhuang. He told Mrs. Xiao to prepare a bowl of hot and sour noodles for Dazhuang, as he had promised him. Mrs. Xiao was grateful to Dazhuang for his testimony, so preparing the noodles was the least she could do. However, Godan's mention of his promise to Dazhuang raised questions. He recounted his deal with Dazhuang, prompting laughter from the adults as they realized it was Godan who had facilitated Dazhuang's sudden willingness to testify. This child was truly clever beyond measure. Mrs. Xiao was utterly enamored with her eldest grandson, cupping his face and kissing him affectionately. You truly are a wonderful grandson. I shall make you some white rice. Hooray! White rice! Godan cheered, for white rice was his ultimate desire. Chapter 087. At the onset of drought, since the last incident, Chen Jinhua has become a pariah in the village. Whenever she appears, people deliberately avoid her, reluctant to engage in conversation for fear of her malevolent schemes. Her actions have been excessively unscrupulous, leaving no room for innocence. Conversely, Jiang Sui, having endured this ordeal, now finds Xiao Hechuan steadfastly accompanying her wherever she goes, ensuring she is never left alone. Jiang Sui feels a mix of resignation and satisfaction. The scheming individuals around them have faced their comeuppance, allowing for a semblance of peace, enabling them to focus on their small business endeavors. Presently, the residents of Bema town fervently yearn for rain. It has been over 2 weeks since their pleas for rain, yet the skies remain unyielding, the village wells have run dry, and the rivers have laid bare their beds, with only a trickle of water seeping through the crevices of the stones. Access to drinking water has become a dire concern, and the wheat fields have largely succumbed to thirst. The years of grain shriveled and devoid of sustenance, cooking rice has become impossible, compelling the villagers to venture into the mountains in search of springs to fetch water. After much effort, they might discover a source, yet the arduous climb often results in much of the precious water spilling during the return journey. The Shao family managed to store 2 barrels of water, but it barely lasted a few days before they were depleted. The town's well also ran dry in no time, yielding only murky water, rendering any business ventures futile. Food vendors have gradually shuttered their establishments. After conferring, Zhao's mother decided it would be prudent for their family to cease operations as well. Thus, their business was put on hold, and the family retreated home to rest. The scarcity of water has become a pressing issue, and the crops have proven unreliable, yielding nothing but desolation. The populace is lamenting their plight, faced with the dual calamity of hunger and thirst. Truly, it feels as though the heavens have turned against them. In reality, much of Jizhou is in a similar state, beset by drought, with the air thick with the lamentations of the people. Those quick to react have begun purchasing grain with whatever funds they possess. Furthermore, this year's plantings of sweet potatoes and potatoes have perished in the parched earth, yielding little to no harvest. Many wealthy landowners have commenced large-scale purchases of grain, only to resell it at inflated prices. Some, unperturbed by the distance, have traveled to other regions to procure supplies, returning to sell them at exorbitant rates. With this year yielding no crops, the common folk find themselves compelled to spend their savings on sustenance, yet, unscrupulous merchants are profiting immensely, with prices for flour and brown rice soaring 5- to 6-fold, and cornmeal following suit. The residents of Xianhe village have also begun to hoard grain, leaving the food stores of Bema town stripped bare, forcing those unable to purchase locally to seek supplies in the county, only to discover even more dire conditions there. Waxixi County, vast and populous, is equally afflicted by drought, with grain supplies long since exhausted. Local officials, slow to act, have only just begun to petition the court, but with the capital so far removed, the bureaucracy ensures that by the time any response reaches the emperor, it may well be too late. To complicate matters, some corrupt officials have sought to exploit the crisis for personal gain, deliberately stifling the submission of urgent reports. The chaos in Jizhou has left the populace in a state of despair. However, the Shao family, thanks to Jiang Sui's foresight, is faring significantly better than those unprepared. Zhao's mother has stockpiled enough provisions to last through the winter, managing their supplies carefully to endure until the new year. By then, it is hoped that conditions will improve, for the court cannot possibly remain indifferent to their plight. Over the past few months of conducting business, they have netted a profit of 16 taels of silver after deducting costs, providing some assurance against starvation, yet the immediate concern remains the acquisition of drinking water. Given the current circumstances, Zhao's father and brothers could no longer remain in the county. The foremen settled their wages, and each returned home with 2 taels of silver. Zhao's father and Shaoqin entrusted their earnings to Zhao's mother, while Xiaomian saved his for his wife, Zhou. The young couple has managed to accumulate several taels of savings, and Zhou feels content with their situation. Mr. Qin's 3-month prescription has been fully utilized, and each night, she adheres to his advice, applying herbal poultices and receiving acupuncture every fortnight. She distinctly senses a marked improvement in her well-being, her spirits are lifted, and her menstrual discomfort has lessened considerably. It has been quite some time since the couple had a moment together, and they took the opportunity to enjoy each other's company. With the family's primary supporters now gathered, it is imperative to devise a strategy to address their water supply issue. The brothers conferred and decided to join the larger group from the village in search of springs in the mountains, reasoning that any water is preferable to none. The oppressive heat makes the absence of water intolerable. Early the next morning, the 3 brothers set off with the village leader's organized group to seek water in the mountains. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui remained industrious at home, recalling a previous excursion to a ravine where wild apricots grew, which featured a large pool of water. Inspired by this memory, she resolved to explore the area in hopes of fortune. After informing Zhao's mother, she called upon Xiao Hechuan and Xiao Lanlan to accompany her. Initially, Xiao Lanlan had not thought of it, but she too recognized that the ravine indeed harbored a sizable pool, crystal clear and inviting. Perhaps they would be fortunate to find water there. Thus, the trio ventured under the blazing sun towards the waterhole. It was now September, typically a season of harvest, yet they were beset by drought. After a lengthy trek, they finally reached the ravine, which had become overgrown with weeds due to lack of foot traffic. Each of them picked up a sturdy stick, remaining vigilant of the ground to avoid snakes. Upon entering the maple grove, they were greeted by the sight of vibrant red leaves, a breathtaking landscape. Were it not for the mountains encasing this hidden gem, it surely would have been discovered long ago. Indeed, the pool still contained water, shielded from the sun by the surrounding trees, and although the water level had receded significantly, there remained a pool at the bottom. The surface was scattered with fallen leaves, but the water was alive, as a trickle from the depths continuously replenished it, albeit in minimal quantities. Xiaolanlan rolled up her pant legs and stepped into the pool, brushing aside the leaves to scoop up a handful of water, which she eagerly drank. The tea was still exquisitely sweet, and she let out a contented sigh. We must share this good news with our brother. It is unexpected that they have been searching the mountains for water to no avail while we have stumbled upon it so easily. This water should sustain us for a while. Following suit, Xiaohuachuan also entered the pool, and the siblings stood in a spot that had once been submerged but was now exposed due to the low water level. He cupped his hands to drink and, with keen eyes, suddenly spotted fish in the pool, small ones, perhaps 2 or 3 fingers wide. "Look, there are fish," he exclaimed, drawing both Xiaolanlan and Jiang Sui's attention. "Where? Where are the fish? Let me see." Xiaolanlan exclaimed excitedly, envisioning a delightful addition to their evening meal. Chapter 088. Even fishing can yield a golden ingot. Jiang Sui and Xiaolanlan followed Xiaohuachuan's gaze and discovered indeed several fish, each about 3 fingers wide, swimming in the pond. The trio was filled with delight. "There are fish, let us catch them and have them for dinner tonight." Xiaolanlan rubbed her hands together, imagining the delectable aroma. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Jiang Sui agreed, noting that the water was fresh and alive. Once stirred up, it would settle back down, remaining clean, so there was nothing to fear. When it came to catching fish, Xiaohuachuan was quite adept. By the time Lanlan finished speaking, he had already removed his shoes and stepped into the water, which reached his knees. Given the warm weather, the sensation of his feet in the water was quite pleasant. With the soft mud beneath him, Jiang Sui also took off her shoes and rolled up her trousers, joining them in the water as they began their fish-catching endeavor. However, without any proper equipment, attempting to catch fish by hand proved to be quite a challenge. The nimble little fish evaded their grasp. They devised ways to herd the fish into a corner. After much effort, Jiang Sui and Xiaolanlan had not caught a single fish, though they were thoroughly enjoying themselves, while only Xiaohuachuan managed to catch one. As Jiang Sui felt around in the water, her hand suddenly encountered something hard and oddly shaped, resembling a stone. Curiosity piqued, she pried the object from the muddy bottom and rinsed it clean in the water. As the object surfaced, its true form was revealed. It was no ordinary stone. If Jiang Sui was not mistaken, what lay before her was a golden ingot, unmistakably gleaming in a rich yellow hue. She gasped in astonishment, unable to contain her excitement, exclaiming a phrase from her cultural heritage, "What the heck?" It was hardly surprising. In moments of extreme astonishment, such expressions tend to slip out unconsciously, especially since her very essence was rooted in the 21st century. At her exclamation, Xiaolanlan and Xiaohuachuan turned to her simultaneously. "What happened?" Xiaolanlan inquired hurriedly as she approached her. Jiang Sui held up the large golden ingot for Xiaolanlan to see. "Look at what I found." "A golden ingot." Xiaolanlan stared at the ingot in disbelief, swallowing hard. "Sister-in-law, are you sure this is gold?" Jiang Sui could not possibly be mistaken. She had a habit of purchasing gold in modern times and enjoyed accumulating it for its value. Therefore, she was absolutely certain that this was genuine gold. "How could it be anything else?" she replied, offering the ingot to Xiaolanlan for a closer inspection. In all honesty, Xiaolanlan had never even seen a silver ingot in her lifetime, let alone a golden one, so her hesitation was understandable. As for Xiaohuachuan, he merely watched with curiosity. "This is stunningly beautiful," he remarked. "How could it not be? This is money." According to the monetary conversion in Daqing, 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver. Given the size of the ingot, it had to weigh at least 10 taels, which was equivalent to 100 taels of silver, enough to buy a courtyard in the county. Xiaolanlan hesitated to confirm, but she trusted Jiang Sui. If Jiang Sui said it was gold, then it surely was. So, does this mean we VE struck it rich? Although Xiao Lanlan had never seen gold, she knew that 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver. A golden ingot of this size must weigh at least 10 taels, amounting to 100 taels of silver, sufficient to purchase a courtyard in the county. Jiang Sui nodded, recognizing this as a stroke of unexpected fortune. However, a bold thought crossed her mind: could it be possible that more than one ingot lay hidden below? The shape of the ingot suggested it had been crafted by human hands. If it were natural gold, it would lack such a form, or this indicated that the ingot might have been deliberately hidden here. The pond was quite deep, at least 2 meters when not dry, and there were no signs of human habitation nearby for a long time, suggesting that this golden ingot had been submerged for quite some time. Due to its prolonged stay at the bottom, it bore the marks of erosion, with dirt and debris embedded in its scratches. While she could not fathom the mindset of the person who had discarded it, it was now hers, and she felt entitled to use it as she wished. Yet, there might be more treasures hidden below. She called out to Lanlan and Xiao Huchuan to continue searching in the muddy depths of the pond for any overlooked finds. The sentiment was mutual. Xiao Lanlan shared the same thought. Thus, the three of them temporarily abandoned their fish-catching endeavor to search for gold. After half a day of diligent searching, however, they came up empty-handed, having thoroughly scoured the small pond without discovering a second ingot. Luck can only stretch so far, and if they were to find another ingot, it would seem too fortuitous. For Jiang Sui, this was already a significant gain, and being overly greedy would not serve her well. Sister-in-law, your luck is truly remarkable. Even while fishing, you managed to stumble upon a golden ingot. I can't believe I don't have such fortune, Xiao Lanlan remarked with a hint of envy. Such luck is merely coincidental, Jiang Sui replied modestly, though the smile on her face was genuine. Ever since she arrived in this world, her luck had never waned. It felt as though she had amassed all the good fortune from her past life into this one. Let us return to fishing. Searching for stones is hardly entertaining, Xiao Huchuan pouted in dissatisfaction, as his interest lay solely in activities he enjoyed, rather than the concept of wealth. Despite their discovery of the golden ingot, they could not overlook the fish, and so they resumed their fishing efforts. After much toil, their feet had turned pruny, and the pond had been stirred into a murky mess, obscuring the view of the bottom. Xiao Huchuan was the one who caught the fish, while Jiang Sui and Lanlan focused primarily on participation. They managed to catch 5 fish in total, which would suffice for a meal. Given the weather, the fish would spoil quickly without proper storage. That the trio conferred and decided to hurry home to share the delightful news of their golden find with Xiao Mu, and then wait for the elder brother to return before discussing their discovery of the water source. In such times, it was unnecessary to be selfish and hoard good fortune. Banding together to weather the tough times was of paramount importance. At home, Xiao Mu was busy organizing the remaining stockpile of grains. With Jiang Sui's 20 taels of silver, they had purchased 200 pounds of flour, 200 pounds of brown rice, and 200 pounds of cornmeal. Coupled with the old grain reserves from the previous year, there was still 100 pounds of flour left from their own milling, 80 pounds of cornmeal, an additional 100 pounds of potatoes, and another 100 pounds of sweet potatoes. They also had several dozens of red beans and mung beans, all coarse grains that were quite filling. Additionally, there were ample sweet potato noodles left unsold and over 100 pounds of sweet potato starch yet to be made into noodles. With all these provisions, they were assured of not going hungry. The chicks they had raised had also grown rapidly. In a few more months, they would be ready for slaughter and meat. The Xiao family, being numerous and robust, was well equipped for labor. Thanks to Jiang Sui's foresight in purchasing food supplies, they were far better off than the other villagers, not having to live in fear of starvation. Had it not been for her prudent planning, the family would have struggled to survive on the meager old stock during this severe drought. Yet, at this moment, she remained unaware that her daughter-in-law was preparing an even greater surprise for her. Chapter 089 of the Radiance of Fortune. Koi. By the time the three returned, it was already noon, and Zhao's mother and Zhou had prepared lunch. With no pressing matters at hand and no need to toil in the fields, Zhou ventured to the nearby ridge to gather some wild vegetables, which she mixed with cornmeal to make pancakes. Zhao's mother also prepared a basket of steamed buns made from mixed flour and sought Aide a couple of side dishes to accompany the meal. Given the current state of affairs, everyone was content to eat until they were about 70% full, ensuring they would not suffer from hunger. The main concern was the substantial appetites of Zhao's father and his several sons, while the women of the household were satisfied with mere trifles. Upon seeing the children return with 5 small fish in tow, Zhao's mother immediately surmised that they had not come back empty-handed. "It appears you have found water and even caught a few fish. What fortune you have!" Zhao's mother was no longer surprised. Her family had always been remarkably fortunate, and if there were no water, how could the fish have possibly appeared? Indeed, mother, that pond still holds water, knee-deep and crystal clear. It should last us for a while. I cannot say what my brothers encountered, whether they found water, but as long as we have this pond, we can conserve our usage and stave off thirst. Xiao Lanlan refrained from immediately mentioning the gold ingot and instead focused on the water situation. Zhou joyfully accepted the fish, muttering, "Your second brother was just lamenting last night about wanting meat, and today you have brought back fish. We shall have a nice addition to our dinner." Previously, the wild boar and cured meat discovered by Jiang Sui had not been consumed, hanging above the stove, blackened by smoke, as it required too much water to prepare. Xiao Mian and the others, toiling in the county, had been vexed by their meager provisions, longing for meat upon their return, yet every household was struggling with food shortages, and their family dared not indulge excessively. Zhou later learned of Zhao's mother's grain-storing endeavors. Being a rather astute woman, she understood the importance of not flaunting wealth during such times lest they attract unwanted attention. With most families hoarding only a meager supply, they were all worried about the upcoming month after depleting their current stocks. "Since you have found water, I shall send your father to fetch some, so we can fill our jars before we must compete with others," she said. Zhao's father had not accompanied them to seek water. He had been laboring in the fields since dawn. Just then, he returned, his face etched with worry. As a farmer, it pained him to see their crops languishing in the fields. Upon seeing him, Zhao's mother exclaimed, "Husband, the children have found water. Quickly, fill your stomach, for we must fetch water soon. The fields are not close to home, and we must fill our jars to avoid contention later." Upon hearing the news of water, Zhao's father instantly perked up, temporarily setting aside his discontent. Fetching water was their immediate priority, everything else could wait. Thus, they first had their meal at home, leaving some for the three sons to eat upon their return. Zhao's father called Xiao Huchuan to accompany him to fetch water. Though somewhat slow-witted, Huchuan was strong, and it was inappropriate for the women to undertake such labor. Huchuan was not lazy, he complied with his father's request, yet the two would need to make over 10 trips to fill both jars. Zhao's mother provided each of them with a straw hat, cautioning them to be wary of snakes and pests along the way. Once they departed, Jiang Sui and Xiao Lanlan conspiratorially ushered Zhao's mother into a room, just as Zhou had gone to rest, thus unaware of their actions. Seeing them lock the door, Zhao's mother felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering what they were up to. "What is this about? So many happenings lately have left me somewhat fearful." Jiang Sui then produced the gold ingot, presenting it before her. Zhao's mother was momentarily stunned, unable to process the sight before her. After a few moments, Xiao Lanlan urged, "Mother, are you dazed? A gold ingot of such size is right before your eyes, and you remain unmoved? What? What do you mean? Please repeat that." Zhao's mother thought she had misheard, rubbing her eyes vigorously. "This was discovered by my sister-in-law in the pond. It's genuine, mother, we are rich." Xiao Lanlan whispered, struggling to contain her excitement. Zhao's mother's expression was surreal, disbelief etched across her features, yet the rise and fall of her chest betrayed her exhilaration. After a long pause, she gingerly cradled the gold ingot in her hands, examining it closely under the light streaming through the window. Goodness, in all her years, this was the first time she had ever seen a gold ingot. "You tell me this was found? One can actually find such treasures, even sheer luck cannot be this fortuitous." She gazed deeply at Jiang Sui, feeling as though her daughter-in-law radiated a golden light, akin to a fortune-bringing koi. Jiang Sui, feeling somewhat bashful under her gaze, managed a shy smile. "Mother, since this gold has come into our possession, it rightfully belongs to us. This unexpected windfall must be safeguarded. With this wealth, once the situation improves next year, we can rent a small shop in the county to sell spicy sour noodles. The foot traffic there far surpasses that of Beima town, and given the popularity of our noodles, we would surely prosper." This notion had crossed Jiang Sui's mind on her way back. With capital in hand, she would find ways to make it grow. Nothing is impossible if one is willing to strive. Zhao's mother felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy, her excitement bubbling within her, but she remained composed, returning the gold ingot to Jiang Sui. Sui, you have already done so much for our family. The 20 taels you entrusted to me were used entirely for purchasing grain. I feel indebted to you. You have also helped manage our affairs and earned quite a bit. Now that we have enough for our needs, the gold ingot you found naturally belongs to you. I cannot take advantage of you any further. Lanlan, you must not covet it either. This matter is to remain a secret among us. Huchuan will be instructed as well that he is discreet and will not speak of it. Therefore, sway, keep this gold ingot safe for yourself. Despite the overwhelming temptation of wealth, Zhao's mother maintained her composure, a testament to her character and sincerity towards Jiang Sui. In truth, Jiang Sui felt immense satisfaction from her words. After such a long time together, she had come to regard herself as a member of the Shao family, and only when the Shao family thrived could she also enjoy the fruits of that prosperity. Mother, while I appreciate your sentiments, it is still most appropriate for this gold ingot to remain with you. Should I have need, I will seek you out. For now, the priority is to ensure the well-being of the entire family, wouldn't you agree? No, the gold ingot must stay with you. I cannot keep it for you, you must learn to manage the household in the future. How can I handle everything for you? Zhao's mother was resolute, leading to a series of back-and-forth exchanges between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chapter 090 Regarding extraneous matters, Xiao Lanlan remarked that since Zhao's mother had expressed herself so, she naturally had no designs on the gold ingot. Regardless of whether the money rested in her mother's hands or in her sister-in-law's, she would still bask in its benefits, thus she remained ungreedy. Ultimately, as she had no prospects for marriage, her sole focus was to care for her family, sharing in both fortune and adversity. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law devolved into a cycle of mutual insistence, until finally, Zhao's mother proactively suggested, in that case, you may keep the gold ingot, but should the household ever find itself in dire need of funds, you must be prepared to produce it. At that time, I assure you, I will not be polite. Zhao's mother's words were agreeable to Jiang Sui. Very well, I shall keep this gold ingot for myself, and I will present it should the need arise. Jiang Sui wrapped the gold ingot in cloth and concealed it beneath the bed, diligently checking on it several times a day to ensure it remained secure. As Zhao's father and Xiao Huchuan returned after fetching 2 loads of water, several brothers came back, appearing to have returned empty-handed, their faces glistening with sweat, their undershirts thoroughly soaked. They happened to pass by the Xiao residence just as Zhao's father was preparing to make a third trip for water, and he inquired, "How did it go? Did you find any water?" The village chief sighed heavily, looking utterly disheartened. "Don't even mention it. Everywhere is dry, not a single spring to be found. Are you off to fetch water?" Seeing Zhao's father with his water buckets, he added, "I know where there is water. My youngest son and daughter-in-law discovered it. Let me take you there." Upon hearing that water had been located, the previously despondent crowd immediately perked up. "Really, where?" asked the village chief eagerly. Thus, Zhao's father revealed the location, and Xiao Yi was aware of it too, as he had previously informed Jiang Sui and her companions. He had not thought to mention it at that moment. With the prospect of water, everyone rushed home to gather buckets, summoning all available hands for the task. However, with dozens of households in the village, it was evident that there would be a queue for water, signaling a busy couple of days ahead. The men of the Shao family deliberated and decided that Zhao's father should lead the group to fetch water first, while his sons would have lunch before taking over the duties of Zhao's father and Xiao Huchuan, ensuring that the water tank would be filled before nightfall. Fortunately, they had already made a few trips, otherwise, it would have devolved into chaos with so many people. Though they had discovered the water source first, granting them priority, it mattered little as their household was not lacking in strength. Everyone would take turns, making it relatively straightforward. In contrast, there were families like that of Chen Jinhua who, although she and Jiang Xiaoqiao were not particularly proactive in their search for water, stood watch at the door. Upon seeing everyone leave with their buckets, she hastily called for Jiang Xiaoqiao to fetch a bucket and follow suit. No one had invited her. Now, when others saw her, they felt a sense of irritation. Jiang Xiaoqiao, who was thoroughly unwilling to comply, felt unwell for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the weather, struggling with appetite and sleep, and experiencing nausea upon waking. She truly lacked the desire to move, yet their home had run completely dry. Calculating, she realized it had been half a month since she last saw Scholar Zhang, having visited him twice to find him absent. Others had their men to fetch water, but in her household, it was solely the two of them, a mother and daughter, who had to attend to everything themselves. Following the crowd, they eventually arrived at the site where everyone was queuing to draw water. Initially, everyone rushed to fill their buckets, but chaos ensued, stirring up mud and silt in the pool. Once the water settled, they had to wait for a considerable time. The village chief established a rule of first come, first served, directing everyone to proceed one by one and forbidding anyone from muddying the water. Fortunately, the pool contained running water, so after drawing from it, the water level would gradually rise again. However, it could not withstand such treatment indefinitely. When they arrived, they still faced a lengthy queue under the scorching sun, parched and sweating profusely. In such conditions, the human body is exceedingly susceptible to dehydration, leading to heat stroke or fainting. Indeed, after standing in the blazing sun for so long, Jiang Qiaoqiao fainted, frightening Chen Jinhua half to death. She only had this precious daughter, hoping she would marry well and provide for her in her old age. Xiaoqiao, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Jiang Qiaoqiao unconscious, her lips pale, those standing before and behind them instinctively distanced themselves, fearing they might be wronged by Chen Jinhua and reluctant to offer assistance. Moreover, the majority present were men, all there to fetch water, who would dare to intervene with a young woman in such a state. Chen Jinhua clutched Jiang Qiaoqiao's pressure point tightly, leaving deep nail marks, yet there were no signs of her regaining consciousness. With little strength left, Chen Jinhua cried out for help. Someone, please assist me, I truly cannot manage alone, I beg you. At that moment, she belatedly grasped the critical importance of maintaining good relationships. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a vulnerable position. A robust woman at the back could no longer bear to watch and spoke up, do not move her, she has succumbed to heat stroke. You must not assist her, or it may worsen the situation. Here, I have a piece of candied fruit, give it to her to suck on. This kind-hearted woman, empathizing as a fellow woman, offered a piece of candied fruit she happened to have on her person. Chen Jinhua expressed her gratitude profusely, placing the candy into Jiang Qiaoqiao's mouth. The incident did not delay the others from drawing water. Instead, they sidestepped Chen Jinhua and continued to queue. After a short while, Jiang Qiaoqiao, with the candied fruit in her mouth, regained consciousness, savoring the sweetness and instinctively sucking on it. Upon seeing her awaken, Chen Jinhua finally exhaled in relief, only to notice a red stain on Jiang Qiaoqiao's trousers. She quickly shielded her and reproached her softly, you wretched girl, you could not even inform me you were due for your monthly cycle, you nearly scared me to death. Jiang Qiaoqiao appeared quite weak, yet upon hearing about her monthly cycle, she smiled, thinking to herself, well, at least it has come. Mother, do we have any more candy? I would like another piece. She was still preoccupied with thoughts of that sweet candied fruit. Chen Jinhua shot her a glare, I have no candy, that was given to you by someone else. You are foolish to be so careless and succumb to heat stroke. The woman who had offered the candy waited eagerly for the mother and daughter to express their gratitude, but instead, they simply dusted themselves off and stood up, never mentioning the incident again. The woman thought to herself, well, it seems I have meddled unnecessarily. Rolling her eyes in frustration now, Jiang Qiaoqiao was unable to carry heavy loads, so Chen Jinhua took it upon herself to fetch a bucket of water. The water was still in the pool, but after drawing it, she found it difficult to ascend. With her diminished strength, she accidentally twisted her ankle, causing the freshly drawn water along with the bucket to plunge back into the pool, churning up mud and silt. The onlookers voiced their complaints loudly. Chen Jinhua felt utterly humiliated, finding herself in a most embarrassing predicament. Ultimately, she made several trips alone to fetch water, toiling until nightfall to return with only 2 buckets, spilling half along the way, much to the dismay of those who witnessed her struggles. Did she not understand how precious water had become? If she could not manage, she ought to fetch less. Chapter 91. A retribution. In stark contrast, the Shao family enjoyed a much more comfortable existence. While the villagers toiled endlessly to fetch water, they had already sat down to their evening meal. With 2 barrels of water prudently rationed, it would suffice for several days, allowing them to return to the well for more as needed. The oppressive heat made it imperative for everyone to wash. As the sticky discomfort was unbearable, the men could simply wet a cloth in the meager trickle of the river to freshen up, but the women required a more substantial amount of water, though they all had a clear understanding of the situation. The search for water continued, with the village chief leading the effort to scour the hills for mountain springs. It was essential to have a backup source in case the pond dried up one day. However, within a few days, a significant event transpired in the village, which Lan Lan learned about during one of her outings. The Shao family's fortunes had risen, and the villagers had begun to treat Lan Lan with newfound respect, initiating conversations with her. One morning, as she ventured into the vegetable garden, a neighbor informed her about a troubling incident involving Jiang Qiaoqiao, who had suffered a severe mishap the previous night, losing a considerable amount of blood and collapsing in her own yard. Chen Jinhua was left in a state of shock, calling for help. Of the neighbors, unable to endure her cries, came to investigate. Those who had witnessed such events before understood the gravity of Jiang Qiaoqiao's condition. hastily summoning the barefoot doctor, who confirmed that she had indeed suffered a miscarriage. The news was impossible to contain, spreading like wildfire throughout the village at the break of dawn. For the villagers, this was explosive gossip, the revelation that an unmarried girl like Zhang Xiao had conceived and subsequently lost. Such a woman was deemed impure and disreputable. In noble families, she would face dire consequences. Previously, when she had fainted from the heat and stained her trousers, she had assumed it was merely her monthly cycle, not realizing it was the loss of her child. Her lack of proper care led to this unfortunate outcome. Upon hearing the news, the villagers' moral compass was shattered. As individuals born in this era, they found it incomprehensible that Zhang Xiao could so disregard her own dignity. Yet, Jiang Sui, in her wisdom, had long suspected Zhang Xiao's entanglement with Scholar Zhang. Though she had not anticipated it would escalate to such dire consequences, she was certain that Scholar Zhang would never acknowledge the incident. In truth, had she sought a suitable match, she might have found stability, but her lofty aspirations and poor judgment led her astray. Xiaomu lamented the situation, reflecting on the saying, "An unsteady foundation leads to crooked beams." The failure of the elder generation to instill proper values had resulted in such a shameless daughter. Now, it seemed that even old Zhang's coffin might not suffice to contain the shame. In her father's lifetime, Jiang Sui's adoptive father had been a decent man, but his early demise allowed Chen Jinhua to raise her daughter without proper guidance. Zhang Xiao, oblivious to her pregnancy, awakened to the piercing gaze of her mother, which seemed to bore into her very soul. "Why do you look at me like that?" Zhang Xiao asked, trembling. "What is it? Are you unaware of what transpired with Scholar Zhang? Do you realize you've suffered a miscarriage? I had warned you to safeguard your virtue, yet you refuse to listen, and now, your most valuable asset is gone. You are no longer qualified to aspire to be a scholar's wife, let alone a gentleman's consort. Do you still dream of such things? We can no longer remain in Xianhe village, where we will be the subject of scorn. Look at the havoc you've wrought. Had I known you would behave this way, I would have placed my hopes on that little wretch, Jiang Sui." Chen Jinhua, consumed with fury, unleashed her wrath, while Zhang Xiao stood frozen in shock, absently touching her abdomen. She had initially thought her condition was merely a monthly occurrence, unaware that she had been pregnant with Zhang's child. Had the child survived, perhaps he would have acknowledged her, but now, with the child lost, what could she say? Yet, she refused to accept her fate. "Mother, you must go find Zhang. He promised to marry me. I am in this predicament because of him. He won't abandon." Deep down, Chen Jinhua understood the truth that the child was gone, and Scholar Zhang might not acknowledge her daughter, but it was the only course of action left to them. Thus, the next day, Chen Jinhua set off to the neighboring village in search of Scholar Zhang, only to find his door firmly shut. The scholar, an orphan, had been living alone and was absent from home. After making inquiries, Chen Jinhua learned that he had secretly become a son-in-law to a wealthy family, marrying their eldest daughter. No wonder Zhang Xiao had found him missing. He had already moved on to new affections. A rumor had it that the Liang family's daughter was smitten with his scholarly status and his fair complexion. Mr. Liang had promised to support him financially in his studies, should he agree to marry into their family. Tempted by such prospects, Scholar Zhang had swiftly discarded Zhang Xiao and married into the Liang family just days prior. Chen Jinhua and her daughter were left empty-handed, their hopes dashed. That same day, they stormed the Liang residence. Mr. Liang, possessing some wealth, had employed 2 guards. When Chen Jinhua confronted Scholar Zhang, he flatly denied any connection with Zhang Xiao, claiming not to know her at all. With his charming words, he had quickly won over the Liang daughter, who soon became utterly devoted to him. The spirited young lady ordered the guards to expel Chen Jinhua and her daughter, threatening violence if they dared return, making it clear that they would not be welcome in Beima town. Chen Jinhua, already intimidated, dared not pursue the matter further, knowing they could not take their grievances to the magistrate. The circumstances were consensual, and Zhang Xiao had lost her virtue. If they escalated the situation, they would truly become pariahs in Beima town. Alas, there was more grim news awaiting them. The villagers of Xianhe sought out the old village chief, urging him to expel the mother and daughter from the village. They argued that with so many unmarried girls left, the actions of the shameless Zhang Xiao had tarnished their reputation, and anyone who heard they were from Xianhe village would assume the same scandalous behavior applied to all the girls there. Thus, barely returning from their failed confrontation at Mr. Liang's residence, Chen Jinhua and Zhang Xiao received the grim tidings that they were to be ousted from Xianhe village. Chapter 092. Unusual phenomena. Faced with the accusations and furious denunciations of the entire village, even someone as thick-skinned and fond of playing the rogue as Chen Jinhua could not withstand the pressure. It truly echoed the saying that one can be drowned in a sea of spittle. Thus, after only 2 days, she hastily gathered her belongings and, accompanied by Jiang Qiaoqiao, returned to her maternal home under the cover of night. Yet, how could her family possibly accommodate the two of them? They too were fearful of gossip, and moreover, her sister-in-law was not one to be trifled with. Her temperament was even more fiery than Chen Jinawa's. The Chen family had 2 daughters, one, Chen Jinawa, and the other married far away, a meek soul who endured hardships. The elderly Chens now relied on their only son, with his wife managing the household. With just a glance from the sister-in-law, no one dared to harbor the mother and daughter duo, and now, the pair found themselves in a dire predicament, having nowhere to turn. After suffering a miscarriage, Jiang Qiaoqiao was cast out of the village before she had even fully recovered. It is indeed a case of self-inflicted suffering for the mother and daughter. In her youth, Chen Jinawa had failed to act righteously, and now the retribution had come. The Shao family remained silent, observing their exit with cold indifference, while Jiang Sui felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that the wicked would ultimately face their own reckoning. As time progressed, through the tireless efforts of the villagers, a new spring was finally discovered, albeit distant, making the round trip for water more arduous than the journey to the waterhole. The waterhole, ravaged by the villagers' incessant drawing, could only endure for a fortnight before it succumbed, the water level dwindling to a mere ankle deep, rendering it impossible to fetch more than muddy water. By mid-September, when the weather should have been growing cooler, it remained oppressively hot, even more so than before. For 5 long months, not a single drop of rain had fallen, and the crops lay barren in the fields. The prices of grain in the market soared, yet supplies were quickly snatched up. After being passed through various hands, the memorials finally reached the emperor, who, infuriated by the corruption of officials who had indulged themselves, decreed punishment for the local authorities, chastising them for their laziness and negligence that exacerbated the disaster. The unfortunate burden fell on the lower-ranking officials, while the court's parasites continued to revel in luxury, merely putting on a facade. Concurrently, the emperor ordered the 2 surrounding prefectures to send grain to Jizhou, aiming to suppress the soaring prices. However, even with swift horses, the urgent message took 7 to 8 days to arrive. The prefectures, upon receiving the imperial edict, required time to gather grain from the granaries, and the transportation of relief supplies would also take considerable time. This delay extended to over half a month. More alarmingly, the grain was being heavily purchased and resold by local wealthy merchants in Jizhou, leaving little available for actual distribution, yet they dared not report this situation for fear of incurring the emperor's wrath, potentially implicating many in dire consequences. With the emperor awaiting results and high-ranking officials pressuring them, a wave of panic swept through the lower officials. Moreover, some regions began to exhibit peculiar phenomena. In Xianhe village, the village chief organized the villagers to venture out and harvest the wheat, hoping to glean some grain rather than idly waiting for starvation at home. Yet, overnight, the parched earth erupted with a multitude of worms emerging from the ground. Unable to survive the lack of water below, exposed to the scorching sun, their fate was sealed. Early in the morning, the Shao family beheld this unsettling scene. Jiang Sui, afflicted by a phobia of clusters, was particularly distressed, while Xiao Lanlan and Mrs. Shao leaned against the wall, succumbing to nausea, revolted by the sight. Observing his daughters-in-law in distress, Mr. Shao summoned his sons to clear away the dead worms at the entrance and assigned tasks. Some would fetch water from the mountains while others would harvest wheat. Just as the village chief suggested, there might still be a chance to gather some grain. However, the phenomenon of worms was not the only oddity. The village's rats began to brazenly scurry about in the daylight. Ants appeared in droves, moving their homes, and the poultry kept in every household became increasingly restless. The Shao family's chickens clucked incessantly, and even the usually quiet cattle were agitated, pacing back and forth in their pen. Sparrows and other common birds flocked together, darting through the skies. The villagers found this behavior perplexing. Having lived so long, none had ever witnessed such unusual occurrences, not even the old village chief, who had seen much in his years. Yet only Jiang Sui understood that these anomalies perhaps heralded an imminent disaster. She vividly recalled the nationwide calamity of modern times, a memory etched in sorrow, for such phenomena had preceded that catastrophe. The oppressive heat, drought, and the unsettling behavior of animals all pointed to something ominous. Jiang Sui realized that she could no longer remain passive. She must inform her family and swiftly relocate to a safer area, for it was uncertain whether this was merely a prelude to an earthquake. At that moment, a sudden, resounding crash echoed from the back mountain, sending clouds of dust into the air. The Xiao family, residing at the foot of the mountain, felt the tremors beneath their feet, prompting the villagers to gather and investigate the commotion. Mr. Xiao, accompanied by his sons, arrived at the source of the noise, only to discover that a portion of the back mountain had inexplicably collapsed, creating a significant depression in the hillside. The yellow earth and stones had cascaded onto the path, forming a small mound. What could have caused this? Why would the mountain collapse without rain? Elder brother Xiao Qin pondered in confusion. Typically, such collapses occur after prolonged rainfall, which loosens the soil, yet it had not rained for months. The situation seemed illogical. As more villagers arrived, they too found themselves at a loss. Ultimately, the village chief addressed Mr. Xiao, saying, "Old Xiao, I advise you and your family to vacate this place and seek shelter away from the mountain for a few days. Your home is too close to the mountain's base. This time you were fortunate to avoid disaster, but next time it may not be so." Everyone was on high alert. The site of the collapse was alarmingly near the Xiao residence, and the chief's practical advice was sound. Mr. Xiao remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement with the chief's counsel, yet he pondered where his large family could possibly go. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui was also engaged in persuading Mrs. Xiao to relocate everyone to a more open area. Chapter 093 The Oncoming Catastrophe. Mother, I have an unsettling premonition that a great calamity is imminent. Perhaps we should first relocate our provisions to a more open space. Otherwise, my heart is fraught with unease. The recent anomalies in our surroundings compel us to act with caution, for the well-being of our entire family. Jiang Sui's sudden declaration left Zhao's mother in a state of anxiety. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, especially since her earlier predictions about this year's severe drought had proven accurate, resulting in a complete crop failure and skyrocketing grain prices. Now, Jiang Sui warned of impending disaster, urging them to transport their food and valuables to a safer location. Although Zhao's mother trusted her foresight, the question remained, where could they possibly go? Their previous home had long been sold to others. Sui, I share your apprehension. I too have sensed the unusual occurrences lately with the situation on the back mountain escalating. Your concerns resonate with me. Yet, the dilemma persists. Where shall our family of 10 find refuge? If it were just a few of us, we might manage with a makeshift shelter, but with so many, how do we accommodate everyone? Indeed, it was a formidable challenge, but in light of their safety, enduring a bit of discomfort seemed a small price to pay. Just as the mother and daughter grappled with indecision, Zhao's father returned, accompanied by the village chief. They too came bearing news of the relocation. The chief explained the situation on the back mountain, further unsettling Jiang Sui, who felt an overwhelming urgency. Time was of the essence, for the family's safety was paramount. Early on, Zhao's father had expressed to the village chief their uncertainty about where to seek refuge. The chief quickly proposed a solution, albeit one that would require some sacrifice. To the east of the village lay a large tract of barren land, home to a dilapidated earth deity temple that had long fallen into disrepair. It would need cleaning before they could settle in, but it was a safer option than remaining in their current location, especially if the mountains continued to crumble. The chief's suggestion was indeed a viable one, prompting Zhao's father and mother to confer briefly before agreeing. The chief encouraged them to act swiftly, assuring them that fellow villagers would be ready to assist should they require help. However, Zhao's mother declined the offer, fearing the visibility of their food supplies might invite trouble, especially given the scarcity everyone was facing. By late afternoon, Zhao's father proposed postponing the move until morning. Jiang Sui vehemently opposed this idea, advocating for immediate action. The women would gather their belongings and prepare the temple, while the men would use the ox cart to transport their possessions. The grain could be moved under the cover of night to avoid drawing attention. Initially inclined to heed her husband's suggestion, Zhao's mother was ultimately swayed by Jiang Sui's compelling arguments. Recognizing the wisdom in Jiang Sui's reasoning, the family swiftly returned to gather their essentials, clothing and necessities. Rural folk typically owned few garments, often limited to 2 sets per season, and with an ox cart at their disposal, moving their belongings was relatively easy. Once the essentials were packed, Zhao's mother led the women to the earth deity temple to commence the cleaning. They would make do with makeshift beds fashioned from planks for the night. Upon reaching the temple, they found it standing solitary in the barren land, devoid of any trees, and the vast emptiness pleased Jiang Sui. Although the temple was small and would require some squeezing for the family to fit, it did possess a statue of the earth deity in the center, albeit with a dilapidated altar covered in cobwebs. The floors, thick with dust, bore testament to years of neglect. However, a silver lining emerged. The temple's original construction utilized flagstones, allowing them to lay directly on the floor without the need for bed frames, a convenience they appreciated. The women worked efficiently, sweeping and clearing cobwebs, and soon the space was tidied up. Meanwhile, Zhao's father and the men prepared the livestock, securing the chickens in cages before transporting their cookware to the temple, which included over 20 chickens, some of which were laying hens. The ox cart made this task effortless. Afterward, they loaded the grain onto the cart, covering it securely with tarpaulin to shield it from view. The total weight of the grain amounted to around 700 to 800 pounds, which proved laborious for the old ox, but the distance was manageable. The remaining items, cured meats, bedding, and various other belongings, would be the last to move. Xiaoyi had previously constructed 2 carts for alternating use, one for grain and another for miscellaneous items. By the time the family completed their preparations, night had fully descended, and the villagers were settling down for the evening meal. The Xiao family, having not yet dined, lit a fire to cook. Their clay stove proved invaluable, making meal preparation exceptionally convenient. Others busied themselves arranging their sleeping areas, each person knowing their role, working in harmonious cooperation. Indeed, there was a certain charm to this impromptu camping experience. The open grassy expanse felt cooler than their home. The grain remained on the cart, covered securely with tarpaulin and weighed down with stones to prevent theft. To safeguard their provisions, Zhao's father proposed a rotation for night watch among himself and his 3 sons. As they finished their meal, it was already past midnight, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Inside the temple, they laid out their bedding on the cool flagstone floor, which was far more refreshing than sleeping on a heated kong, albeit somewhat hard, which might lead to discomfort after extended periods. Jiang Sui and Xiao Huchuan reclined together, with Xiao Huchuan having developed the habit of holding Jiang Sui with one arm while sleeping. She had long since grown accustomed to their shared slumber. Zhao's father began the night watch, taking his turn for a single hour, and soon everyone, weary from their day's labor, succumbed to sleep. Yet none could foresee the calamity that would strike that very night. As Zhao's father sensed it was time to wake his eldest son for the next watch, he nestled his grandson closer, only to be jolted awake moments later by a violent tremor beneath him. Outside, Xiaoqin, keeping watch, was the first to notice the restless behavior of the tethered ox and the clucking chickens in their cages. Realizing something was amiss, he rushed to alert his family. In the midst of the shaking, Zhao's father awakened, and the two began to call out, "Wake up, everyone, wake up!" As the family stirred from their slumber, Jiang Sui sprang up in alarm, her instincts kicking in as she felt debris falling from above. With the ground trembling beneath them, she recognized the unmistakable signs of an earthquake. "It's an earthquake, we must flee at once." Chapter 094 Earthquake. Xiao Huchuan had also awakened. Jiang Sui urged everyone to clutch their blankets and flee, while she herself held tightly to the gold ingot and some spare coins she had tucked beneath her pillow. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's urgent shout, no one dared to hesitate. They all clutched their blankets and rushed outside. Fortunately, there were 2 carts available, and they quickly secured the unused bedding and clothing onto one of them, leaving only a thin layer of bedding in the land temple, thus facilitating a swift evacuation. The temple was not large, it took but 2 strides to exit. In the chaos, everyone forgot everything but their possessions. Almost as soon as they fled the temple, the tremors intensified, shaking the very earth. With a resounding crash, fissures began to appear in the ground, rendering them unable to stand firm. Xiao Lanlan lost her balance and fell, clutching a small box tightly to her chest. Subsequently, many began to topple as their balance faltered. The men managed to remain steady, but the women struggled, falling repeatedly. As the land temple collapsed with a thunderous roar, a considerable cloud of dust was kicked up. A crack opened beneath Jiang Sui's feet, and just as she was about to fall, Xiao Huchuan, who had been supporting her, quickly embraced her and turned himself into a human cushion. Jiang Sui landed atop him, and amidst the chaos, she heard him emit a pained groan, after which he fell silent. She clung to him tightly, although the ground beneath her was fissured. Thankfully, it was not very deep. Mrs. Xiao screamed in terror, while Xiao Mian shielded her in his arms, and Xiao Lanlan huddled together with their mother. They all lay on the ground, tightly embracing one another, too frightened to move, their hearts yearning for this calamity to pass swiftly. The quake did not last long. They could hear a series of deafening crashes, both near and far, the sounds of buildings collapsing in succession. Within minutes, Beima town and the entirety of Waxixian had been reduced to ruins. When the tremors finally ceased, the eldest brother, Xiaoqin, rose with his son, helping their father to his feet. Dog Dan could no longer contain his tears, having become ensnared in a crevice in the ground. At such a tender age, he had never experienced such upheaval, witnessing the sudden loss of a house before his very eyes. As the commotion settled, they helped one another to stand and checked for injuries. Jiang Sui extricated herself from Xiao Huchuan, finding herself unharmed. Her immediate concern was for Xiao Huchuan's well-being. He had bravely shielded her, becoming a cushion for her fall, but unfortunately, in the process, the back of his head had struck a stone, causing him to lose consciousness. "Huchuan, wake up!" Jiang Sui called repeatedly, but he remained unresponsive, sending her into a panic. The Xiao family hurried over upon hearing her cries. Lifting him from the ground, Jiang Sui cradled his head, feeling warmth on her hands. When she pulled them away, the smell of blood assailed her senses, leading her to realize he had been injured. "There's blood. Huchuan's hurt his head." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Xiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to falter. This child had already suffered a head injury, the hope for recovery was slim, and now he had sustained another blow. Would he truly never recover? "Heaven, it seems you wish to deny us a path to survival." Having just endured disaster, and now faced with Huchuan's injury, the family felt a sense of disorientation. Yet, it was Jiang Sui who first regained her composure quickly. "We must assess our supplies. We have lost our home, and those provisions are now our lifeline. We cannot afford any mistakes. I recall that young Master Su left some bandages and anti-inflammatory medication when he stayed at our home. Let us find them to tend to Huchuan's wounds and light a fire for illumination." She promptly directed the others, who began to search for items and gather firewood. Fortunately, the supplies on the 2 carts remained intact. However, during the tremors, cracks had formed beneath them, causing the wheels to become lodged, with some provisions scattered on the ground. The cattle and poultry were still present, and as the tremors subsided, their agitation gradually diminished. Xiao Lanlan rummaged through the supplies and finally located the bandages and pain relief medication. The medication was in powdered form, contained within small vials, and there was still half a bottle remaining. They laid out bedding on the grass for Huchuan, who remained unconscious. Jiang Sui methodically tended to his wounds, first stopping the bleeding, then applying anti-inflammatory treatment, and finally wrapping the bandages around his head. Sui, when will he wake up?" "Mrs. Xiao asked anxiously from the side. Jiang Sui shook her head, uncertain of the answer. She was not a doctor. "Perhaps he will awaken shortly, or maybe not until tomorrow morning. I cannot be certain." Her primary concern was whether this incident would disrupt Huchuan's recovery trajectory, possibly stalling the progress of his already fragile condition. Would she then bear the weight of guilt for this misfortune? Mrs. Xiao pressed her hand to her heart, feeling a sense of unease. She could not comprehend why this year had been so fraught with calamities. "I wonder what the situation is in the village now." With the land temple no longer habitable, they were fortunate that the oilcloth purchased during their market days was large enough. They cut 2 pieces to cover their supplies, leaving a substantial amount to erect a makeshift tent. No sooner had the earthquake passed than a fierce wind began to blow, leaving everyone covered in dust and dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. The village had been completely reduced to rubble. This disaster struck in the dead of night. Many had been asleep and failed to react in time. Some had managed to escape, yet those residing in densely packed houses were not spared from injury. Those unable to flee remained trapped beneath the debris, mostly the elderly and children. Within the village, despair echoed as families cried out for their loved ones, desperately digging through the ruins, for beneath the rubble lay their parents and children. The old village chief was not spared either. Having lived a life of virtue, he was repaid with kindness. Just before the collapse, his grandson had carried him out of the house. However, his own son, who sheltered him, was buried beneath the ruins. The current village chief, the very one who had urged the Xiao family to relocate, upon hearing that his son was trapped, rage and grief surged within him, causing him to faint. Age had rendered him unable to withstand such upheaval. During the quake, he too had suffered bumps and bruises. Having strained his back, the afflicted lamented the injustice of fate, cursing the heavens for this calamity that left them with no respite. First, they faced drought and poor harvests, and now an earthquake had destroyed their homes, leaving them to ponder their uncertain future. In this dire situation, the Xiao family seemed to have fared the best. Their numbers remained unchanged, save for Huchuan's injury, yet, all of this was thanks to Jiang Sui. Had she not insisted on relocating the previous night, the entire family would have been trapped at the foot of the mountain, with no knowledge of what might have befallen them. Chapter 095. A lifetime of efforts reduced to nothing. Xiao Qin and the others hastily erected a makeshift shelter in the dark, providing refuge for the family within. Just as they completed the structure, torrential rain began to pour from the sky, drumming loudly against the tarpaulin. This long-awaited downpour, anticipated for 5 months, arrived only after a calamity had befallen them. Its timing, coinciding with their loss of home, was undeniably a cruel twist of fate. However, compared to the villagers who suffered even more, they were faring considerably better. Others braved the rain, mourning amidst the ruins of homes that had housed generations, now reduced to rubble. The rain, which had come late, lingered heavily, and the family huddled together for warmth under the shelter. The crackling of the firewood in the stove provided some comfort, while Xiao Huchuan's bedding became soaked from the rain seeping in from below. They had no choice but to bring a cart inside, allowing him to rest atop it, cushioned by thick blankets, with various supplies piled at his feet. The family found themselves without a single place to sit, each person lost in a daze, still reeling from the disaster. In silent endurance, they waited for dawn, when the rain finally began to abate. Upon seeing the first light of day, Zhao's father could no longer remain still. He gathered 2 umbrellas and, alongside Xiaoqin, prepared to venture into the village to assess the situation of their home. Upon arriving, there was no trace of the village's former glory, only desolation and ruins, and neighbors, once familiar faces, now toiled in the rain, desperately rescuing those trapped beneath the debris. In this moment, grievances and disputes were set aside. Mutual aid in the search for salvageable resources took precedence. Zhao's father trembled as he stood before the remnants of his home, and upon witnessing the devastation, he could no longer contain his grief. Tears streamed down his face as he mourned the loss of the house he had painstakingly built, once the largest in the village, admired for its grandeur, and now, with the mountainside having collapsed due to the earthquake, his home lay entirely buried, with not a single beam of wood visible above the rubble. A lifetime of labor had been extinguished in an instant. As a humble farmer, he had lost everything: his land, his house. How would his large family survive in the future? He crouched on the ground, face buried in his hands, weeping softly, while Xiaoqin, though feeling a tumult of emotions, remained steadfast. He comforted his father, saying, "Father, do not lose hope. Everything will eventually improve. As long as our family remains intact, our home will not be lost, and we shall rebuild." Zhao's father nodded, assisted to regaining his composure. He wiped his tears and declared, "You go back and gather your brothers. We must lend a hand to others. I will go rescue those in need." In times of hardship, the bonds of community tightened. Despite past quarrels, unity prevailed. Xiaoqin nodded and hurried back to the ancestral shrine. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, Jiang Sui, refusing to remain idle, noted that the firewood she had brought was drenched and difficult to ignite, producing only thick smoke. They moved the tables and stools beneath the tarpaulin, cleaning them to create a semblance of a sitting area, while Zhao's mother prepared a porridge for the family to eat. From a distance, they spotted Xiaoqin returning, and upon hearing the news of their home being completely buried, Zhao's mother experienced a whirlwind of emotions: shock, sorrow, and ultimately relief. In that instant, she seemed to age several years, yet she resolved not to display her vulnerability in front of her children. "You must each have some porridge to fill your stomachs before you head out to help. Strength is essential. Call your father back, even in his sorrow, he must eat. We will stay here to watch over Huchuan and organize our belongings." Zhao's mother understood her husband well. Their land and home were his pride, and now lost to him, it was only natural for him to be distraught, though he masked it with resilience. The sons nodded in agreement, then took their bowls to eat, and without delay, returned to the village to assist. As the rain lightened, Zhao's mother instructed Zhou Shi to watch over Xiao Huchuan with dog Dan, while she, Jiang Sui, and Xiao Lanlan went to retrieve some bricks from the ancestral shrine to raise the shelter slightly and shield against the rainwater seeping in. Their shoes and socks were soaked, and they worried about catching a chill, while the old ox endured the rain without concern for now, as its tough hide could withstand it. They would lead it nearby to graze later. They checked the tarpaulin covering their food for leaks and added a few bricks for weight. The cramped shelter was barely sufficient, and they faced uncertainty about where they would sleep that night. However, having the menfolk nearby would prove beneficial. The issue of accommodations would be addressed later as they crafted a temporary refuge from the rain. Overall, their current predicament was not as dire as it could have been, as they remained sheltered from the rain. Zhao's mother refrained from allowing Zhou Shi to get soaked. Considering her recent recovery, she wanted to protect her from falling ill, yet, Zhou Shi kept busy, arranging the bricks they had salvaged to create a drier surface, bringing some comfort to her spirits. The firewood remained only partially wet, though it would be challenging to ignite initially. It would eventually burn well with time, and everyone endeavored to care for themselves and those around them in these trying times. Xiao showed no signs of awakening, continuing his unconscious state, which was the family's greatest concern. Later that afternoon, the four men returned, weary from a day of digging through the ruins, having rescued numerous individuals and salvaged supplies. They had constructed a temporary shelter, yet all were exhausted and hungry, with some nursing injuries that went untreated. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui and Zhao's mother covered the cart and food with debris, mindful of the many villagers suffering from hunger and thirst. They feared that if others discovered their abundance, desperation could lead to greed, and people might resort to unscrupulous actions for survival. Afterward, they took the ox nearby to graze until it had its fill before resting. That evening, they had porridge again, and they baked corn cakes alongside the pot, as their circumstances allowed for little else. Zhao's father sighed repeatedly as he observed his youngest son still asleep, lamenting the unfortunate timing of their misfortunes. Today, he had witnessed many partings between life and death. The son of the former village chief, now the current leader, had been rescued from the debris, clinging to life, his body battered, while the old chief had succumbed to illness. Some elderly villagers had not survived the catastrophe, having been crushed beneath the rubble. In short, those unearthed from the wreckage, regardless of age, were left gravely wounded, if not dead entirely. Chapter 096, What Lies Ahead for the Future. Has Heruchuan not yet awakened after a whole day? Father Xiao inquired as he ate. Mother Xiao, despondently shaking her head, replied, Indeed, his eyelids haven't. Given the current circumstances, we cannot seek a doctor. What shall we do if something truly happens? The thought brought tears to Mother Zhao's eyes once more. Jiang Sui hurriedly offered consolation. Heruchuan is a fortunate soul. He will be all right, perhaps he will awaken by nightfall. Ultimately, this ordeal was born out of his desire to protect himself, and Jiang Sui felt increasingly indebted to Xiao Heruchuan. Should he fail to recover, the trajectory of his life would irrevocably alter. Let us hope so. Mother Xiao said, grasping her hand and gently patting the back of it. It is indeed thanks to you. Had you not urged us to move here last night, we might have been trapped beneath the mountain's weight. You have saved our family, Sui, you are our benefactor and good fortune. If they had followed the original plan of moving this morning, they would likely have perished. In truth, Jiang Sui's actions were merely a stroke of luck, her vigilant temperament saving a family from doom. Yes, we must all express our gratitude to you, Father Xiao echoed. Not long after you arrived, your mother dreamed of an old deity who foretold that our Xiao family had received a fortune-bringing koi, capable of turning our misfortunes into blessings. Your mother believed it to be you initially. I was skeptical, thinking she was overreacting, but it seems there is indeed truth in her words. Now, Father Xiao firmly believed in Jiang Sui as their auspicious koi. Jiang Sui felt somewhat unnerved by the praise. She too sensed an otherworldly quality to it. We are family, there is no need for thanks. What we must contemplate now is our future. Xianhe village has been utterly destroyed, and I suspect that the entirety of Beima town or Huaxi county is not faring much better. We cannot remain here any longer, we must seek alternative refuge. Taking advantage of the current opportunity to discuss their fate, she continued, staying here indefinitely is not a viable solution. Perhaps we should deliberate on our next steps. Sui, do you have any good ideas? We are all ears. Mother Xiao now regarded her as the pillar of their hopes. Jiang Sui had indeed considered this. Let us depart towards Jizhou Prefecture, observing the situation along the way. Surely, we are not the only ones affected by the earthquake. Before long, many refugees will flock to Jizhou, seeking the protection of the government. We must not delay. Once the situation improves in Xianhe village and Heruchuan awakens, we must set off, arriving in Jizhou Prefecture before the influx of refugees. However, interjected Xiao Qin, Jizhou is not Huaxi County. It is a prestigious prefecture where land is exceedingly valuable. Given our current assets, how could we possibly establish ourselves there? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Sui possessed a golden ingot, a fact known only to Mother Xiao and Xiao Lanlan. With this ingot, finding a place to settle in Jizhou would not be an insurmountable challenge. Fear not. There is no need for concern, and the heavens do not forsake the desperate. Moreover, we have the skill to make sour and spicy noodles. Initially, it may be arduous, but we will not starve, and it is certainly better than remaining cooped up in this cramped space, where home feels like neither home nor land. How can we continue to endure? Who knows how long we would wait for government aid? Thus, this is the only path available to us. Furthermore, with all the provisions we possess, it is only a matter of time before they are discovered. In a world filled with homeless and starving souls, should they realize we have food, they could easily conspire against us. In the face of life and death, human hearts are put to the test. Jiang Sui's words were starkly realistic, prompting deep contemplation, yet Father Xiao remained uncertain. Mother Xiao whispered a few words into his ear, the content unknown to others, yet Father Xiao's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he cast a profound glance at Jiang Sui. His concern was whether their meager resources would suffice, likely spurred by Mother Zhao's mention of the golden ingot. Jiang Sui met his gaze with determination, prompting Father Xiao to hesitantly nod in agreement. Very well, we shall heed Sui Sui's counsel. Once Heruchuan awakens and the situation improves, we will escape to Jizhou Prefecture. With the direction now determined, their only concern was when Xiao Heruchuan would awaken. As night fell, the question of how to rest loomed large. They could not simply huddle in the makeshift shelter all night, which would surely leave them fatigued. Thus, Father Xiao led his sons to gather materials, constructing a shelter to shield them from the rain. They found some intact wooden planks and bricks. Creating a makeshift refuge, they would lay down some discarded cloth and their bedding atop the bricks to fashion a place to sleep, albeit rudimentary. At this point, they could afford no more concerns. The men and women would sleep separately. Mother Xiao and the others took the side with the stove, adjacent to Xiao Heruchuan's cart, while Dogdan slept atop the cart with him. They took turns keeping watch, ensuring their provisions remained concealed. Although hidden beneath the debris, they remained cautious. The dampness outside made it difficult for everyone to sleep, yet it was preferable to sitting upright all night. After enduring another long night, they awoke sore and aching, particularly Father Xiao and his companions, who had toiled throughout the previous day in the ruins and had slept on the hard ground. The rainwater barrel outside was now full, and as the rain subsided, Jiang Sui prepared warm water to wash Xiao Heruchuan's face and change his bandages. Suddenly, Heruchuan's eyelids twitched, and Jiang Sui was filled with elation, hastily calling for Mother Xiao to come. Soon after, they noticed a pained expression cross Heruchuan's face, as if he were trapped in a troubling dream, his breathing becoming labored. Seeing this, Jiang Sui softly urged, Heruchuan, Heruchuan, awaken. He seemed to respond to her call, gripping Jiang Sui's wrist with surprising strength. She winced in pain, drawing in a sharp breath, and then, with a sudden jolt, Xiao Heruchuan opened his eyes wide and sat up abruptly. Upon awakening, he saw his mother, sister, and sister-in-law gathered around him, who instinctively took a step back in response to his sudden movement. Seeing them again, he momentarily thought he was dreaming, but a wave of sharp pain surged through his head, causing him to wince and clutch his brow in distress. Heruchuan, my son, what has happened? Is your head hurting terribly? Mother Xiao inquired gently, noticing her son's discomfort. Chapter 97. Is he well again? Once more, the tender words of concern from his mother echoed in his ears, her visage unchanged from the memories he cherished. With tears brimming in his eyes, Xiao Heruchuan lifted his gaze to meet his mother's, grappling with the surreal notion that he might be dreaming. Yet, why did this dream feel so vividly real? Silly child, why do you weep? Do cease your tears, mother will fetch you some candied fruits. How does that sound? Zhao's mother mistakenly believed he was merely throwing a childish tantrum, seeking her affection. Ah, how red you've become! At the startled exclamation from Xiao Lanlan, both Xiao Heruchuan and his mother turned their attention to her. There stood Xiao Lanlan, holding Jiang Sui's hand, examining the deep crimson mark left on her wrist by Xiao Heruchuan's grip. Upon witnessing this, Zhao's mother felt an overwhelming surge of maternal concern. Pray tell, did you look at what you've done to your wife? Do you not feel any remorse? She still perceived him as the clingy Xiao Heruchuan, the one who cherished his little wife above all else. At that moment, Xiao Heruchuan's gaze was fixed intently upon Jiang Sui, and a multitude of disparate memories began to unfurl within his mind. How he came to marry Jiang Sui, the manner in which they had interacted over time, every fleeting moment replaying vividly in his thoughts. He found himself compelled to rapidly come to terms with certain realities and the alterations of trajectories. Jiang Sui sensed an unusual aura enveloping Xiao Heruchuan. Something felt off. He was lost in contemplation, his brows knitted in struggle, his once clear gaze now imbued with a profound depth. Could it be? I apologize for hurting you, it was my fault. Xiao Heruchuan said, his face awash with contrition as he looked at Jiang Sui. Indeed, it appeared he had returned to his former self, and this unexpected incident had led to a fortuitous outcome. Previously, Xiao Heruchuan had been akin to a cherished trinket, following her wherever she went, a loyal little pup. However, it seemed they might need to reassess their relationship now. Jiang Sui awkwardly shook her head. I'm perfectly fine. At that moment, Zhao's mother and Xiao Lanlan also began to notice Xiao Huchuan's peculiar demeanor. "Mother, what of father and my brothers?" Xiao Huchuan seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of urgency as he desperately sought news of their safety. "Your father and brothers are still slumbering. They spent yesterday aiding many and shall take turns keeping watch tonight, but fret not, they are all well," Zhao's mother replied, addressing his concerns before voicing her own uncertainties. Upon hearing that his father and brothers were safe, Xiao Huchuan was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face. Jiang Sui perceived a sense of regained hope in his demeanor. Zhao's mother approached him cautiously, her voice trembling as she inquired, "My son, have you recovered?" She was hesitant, treading lightly. Xiao Lanlan and Zhoushi watched him with bated breath, hoping for the words they yearned to hear. Xiao Huchuan, seemingly too overwhelmed to speak, could only mouth words, his gaze fixed on his mother. The corners of his beautiful, peach-blossom eyes reddened, tears swirling within, and despite his efforts to contain them, they spilled over, cascading down his cheeks, an ethereal sight that Jiang Sui could only describe as divine tears. However, she recognized the danger in such thoughts. This was undeniably a moment steeped in emotion. "Mother," Xiao Huchuan finally managed to call out, his voice trembling, and with that single utterance, understanding dawned upon all present. Zhao's mother cried out, rushing forward to grasp her son's hand, one hand caressing his cheek. "My son, as long as you are well, I fear nothing, your health is all that matters to me." For a mother, it mattered little whether her child achieved greatness. What she truly desired was his safety and well-being. Xiao Lanlan, too, succumbed to tears, laughing as she cried, calling out to her fourth brother, "You have finally returned to normal. Do you have any idea how long we have awaited this day?" Once again, Xiao Huchuan beheld Xiao Lanlan, standing before him in all her vivaciousness and beauty, her spirit unbroken. Grasping his mother's hand, he spoke earnestly, "Mother, I am well now, I will no longer be a burden to you, I shall strive to rise above, to ensure our family enjoys the finest life and brings you honor." Hearing his declaration, Jiang Sui felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Yes, this was the narrative she had longed for. After regaining his composure, Xiao Huchuan dedicated himself to his studies, ultimately excelling in his examinations 3 years later and becoming the foremost candidate for the prime ministerial succession. As for her, after tirelessly contributing to the Xiao family, she had averted a calamity thanks to her foresight. With this in mind, even if he were to seek a divorce, she would still be under his protection, leading a tranquil life. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Sui began to smile, her laughter spilling forth and causing others to perceive it as joy for Xiao Huchuan's recovery. Upon hearing the sound of her laughter, Xiao Huchuan turned to look at her once more, and at that moment, she was radiant, her smile sweet, with dimples forming and her bright eyes untouched by the world's impurities, as intoxicating as fine wine. After marrying him, she had accomplished so much for the family, bringing forth good fortune, earning the affection of her in-laws, and their survival through adversity was a testament to her wisdom and foresight. Moreover, in the countless nights they had shared, they had held each other tightly, her presence offering him a sense of stability and security. Reflecting on this, Xiao Huchuan felt a warmth spread across his face, unable to meet her gaze any longer. Zhao's mother observed the exchanged glances between the two, noting the blush gracing her son's cheeks, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had initially worried that her son might harbor feelings of indifference toward Jiang Sui upon his recovery, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. How could anyone not be fond of such a gentle, intelligent, and beautiful daughter-in-law like Jiang Sui? Thus, she rose and drew Jiang Sui closer, positioning her near Xiao Huchuan. One stood, the other seated, their eyes meeting in a synchrony of understanding, both averting their gazes in a shared moment of bashfulness and awkwardness, a perfect pair destined to be together. Zhao's mother, filled with delight, nudged them further. "Huchuan, do remember this is your wife, yes?" Xiao Huchuan nodded in acknowledgement, his cheeks still flushed, yet he maintained a facade of seriousness. "It is important you remember. I must remind you, she embraced your past folly and chose to marry you. Since joining our Xiao family, she has brought us immeasurable fortune, always considering our needs and strategizing for our welfare. It is thanks to her that we have escaped calamity. Thus, I implore you to promise me, no matter what unfolds in the future, Jiang Sui is our family's daughter-in-law, your one and only wife. You must not betray or mistreat her, rather, you must strive to treat her even better than before. Should you fail in this regard, do not dare to call me mother again, I cannot bear to have a son so ungrateful." Chapter 098 Ensuring she lives a life of joy and carefree contentment. Zhao's mother was unusually solemn, deliberately emphasizing the word only to stress that no matter how high Xiao Huchuan might rise in the future, he would be allowed only one woman by his side, Jiang Sui. Her unconditional support for Jiang Sui moved her deeply. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced, one must accept fate and do their utmost. Xiao Huchuan gazed intently at Jiang Sui. In this life and the next, Jiang Sui shall be my sole companion. For the sake of her having saved all his relatives, he vowed never to let her down. Reflecting on the tragedies of his previous life, Xiao Huchuan was reluctant to dwell on the memories. In that life, he had, as before, suffered a fall that left him mentally impaired. It was only with the advent of a devastating earthquake that his parents sacrificed their lives to protect him, perishing beneath the rubble of collapsed mountains. His 3 brothers, 2 sisters-in-law, and his 6-year-old nephew also met untimely ends. Unable to escape the disaster in time, his sister, while fleeing, had her leg crushed by a boulder and spent her life in despair, enduring the scorn of others due to her fate, and ultimately isolating herself in sorrow. Despite her later achievements, the loss of her leg haunted her soul, leading to her premature demise from illness before reaching 30. Only he had survived that calamity, and by a stroke of fortune, regained his faculties. With all his family perished, he was left with only his physically impaired sister, and together they fled to Jeju, struggling to survive. The subsequent events were not of his choosing. Only he and Lanlan understood the profound bitterness and humiliation they endured at the hands of fate. His lifelong regrets and discontent stemmed from that catastrophe, which had robbed him of his most cherished relatives. Countless times, he awoke from nightmares, helplessly tasting the agony of his loss. It was only after his sister's death that he realized the futility of his hard-earned wealth and status. His motivation for scholarly pursuits was solely to provide a better life for his family, to fulfill his parents' wishes, and to elevate the Xiao family from a life of toil in the fields to one of scholarly prestige. In his previous life, he held a lofty position, yet this honor brought him no joy. After Lanlan's passing, he succumbed to melancholy, drowning his sorrow in alcohol, and soon fell victim to a heart ailment. At the moment of his death, the misfortunes wrought by that disaster weighed heavily upon him, leaving him unable to find peace even in death. Yet, unexpectedly, fate may have been merciful, granting him a chance to start anew in his youth. This time, his family remained intact, all having escaped the disaster. Thanks to Jiang Sui, she had rescued their family and rectified the regrets of his former life. Thus, Xiao Huchuan felt an insurmountable debt toward her, vowing to care for her and ensure she lived a life filled with joy and devoid of worries. He also resolved to provide his family with the good fortune they had missed in his previous life. Jiang Sui felt a bit awkward under his intense gaze, unable to fully comprehend the depth of his feelings, yet she could sense his sincerity. "If you can say that, then I can rest easy. Now that you are well, it seems we have turned misfortune into fortune. Let us prepare a chicken for stew. We can all enjoy a warm bowl of chicken soup to restore our spirits. Later, we shall deliver 2 chickens to the old village chief, who has helped our family tremendously, and now that he is ill and the village has been devastated, there is little we can do for others, but we must repay our debt to the village chief and his family." Zhao's mother was deeply sentimental, never forgetting the kindness or injustices of the past. As they spoke, Zhao's father and the others rose, planning to visit the village to see where they might lend assistance. Upon entering, they were overjoyed to find their son awake. "He has awakened," Zhao's mother exclaimed with delight. "I can see that." "I am not blind," Zhao's father replied. "He is staring at me with wide eyes. How could I not know he is well?" After a night's rest, Zhao's father appeared less despondent than the previous day. "What I meant is that he has recovered from his affliction. This stroke of misfortune has miraculously restored his sanity. From now on, our son shall no longer be a foolish child." For Zhao's father, this revelation was an overwhelming joy. He paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, approaching Xiao Huchuan and placing his hands on his shoulders, inspecting him with tears of joy in his eyes. "Huchuan, you are truly well?" With a smile, Xiao Huchuan nodded, nearly unable to contain his tears upon seeing his father once more. The father he remembered was humble, hardworking, and had never committed any wrongdoing. He had always imparted the virtues of integrity to his sons. "Father, I truly am well. Thank you for your sacrifices over the years. It was no hardship." "What hardship could there be for me? It was my son who endured the ridicule of those years. I know you are ambitious and have grand aspirations. Now that you are well, continue to strive toward your dreams." Understanding his son well, he spoke these words with encouragement, knowing that Xiao Huchuan's greatest ambition was to pursue a career through scholarly examinations. Hearing the commotion, Zhao's brothers came in one after another, discovering their father and fourth brother embracing in joy. Thanks to Lan Lan's good news, the brothers rejoiced at the recovery of their sibling, their faces alight with happiness. The eldest brother, Xiao Qin, playfully punched Huchuan's shoulder, laughing, "Well, young lad, you are finally better, no more slacking off." This was said in jest, for during Xiao Huchuan's affliction, the family had treated him as a child, shielding him from labor, akin to the treatment of a pet. Xiao Huchuan's return to normalcy was undoubtedly the best solace for the Xiao family, who had recently lost their home. Zhao's mother immediately set about preparing a stew from an old hen. Chapter 099. The intentions. After the rain had ceased, the sky cleared, and with Xiao Huchuan's recovery, the torrential downpour that had persisted for 2 whole days finally came to an end. The rivers gradually regained their vitality, and the water levels began to rise once more. However, the once tranquil and serene village now lay in ruins. The Xiao family resolved to rest for 2 days before setting off to Jeju Prefecture. Uncertain of the challenges that awaited them on the journey, they remained steadfast in their belief that every obstacle could be overcome with ingenuity. As Xiao Huchuan beheld the vibrant faces of his family, the smile that adorned his face was one he had replayed countless times in his mind during his previous life, each recollection filled with profound sorrow. Hence, having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to protect them with every ounce of strength he possessed. The scent of rich chicken soup wafted from the Xiao family's humble abode. After satisfying their hunger, Zhao's father and mother decided to take 2 chickens to visit the village chief's family. Although these chickens had only been raised for 4 months and lacked the flavor of older hens, it was the thought that counted. Both the former and current village chiefs had fallen ill, leaving the responsibility of uniting the villagers resting on the shoulders of the eldest son. Due to the earthquake, many of the village's poultry had perished beneath the rubble, while others had fled in terror, scattering in search of refuge. He led a few lightly injured youths to seek out any surviving animals, gathering what food they could find amidst the ruins. Unfortunately, much of the food had been ruined by the heavy rains. The stone mountain behind the Xiao residence had collapsed due to insufficient soil, a consequence of the earthquake, while the other mountains remained relatively untouched due to their rich vegetation and strong soil cohesion, exhibiting only minor fissures. A few caves on the mountain provided shelter for the surviving villagers, and some of the survivors from Xianha village had taken refuge in these caves, while the Xiao family chose to remain near the land temple. All the able-bodied men from the Xiao family, except for the still recovering Xiao Huchuan, accompanied the eldest son of the village chief to search for poultry. Thus, Zhao's father and mother set out to deliver the chickens to the old village chief, intending to inform him of their plans to escape to Jeju. The old village chief, appearing frail and weary with a strained back, lay motionless, while the current village chief was unable to move. As Xiao's father approached, holding the 2 chickens, several families residing in the same cave as the old village chief looked on with longing, their mouths watering at the sight of the live chickens, having gone days without proper nourishment. "Why bring 2 chickens? You have a large family, better to keep them for yourselves," the old village chief insisted, albeit with a feeble voice. "Old village chief, had it not been for your foresight in urging us to relocate, we might have perished beneath the stone mountain. Our losses are minimal, and we have thrived in the village thanks to your guidance. It is only right that we extend this gesture," Zhao's father explained. The old village chief's daughter-in-law gazed at the chickens and then at her husband, realizing that they needed the nourishment more than ever. She urged, "Father, given the current circumstances, why persist in being polite? We truly require this meat. Just look at your son. Your sister-in-law speaks wisely, old village chief, please accept them." Zhao's father quickly concurred. After much internal deliberation, the old village chief ultimately nodded in acceptance. "Very well, I am grateful to you both." Upon seeing him acquiesce, Zhao's father and mother smiled once more. They subsequently informed the old village chief of their impending journey to Jeju. After a moment of silence, he replied, "You have your own considerations, and this is your fate. Given that your family is the only one intact in the village, it is indeed prudent to plan for the future. However, I am old now, having spent my entire life in Xianha village. I could not leave when I was young, and now I find no desire to depart. I shall take each day as it comes." The old village chief understood he was a burden to his family. The forlorn expression in his eyes spoke volumes, for the place he had cherished his entire life now lay in devastation, making him the most heartbroken of all. After exchanging some pleasantries, Zhao's father and mother chose not to disturb the old village chief further, allowing him to rest. Not far from the cave, they heard someone calling out to them from behind, "Uncle Xiao, Aunt Xiao, wait!" Turning around, they saw Aide descending the hillside, leading his cow. The couple was puzzled by his intentions. "What brings you here, Aide?" Zhao's father inquired. Approaching them, Aide tenderly caressed his cow's neck, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Uncle Xiao, I have an unusual request." The couple exchanged glances, both realizing that Aide's visit was likely related to his cow, which had become his lifeline over the past 2 years. "Speak freely, Aide." "Uncle Xiao, I wish to trade my cow for some grain, perhaps a few chickens? Since the earthquake, my mother has passed, and now it is just my wife, my 4-year-old son, and I doubt we were already struggling, and this disaster has left us without a home. The food we managed to salvage is barely enough to feed us. Asa man, I cannot let my wife and child go hungry. My wife insists I sell the cow, but I have raised it for several years. It has helped me build some savings, yet in these dire circumstances, even money cannot buy food, and I cannot bear the thought of slaughtering it. I fear my conscience would not allow it. I know your family suffered minimal losses, and you must still have some grain. I would be grateful for any assistance, allowing my family to endure the coming months. Would you consider it?" Aide had once had his mother, but she did not survive the earthquake. Fortunately, he, his wife, and child had escaped unharmed, and his cow remained safe. Seeing Zhao's father carrying chickens up the mountain had sparked this thought in him. Knowing that the Xiao family had both cattle, Zhao's father regarded the cow, a young and strong creature, realizing that trading for food would be beneficial. However, with the long journey to Jeju still ahead, food was an essential commodity for his large family. Hesitant to make a decision alone, he turned to his wife. Zhao's mother pondered for a moment and felt a strong inclination. With an additional cow, their travels would be significantly easier. The burden of transporting goods would be shared, allowing her sons to manage the journey more comfortably. To be honest, they had sufficient grain to eat. As long as they reached Jeju safely, they would have a means of survival. It would not be too burdensome to part with some of it, especially considering that 2 adults consumed more than the small child. Chapter 100 The Old Man's Lost Horse. How can one know it is not a blessing? However, Zhao's mother understood that one should not give too much, otherwise, the other party would realize how much they were consuming. Thus, she devised a balanced solution, ensuring that both families would not suffer losses. Matzi, what do you think of this arrangement? In these times, as you know, food is quite scarce, and our entire family is relying on it. I may not be able to offer much, at most, 50 pounds of cornmeal, 30 pounds of sweet potatoes, 30 pounds of potatoes, plus 30 pounds of coarse flour, and the 2 chickens you mentioned, along with a tael of silver. Does that sound acceptable? We are all from the same village, and this way, neither of us suffers. We are all simply trying to survive. If I give you this food, we must also manage to get by ourselves. With careful rationing, Matzi should find that these provisions would suffice for 2 months. By then, surely the court would have taken action. They could not simply sit idly by while the common folk endured such suffering. Upon hearing this, Matzi wished to negotiate for more food, but the mention of a tael of silver tempered his desires. Considering that the Xiao family consisted of 10 members, their daily consumption would far exceed his own, and Zhao's mother was indeed being generous. Thus, he refrained from bargaining any further and gritted his teeth in acceptance. "All right, we will proceed as you say. You can take the cattle, and I will accompany you to collect the provisions." "No need for that, just wait here. We will return to count the food, and my sons will bring it up to you. Once you have confirmed everything is in order, we will take the cattle." Naturally, Zhao's mother could not allow him to accompany them, lest their family's secrets be revealed. If word got out, everyone would come seeking food from her. Matzi found this agreeable, as it allowed him to spend a little more time with his cattle. Thus, they reached an agreement, and the couple returned to the land temple to share the news with Jiang Sui and the others. Jiang Sui expressed her approval. Having an extra cow to help with the transport would certainly ease their journey to Jizhou and increase their speed. As per their arrangement, they would provide 50 pounds of cornmeal, 30 pounds of coarse flour, 30 pounds each of potatoes and sweet potatoes, 2 chickens, and a tael of silver. In the end, Zhao's mother even added some sweet potato flour, as they had plenty of it. After all, they had a large bag of sweet potato starch at home, and giving away 50 pounds of cornmeal posed no issue. Conversely, if Matzi were to slaughter his cow, he would be reluctant. Given the circumstances, he could not afford to let the meat spoil. Moreover, there were explicit regulations against slaughtering draft animals. but sometimes one must resort to desperate measures to survive. Only these coarse grains could truly satisfy hunger and withstand storage. Once everything was prepared, Xiao Qian and his brothers took the provisions up the mountain. Ermatzi was already waiting with the cow at the essential path on the mountain, and upon seeing Xiao Qian and his brothers approaching, he smiled. During the inventory of the food, they discovered a few extra bags of flour. Noticing his confusion, Xiao Qian explained, "This was added at the last minute. My mother saw there was more and decided to include it." Ermatzi was deeply moved and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Their willingness to exchange food for his cow felt like a lifeline. When Xiao Qian and his brothers finally led the cow away, Ermatzi could not hold back his tears, gazing longingly at his beloved animal. The cow seemed almost sentient, straining against the pull as they descended the mountain, occasionally mooing, requiring considerable effort to bring it back. However, once it was fed some grass and tied with the family's cow, it settled down, perhaps finding comfort in the presence of a companion. As the two cows began to eye each other curiously, gradually becoming familiar. Now, it was a simple matter. They could carry some lightweight clothing themselves while all the food and bedding were loaded onto the cart, making their journey significantly easier. Zhao's mother felt that this transaction was indeed worthwhile. Jiang Sui agreed, noting that Ermatzi's cow was well cared for, easily capable of hauling several hundred pounds. Although they had lost their home, was there not an increasingly positive trend emerging? Was this merely an illusion? Thus, the old adage holds true, the old man's lost horse. How can one know it is not a blessing? Perhaps this calamity was merely the catalyst propelling the family toward a brighter future, provided they held steadfast and persevered. That evening, everyone continued to huddle in the two small shelters. Xiao Huchuan voluntarily suggested that he would sleep in the slightly less comfortable shelter with Zhao's father. After the rain, the oppressive heat had dissipated, and a gentle breeze carried the essence of autumn, particularly at night when the air turned chilly. The shelter was constructed of wooden planks, hastily covered with some relatively intact tiles scavenged from the ruins to shield against the rain, with tattered cloth encircling it to block the wind. In comparison to the oilcloth shelter constructed by Zhao's mother, the conditions in which Zhao's father and the others resided were indeed harsh. However, it was precisely because they were men that they chose to reserve the better environment for the women and children. Since Xiao Huchuan's recovery, every time Jiang Sui found herself in close quarters with him, even with others present, an unavoidable awkwardness lingered between them. Conversely, Zhao's mother lightened the mood by joking about the two. Once Sui grows a couple more years, strengthens her constitution, and becomes healthier, you both must exert yourselves to present me with some adorable grandsons and granddaughters. And you may, once we settle in Jizhou, you must also make an effort. Your father and I still have plenty of energy left to care for the children. Zhao's mother believed Jiang Sui was still too young at 15 to have children. Having experienced a challenging life herself, she knew that having children too early could lead to lasting health issues. Thus, she advised Jiang Sui to wait another 2 years before starting a family. The words of her mother-in-law made Zhou's face flush, yet she nodded bashfully in agreement. She felt particularly robust in her current state, dismissing any notions of being frail or cold. However, Zhao's mother's remarks allowed both Xiao Huchuan and Jiang Sui to breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. They were still in the nascent stages of their relationship and were not yet ready to fall head over heels in love. After regaining his normalcy, Xiao Huchuan's personality reverted to its previous state. As Lan had remarked, he was not particularly talkative or prone to laughter, yet he treated family members with courtesy and grace, a gentle smile often adorning his face. He could immerse himself in reading and writing for an entire day without interruption, appearing detached from all matters beyond books, an exceptionally aloof individual. However, through her observations over the past 2 days, Jiang Sui discovered that in his normal state, Xiao Huchuan did indeed engage pleasantly with others, always wearing a subtle smile and speaking softly. He would often be found engrossed in a book, sometimes for an extended period without lifting his gaze, radiating focus and seriousness, yet she could discern that at times, he was not even reading the contents of the book. Through his gaze, it felt as though he was contemplating something else entirely, occasionally frowning and then breaking into a fleeting smile, the expression vanishing as quickly as it appeared. What remained certain was that whenever he looked at his family, his eyes shimmered with a soft light.